When crossing the calamity to become the youngest Yuan-ing ancestor of the sect, a mysterious yellow paper carries your past soul across the river of time. You see your future self, a Yuan-ing ancestor, being slandered by a chi-refining disciple for practicing demonic techniques, and your respected master, who you consider as family, personally destroying your cultivation. Your senior sisters and junior sisters are even planning to take advantage of the situation to seize your immortal bones. You know that a glimpse of the future is about to become reality. Sure enough, after you finish crossing the calamity, you are summoned to the main hall for trial. As soon as you entered the main hall, you heard Master Lu Ruyan's endless accusations against you, just like in the previous life, making people disgusted. Facing the slander of everyone, you didn't say a word and went straight to kill the 3 people in front of Chu Fan. Without any mercy, the senior sisters and junior sisters flew out like 2 torn sacks, crashing heavily onto the floor of the main hall, their faces distorted from the impact, even their souls showing cracks. At this moment, Chu Fan was so scared that he couldn't speak properly, with a nauseating yellow liquid flowing out from between his legs. You're really good at pretending. Afraid to reveal your demonic soul? It doesn't matter. I don't care. Ignoring Chu Fan's miserable appearance, you grabbed him and slammed him against the ground like a rag, each blow creating a huge pit in the floor of the main hall, terrifying everyone present. Master, I wonder if you can accept your little lover being paralyzed from the waist down. With these words, you viciously smashed Chu Fan's head into the ground, then forcefully spread his legs apart and used your spiritual energy to form a solid spirit hammer to strike down. Without looking, the heart-wrenching screams alone made everyone in the main hall tremble in fear. After finishing these, you scattered the spiritual hammer in your hand and turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was still standing there. Master, what do you like about this guy? Do you think he is as useless as you? Or do you think you can't get recognition of talent from him? Is that why you climbed onto his bed in such a hurry and even tried to seize my talent for him? With these words, Lu Ruyan finally reacted. I want you dead. Su Yu, I want you dead. Lu Ruyan's piercing scream came as she attacked with an extremely sharp immortal sword in her hand. Master, although you are also in the nascent soul stage, you do not cultivate techniques or cultivate your mind. Who gave you the courage to draw a sword against me? Bang! With a loud noise, you raised your palm without hesitation, and a power that only existed in the laws of heaven and earth was born from it, and you struck out with a palm. The immortal sword in Lu Ruyan's hand shattered into pieces, but your strength did not diminish, and your palm hit Lu Ruyan's chest. With a tremor, Lu Ruyan's delicate body was hit by a palm and flew away. Her whole body's breath wilted to the extreme. Even her proud nascent soul stage breath appeared extremely unstable. Just one palm had already injured her foundation. The horror deep in Lu Ruyan's heart was beyond words. As you said, her techniques and state of mind were both at the bottom of the nascent soul stage. But no matter how many years she had been waiting in the nascent soul stage, she was now defeated by you, who had just entered the nascent soul stage. With just one palm. Kill him, he must be killed. He moved Chu Fan and must die. The thought flashed through her mind. Lu Ruyan understood that she was not his opponent. She turned around and shouted loudly at the seated elder of the Pyamya Shinzone. Elders, the traitor's demonic power has reached a critical point. I ask all of you to join forces to clean up the sect. On the high seat, the elders had different expressions, but one thing in common. No one stepped forward to help Lu Ruyan. Don't you understand yet? My value far exceeds yours. Even if it's not confirmed that I practice demonic power, what if I really do? Who in the sect dares to touch me? I am the hope of the rise of the sect, while you are just a waste elder barely at the Yuan-ing stage relying on the glory of your ancestors. Your indifferent voice rang out. Before Lu Ruyan could react, he struck with a purple thunder attack directly at her dantian. Lu Ruyan let out a piercing scream, her Yuan-ing showing cracks, and the spiritual energy cultivated over countless years scattered from her body. I cannot fall to the Yuan-ing stage. This is the result of my countless years of cultivation. Lu Ruyan's long hair scattered, tears streaming from her eyes. Looking like a madman, like a ghost, you saw Lu Ruyan in such a state and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Master, when you climbed onto junior brother Ye's bed, were you as despicable as you are now? He looked around the main hall, looking at the senior sisters and junior sisters lying on the ground motionless, while the great revenge had been avenged. In order to completely understand the Tao, it was necessary to kill Lu Ruyan. The power of the heavenly Tao purple thunder in your hand flickered, ready to strike at Lu Ruyan's head. In order to completely separate yourself from the demon of the past life. Su Yu, stop. The elders on the main hall all acted together. Several nascent soul stage auras bursting out, and the sect master of the ethereal immortal sect, Jian Wuxin, with his peak nascent soul stage cultivation, caught your falling palm. Do you all believe the nonsense of a few people? We naturally do not believe. You can beat them up to vent your anger, but you cannot kill them. especially Elder Lu. Her father is the supreme elder of our ethereal immortal sect. Hearing this, your eyes narrowed, memories of the past life emerging. The reason why Lu Ruyan, a brainless waste, could cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become an elder of the ethereal immortal sect was because she had a good father, who was the supreme elder of the ethereal immortal sect, a mere nascent divinity stage cultivator. But so what? That supreme elder of the sect is currently traveling outside seeking a breakthrough opportunity, and won't be back for a while. Moreover, you have your own trump cards, the remnants of the peak soul power from your past life that crossed the river of time against the current. It brought not only memories but also some of the power of the peak period of the past life. Although using it once means one less time, it is enough. With this foundation, what is difficult about a nascent soul fighting against a divine transformation? No need for more words. If there is a problem, I will bear it alone. And if you stop me, you will be my enemy. As you spoke, the remnant soul sitting on the mysterious paper in the depths of your sea of consciousness suddenly opened a slit in its eyes, and the aura on your body suddenly expanded. A sense of invincibility swept out. Even the peak of the Yuan stage, Sword Heart, frowned, sighed, and led the others back a few steps. In the presence of 8 Yuan elders plus Sword Heart at the peak of the Yuan stage, in terms of combat power, even with your current invincible Yuan appearance, you are still somewhat lacking. But as you said, they are not obligated to risk offending a genius like you to protect Lu Ruyan. By speaking out to stop you, they have already given the elder a face. If you don't listen, they don't have to fight desperately. Just as they did not know that when you broke through to the Yuan stage, they planned to abandon you and befriend the elder behind Lu Ruyan. Now your value is higher than that of a nascent soul cultivator, so there is no need to offend you. Everything is just a matter of mutual benefit. This change of events was taken in by Lin Yuxuan. She also did not care about the fall of her realm. She let out a strange cry and transformed her body into a strange bird with messy feathers attached to flames to rush to where Chu Fan and the others were, obviously wanting to escape with the 3 people. It was just that Lin Yuxuan, who was still at the Yuan stage of strength, could hardly match Yichen, not to mention her nowadays. Master, stop running. Do you like Chu Fan that much? Even before a life and death crisis, you have to bring him along? As the words fell, Yi Chuan raised his right hand, and the self-creative technique from his previous life surged in his mind. 5 Immortals Sword of Destruction. The palm of his hand shot out 5 snow-white swords that were like substance. Each sword was attached to some purple thunder. The speed of the speed is staggering. Just a few breaths of time has disappeared, stabbing through the body of the strange bird that Lin Yuxuan had transformed into. Lin Yuxuan fell headfirst directly in front of the 3 Chu Fans. Sticky blood stained her entire body, and she could no longer maintain her transformation technique to transform back into her human form. Before the threat of death, she couldn't care less about her so-called face, kneeling down and begging for mercy like a lowly dog. Dusty, don't kill me. It's Master, I brought you back to the clan to give the immortal law when you were being bullied. Yes, you but to complete the clan's apprentice task, so take me back to the clan casually given a chi refining method. Will I throw to the Qingfeng mountain? 7-year-old child living alone in the big cold season. If not, my natural talent is smart. One day will lead the chi into the body. Then I'm afraid that I would have already died. Then, when you built your foundation, it was me who begged for a foundation establishment pill for you, which allowed you to build your foundation successfully. Yes, you gave an abandoned waste Dan. I swallowed the Dan poison into the body, meridians broken. Good thing I understand from the world to remodel the meridians with the aura method, which succeeded in building the foundation perfectly. Then after foundation establishment it will be me who will take you to spar with people. So, aren't those infant condensation spirit materials of yours from cutting and betting? Master, you talk too much. You really should go to hell. After Yi Chen finished speaking, his mind was clear, and he landed a poem, which was the purple thunder, and the power attached to it made even Jian Wu Xin, who was at the peak of the Yuaning stage, tremble. After his mind was penetrated, Yi Chen's cultivation level skyrocketed once again. Now even Jian Wuxin, who was at the peak of the Yuaning stage, felt the crisis. This kind of talent was truly a monstrous talent. Chapter 3, Chu Fan's life-preserving card. Yi Chen, I want you to die. Before Yi Chuan's attack could hit Lin Yuxuan, a strange chortling voice came out. Finally stopped playing dead? Only to see in the distance was originally thought by the crowd. This round silenced Chu Fan at this moment, but trembling stood up. He now exudes a monstrous demonic gas. A pair of eyes into a vertical pupil. A huge mouth open, a long and thin tongue from which to probe out. Chu Fan's chiding voice was laced with the power of the divine soul, and this turn of events spared Yi Chuan from suffering a dark loss even if he was superbly talented. Yi Dust's heart and soul trembled. Chu Fan's surrounding demonic chi transformed into monstrous demonic flames attacked, and the demonic flames transformed into a huge cage, a hand to imprison Yi Dust in it. This change came suddenly, and Jin Wuxin and the others' faces changed dramatically in unison. Gentlemen, follow me to subdue the demons. This time except for the real cutie, who still doesn't know that Chu Fan has a problem. Chu Fan's monstrous demonic aura at this time almost condensed into substance. Just by probing with his divine soul alone, he could see the mountain of corpses and sea of blood hidden under Chu Fan's thin body, and the boundless white bones piled up into a high mountain. The boundless sins were transformed into blood chi, and a huge auger dragon with 2 horns on its head was perched on top of the white bone high mountain. There was no doubt that this was the person who practiced magic. Even Chu Fan was a pure devil cultivator. It was ridiculous that Zhao Linger and Su Mei and the others were still gullible enough to believe in Chu Fan's bull *******, easily wanting to abolish Yi Chen's cultivation to gift his talent to Chu Fan. The people of this vein are really stupid. I'm afraid the demonic aura on this Chu Fan has reached the transformation god realm. Either we kill him or we'll all die here together. Jian Wuxin cursed angrily, sheathed his spirit sword at his waist. His white clothes moved with the wind. His boundless sword intent turned into substance and attacked Chu Fan. Under this strike, his cultivation at the peak of the Yuaning stage was undoubtedly displayed. The remaining 8 Yuaning elders were also using all their means, and their vast greatness attacked Chu Fan. Within Chu Fan's sea of consciousness at this moment, a hideous and terrifying scaly dragon coldly hummed out, "Kid, I'm going to give me tens of thousands of mortals as a blood meal when I take you out, or I will not spare you. There is no harm in it. As many lowly blood food like mortals as you want. Please ask the snake monarch to do it." Chu Fan didn't make any pretense and instantly agreed to the request of the Jiao Long in front of him. His words were filled with cruelty and savagery, very different from the cowardice it usually displayed. Chu Fan as a person with great fortune naturally had his own method of preserving his life, and now the Jiao Long soul in front of him was his method of preserving his life. When Chu Fan was young, he once met a Jiao dragon that was being punished by the sky and was dying. The Jiao dragon was called the 10,000 Serpents Demon Monarch. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the refined void realm, and he was only one line away from the merging stage. The 10,000 Serpents Demon Monarch was unwilling to fall, so he signed a contract of the Great Way with him to have the remnants of the soul parasitized in the middle of his sea of consciousness, which formed a similar one body and 2 souls with a special existence. Just if not necessary, Chu Fan can't let the Jiao dragon possess at will. One is the burden on the body and the residual soul is very big. The second is this Jiao dragon is a demon. Once the Jiao dragon uses its own power, it will be seen as a demonic origin. If not necessary, he wouldn't dare to let the Jiao dragon possess at will. Reality. Chu Fan raised his eyes. The demonic chi attached to his body changed strangely. His flesh violently swelled several times, and dark green scales were attached to the surface, like some kind of demonic creature. With a low roar, he met the full force of Jian Wuxian and the others head on. A puff of smoke dispersed. Chu Fan's scales were broken, oozing out some blood, but his breath was still terrifying, and even with the passage of time, the demonic aura on his body seemed to have revived and became more and more powerful, and at the moment, it was already no weaker than the average spirit transformation realm cultivator. All of you will be turned into my blood food. None of you will escape. Be happy to be part of my 10,000 Serpent Demon Lord. 10,000 Serpent Demon Lord's horse. Sinister and deeply cold voice resounded through the great hall. A residual soul of a demonic demon of an unknown realm is now able to use the power of the transformation god realm. This is not a phrase that the residual soul was powerful and life can be passed. How much blood food has this Chu Fan fed privately? This kind of demonic demon has easily entered my misty immortal sect. What on earth is Lin Yuxuan's lineage doing for food? Jian Wuxin cursed out angrily. The rest of them and the others' faces were all unsightly as well. Some of them tried to leave the sect hall but found that it had been set up with some kind of formation that could not be undone for a while. They were unable to even communicate with the sect formation at the moment. They were tantamount to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chu Fan, how could you be like this? Have you been taken over by a demonic creature? Impossible. Impossible. The cloaked Lin Yuxuan struggled to crawl towards Chu Fan, who had transformed into a half-demon body. Her words filled with disbelief. Chu kid, this woman is really in love with you. Do you want to let her off the hook? There is no need. This is just a dog of mine. I just slightly do means to pretend to be weak. When I started, this woman took the initiative to climb on my bed. Really a wave hoof. Would have liked to borrow her power to suppress that Yi Duan so as to seize Yi Duan's talent. Since it failed, now she has been useless. It is better to become my blood food for me to replenish the power. The conversation between Chu Fan and the Snake Monarch was not hidden, and the sound of the two conversing resounded through the great hall. These vulgar to the extreme words were in the hall. Everyone listened in the ears. All the elders of the face are not good. Look at Lin Yuxian's gaze, rather have some shame with the meaning. And as a misty fairy clan leader of the sword is not the slightest concealment to Lin Yuxian's eyes are full of contempt color. Why is such a shameless woman an elder of my netherworld immortal sect? No. Fanner, you must have been taken over by a demon. You clearly said that you would never turn your back on me in this life. Yeah, who asked you to be so gullible? Just one sentence and you took the initiative to climb into my bed. Thanks to you still pretending to be a transcendent immortal master in front of Yi Duan, you'll immediately turn into my blood food. As the words fell, Chu Fan's figure shot out explosively, and a strike was about to go straight for Lin Yushuan's dantian. Pust. A yellow inner dam that was stained with blood and still dragged with blood and flesh was dug out alive by Chu Fan. Chu Fan set aside the blood and flesh and put the inner dan into his mouth and chewed it carefully, and from time to time, his mouth also issued pleasurable moans in contrast to Lin Yushuan, who had fallen to the ground and was convulsing and screaming miserably. When Chu Fan was about to strike again, the cage constructed by the demonic flames slightly far away was suddenly chopped up by several sword chi. These secret techniques were broken, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from him as the caster of the technique, his breath nearly falling down to the realm of transformation spirit. A white-robed Chuan walked out from it, without any expression on his face, as usual ancient and simple, as if everything in the world could not affect him in the slightest. Chu Fan looked at Yi Chen with his eyes wide open. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Yi Chuan had directly ruined his lifeblood with a kick before, and at this moment, he had directly broken his secret method, causing him to be revolted. How could this be tolerated when new hatred and old hatred were superimposed on top of each other? Just without waiting for him to make a move, Yi Chen took a step and disappeared in place, arriving in front of Chu Fan in a single shift. You've put on an interesting show, but now it's time for you to bow out. A purple thunder blasted out. Chu Fan's whole body magic chi as if encountered what natural enemy general scattered. Chu Fan's chest solidly received, the palm of Yi Duan flew out backwards. Chu Fan collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Repeating impossible. It's impossible for the Yuaning stage to be the opponent of the God transformation stage under his breath. Without waiting for Chu Fan to regain his composure, Yi Chen struck again as the aura within Yi Chen's body tilted out. 5 Immortals Sword of Destruction. Yi Chen's hand flew out 5 aura magic swords mixed with heavenly Tao purple thunder. Just a wisp of breath made the demonic aura around Chu Fan dissipate like a tidal wave. 5 aura magic swords easily pierced through Chu Fan's body. Hissing like a wild beast resonated through the great hall. Chapter 4, Devouring the Demon Lord's Remnant Soul. In just a few glances, Chu Fan, who had revealed that his magic skill cultivation had reached the transformation god stage, was beaten into this state by Yi Chen, who had just entered the Yuaning stage. A contrast that made Sword Wuxin and the others all stare in disbelief. Luckily, I didn't offend Yi Chen. This kid doesn't need to look at his talent and future achievements. Just this kind of battle power right now is already appalling. Yuaning fighting a transformation god, or crushing it. This is really unheard of. Lin Yushuan, that skin, how virtue, how can have this kind of heavenly pride disciple? Couldn't her have to trample to find that Chu Fan line and things? Otherwise in the future the clan is not by her to say the count. The crowd's words were Lin Yushuan heard in the ears seemed quite harsh. At the moment her dantian was dug up by her beloved Chu Fan to enjoy. Hundreds of years of hard work into nothing, which called her how to be able to accept. Why? I've been so good to you, but why? Lin Yushuan's heart surged with a touch of remorse. Originally she can become the envy of all the sect, but she is willing to risk the world for the so-called love. Now it's good that the cultivation of all the waste ended up in such a situation. No, Yi Chuan, and Yi Chuan, I only wanted to dig up his spirit root for Fanner, and now that I've received the same punishment of having my cultivation wasted, then Yi Chuan should naturally forgive me as well, right? Yes, I'm not at fault for anything. It's all because of Chu Fan. Yi Chen can definitely understand me. Lin Yushuan was like a person who had fallen into the water and found the last straw. She kept repeating as if she had to do so in order to believe in herself. She raised her head to look at Yi Chen and Chu Fan, who were in the middle of a fierce battle. She had never wanted Yi Chen to defeat Chu Fan so much. With the passage of time, Chu Fan, this borrowed 10,000 serpents demon monarch state, will be more and more unstable. On the contrary, Yi Duan more and more battle courage as if the 9 heavens above the divine monarch general. Every move are all wonderful hand infinite. The means of more than 10,000 serpents demon monarch are jaw-dropping. Damn it, demon monarch, how come I've never seen the means this Yi Chuan has executed before? Do you still dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Yi Dust Mouth spit out a drink, which contains the supreme divine soul power shock. Chu Fan lost his mind once again by Yi Dust Palm purple thunder hit, spit blood and flew out. Breath withered. The power of the heavenly Tao. This kid's talent is too demonic. Whether it's the fact that he utilized the method of diversion freely at the Yuaning stage, or the heavenly Tao purple thunder imitated in this palm, his means are all very human. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch soul screamed. He personally exchanged hands before realizing Yi Chen's terror. The first time he entered Yuaning, he could resist the God transformation stage cultivator. Even if he was taking advantage of it by mimicking the heavenly Tao's means, it was still enough talent to be outstanding. In particular, Yi Chen performed many means that even he, a devil demon at the peak of void refining in his lifetime, had never heard of. Demon monarch, pull back, my flesh can't hold out much longer, only to see that at this moment, the demonic chi around Chu Fan's body was gradually out of control. The demonic chi began to madly penetrate into Chu Fan's flesh. Chu Fan's true cultivation was only at the refining stage, forcing him to explode out of the transforming god stage battle power. Even if most of the backlash was absorbed by the 10,000 serpent demon monarch's residual soul, it was still not something that could be casually sustained by this kind of refining stage of Chu Fan. Wastes, hold on a little longer. Even if you're not a match for this Yi Chen, you should at least eat those Yuaning stage. Otherwise this trip will be more than worth it. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch cursed darkly and maneuvered Chu Fan's body to burst out, charging straight at the several weaker Yuaning elders. The monstrous demonic chi turned into substantial swords, and at this moment, Chu Fan was like a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, Yi Chen revealed a smile, and alarm bells rang in the heart of the 10,000 serpents demon monarch as a sense of crisis arose. Just in time, borrow your soul to help me stabilize my realm. After saying that, the residual soul in Yi Chen's body awakened. His eyes erupted with a refined light, and a sense of oppression from a superior person struck him, as if the person in front of Chu Fan was no longer the Yi Chen of the Yuaning stage, but rather, an invincible old monster who had practiced for countless years. Immortal. This is immortal might. This can't be possible. I've only felt this kind of power when I peered into the heavenly Tao when I broke through the harmonization stage in my lifetime. How can immortals exist in this world? The 10,000 serpent demon monarch let out a hissing howl, desperately exerting his means, not caring about the consumption of this part of his residual soul and the damage to Chu Fan's flesh at this moment of life and death crisis. But this is ultimately just futile. Yi Chuan in his previous life to get the opportunity to get scattered after the retraining across the world for countless years, although the chess poorly lost to the body of the great fortune of Chu Fan. But a body of cultivation in this world is absolutely counted on the top of the ancient and modern. A mere remnant soul of a small demon that was at the peak of void refining in its lifetime was nothing more than a mole cricket. In just a few breaths of time, Yi Chen's raised palm was already close to Chu Fan's head. Bang! Under Chu Fan's horrified gaze, a giant palm that covered the sky probed into his sea of consciousness, and in just a single glance, the remnant soul of the demonic demon that had once ravaged the immortal cultivation realm for an unknown number of years, abusing and killing countless cultivators, was torn into 2 halves. Half of it was taken away by the giant palm, and the other half fell into madness. What have you done? In reality, Chu Fan let out a burst of heartbreaking roar. The residual soul of the 10,000 serpents demon monarch in the depths of his sea of consciousness hissed and rushed everywhere. Lost the 10,000 serpents demon monarch's conscious suppression of the residual soul. The sea of consciousness of the demon monarch's huge body of the devil wreaked havoc with Chu Fan's sea of consciousness, as if he wanted to smash the entire sea of consciousness. Chu Fan's entire body ignored everything at this moment, burning with flames all over his body. He performed the secret art of burning longevity, and with both hands grabbing Zhao Linger, who had fallen into unconsciousness, the 2 girls ran straight towards the outside of the main hall. Must take away the 2 women. These 2 women and my body chi luck match must be my future rise of chance. Chu Fan's mind flashed through these thoughts, biting the tip of his tongue and spewing out his blood. The Great Hall formation eclipsed. He seized the opportunity to break through the formation laid out in the Great Hall and then transformed into a blood-colored meteor and went away, leaving the people in the Great Hall alone. Then, under the shocked gazes of Jian Wuxin and the other Yuaning stage, Yi Chen smiled blandly, and as if he was grasping something on his palm, he just put it straight into his mouth. Chewing sounds resounded through the hall, as if the sound of howling souls filled it. However, half a moment later, Yi Duan gently wiped the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen's aura around him then skyrocketed and climbed. In just a few breaths of time, he broke through from the early stage of the Yuaning realm to the peak of the Yuaning stage. How could the elders in the audience not understand the meaning of what Yi Chen's behavior just now represented? Devouring souls, downright devilish, and can also be refined in a moment. The magic skill used is really unheard of. This is. All of you also leave the heavenly oath to ensure that will not disclose the slightest thing today before you can leave. Otherwise the Fate and the Snake Demon know too. If not, have no choice. I do not want to cut our immortal clan's heritage. I hope to understand. Yi Chen's indifferent voice came out, causing everyone to shudder. When he first entered Yuaning, he hardened and toughened the god transformation demon, and also tore apart and devoured the remnants of the demon's soul. What kind of talent is this? And what kind of devilish arts are these? This Yi Chen also seemed to be hiding quite deeply, and seemed to be even more dangerous than that Chu Fan. Chapter 5, Eternal Burning Agony. Suddenly, a blood-stained white palm rested on Yi Chen's thigh. Look down. At some point, Lin Yuxuan came to her senses from the excruciating pain. and ignoring the hideous wound on her stomach, she crawled step by step to Yi Chen's feet. The gushing blood from the wound traced a funny line on the ground along her crawl. Her eyes shed tears of blood, grasping Yi Chen's thighs, enduring the severe pain in her abdomen. She tried her best to show a self-professed good-looking smile and opened her mouth. Yi dust. Master was wrong. Master was cheated by Chu Fan. That. Please also help Master. I am after all your master. I cannot become mortal. In the future I will absolutely be good to you. Just like to Chu Fan. I can give you whatever you want. Oh, Master. Rather forgetting you. Can anything really be done? Yi Chen slapped his head with a dazed expression. Really? Really? Disciple. Master will listen to whatever you say. Haven't you been bullied since you were a child without a family? Don't you want to recognize me as your godmother? I agree. I agree. Lin Yuxuan's excited voice resounded through the large hall, and Jian Wuxin and the others showed odd colors on their faces. Is this really begging? Whose begging for forgiveness was revealing someone else's scars? Not to mention that they could vaguely sense some strange emotions in Lin Yuxuan's words. That was charity and dislike. Did this Lin Yuxuan think that her words today were condescending? Did she still think that all of this was Yi Chen's fault? Cultivators pay attention to master and disciple karma is not true, but this does not mean that the master wants his own apprentice's life. The apprentice will have to stick his head over to take the initiative to die. Such a person cannot be called sentimental. That is called idiotic. That is the lack of realm of the mind can do something stupid. What Lin Yuxuan had done alone was enough for her to be killed 1,000 times by her disciple, and now she still dared to come out and seek forgiveness with such a low attitude. How stupid. How different was this person's intelligence from that of a demented person? But Jian Wuxin and the others only dared to think like this in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it. After all, the scene of Yi Chen devouring the unknown demon soul just now was still fresh in their minds. Who dared to come out to seek death before Yi Chen gave his word? Then, Master, I want to borrow something from you. That's right, just call Master. In the future, Master will definitely make up for his faults. You are still my good disciple. I will give you whatever you want. Lin Yuxuan changed to a smile. The smile was exceptionally creepy paired with her own cloaked and disheveled woeful appearance just like a female ghost. Sure enough, Yi Chuan is still that little cutie. Even if my cultivation is wasted, what's the big deal? With Yi Chuan around, I may not be unable to recultivate, or even seize his cultivation to take his place. Relying on other people is unreliable. Only by becoming stronger myself will I be able to do it. Yes, people don't do it for themselves. I'm right. In this instant, Lin Yuxuan thought a lot. She remembered how good Yi Chen had been to her. She remembered how Yi Chen had chosen to fight with people to seize spiritual materials for her when she was condensing her baby. She remembered how Yi Chen had preferred to cut down on her own breakthrough speed in order to seek spiritual medicines for her to improve her qualifications. And she remembered how Yi Chen had regarded her as her closest relative. It all comes down to one sentence. What an incorrigible fool. In this world, man is not for himself, but for heaven and earth. Lin Yuxuan until now still did not think she was at fault. She did take advantage of Yi Chen, but so what? To blame it on Yi Chen was too stupid, but she failed to notice that the expression on Yi Chen's face was getting more and more teasing, looking at her as if she was looking at a prey. Lin Yuxuan at this moment because of the departure of the cultivation, longevity is already about to reach the end. Just this half-incense burning time she will change from a woman in the prime of life into the appearance of a dying old diamond. 3,000 green silk turned into white hair, the delicate skin like water turned like the bark of a withered tree. If Yi Chuan didn't care, then she was afraid that she would die soon, so Yi Chuan wouldn't allow it. Yi Chuan won't allow him to die so easily. Master, I don't want to let go of you, so the thing I want to borrow is your soul for an eternity. I want you to stay with me for eternity. Yi Chen's voice that came from the bottom of his heart came out, and Lin Yuxuan's smile violently condensed, and without waiting for Lin Yuxuan to continue speaking, his hand was already pressed on top of Lin Yuxuan's forehead. Lin Yuxuan's soul was grabbed out by Yi Chen with one hand, and her physical body lost its support and fell straight backward into ashes and dissipated. Yi Chuan's hand movements did not stop, and with a flip of his wrist, the bell on his waist flashed with a burst of light. A glazed treasure lamp shaped like a lotus flower appeared in Yi Chuan's hand. The treasure lamp looked like a lotus flower blooming, and at the core of the lamp, a blood-red flame was constantly burning at the stamen of the lotus flower, which looked extraordinarily oozing. What are you going to do? You treacherous disciple, stop it. You deserve a miserable life. You deserve not to get me. A kind of fear that surged up from the depths of her soul made Lin Yuxuan's soul not care about the disguise and screamed madly, while Yi Chen was unceasingly moving his hands, grabbing Lin Yuxuan's soul and placing it into the center of the glazed treasure lamp. In a flash, the originally weak flame at the wick rose up like it had been warmed by something. What evil thing is this? It's fueling on my soul. It hurts. It hurts. Let me out. Lin Yuxuan's soul struggled. howled, and cursed under the burning flames, all of which were useless as the flames at the wick of the lamp changed into a barrier to isolate her soul from the outside world. Rao Lin Yuxuan issued the most mournful screams in her life is also useless. Curses into crying, crying into begging for mercy again into curses, week after week, but the sound is blocked by the barrier cannot be transmitted to the outside world. Subsequently, Lin Yuxuan's soul began to look forward to death. She began to look forward to her soul flying apart, only that whenever her soul split apart under the burning flames, some sort of power would emerge at the wick to put her scattered soul back together again. After getting fuel, the petals of the whole glazed treasure lamp seemed to be fed by blood. The white glazed lamp changed into a blood-red color, and from a distance there was a tiny black shadow dancing under the burning of the flame at the core of the lamp, which was burned away by the flame countless times but then converged into a ball of black shadows dancing again. Quite interesting. Just by looking at it for a few moments, Chuan couldn't help the smile at the corner of his mouth. This 7-star glazed lamp is really worthy of the world's wonders. Raging to my knowledge must also praise the cultivator who forged this kind of magic treasure. Only need to put in the fuel will be able to cultivate the soul from this, and the soul within it can also never be extinguished. It's too powerful. Don't feel lonely. There are 2 of your good disciples will also come together to accompany you. 7-star glazed lamp which constantly emits a refreshing odor. The cultivator has infinite usefulness to nourish the soul, but the people present are all trembling, and even more legs as shivering fell to the ground, all without the style of the Yuaning powerhouse. It is really a touching scene of honoring teachers. This kind of scene, not to mention those Yuaning elders who had not seen the cruelty of demonic cultivators. Even Jian Wuxin could not help but have the corners of his mouth turn a little white. Jian Wuxin thought that he knew quite a lot about the devil's way and had fought quite a few times. He had seen devil cultivators pulling the souls of the dead into the human soul streamers to devour each other in eternal confusion. And he had also seen a devil cultivator refining the souls of the dead along with the corpses to become puppets to serve around for eternity. This had been the most terrifying devil cultivator means he had ever known. But these so-called eternal sufferings compared to Yi Chen's eternal burning sufferings right now, one could only say that there was still quite a bit of room for progress in the devil cultivator means within the immortal cultivation world. It was only because the eternal suffering of those demonic cultivators were all just exaggerations. The souls within the human soul streamers would be dispersed and get liberated by devouring each other, and the souls that were refined into puppets would be liberated after the puppets were broken or with the passage of time. But that 7-star glazed lamp in Yi Chuan's hand was different. Just a little aura is needed to restore the soul without considering the death of the soul inside, and without worrying about the loss of consciousness of the soul inside because of the time that has elapsed. This kind of tactic should frighten even the devil's way, not to mention the righteous way. Chapter 6, Please help me, fellow Taoist. Yi Chen laughed as he looked at the glazed treasure lamp in his hand, and that smile landed rather creepily in the eyes of Jian Wuxin and the others. Master, are you satisfied with this house? Oh yes, you can't hear it anymore. 7-star glazed lamp. Yi Chuan conjugation period to explore emerged strong secret realm obtained. The grade has reached the ranks of the very best magic weapon. From the legendary immortal weapon is only a little short of, which the wonderful benefits are endless. The soul is used as fuel to help the lamp last, emitting an endless fragrance to warm the soul. Only need to put into the cultivator's soul will be able to supply the treasure lamp fire for a long time not extinguished, from which emits out of the fragrances on the cultivator to warm up the soul is very beneficial. The only price is put into the cultivator's soul will be burned by the lamp fire endlessly until completely annihilated by the heavenly way. Eternity shall not be allowed to transcend life only. Such a treasure can be said to be the greatest cultivation opportunity for Yi Duan before the Yuaning stage. This treasure lamp is also one of the reasons why Yi Duan was able to return to the peak in his previous life even after his own good master abolished his spiritual vein. The poor himself even thought that it was an evil thing never used, and then was forced to use it after the abolition of his spiritual vein. Light with can absorb the fragrance emitted within the cultivation of the soul. If not against the sky and the heavenly way do not need. The level of this treasure lamp is afraid to be able to reach a half-step immortal weapon. Of course, this is also enough for him to use to the stage of merging and even the Mahayana stage. What devil magic weapon? I'm just a slightly strange righteous magic weapon. Yi Chen put the precious lamp into his space magic weapon belt and turned his head to look at Jian Wuxin and the others whose faces did not look too good. Gentlemen, I think you all understand that what I do is all for self-preservation. I'm not a murderer. Make an oath to serve me for half a year. All previous unpleasantness can be written off. I'm still a disciple of the Immortal Sect, and you're still the elders of the Immortal Sect. Jian Wuxian was speechless. The impact of this day to him was really too great. First, the daughter of the Supreme Elder's brain lacked a tendon. Just because Yi Chen's qualification was too heaven-defying she believed in Chu Fan's words, and the remaining 2 foundation establishment female disciples under her door were still as if they had been put under ecstasy. and the three of them fussed over all the misty immortal Sect's Yuaning powerhouses to be assembled in the main hall. As a result, Yi Chuan had dried out Lin Yushuan with only one person's strength, displaying a talent and strength that even they, the veteran Yuaning powerhouses, were quite fearful of, and if so it would be nothing more than a farce. However, this Chu Fan was only a Qi refining stage cultivator, but he was carrying the remnants of a peak void refining demon soul. The main hall was blocked by him, and even he, the Patriarch, could not help the other party. Yet Yi Chen had once again created a miracle. The early stage of Yuaning defeated Chu Fan, who was at the God realization stage. Even if one were to take any more tricks, whether it was the heavenly Dao Violet Thunder's restraint on the power of evil spirits, or the terrifying power of Yi Chen's divine soul that was revealed in that instant. But Chu Fan, who had been possessed by the snake demon, was also a solid harmonized God realm, and as a result, he had just been knocked away by Yi Chen across a whole large realm. If the story ends here, then at best there is only some risk of extinction of the accident. The end is still good, but only the death of a brain lack of a root-brained Yuaning E stage of the relationship with the family plus a few disciples. But Yi Chen at this time to use outright devilish means. How can this be good? Jian Wuxin, after witnessing Yi Chen extracting souls, refining souls, abusing souls down a set of operations, and now let them people make a heavenly oath to serve him for half an aeon long. He is not willing to but he also really did not dare to have the slightest movement. He was really afraid that he showed the slightest unwillingness to set up the intention of the great Dao oath will be Yi Duan draw out the soul into the mysterious and unpredictable glazed treasure lamp. Eternal burning pain, but all a little bit of brain of the guy will not want to go to try. A slightly obese elder trembling said, Ye dust, you are very gifted, do not fall into the devil's way do not do the devil's way thing. Earlier we really are deceived by the thieves. This is on your care is not enough. This matter is over, it can be good. Heavenly oath is not a small matter. In addition, you will give that glazed lamp to us for safekeeping. This object is too dangerous. After handing it over you will still be our misty immortal Sect's young patriarch. The use of this kind of artifact by the disciples of the righteous path is really a bit unruly, and once it is known to others, I am afraid that it will attract endless misfortunes. What do you all think? The first half of the sentence of that elder is still considered normal words. The second half of the sentence is vaguely mixed with a few points of threatening intent. The words of greed revealed undoubtedly. He wants that 7-star glazed lamp. Of course, we don't think you're a devil cultivator. This move is just to avoid suspicion. Don't bring the word us with you when you speak. I don't want to die. Just with these few words you want to take away this kind of treasure. Looking for death, don't bring me along. Jian Wuxin's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. The obese elder's move was known to all in the audience what it meant. Could this person be a little cutie? No way. Thanks to him is still a Yuaning stage elder. A hand with the power to suppress people is not bad, but he will not treat Ye Dust as a little cute. He is afraid that the devil's deeds will be exposed and lead to a siege by the righteous? Then Ye Dust directly kill you, not just end. Who gave him the courage to threaten Ye Dust? Yeah, what the elder said makes sense. This kind of magic weapon can easily be mistaken for a magic weapon, so I will use it with caution in the future. Also, this magic treasure of mine is called the 7-star glazed lamp, is a righteous magic weapon, not a magic weapon. Since the elder is not willing to serve me as the master, then I won't force myself. Yi Chuan's words fell. His body flashed to the front of the obese elder. A palm slapped at the obese elder's dantian, and an ear-piercing scream came. Yi Chuan, don't go astray. Don't. Wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit on your magic weapon. Give me a chance. Yi Chuan ignored it. His palm was attached to the elder's head. That elder could not help even if he wanted to resist. That was the oppression from the superior. That was the absolute suppressive force from the soul level. Yi Chen easily tore out the elder's soul, and did not even use the power of the wisp of residual soul that was sitting on the Xin Huang paper in the depths of his sea of consciousness. That obese elder's illusory divine soul was grabbed out of his body from the depths of his sea of consciousness by Yi Chuan's divine soul's big hand, and his entire body fell backward without support. Elder, that poisonous elixir during my foundation building was also your handiwork, right? After all, as long as I failed in my breakthrough, I wouldn't be able to compete with that grandson of yours for the first place in the grand competition. So you engineered that discarded elixir to reach my master's hands, and my good master gave me that discarded elixir because he was jealous of my talent. It's not like I didn't know about it. It's just that you weren't that important. Since the elder has a problem with my disciple, let's laboriously ask the elder to help my disciple break through the spirit transformation stage. Yi Chen's cold voice echoed in the empty hall, and the rest of the elders couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In his previous life, the obese elders cannot be less on Yi Chuan. He also once thought of resistance. Just because he was afraid of his own hand will lead to Lin Yushuan external cross, and therefore has been patient. Even if he learned from an accident that almost harmed his own life and death of the Foundation Dan originated from the hands of the obese elders also the same. Later Ye Dust was abolished, cultivation expelled from the clan when this guy also in the dark shot. His sea of consciousness was under some kind of prohibition delusion directly let him become demented people cut off the opportunity to rise. Good in Ye Dust has that 7-star glazed lamp, relying on the remnants of the beast put in the barely live on. In this life Ye Chuan didn't go to seek trouble from this obese elder. This guy was impatient to come over and send him to his death, so he just had to fulfill him. The obese elder's soul was not put into the 7-star glazed lamp, instead it was put directly into Yi Chen's mouth. It was very simple. This fellow did not deserve to enter the 7-star glazed lamp. Only his own two good senior sisters and sisters and that reincarnated Chu Fan from the upper realm could enjoy the pain of being scorched by the lamp for eternity. This kind of fellow just needed to be directly devoured by Yi Chen. The sound of chewing resounded within the hall once again, and the smell of blood that permeated the hall grew a few points thicker. The aura around Yi Chuan had obviously risen a few more points, and now he was afraid that he had already touched the edge of the god transformation stage. The flavor is too bland. Is there any other fellow Taoist who would like to help me break through to the transformation stage? Mr. Yi will do his best to welcome you all to the belly. Chapter 7, Becoming the Lord of the Immortal Sect. Within the Great Hall, under Yi Chen's high pressure, the sound of people's saliva swallowing was clearly audible. The Yuaning stage cultivators including Jian Wuxian and the others had long forgotten when the last time they were so scared was. They had been in high positions for a long time and had long forgotten the experience of walking the world in life and death. Yi Chen took in the wretched appearance of the people underneath. The quota is limited. I can still lack some soul tonic. Please cherish the opportunity. Finally, someone started to hold out. Half an aeon, 30 years of time. For a normal person there was no difference between that and taking his life. But everyone here was at the Yuaning stage of cultivation. Yuaning stage cultivation although not be able to indulge in the world 100. But the longevity is long enough to have a number of thousands. This submissive half a time for them although some humiliation. However, compared to being devoured by Yi Chuan's soul, face is worth a few dollars. And these 30 years are only equivalent to them closing a death sentence. And they can still indulge in pleasure after 30 years of restoring their free bodies. Yi Chen? No. Lord Yi, may I ask if you will use the heavenly Tao oath to send us to our deaths? No. If you are worried you can add this to the heavenly Tao oath. No matter. What I want is only your 30 years of allegiance. I won't let you go to your deaths. You will still be the high-powered immortal sect elders in the future. Do you still have any doubts? In response to that elder's concern, Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders without the slightest change in his facial expression. Utilizing the limitations of the heavenly Tao oath to let these people go to their deaths? He wasn't that bored. At most he would just ask their souls to have a catch-up in his stomach when the 30-year limitation expired. Of course he wouldn't need these Yuaning stage souls even if he didn't make it back to the top after the 30 years had passed. That elder had already reached the edge of the limit of his mental defense at this moment. He fiercely clenched his teeth and clenched his hand and shouted under his breath, I make a heavenly oath today. As long as I don't touch a life and death crisis, in the future, I will never have second thoughts about Yi Chuan as my master, or else I will surely have a demon in my heart and the immortal way will be cut off, and the statute of limitations will be half an aeon. That elder had just finished speaking. There was a wisp of mysterious breath floating in his body. The breath drifted away from his body and split into two. One drifted into the clouds above and melted into a part of the heavenly Tao, and one drifted into Yi Chuan's body to form some kind of mysterious connection. The oath of the heavenly Tao has been made. In the future, once this person has violated the behavior of Yi Chuan, then in the future, if it is light, the cultivation will regress, and if it is heavy, the heavenly Tao will send down the heavenly punishment to exterminate his divine soul and flesh together. With this person taking the lead, the remaining few Yuaning elders all followed suit and made their heavenly Tao oaths. Even Jian Wuxin, who was the head of a clan, was forced to bow his head and make a heavenly Tao oath because the situation was stronger than others. After Jian Wuxin made the heavenly Tao oath, the entire misty immortal sect became Yi Chen's possession. In addition to Lin Yuxuan who went out to seek a breakthrough not knowing if he was dead or alive, the rest of the Netherworld Immortal Sect's senior management had all become Yi Chen's slaves, and the entire Netherworld Immortal Sect had already become his property. In just a day's time, Yi Chen had gone from a sect disciple who had been suppressed by his own master at every turn to the de facto ruler of the entire sect. Such variations are mesmerizing. My lord, I wonder what should happen to the three who escaped. At those words, Yi Chen then remembered that his two fellow disciples had also been taken away by Chu Fan along with him. Su Mei and Zhao Linger. Let you guys live for a few more days for now. I'm going to snatch Chu Fan's chance first, as well as that roll of Xin Huang paper in the sea of consciousness. That thing might be the chance for me to become an immortal. So let's let you guys bounce around for a few days more. Although Chu Fan's body's great demon soul had been swallowed by him for more than half, Because of his own cultivation limitations, he was not able to endlessly utilize the power of his previous life's residual soul to achieve the complete obliteration of Chu Fan, and even now, with such a great effort to restrain it, there was not much left of the residual soul's power that had come from his previous life spanning over a long river of time. Thus, Yi Dust did not choose to chase after Chu Fan, plus Chu Fan was really bizarre and incomparable. If not for a certain chance in his past life, he was afraid that he would not understand Chu Fan's true identity even until he died. A person from the upper realm who reincarnated and was burdened with the great fortune of heaven and earth. Just these two items alone were not something that he could be entrusted with. According to his recollection, Chu Fan not only had the remnant soul of that demonic demon in his body to protect him, but also had some huge forces that had formed good karma with him for various reasons. And there was also good karma belonging to Chu Fan within this netherworld immortal Sect's ancestral land. Among them, there is no lack of people who presumptuously attempted to climb through the line of Chu Fan's former worldly cultivators. And there are even a lot of Holy Land saintesses who will become Chu Fan's harem due to various coincidences. And it is not a good matter to directly pursue Chu Fan with the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. So it would be better to restore the cultivation of the former world at an early date first. However, it was still possible to nauseate Chu Fan a bit, or else make him feel better. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea. The Misty Immortal Sect's newest disciple, Chu Fan, cultivated the Devil's Way technique and tried to unite with Zhao Linger and Su Mei, two Sect rebels, to subvert the Misty Immortal Sect. Fortunately, the Immortal Sect elders worked together to stop Chu Fan's premeditated plan. But the Immortal Sect elder, Lin Yuxuan, died at the hands of Chu Fan. Is there a problem with our Immortal Sect putting a bounty on these three renegades? No, but Elder Lin. An elder subconsciously opened his mouth and regretted it just as soon as he opened his mouth. Luckily Jian Wuxin was quick to interrupt him. My lord, I understand. Chu Fan, three people, this kind of devilish disciple who deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestor. Our Immortal Sect is bound to offer a reward, and we will even call on the world's righteousness to hunt them down and kill them together. Yi Chen gave a shallow smile and looked at Jian Wuxin with a little more appreciation in his eyes. Patriarch, please also allow me to make a trip into the ancestral ground, and tell the public that this is a reward for my promotion to the Yuaning stage. It's not a bad rule, is it? Not counting. Not counting. Jian Wuxin's face was full of smiles. Where would he dare to say a word against it? His own and other people's lives are still clutched in Yi Chen's hands, not to mention that this reason is indeed in line with the rules, or not in line with the rules. So what can be done? Can think of an excuse to come out as all ready to give face? To still have an opinion that is afraid that do not want to live. My lord, the Immortal Sect's ancestral ground has already been opened, so my subordinate won't accompany him inside. Jian Wuxian led Yi Chen to a space behind the netherworld Immortal Sect's main hall. He held the Immortal Sect Patriarch order and gently pressed it towards a place in the air, and the Patriarch order suddenly flickered with a burst of white light and floated in the air, spontaneously absorbing the spiritual chi in the hall. At the same time, the space in front of Yi Chuan and the two of them cracked open a spatial fissure, which constantly emitted a thick spiritual chi and intoxicating fragrance. Spare that Jian Wuxin's cultivation was already at the peak of the Yuaning difficult to refine, but the flesh was still greedily absorbing the spiritual chi that was escaping from the space. Ancestral land can only be opened once in 100 years' time, and it only lasts for 3 days at a time. So please move fast, my lord. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. The aura in his body was running. A little golden light was attached to the surface of his body, and he stepped into the spatial crack with a single movement of his body. With one step, the sky spun around and the environment around him changed rapidly. When Yi Chuan opened his eyes again, he had already appeared on top of a rocky cliff, under which countless spirit swords had lost their luster and were inserted into the ground. The earth was cracked continuously, and there was a tombstone towering into the clouds a little farther away. Only once in 100 years can it be opened. Once for 3 days, thanks to the accumulation of 100 years of light. The entire ancestral space in the aura viscous degree is hundreds of times that of the outside world. And even the concentration of the aura under the tombstone is afraid that it is not far from the outside world of the secret realm of the merged body great cultivator. And their own Misty Fairy clan is located in the Tianwu domain, the strongest in the Tianwu domain, but the strongest into the realm of refining the virtual realm and the realm of the body is still far away. It can be said that the ancestral secret realm has been the best secret realm in the entire Tianwu domain. Cultivating here will surely take 1,000 miles a day, and even if you throw a pig in for 3 days, you will be able to draw chi into your body. Sure enough, in my previous life I didn't make it to the ancestral land, but it was Chu Fan who entered here after plundering my talent. He was only in the refining stage at that time, and when he came out in the period of 3 days, he was already in the great circle of foundation building. But this time the chance belongs to me, and I will finally be able to cultivate the immortal laws here. With this in mind, Chuan deep in the sea of consciousness sitting on the Shenyang paper residual soul open eyes. Power convergence hands above. Boundless soul greatness into the Shenyang paper above. The paper gradually appeared on the existence of the unknown number of years of the font. The immortal technique of creation. The supreme technique that was taken from above the immortal ladder in your last life was not meant to be with you in your previous life. But in this life it is just right. Perhaps this is what you have calculated. Chapter 8, Dispersion and Retraining. Chuan's divine sense probed out of the sea of consciousness and looked at the volume of the immortal creation skill. A sense of excitement surged through his heart. Even though he had now accepted most of the memories contained within the remnants of his previous life, he was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. If the prerequisite for him to be able to cultivate to the peak and change his destiny in his previous life was the extremely high-quality magic weapon 7-star glazed lamp in his hand, then the thing that completely changed his destiny was the volume of creation immortal secrets deep in his sea of consciousness. 7-star glazed lamp so that his cultivation was abolished after the sea of consciousness planted a band still maintains the soul is not extinguished, which allows him to meet the opportunity to repair the spiritual veins. But this cannot change the fact that he suffered in his previous life. Only the creation of the immortal skill carries a wisp of his residual soul across the river of time against the tide only to change all this. That's right. The fact is that even Chuan's heavenly cultivation in his previous life couldn't come across the river of time with a wisp of his residual soul. And the reason why he was able to send out this wisp of his residual soul was that he had borrowed the power of the immortal technique of creation. The creation immortal technique was found by Chuan on the mysterious immortal staircase. Just one glance and he understood the preciousness of this technique. He found countless broken techniques and even immortal weapons on top of the immortal staircase. Without exception, all these things have lost their spirituality, and are empty of immortal rhythm and no immortal spirit. But this immortal creation technique was different. Despite being strewn with gut-wrenching scars, it was full of aura and immortal charm. If not, ye dust at that time has been a half-step pseudo-immortal realm of the transition stage. Cultivation cannot easily change the cultivation method. If you want to change the method, only have to break up and repair. He was afraid to immediately leave the immortal ladder to practice this method. Can only say that the timing of the coming is not coincidental, but now it was just right. Chuan had fallen above the immortal staircase in his previous life, and a wisp of his residual soul borrowed the creation immortal technique to return to the present at the Yuaning stage. Then everything would be different. As more and more information surfaced from the volume of the immortal creation technique deep in Chuan's sea of consciousness, the divine soul's underlying content contained in the remnant soul was also shrinking rapidly. This consumes far more than I can imagine. Even a void refining powerhouse is afraid that it should be absorbed at this moment. No, hold on for a moment. Chuan gritted his teeth and insisted. And this volume of the immortal creation skill finally fully unfolded in the world at the edge of that wisp of residual soul approaching the point of shattering. This law is named after the creation. What is the creation? As I see it, the creation is nothing more than the chance encountered by thousands of living beings. All the chi, techniques, aura are all part of the creation. The Tao of Heaven has more than enough to make up for the lack of it. There are still some people are not enough, but some people have great chi. How unfair, how stupid. So that the birth of this law. This is the immortal law, but also the law of man. If the heavenly law is unfair, if the innate insufficiency, if the heart is not willing, practice this law. Seize the creation, swallow the heaven and earth, shape your own body, all the creation for their own use. The heavenly law cannot do things will be done by their own, regardless of right and wrong, regardless of the right and wrong, regardless of the magic way. The heart has a way to loot all the way to the top of the great Taoism. To practice this method, you need to break your own creation, break your own immortal destiny, cut off all your own cultivation, cut off the karma of heaven and earth, cut off the constraints of the heavenly Tao. No longer be limited by the heavenly Tao, and after that, you can travel alone between heaven and earth, and all the predestined karma can't touch you, and you can jump out of the 5 elements. Yi Chen looked at the words stated on the gongfu and shouted the word good in a loud voice. He could see that kind of arrogance of looking out of the world from that volume of gongfu. If the heavenly Tao doesn't allow it, I will take it from myself. Such concepts were very similar to Chuan's previous life. Cultivation is abolished. The sky wants me to die. So what? The 7-star glazed lamp blessing soul. Mysterious chance to reshape the meridian. Thousands of years later still proudly in the world. Heaven does not bless me. Chu Fan is burdened with great fortune. Along the way, countless nobles, even if the bad thing to do all still climb to the peak. And finally even in the immortal ladder beheading me. So what? I am still a wisp of residual soul with the help of the creation of immortal know-how across the long river of time against the current to change the beginning of the tragedy. Now is the time to choose. Is along the way to cultivate by the fate of the netherworld to play in the palm of your hand, or to fight against the theory of heaven and earth to cultivate this creation of the immortal skill. Is there any need to think? The path is already at your feet. Just follow your heart. Yi Chuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and without hesitation, he ruthlessly slapped his palm at the dantian. A crisp ringing sound resounded through the secret realm. Yi Chuan's aura steeply withered. The Tao infant in his body that had just formed not long ago was heavily damaged. The essence of the aura escaped from the cracks, and the golden yellow Yuan Dan at the dantian collapsed, and the aura in his body tilted out as if it had found a vent. Yi Chuan's eyes stared, and the aura of his entire body accelerated to escape as the residual soul within his sea of consciousness exerted its power to squeeze it. In just a few moments, he had fallen from his peak Yuaning stage cultivation to the mortal realm. But soon, Yi Chuan followed the cultivation method of the volume of creation immortal technique deep in his sea of consciousness, and mobilized the residual soul deep in his sea of consciousness to start consciously pulling the aura within the ancestral land. The power of a divine soul that was comparable to that of a supreme deity exploded out, like a deity appearing in this small ethereal immortal sect's secret realm. In a flash, just a few breaths after the manifestation of the power of the divine soul, the aura around Yi Chuan was attracted to Yi Chuan's body, and all of the auras that had been accumulated for 100 years within the netherworld immortal sect's ancestral land came in like a tidal wave. A vast vortex of spiritual chi was formed with the location of Yi Chuan's feet as the center, and the viscous spiritual chi turned into a trickle rushing into Yi Chuan's body under the intentional control of the residual soul's divine soul power in Yi Chuan's body. In just a few breaths of time, Yi Chuan drew chi into his body along a vein that had never been attempted before. Another close to an incense stick of time passed. Chi refining first layer. Chi refining second layer, Chi refining seventh layer. This kind of speed even in the history of tens of thousands of years in this area to see is also a unique legend. Too slow, not enough. Yi Duan was still not satisfied with his own cultivation speed, which would certainly make countless people's hearts break if they heard it from the cultivators outside. Ordinary people from the introduction of Chi into the body to the 7th level of Chi refining at least nearly 2 months. Even the clan pride will need 1 month. And the ethereal immortal sect is located in the Tianxian domain of the fastest cultivation speed to maintain the time needed 14 days. Yi Chuan himself before the cultivation is required 21 days. It was not that Yi Chuan's talent was not good. While he did not even have the most basic spirit stones when he was practicing, he could only exhale the outside world's thin spirit chi on a daily basis, which was why he did not surpass the legend of the 14 days of refining chi at the 7th level. But even if Yi Chuan himself was practicing in the ancestral land over again, it would still take about 5 days. This was enough to see how powerful this creation immortal skill that Yi Chuan cultivated was. Only Yi Chuan still felt that something was lacking. No, if it is that this method is to reverse the reason of heaven and earth and take away the creation of heaven and earth, so the speed is incomparably fast in cultivation, and the route of running the spiritual chi is even more forbidden, and this is why it is cultivated faster. Then what if other people's spiritual veins are not as good as mine? How can this be called a heaven-defying method? I don't need to worry about my spiritual veins. A flash of enlightenment flashed in the depths of Yi Chen's eyes as he finally understood what he was lacking in his cultivation. He violently running aura convergence of hands grasped into the dantian. A forceful pull, a heartbreaking pain surged up, but he completely ignored the other proceeded to force. Bear with me. A crystal clear thick spirit vein was ripped out and fell to the ground. This was the source of Yi Chen's talent. Spiritual veins are also known as spiritual roots. Yi Chuan is not an unusual pride as natural dual spiritual roots. He only has this flawless spiritual roots, but his talent is far better than the rest of the dual spiritual roots of the talent. It is because of his flawless spiritual roots do not have a heart demon. The cause of all the law is cultivated. All the arts he can cultivate. There is no threat to the heart demon. The speed of cultivation is even more with the 3 roots of the supreme pride of the world is not far from it. And now he had taken the initiative to pull out this spirit vein that was coveted by countless people, which meant that he had taken the initiative to nullify his talent. However, Yi Duan was laughing maniacally. It's true. Who said that you must have a spiritual root to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? I practice the method of creation. My own self is the container. As long as I want, then all parts of the body can absorb the spiritual chi rather than being confined to the spiritual vein to absorb. After saying that, the aura around him violently raged, and Yi Chen withdrew the suppression of the residual soul in his sea of consciousness. The loss of suppressed aura turned into a tidal wave rushing into Yi Chuan's body seemingly to burst him. However, the volume of immortal creation technique deep within Yi Chen's sea of consciousness bloomed with endless immortal light. Yi Chuan's entire body was like a whale swallowing a rainbow sucking in the thick aura around him. Everything that entered Yi Chuan's body that should have been unable to be absorbed due to the lack of spiritual veins was transformed into a part of Yi Chuan's body under the illumination of the volume of immortal creation skill immortal light deep in the sea of consciousness. A spiritual vein connecting all parts of the body was more thick and transparent than the flawless spiritual root in Yi Chuan's body. And this was the spiritual vein. which had nothing to do with flesh and blood, and was entirely a spiritual vein that was condensed by plundering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Immediately after that, the excess aura in Yi Chuan's body began to spontaneously coalesce into the embryonic form of the Tao Foundation under the illumination of the immortal light. There was no need to swallow the foundation building pill, only the aura of heaven and earth, with no impurities and no defects. This is the real foundation building for me. No need for pills to add to it, taking away the creation of heaven and earth and making it. So that is cultivation. With the moment Yi Chuan succeeded in building the foundation, the majestic spiritual chi within the entire secret area surged towards Yi Chuan as if attracted by some kind of attraction, and Yi Chuan came to devour all the spiritual chi within the secret area crazily without refusing. Half a day has passed. A soybean-sized 5-colored Dan appeared in Yi Chuan's dantian, and the rich spiritual chi continuously coiled around its edges to strengthen the golden Dan. An aura uniquely belonging to the Jedan stage emerged from Yi Chen's body. He's going to be a Dan. In a blink of an eye, a sudden change occurred. The sky changed from clear to cloudy. The clouds over the misty immortal sect shrouded hundreds of thousands of miles of area inside and outside of the immortal sect. The tyrannical heavenly Tao's thunder was conceived in it, and the vastness of the heavenly Tao's greatness seemed like it wanted to destroy all of the living creatures in this hundreds of thousands of miles of area together. The moment Yi Chuan's divine soul probed outside the secret boundary, the thunder clouds above the 9 heavens locked onto his aura, and the scalp-numbing aura of destruction continued to coalesce. Chapter 9, Ancestor? Swallowed. Above the sky that raging thunder breath without the slightest concealment, where the immortal sect of the internal people are aware of, or look to the sky, or directly use the divine sense to probe, which the clan hall within the number of Yuaning elders is also the same. What in the world is this thing? Why did my misty immortal sect invoke the descent of heavenly punishment? Jian Wuxin looked at the constantly flickering tyrannical lightning above the sky. His legs couldn't stop trembling. Any cultivator whose cultivation had reached the Yuaning stage had an instinctive fear of this heavenly lightning. Throughout history, countless pride at a young age. The cultivation has reached the stage of infancy, but infancy into the god is a moat. The god of the thunderbolt under the infancy of the strong, even the soul of the opportunity to escape. Everything will return to nothingness. Now how horrible the thunderbolt that is about to descend on the misty immortal sect, which Jian Wuxin is most aware of. His cultivation has reached the perfection of the Yuaning stage for many years and has long touched the threshold. But after watching others break through the thunderbolt of the goddess of transformation from various sources, he thinks that he is not completely sure, which is why he has suppressed his cultivation to this day. Could it be that Yi Chen broke through? Impossible. Before and after only half a day. Moreover, this thunder tribulation is more powerful and violent than any of the god transformation thunder tribulation I've ever seen, as if the heavenly Tao has the spirit to rain down heavenly punishment. This shouldn't be called a thunder tribulation. It should be called heavenly wrath. Jian Wuxin viciously gritted his teeth and pulled out the communication jade pendant from his bosom, about to notify the other elders in the sect to evacuate. Just without waiting for him to inform him, Yi Chen, who was in the secret realm of the ancestral land, sent out a divine thought to come into his mind. Open the clan protection array at all costs. Defend the netherworld immortal sect to the death, and wait for me to come out of the gate. The few numbers were the ones that made Jian Wuxin's heart sink completely. Raising the entire clan's strength to fight the lightning tribulation for Yi Chen? He wanted to say no, but the heavenly Tao oath was still in effect, and he couldn't resist Yi Chen's order without being in a life and death crisis. He looked around at the Yuaning elders who were also looking unsightly. The glimmer of hope in his heart completely dissipated, but inexplicably a strange kind of celebration rose in his heart. Fortunately, these guys can't get away just as well. Thankfully, obviously, these elders had also received Yi Chen's divine thought transmission at the same moment. Lord Patriarch, we'd better run. It's not true that our patriarchal protection formation can resist transformation spirits, but this thunderbolt is afraid that even transformation spirit cultivators will perish in it. Yes, Lord Sovereign, this guy Yi Chuan must have done something heavenly and manly to usher in this kind of lightning punishment. The only way for us to evacuate now is to evacuate. Although it's a pity to lose the immortal sect's 10,000-year-old foundation, but the immortal sect won't die if we are still alive. Without waiting for the rest of the elders to continue speaking, Jian Wuxin opened his mouth to extinguish the flames of hope that they were trying to escape and live. Yeah, we live as long as the immortal sect lives. That's why Yi Chen didn't bother with the other disciples after asking us to submit. Do we have a choice now? Unless you want to die because of violating the heavenly Tao oath in a short while after the demonic barrier haunts your cultivation. A Yuaning stage power die because of this absurd reason. Are you guys willing to do so? Jian Wuxian's sharp language hit the center of the problem. Just like a pot of cold water pouring down. Yes, who does not have a few points of pride? If they can live naturally, want to live, but cannot live when it should also show a few points as a cultivator of pride out. When Jian Wuxin saw the clenched fists of many of the elders, the tension in his heart subsided for the most part. We might as well stay and fight. You can think of this thunderbolt if Yi Chen breaks through the god of transformation and how. Even if we have a large array of support, although it does not defeat the thunderbolt, but can also hold on for a few moments to Yi Chen's combat strength if he passes through this calamity. You have ever thought of the meaning of it? That's a 30-year-old god realization practitioner. We're a dragon's work. As Jian Wuxin's words turned, the several Yuaning elders underneath looked at each other with one eye. They all saw a touch of madness and determination in each other's eyes. The cultivation world of immortals was honored by strength. If Yi Chuan could really become a 30-year-old god transformation stage, their future cultivation under Yi Chuan's blessing was bound to be smooth sailing, and at that time, all their efforts would be rewarded. Spell it out. Jian Wuxin's face rejoiced at the sight, and he somewhat sheepishly looked at the spatial crack behind him. He then shouted, "Start the formation." In a flash, the Dao bells within the sect resounded throughout the entire sect, and the Netherworld Immortal sect entered a state of full preparation for battle. Countless disciples were sitting on the ground to run the sect's techniques, and several Yuaning elders were also sitting on one of the large formation nodes, with Jian Wuxin as the center. The Immortal sect emerged from all directions with infinite sword intent. Jian Wuxin bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, dropping it into the eye of the formation. And at that moment, a magnificent and incomparable sword intent rose up to the sky, and a blood-colored longsword rushed into the clouds to fight with the thunderbolt which was not yet fully formed. Within the Immortal sect's secret territory, this Jian Wuxian is not bad. Is it to show loyalty in front of me? No matter. It's good to be smart. With a mutter, Yi Chen put his mind into the dantian within his body. The rich and incomparable spiritual qi turned into a trickle of fine streams pouring into his dantian, and a colorful dam that took on a multicolored and eye-catching hue gradually transformed from a shadow into a substance. The volume of creation immortal skill appeared outside Yi Chuan's body deep in his sea of consciousness, and soft immortal light poured down. The Jin Dan in his body suddenly turned into substance, and the breath of the Jin Dan stage raged out, shaking the entire secret realm slightly. Is this aura not enough? Yi Chen raised his head and looked around. The aura that had accumulated for 100 years in the misty immortal sect's ancestral mysteries had been swept away by him, and at the moment, the thin aura inside was inferior even to the outside world. No, there was still something inside the secret area that he hadn't used up. In his previous life, the ethereal immortal sect still had an old ancestor who had awakened and crawled out from the ancestral land, and it was also under the great power of this old ancestor that Chu Fan was able to borrow the ethereal immortal sect to truly make a name for himself in the heavenly wasteland domain. Of course, as the price has naturally sacrificed the entire misty immortal clan as Chu Fan's help. A few years later the immortal clan will be destroyed because of the arrival of a devil cultivator. The whole clan up and down in addition to a few Chu Fan's beloved in the harem are all being refined into blood dan. It was already clear who the murderer was in this, but Yi Chuan didn't care because he was no different from Chu Fan. Devouring other people's cultivation for this and other behaviors like this he could also do, and could even do it better. Yi Chuan moved on his toes, and the entire person disappeared in place to appear under the huge stone monument within the secret territory. The stone monument was inscribed with ancient and pale words. The founder of the misty immortal sect, Lord Spirit Sword. Yi Chuan raised his hand and stroked the words on it. He could feel how harsh and powerful the sword intent that remained on it was. This person was afraid that he had already reached the realm of practicing void in his lifetime. I don't know how Chu Fan awakened him, but it's not impossible to use sword intent to induce it. The matching sword at Yi Chuan's waist flew out, and several more sword marks appeared on top of the stone monument, which contained a sword intent that was uniquely Yi Chuan's own. It seemed that Yi Chen's sword intent had opened some organ, and the stone monument began to tremble violently, and with that, the entire secret realm began to tremble continuously as well. Yi Chen's eyes remained unchanged as he looked towards the stone monument, which collapsed with a bang, and a wisp of residual soul flew out from it. That is an old man. The old man, beard and hair are white, eyes sharp and comparable, waist with a number of swords. The end is a stream of sword fairy wind. Just a closer look. The old man's soul, illusory incomparable, which contains the power of the soul, is extremely weak. Kid, you woke up the old man. The old man's spirit sword superior. Wait, you don't have the sword intent I left behind. Then by what means did you wake me up? Yi Chuan ignored the old man's question as the power of his divine soul coalesced into a pair of giant hands that ruthlessly grabbed him. Kid, who the hell are you? You're not the one I'm going to wait for. Quickly let go of the old ancestor me. Are you not going to perform the great disrespectful act of deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor? You ungrateful son and grandson. Listening to the old man's piercing cry, Yi Chuan just gave a shallow smile, although he didn't know who this spirit sword superior was going to wait for. Based on his memories from his previous life, the person he was going to wait for should be Chu Fan. This spirit sword lord in front of him was the same old ancestor who had come out from within the ancestral land in his previous life and then brought the entire misty immortal sect together to support Chu Fan. For Yi Chen, if he wanted to completely grasp the entire misty immortal sect, this old ancestor was a hidden danger. It was hard to guarantee that the old ancestor would not help Chu Fan as he had in his previous life. Moreover, from his words he just vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some special relationship between this old ancestor and Chu Fan. Two guys who should never have crossed paths seem to have some kind of connection. And everything gets interesting with that. Old ancestor. I wonder who it is you're waiting for and for what reason you're waiting. You disrespectful juniors don't deserve to know such hidden secrets. Don't let go of the old ancestor. There is no harm. The old ancestor will naturally say later. Just now the clan suffered a great calamity. But also please senior into my belly together to go out to defend the enemy it. After saying that, under the shocked gaze of the spirit sword superior, a ghostly light flashed in the depths of Yi Chen's eyes. The open mouth transformed into a huge black hole, from which boundless suction power emanated. The spirit sword superior's soul continuously pinched and switched spells, and the spells in his mouth drank out frantically. Countless soul sharp swords changed beside the soul trying to resist Yi Chen's devouring power. But it's too weak. Yi Chuan's divine soul's big hand moved, not giving the spirit sword superior the slightest chance to resist, directly slapping the sharp sword that had coalesced around the spirit sword superior's soul to smithereens, and grabbing it and throwing it into his mouth. Spirit sword Shanren could no longer make half a sound. Chapter 10, Condensing Infants with Heavenly Thunder. Ethereal Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect's inner protective formation was running at full strength, and the aura was depleting at a rapid rate. At this moment, Jian Wuxin was like a sword immortal hovering high in the sky under the support of the formation. Tens of thousands of spirit swords beside him transformed into a huge sword formation to wrap him up, and the 3-foot green blade in his hand was pointing straight up in the air, rather like a sword immortal's wind. The aura emanating from one of the long swords could not help but make even a transformation god realm powerhouse a little alarmed. Only, a purple thunderbolt above the 9 heavens transformed into a 5-clawed thunder dragon falling down and rushing towards Jian Wuxin, biting into the sword formation. Boom! Countless spirit swords turned into mortal soldiers and fell to the ground due to this strike, and the long sword in Jian Wuxin's hand was shattered into several pieces, and he himself even sprayed a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards due to facing the heavenly might directly. Pust! Patriarch can't hold on much longer. The clan hall several auxiliary manipulation of the array of Yuaning elders breath unsteady a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The whole person is almost about to fainted in the past. The breath atrophied to the extreme. An even more direct cultivation fell down the heart of the Tao is not stable. Dead. Dead. This guy Yi Chen is lying to us. Don't you guys understand? He's taking our lives to fight the heavenly tribulation for him. He's not asking us to hold on for a moment at all. He's asking us to use our lives to consume the heavenly tribulation. Yes, we have to run. The Great Hall's prohibition has been broken. We have to run. For a moment, the few remaining Yuaning elders in the Great Hall who still had some strength left struggled to cast spells to leave, not caring about the heavenly Tao oath at this moment. All they want is to live a little longer, even if they have to suffer and die. Originally I should have just killed you guys, but seeing as you guys have at least used your lives to help me protect the law, then this will not be an exception. Yi Chuan's voice came. Several Yuaning elders who wanted to violate the heavenly Tao oath to violate Yi Chuan's order froze in their movements. They looked in search of the sound, and Yi Chuan dressed in white walked out slowly at the crack in the space of the secret realm. But this didn't reassure them in the slightest. Instead, they lost their minds completely. Under their divine sense probing, they discovered that the aura of the Tao infant within Yi Chen's body had disappeared, so they could only think of one possibility. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Yi Chen didn't make a breakthrough. Instead he has now fallen to the Jedan stage in his realm for some reason. Yi Chen did not pay attention to the minds of a few people, tapping the bell on his waist to call out the 7-star glazed lamp, and with a thought, several breaths flew out of the glazed lamp into the bodies of a few injured elders. A few people's face quickly rosy, although the body's aura is still weak, but the soul foundation of the injury has no major obstacles, only need to rest and recuperate can be restored so. Yi Chen appeared beside Jian Wuxian with a flash of his body. My lord, your realm. No problem. There was a hiccup. Let me do it. Yi Chen didn't explain too much and just told Jian Wuxian to retreat first to nurse his wounds. At the moment Yi Chen appeared, the thunderbolt suddenly went berserk. Earlier the thunderbolt was just an indiscriminate attack, but only after detecting Yi Chen's aura did it truly reveal what heavenly punishment was. Above the thunderclouds, 10,000 thunderstorms surged and collided. The might of the heavenly Tao spread over several miles inside and outside the immortal sect, and dozens of heavenly Tao violet thunderstorms comparable to the full force of a Hierophant's strike transformed into a head of thunder dragons rushing towards Yi Duan with their teeth and claws flailing. Under this move, Not to mention the misty immortal sect that has been in decline so far. Even if any of the sects in this heavenly wasteland domain want to resist, it will not be extremely easy. It's over. The netherworld immortal sect is going to be over. Even if this misty immortal sect can resist this thunderbolt, they will certainly not be able to fight again, so we can make our move. Some of the heavenly desolate domain's righteous cultivator great powers hidden in the vicinity of the netherworld immortal sect were greedily gazing at the two silhouettes high above the sky, and they mutually all saw from the depths of each other's eyes that touch of brutality that was extremely well hidden, and they were just like hounds that smelled the scent of blood and couldn't wait to divide the resources of the netherworld immortal sect's dilapidated state at this moment. Misty immortal sect at its peak as a first-class power within the heavenly wasteland domain. After the collapse of that will certainly be a feast, no matter whether the righteous or the devil's way. Their ideas are surprisingly consistent. Swallowed the misty immortal sect. A whale falls and all things are born. This is the iron law of the immortal cultivation world. Just something unexpected happened to them. Yi Chen did not flash or dodge in the face of those dozens of heavenly thunderbolts, and opened his mouth to spit out an illusory soul, which was precisely that spirit sword superior. Spirit sword Shanren had managed to get out of Yi Chen's dark belly with great difficulty, and just as he wanted to flee he realized that a divine soul chain had been imposed between his soul and Yi Chen, unable to escape at all. What was even more terrifying was that when he looked up, dozens of heavenly Dao thunders were flying at him. Ah! What the hell is this? Adversary, quickly let the ancestor me go. I can't carry this heavenly thunder. Ancestor, please also rest assured that the late generation knows that the heart, naturally, will move to protect you from death. Just still hope that the old ancestor for the sake of the entire immortal clan and go all out. Yi Chuan ignored the ghostly cries of the spirit sword superior and raised his hand to shoot out an aura into the 7-star glazed lamp. The 7-star glazed lamp instantly rose in blood color to cover the sight of the crowd below. Yi Chuan moved without stopping, grabbing the 7-star glazed lamp with one hand and pinching the spell with the other. In an instant, the flames within the 7-star glazed lamp soared, and Lin Yushuan's soul, trapped at the wick, changed its shape as if it were kneading dough under the scorching flames, obviously in great pain. The benefit of such changes is that the glazed lamp escaped a large number of nourishing soul breath. The breath surged into the body of the Spirit Sword Lord. The Spirit Sword Lord's breath instantly came to the transformation of the divine stage. The happiness came too suddenly. Before the Spirit Sword Lord was immersed in the joy of his own weak soul restored to the transformation of the divine stage, the heavenly thunder had already come. I've recovered to transformation spirit. Then does refined void. Ah! How dare you use me to fight the lightning tribulation for you? Yi Chuan's face remained unchanged, and with a thought he grabbed the soul of the Spirit Sword Superior as a shield against the thunderbolt and rushed towards the clouds above the 9 heavens. The Spirit Sword Superior was completely unable to break free from Yi Chen's control. The breath that he had inhaled earlier to nourish his divine soul contained some sort of prohibition. In this way he could only do everything he could to block the heavenly thunder for Yi Chen. Even though he was reluctant, it was useless. Dying. Apprentice grandson. At least you're a part of my misty immortal sect. If this keeps up, old ancestor, I'm going to die. You don't want to bear the name of deceiving your teacher and destroying your ancestor. No harm done. As long as you're dead no one will know. If you don't want to die then hurry up and show your tricks. Kid, don't let me catch you later. Under the threat of death, even if the Spirit Sword Superior was no longer reluctant, he still used all his means in order to survive. With the power of the 7-star glazed lamp in Yi Chen's hand feeding him, the Spirit Sword Superior was able to condense the soul sword to execute his pre-birth sword intent. Several sword intent broke through the blockade of the thunderbolt, and Yi Chuan's body flashed to perform the method of transfer to rapidly approach the clouds. After executing this move, the Spirit Sword Lord's soul completely dimmed, and even with the 7-star glazed lamp supplying the power of the divine soul, he was unable to execute the divine ability again. And it's barely up to my standards, Yi Chuan muttered. Re-swallowed the soul of the Spirit Sword Superior back into his stomach, and the 7-star glazed lamp transformed into a blood-colored meteor drilling into the center of his brow. And without the obstruction of the thunderbolt the entire person slammed headfirst into the thunderbolt clouds. In a flash, as if Yi Chuan's action had angered the heavenly tribulation, the power of the tribulation soared again and reached its peak, approaching the peak power of the god of transformation. A pillar-shaped thunder that was comparable to the size of a giant tree blasted towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan saw this and his mind moved, and the mysterious and unpredictable volume of creation immortal technique that was deep in his sea of consciousness surfaced outside his body. Unlike the soft immortal light that had helped Yi Chen refine his aura in the past, a domineering to the extreme aura was revealed. The thunder that contained the full force of this heavenly tribulation was forcibly absorbed into it, and then following the immortal technique of creation, the heavenly thunder power from the tribulation was forcibly converged at Yi Chen's dantian. This was Yi Chuan's plan, the creation immortal technique, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. then directly seizing the power of heavenly thunder to condense the baby. Thunderjack anger. Clouds on the lightning collide with each other. Seems to be storing power waste between the leaf dust completely crushed. It was just that this was nothing but futile. The suction power of the immortal creation technique increased once again, and all of the heavenly thunder within the entire thunder tribulation was sucked into it. Under the suppression of Yi Chuan's divine soul power, those raging heavenly thunderbolts in his body were consciously fused, eliminating the impurities in them, and absorbing their inner subtleties by pulling them out of the cocoon. The heavenly thunder is also condensed by the spiritual chi, which is nothing more than the power of the heavenly Tao implicitly contained in it. So why can't it be absorbed? Give me success. Give me success. What's wrong with me condensing a baby with heavenly Tao's thunder? Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a few touches of madness in the depths of his eyes, and the five-colored golden Dan in his dantian operated at full strength. His cultivation continued to increase, and vaguely there was already a shadow of the Tao infant floating in his dantian. On its hidden flickering a number of purple thunder around its body. Purple thunder collision between the burst of infinite power of the heavenly Tao is mind-blowing. Only the Tao baby is very unstable. Every purple thunder collision will cause the Tao baby to produce a slight tremor. Yi Chuan's eyes condensed, sitting in the depths of the sea of consciousness to use that seven-star glazed lamp to restore the remnants of the previous life violently opened his eyes. The aura that uniquely belonged to that previous life's half-step to immortality was revealed, and the purple thunder on the Tao infant slowly returned to calm. The shadows materialized as they did. The heavenly thunderbolt has formed a baby. Instantly, the clouds above the nine heavens dissipated, and the aura locked by the previous thunderbolt disappeared with it. Yi Chen's merciless eyes scanned the hundreds of miles around the netherworld immortal sect from high in the sky, and his divine soul wantonly swept over those cultivators hiding in the vicinity with no good intentions. Those immortal cultivators hiding in the shadows who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to annex the netherworld immortal sect all felt this terrifying divine soul aura. If you want to take advantage of the fire, then leave your life behind. Chapter 11, Leaving Money to Buy Your Life. Who is this person? I've never heard of such a young and powerful person from the netherworld immortal sect. The revealed cultivation is that of the Yuaning stage, but the strength of this divine soul is afraid that it's not a transformation god expert. Ancestor, don't say anything. If you don't leave, you'll be in danger of a catastrophe. This guy, so strong, brothers, the wind is tight pulling who? In the instant that Yi Chuan's divine soul detected it, several silhouettes clad in black flew out of a mountain range, each casting a recluse technique to flee outward. Seek death. Yi Chen's divine soul had long since locked onto a few people and opened his right hand. 5 Immortals Sword of Destruction. The object handle of the aura flying sword that secretly contained the power of the heavenly Tao transformed into a beautiful rainbow and chopped towards the fleeing few people. This sword is so terrifyingly powerful. Don't hide. Split up. The leader of the old man shouted. One hand pinched. A black mist surged beside the body. The figure turned into a withered bone is about to leave. The remaining number of people also used their own means, their Yuaning stage aura revealing itself beyond compare. Splitting up? It's decisive. Just one person and one sword is enough. Yi Dust's cold words resounded through dozens of miles of area, not waiting for the crowd to recognize whether or not his words were exaggerated. Previously, Yi Chen issued the 5 immortal demon slaying swords, then all separated into 5 spirit swords chasing after the 5 people fleeing, and it's on the flickering purple lightning collision under the vastness of the heavenly might. The spirit sword speed is even more. Jeer. 5 spirit swords pierced through the eyebrows of those 5 people, and several Yuaning cultivators were pierced through by the spirit swords without even managing to cast their aura shields. These 5 spirit swords still had the might of the heavenly Tao attached to them, and this strike was directly the destruction of the divine soul. 5 corpses fell straight from the sky. Only the body of the leading old man had a mutation. The body turned into a withered skeleton racked with black mist to the far away madly disappeared, which barely recovered a small life. This instantly caused many righteous cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air. A younger man opened his mouth to mutter even more in disbelief. Those guys are the demonic cultivators of the 10,000 bone forest, of which the leading one is the bone demon of the 10,000 bone forest. It is said that his strength has already reached the peak of the Yuaning if it is not for the fear of being surrounded by the righteous path when he breaks through. He is afraid that he would have already become a god-realizing cultivator at the moment, but now he is forced by that person's casual move to cast a secret method to escape. So what cultivation level should this person be? The man's words were also a reflection of the hearts of the rest of the cultivators, and a bold thought surged through the minds of all of them. This person is a goddess of transformation cultivator. Such a young god of transformation actually appeared in a downtrodden power like the netherworld immortal sect? Go, capture those 4 corpses. I still have a use for them. Yi Chen instructed to Jian Wu Xin, who was already looking stunned not far away. Yes, I'll go now. Jian Wuxin hurriedly agreed, his words humble and incomparable. and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards the location of the 4 corpses. Chuan turned his head and scanned the frightened righteous cultivators below who were already in a state of hexenbiosis and slowly spoke. "Gentlemen, the demons have been removed. Now it's time to talk about us." These righteous cultivators had varying cultivation levels. Some were at the Yuaning stage, while others were at the Jiedan stage. There were even a few juniors who hadn't even reached the linking dan, following the Yuaning elders of their own forces to mix in with them. Behind these people have a large or small forces. Familiar with the memories of his past life, each one just a casual sweep of the divine soul will probably know what sect they are from. The one with the most people here was the Leaving Fire Immortal sect, which was also a first-rate force in the Heavenly Wasteland domain, while the one that was slightly less powerful was the 10,000 Cultivation Alliance, which housed a large number of scattered cultivators, and the rest were mainly people from the major immortal cultivation families. A Yuaning cultivator of the Fire Immortal sect talked with the cultivators of the sect and bit his teeth before arching his hand and stepping out of the crowd to inquire. "I wonder what Your Honor wants to say to us. We will certainly listen with all ears, but we are just watching for a moment or two, although we have not come to help, but also by no means an unsuspecting person. Just now the senior killed 4 demonic cultivators. We deeply admire. Just hope that the senior should not be a small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. The late generation of the clan is not without the transformation of the god great powers." Leaf Dust raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. "You all came to my immortal sect domain to take advantage of the fire. And now this is your attitude? If I make a move, I will have killed you by mistake? You're still treating the gentleman's heart like a small man's? According to what you said, is it possible that I can't make a move until you've killed my misty immortal sect? Otherwise, you're hurting people for no reason? He, ridiculous. Then I will do that devilish act for once." Yi Chuan's breath was released around his body, and the vastness of the divine soul pressure like the sea swept out, overwhelming all these cultivators below. Only the 2 leading half-step god realization cultivators from the Li Huaxian sect and Wanshou alliance could barely resist, and the rest of the cultivators who had not long entered the Yuaning stage were all suppressed by the heavenly Tao pressure that was emitted from Yi Chuan's body from time to time. Without waiting for Yi Chen to continue with his next move, Sword Wuxin returned to his side to transmit his voice and speak. "My lord, these people are not to be messed with, especially the Leaving Fire Immortal sect. They are on par with our Misty Immortal sect. They were also founded by the Void Refining Ancestor, and nowadays, there are also several God-realizing Taishang elders within the sect, while the Taishang elders of our sect have been out for a long time without knowing whether they are alive or dead, so please also be cautious. No matter, I know in my heart that I won't kill them all yet. I'll probably leave a few alive, right? Ah, my lord." Jian Wuxin wanted to speak, but Yi Chen's divine soul swept through and he violently closed his mouth. Yi Chen was located high up in the sky and turned around to raise his hand towards the bottom, and a huge aura palm blasted down and smashed into one person. The palm was so large that it covered the sky, and when the man realized that the light in the sky had disappeared and raised his head against the pressure, the huge palm was already approaching. Ah, grimace! A Yuaning stage loose cultivator instantly turned into a meat cake. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. His soul was captured by the aura's big hand. A Yuaning cultivator didn't even have the slightest bit of room to resist. "Senior, don't listen to the words of a villain. We really don't have the slightest intention of making things difficult for your clan. Elder, please also let us go. We are ghostly and will never do it again. Elder, please also let go of the restraints." The crowd wanted to flee outward, but they were firmly locked by Yi Chen's divine soul and were completely unable to move. Perhaps they couldn't bear this kind of Yi Chen's appearance that didn't put them in their eyes, or perhaps it was for the sake of seeking a way out. Several cultivators rebuked Yi Chen's divine soul pressure in a loud voice. "Senior, although you're powerful enough, we're in the same righteous path. If you don't want to make an enemy of the entire righteous path. I am a disciple of the Li Fire Immortal sect. If you dare to kill me, my master." Without waiting to finish, Yi Chuan landed several more aura palms, harvesting the lives of these several Jiedan stage cultivators, and the souls of the dead were still captured by the big hands to be transformed by Yi Chuan for his own use. Even Jian Wuxin, who was protecting Yi Chen's side, watched this scene with his eyebrows jumping up and down, and in his heart, he was glad that he surrendered quickly enough, or else he and those Yuaning elders within the Netherworld Immortal sect would have become the dead souls of Yi Chen's subordinates at this moment. This was especially true of the cultivators below who were already at fault. What kind of demon is this? What's revealed is the aura of a Yuaning, but this divine soul pressure is more than just a Yuaning. Even a God realization cultivator doesn't have such terrifying divine soul power, right? That Yuaning powerhouse of the Wanshou alliance had already given up the idea of resistance at this moment after experiencing this series of means of Yi Chen. Although he boasted that he was the strongest batch under the god of transformation in the entire heavenly wasteland domain, It didn't mean that he was able to touch the porcelain god of transformation, let alone this Yi Chen in front of him who couldn't see his depths. Wang Xiu League's Sanxingzhenjin, along with several juniors within the Wan Xiu League, have come to pay respects to senior Misty Immortal Sect. The scattered spirit realist shouted loudly, and behind him, the disciples of the 10,000 Cultivation Alliance froze slightly and knelt down in unison, and the scattered spirit realist stroked his beard with satisfaction, and he himself knelt down on both knees without regard for the face of the Yuaning stage powerhouses today. At the same time, he also raised his hands above his head and offered a volume of gongfu with both hands. We have also brought a Dan Junction technique for your clan as a congratulatory gift. I still hope that senior will be generous, and in the future, our clan will definitely pay our respects to your clan. At once, the eyes of the rest of the cultivators who came from prestigious sects looked at the scattering spirit realist with odd colors. They really didn't understand how a half-step transformation spirit powerhouse like Lin Yuan could kneel so silky smooth, and also the disciples behind him were kneeling down as well. If it was usual they might have spat disdainfully, but nowadays, in this situation, they only felt enviously tight, worthy of being a loose cultivator able to cultivate to the Yuaning stage. This kneeling posture is really standard. Clank. Not long after, the only ones still standing below were the disciples of the leading fire immortal sect, dozens of them wearing fiery red Taoist robes looking extremely eye-catching. Elder Flame, let's kowtow together as well. I am an elder of the Li Fire Immortal Sect, a half-step god transformation stage cultivator, and the number one person under the god transformation. I don't. The fiery flame elder transmitted his voice to the disciples underneath him with quite an appearance of being burdened with pride. Only that before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chuan turned his gaze on him, and his divine soul pressure steeply intensified. Elder Flame reacted quickly enough, directly following the example of the scattered spirit realist and kneeling down, with a Jiedan stage technique held high in his hand. Elder Flame, bring along the disciples of the leading Fire Immortal Sect to present a congratulatory gift for your sect. The departing Fire Immortal Sect disciples didn't care about their status when they saw this and fell to their knees with a thud. You don't have enough money to buy your lives, so why don't you stay in our clan to rest for a while and wait for the elders of your family to come and pick you up? Chapter 12, Bounty on Chu Fan. Upon hearing this, the cultivators underneath all cursed angrily in their hearts. Staying as a guest? I'm afraid it's house arrest. I am a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Now facing your already weakened Misty Immortal Sect, why do you need to be like this? Insult me like this? I will return to the sect necessary to report to the elders. This kind of thought flashed through the minds of all the disciples at the bottom, but feeling Yi Chen's divine soul pressure that made them almost gasp for breath when he emitted it without thinking, they chose to shut up from the heart and obediently pulled out their storage bags. Only the fiery flame elder of the leading flame immortal sect was slow to make a move, and the eyes that secretly looked at Yi Chen became more and more unfavorable. I will definitely report to the Patriarch when I get back, and then I will definitely wipe out this Misty Immortal Sect of yours. Yi Chen naturally felt the unkind gaze of Elder Flame. Alas, I originally just wanted to have a good exchange of experience within the clan with you and others, but it's a pity that some people don't cooperate anymore. Forget it, if you don't want to, then you don't want to. After all, I'm not a demonic cultivator either. As the words fell, Yi Chen's figure disappeared, and once he reappeared, he arrived in front of Elder Flame. Senior, there is no reluctance on my part. I will. There's no need. Kill you and everything in your storage bag is mine. The blazing flame elder's eyes widened as his half-step transformation god cultivation was fully exerted, and a blazing flame attached to his body surface. Just without waiting for him to continue to pinch and cast his divine ability, Yi Chen slightly exerted his right hand into a palm, and a strand of heavenly Tao's lightning was birthed in it, and he blasted out with a palm with all his might. Elder Flame only felt as if a piece of his vision was missing, and without waiting for him to react, he felt the sky spinning in his head seem to rotate 180 degrees, hanging upside down with difficulty, only to see that Elder Flame's spiritual flame possession did not play the slightest role in stopping it. Half of his body was directly smashed by this slap from Yi Chuan, the aftermath of which all but shook out a huge deep pit behind him, with half of his head barely hanging upside down on one side. Its divine soul was then extracted by Yi Chen and placed into the bell storage spell at his waist. This scene directly caused the disciple of the leading Fire Immortal Sect to fall to his knees and vomit. Vomit! Elder! You're a devil! I'll kill you! Yi Chen showed no mercy. The divine soul pressure suddenly intensified, and the disciple who had clamored to avenge Elder Flame was directly crushed into mush, too dead to die. The disciples nowadays are still too weak, not having been tempered by life and death crises. They vomited like this after just one look. Yi Chen shook his head as he looked at the disciples of the leading Fire Immortal Sect who were falling to the ground and vomiting continuously, and turned to look at the disciples of the other sects. Hand over the treasures on your body. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are the most important. Spiritual stones and pills are the second most important. The inheritance of Gongfu is the second most important. And the souls of your fellow disciples can also be used as treasures. As the scattered spirit realities of the 10,000 Cultivation Alliance watched Yi Chen's ruthless behavior, a heart sank to the bottom of the valley. What exactly is this person's origin? An outright devil cultivator. But I'm definitely not his opponent. Thinking like this, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and replaced the Jiedan stage technique in his hand with a Yuaning stage technique that had just come out of the secret realm. Yi Chuan watched as the face of the scattered spirit realist remained unchanged, and the divine soul pressure slowly increased. Scattered spirit Shangren screamed in his heart, and hurriedly put the Yuaning stage technique in his hand into his storage bag, exchanged it for another technique out, and grabbed out several bottles of pills. Don't, fellow Taoist, I'm taking the wrong one, not this one, but this one, and these pills too. The divine soul pressure was still strengthening, and Lord Scattering Spirit could already vaguely sense Yi Chen's killing intent at this moment. How dare this person act like this? Isn't he afraid of being surrounded by the righteous? Damn it, with the power of the God of Transformation, even if he kills me, the clan won't necessarily avenge me, so I'm counting this time as a lost cause. The dry old face of the scattered spirit realist twisted into a ball, and with a vicious clench of his teeth, he threw the storage bag he was holding directly at Yi Chen. Elder, this is all my belongings. Can it be used as money to buy my life? Not enough. It's still a bit short. Yi Chuan raised his hand and then caught the storage bag in the air, his eyes looking towards the rest of the disciples within the 10,000 Cultivation Alliance. Lord Scattering Spirit understood, and without the slightest hesitation, he exerted his means to send the storage bags of all the disciples in the sect to Yi Chen's hands. Well, that's fine. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Scattered spirit on the person rejoicing also do not care about the loss of savings for many years of pain, immediately to carry the door disciples to leave, which can be envious of the remaining small sects are unable to deliver the buy life money of the disciples. Only, Yi Chen suddenly opened his mouth again, directly frightening the scattered spirit superior to the point that his aura trembled around him. Don't be afraid. I just have to explain a few things to you. Elder, please speak. I and my disciples will certainly follow. Regarding the deaths of these disciples, it was the work of a traitor within our clan, Chu Fan, who joined forces with a demonic demon to defile and kill his master, and then subsequently killed those disciples in the process of escaping. So we hope that your clan will join us in offering a reward for hunting down and killing this traitor to the clan. I understand. This accident was the work of a devil cultivator called Chu Fan. I, the Wan Shou Alliance, will do my best to search for him and help your clan to take down the traitor. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and threw out several jade slips branded with Chu Fan's aura and handed them to Lord Scattering Spirit. You will copy these jade slips and distribute them. If you can make this spread throughout the entire heavenly wasteland region, the benefits will be yours. Then he turned around and scanned the rest of the monks who were trying to put together the money to buy their lives, and wherever his eyes went, they were all silent, and everyone thought he was going to kill himself. Don't be nervous, I can unlock the divine soul pressure right now, so that you can inform the elders in the sect to your heart's content. Your life-buying money can be replaced with information about the traitors in my sect, or even if you can kill or even capture the traitors in my sect alive, then I will give one divine transformation stage technique as a reward. So go ahead, but if anyone is being smart, then the consequences will be on their own. After saying that, several different cultivation techniques flew out from the bell on Yi Dust's waist, and each technique was filled with the flow of Tao light and divine charm. Just by looking at them, one could tell that these techniques were absolutely extraordinary. One of the slightly tattered Gongfa floated to the Scattered Spirit Supreme Person in front of. Scattered Spirit Supreme Person, human heart wildly trembling. He can clearly feel that this Gongfa is much better than his own cultivation of Gongfa. He ruthlessly swallowed saliva to take the Gongfa. But this wasn't what shocked these disciples the most. What shocked them the most was that Yi Duan also grabbed out Elder Flame's divine soul from the bell, and then put it straight into his mouth and slowly chewed it out. It looked as if a demon from hell was having a good time devouring people's souls. It was only then that he realized what Yi Chen meant by the phrase, the souls of fellow disciples can also be used as treasures. Gollum. The scene was terribly quiet. Even the sound of swallowing saliva was incomparably clear. Yi Chuan's hand could be described as holding a knife in his left hand and sugar in his right hand. Where would they dare to resist? Devil cultivator? Yi Chuan's behavior was a complete devil cultivator's deed, but the others were high-level people with the battle power of a transformation god. Then Yi Chuan couldn't be called a demonic cultivator. This should be addressed as a unique high-level person who practiced in an unconventional way. Not knowing who started it, a cultivator crushed a communication jade slip and started contacting the elders within his clan. Minger, what's wrong with you? Have you been kidnapped? Why are you in such a sorry state? I will definitely seek justice for you. An elderly crone's voice came from the other end of the jade slip, the words filled with concern. Master, a senior from the Misty Immortal Sect is asking for money to buy my life before he can let me go. Outrageous. The district's despondent second-rate power still dares to situation so arrogant. What is that person's cultivation? The power of the god of transformation. Then it must be your fault first. How much do you want for your life? We'll pay for it. The old woman's tone changed so quickly that the disciple known as Minger laughed bitterly. He had expected this. In this heavenly wilderness domain, transformation god is already the pinnacle of strength. Chuan, such a strength, even if things are overbearing, no one wants to offend. After smiling bitterly for a while, that disciple spoke about Yi Chen's request in detail. When the old woman heard that capturing or even killing Yi Chen alive would grant the god transformation technique, her entire breath stuttered. From this statement onwards, recalling the disciples within the sect had become secondary. What mattered was the god transformation technique, which was enough to make any cultivator within the heavenly wasteland domain go crazy. I will definitely report this matter to the Patriarch. We will kill Chu Fan at all costs and then exchange you back. The rest of the disciples around them also looked away, following that disciple's example and informing the elders in the sect, hoping that the elders would save them from their misery. Chuan smiled at the sight. Perhaps the lives of these disciples alone were not enough to make the clans behind them come together to hunt down Chu Fan. But if it was one transformation spirit technique, then it would be a completely different story. This was enough to serve as a payment for the Jinzong technique within a clan, would surely make people's hearts skip a beat. In my previous life, I was the one who was isolated. So this time I have taken the Misty Immortal Sect under my wing, and also made you stand against the entire heavenly wasteland domain. In this way, with only a chi refining stage cultivation, and with your life-preserving base card still being seriously injured by me, will you still be able to turn out to be the same as you were in your previous life? Can your so-called great fortune protect you? Chu Fan. Saying that, Chuan's eyes flashed out a deep and mysterious light in the depths of his eyes, and the volume of creation immortal technique in his sea of consciousness revealed a soft immortal light. And for a moment, his gaze seemed to cross tens of thousands of miles away and locked onto the Chu Fan, who was fleeing in a mess with the two girls, Su Mei and Zhao Linger. Chapter 13, Two people turned against each other. Few days later, the Netherworld Immortal Sect sent out a message that shocked the entire heavenly wasteland region. Misty Immortal Sect, the Supreme Elder's daughter Lin Yuxian was under the door of the rebellious disciple Chu Fan killed. Chu Fan united Lin Yuxian's seed of the two female disciples together with the regicide of the teacher. The Misty Immortal Sect, in order to avenge the willingness to use a book of the transformation of the divine technique bounty on Chu Fan's life. Within a remote city, Chu Fan, wearing a heavy black coat, was currently looking at the words on the wanted notice with a face full of shock, repeating it under his breath. On the notice board at the entrance of the city, a picture engraved with aura switched back and forth. In the picture was clearly the process of Chu Fan's demonic flames taking out Lin Yuxian's golden elixir with one hand and putting it into his mouth to chew on it. How can it be? How is it possible? I didn't do this. This isn't me. This must be Yi Duan slandering me. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, only himself could hear it, but the movement of him ruthlessly pinching the wanted notice still attracted the attention of the people around him. Ha, boy, you look familiar, don't you? The person beside him coldly opened his mouth, which directly caused Chu Fan's face to change drastically. No, you're looking at it wrong. After dropping these words, Chu Fan walked towards the outside of the city without turning his head. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the injuries on his body, and he hurriedly ran his magic to soar away just as soon as he left the city. This strange behavior attracted the attention of quite a few people who had the intention to do so, and the three Jiedan cultivators looked at each other and cast means to conceal their forms to leave in Chu Fan's direction. That person is most likely Chu Fan, and even if he's not, he's definitely related to Chu Fan. In the depths of Chu Fan's sea of consciousness, the 10,000 serpent demon monarch, who should have been torn in half, had somehow recovered. Only his soul had become incomparably illusory, and his words revealed weakness. Kid, someone's got their eye on you. Hearing the 10,000 serpent demon monarch's reminder, Chu Fan's brows furrowed into a line. Demon Lord, is it possible to be forceful? What are you thinking? If it wasn't for the fact that you killed quite a few mortals to sacrifice their souls to me in the process of escaping, and just happened to come across a soul-nurturing lotus, I wouldn't be reminding you now. It's doubtful that I'll be able to stay alive. Chu Fan clenched his teeth at the moment, his heart cursing the incompetence of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch within his body, yet he felt a little more hatred towards Yi Chen, who had caused him to end up in such a state. Ever since I started practicing, I've always had smooth sailing, but after I met Yi Chuan, everything went wrong, and this 10,000 serpents demon monarch is also a waste of a snake that can't do anything to help. Chu Fan at this moment had completely forgotten that although the 10,000 snake demon monarch in his body was an outright demonic demon, He could be said to be devoted to Chu Fan. And he didn't know how many troubles he had dealt with for him when he first entered the immortal cultivation world. Even when he fell to the present situation, he couldn't care less about the 10,000 serpent demon monarch. Instead, the 10,000 serpent demon monarch almost died in order to protect Chu Fan. And now he was scolded by Chu Fan in his heart like this. If the 10,000 serpent demon monarch could hear, Chu Fan's heart was afraid that it wouldn't be necessary to directly strangle him. Alas, even though I'm no match for the 3 people behind me, I can still help you escape by putting together the danger of my divine soul falling asleep. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch sighed softly, and Chu Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly urged him to speed up. At that instant, the 10,000 serpent demon monarch's divine soul ignited a burst of flame. His divine soul weakened to the extreme. Chu Fan's speed increased steeply, using the speed of the Jiedan stage with his chi refining stage cultivation. This change made the 3 Jiedan cultivators who were chasing after him all change in color. And they didn't care about concealing their forms to fully exert their body techniques to chase after them. Fellow Daoist, don't go. Please stop for a moment. A high drink which contains the deterrent power of the soul. And Chu Fan is on the back of the 3 Jiedan stage cultivators, words deaf as if completely unaffected. Just the depth of the sea of consciousness of the 10,000 serpents demon monarch is howling out. Kid, I can't stand it anymore after resisting so many divine soul attacks for you. Hold on a little longer. Demon monarch, it doesn't matter if your divine soul is injured. But I can't be injured. I still have to become an immortal, and the future divine soul can't be crippled. The 10,000 serpent demon lord's divine soul instantly became twisted and hideous. You want to become immortal so your soul can't be injured. But I, the protector of the way, can have my soul damaged, right? For a moment, the violent color that had long been suppressed for a long time flashed out from the depths of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch's eyes. But it was hidden again after taking a deep breath. It's just a matter of getting along for so long, having feelings, and also having to rely on Chu Fan in the future. Chu Fan has recently encountered too many bad things, and can't be too harsh. Comforting himself in this way, the 10,000 serpent demon monarch was no longer angry. He instead cared for Chu Fan. Where are you going now? Boy, do you still want to go back to your 2 beautiful ladies? It's not good to run with them. It's better to just give them up like you did with your master. No, those 2 women, I haven't gotten my hands on them yet. Besides, they can be much more valuable than Lin Yuxuan. These 2 women are both rare stove tripod physique. If I can directly seize their Yuan Yin, I might be able to directly condense the Yin baby and break through from refining chi directly to Yuan Yin realm. Well then, I'll perform another trick to help you get rid of your pursuers. Words fell. Chu Fan body magic flame tumbling out of 2 half-human half-snake shadow rushed to the rear of the 3 Jiedan cultivators. 2 shadow are half-step Jiedan cultivation, although the strength of a little weaker, but the shadow is not afraid to die. The 3 Jiedan cultivators are ultimately flesh and blood, only to stop the pace of the pursuit to resist the shadow. In this way, Chu Fan stormed away, rushed straight into the mist-covered mountains and forests, and then no sound came out. Obviously far away, deep within the mountain forest, the blood-colored meteor that Chu Fan had transformed into crashed into a thatched hut. Sister, where's little sister? It's too late to go first. In the middle of the house lost her soul like Sumei. Sumei still holding a jade slip that had lost its luster in her hand. Beside the corners of her eyes there were still tears that hadn't dried up yet, while Zhao Linger wasn't in the house. Chu Fan slightly frowned but didn't have time to think about it in detail. In order to prevent his pursuers from killing him, he grabbed Sumei and turned into a stream of light to leave. Not long after, Chu Fan traveled to the bottom of a mountain peak, and after confirming that there were no pursuers coming, he was about to open his mouth to inquire about Zhao Linger's movements, but as a result, Sumei made the first move. Poof! Chu Fan's stomach was slashed open by a dagger, and Sumei's eyes revealed a thick killing intent. What are you going to do, you? Chu Fan was in pain, and in his anger, he struck out with all his might. Sumei, due to the damage to the soul now but also can only be the peak of the refining stage cultivation. Chu Fan's body has the 10,000 snakes demonic ruler residual soul of the addition. This blow will directly her handsome face are smashed to pieces. Flesh and blood are broken to reveal its inner Mori white bone. It's you who killed Master. I was really wrong to trust you, Chu Fan. I'm not. What the hell is wrong with you? I saw it. I saw the jade slip where you personally pulled out Master's Jindan. I want to avenge Master. Sumei was as if she had gone crazy. Disregarding her tragic appearance, she drew out the spirit sword at her waist and stabbed at Chu Fan. Damn! What kind of good person are you pretending to be? Shouldn't you be happy when Lin Yuxuan that died? At the beginning, didn't you snatch to climb into my bed? Now Lin Yuxian died is not just what you want. Chu Fan did not show the slightest bit of mercy in his actions to seize the spirit sword in Sumei's hands, and several slaps were viciously smacked on her face. Sumei was powerless to resist and collapsed on the ground screaming. The words were as miserable as a whining woman. I didn't. I didn't think about letting my master die. And I didn't want to be a Taoist couple with you. I was wrong about you, Chu Fan. I'm going to find Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen is good to me. At those words, Chu Fan laughed out loud as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you believe your own words? You at first claimed that I am like your mortal brother. Whenever I cultivate or autonomous to come to the body in front of the close guidance. Late at night 10 also for me to dredge the meridians. Now you say you do not like me? When have you ever treated Lin Yuxuan with respect? Ha! Weren't you always chanting for me to leave her and go to you? Weren't you excited as hell when I tricked Lin Yuxuan into staying alone to meet you? How come now that she's dead you've started acting like a good disciple instead? You prodigal hoof. What qualifications do you have to accuse me here? Don't you understand how Yi Chen feels about you? You boasted that you were good to him, but in reality how different is it from that Lin Yuxuan? It's just that you took advantage of his ignorance and used a few inexpensive spirit stones to reap the benefits of his years of love. Don't you understand how good Yi Chen has been to you over the years? But you were contentedly enjoying his kindness to you, and now you want to leave me behind to find him? There is no such good thing. Saying that, Chu Fan didn't bother to continue his disguise. He pressed down on Su Mei's delicate body like a wild beast that had lost its mind, and a heavy low roar came out of his mouth. Don't want to be a Taoist couple with me anymore? Good. You don't deserve to be my Tao couple. I'll let you realize that your self-proclaimed purity is actually nothing. Su Mei struggled frantically. Her neck was choked by Chu Fan's death grip. Her limbs pounded on Chu Fan's body helplessly. Her mouth strained to rebuke Chu Fan but could only spit out a few wisps of aroma. This kind of powerless resistance would undoubtedly only aggravate Chu Fan's beastly nature even more. Su Mei closed her eyes in despair at this moment. She can't even kill herself now. She can only bear the consequences alone. Only the expected sensation didn't hit him. Instead he felt a light weight on his body and the suffocating feeling disappeared with it. She opened her eyes and fixed her eyes. Chu Fan's arms were cut off in unison. The cut surface was as smooth as jade, just like a work of art. It seems I came at a bad time, delaying you too. Chapter 14, Does this make you proud? Su Mei only saw the mountain peak above the space was torn out of a mouth. Yi Duan slowly stepped out of it. Behind him also followed a white beard and white hair of the pale old man. Senior Elder, you are the supreme elder of my misty immortal sect. Quickly kill Chu Fan. Master died at his hands. Su Mei recognized the old man following Yi Chen with just a single glance and shouted frantically. Chu Fan could not care about Su Mei underneath himself when he saw this. He hissed, and thick black gas emerged at the cross-section of his chopped-off arms to turn into hands, and his figure flashed to go towards the mountain forest. Senior Lin, hate heaven, please also make a move. Yi Chen watched Chu Fan's movements and did not make a move. Instead, he opened his mouth towards that old man in the back. Lin Hantian was the Misty Immortal Sect's supreme elder, which was Lin Yuxuan's father, and Chuan used the divining art he had learned in his previous life to find him by relying on Lin Yuxuan's divine soul that was imprisoned within the 7-star glazed lantern, and informed the other party about the scene where Chu Fan had dug out Lin Yuxuan's golden elixir. Moreover, Yi Chen also gave the opposite side a book of God transformation technique at the cost of being his master, which directly gave hope to Lin Hentian, who originally had no hope of breaking through, and Lin Hentian immediately made a heavenly oath to follow Yi Chen back to the Misty Immortal Sect. This was what led to the scene of Yi Chen now bringing Lin Hentian to tear through space, with the purpose of completely eradicating Chu Fan. Please don't worry, my lord. This person killed my rebellious daughter. I will definitely not let him go. As the words fell, Lin Hentian's spirit sword flew out from his waist and shot out as a stream of light. Grimace. Chu Fan's entire body was like a dead dog being stabbed through by the spirit sword and firmly nailed to the ground. His eyes were covered in blood, and his mouth continuously emitted a low roar. Uncle Lin. Master, she really wasn't killed by me. The real murderer is by your side. Yi Chuan is the one who killed your daughter. Chu Fan had obviously recognized Lin Hentian's identity, yet everything he said was dismissed as gibberish by Lin Hentian. The only thing that responded to Chu Fan was a cold snort from Lin Hentian, as well as the pain of countless long swords of aura piercing into his flesh. Yi Chuan stepped into the air and stomped on Chu Fan's head, one foot stomping Chu Fan's incredibly arrogant head into the mud, never to be able to turn over again. Yi Chuan, you're a complete loser. Haven't you always treated that Lin Yuxuan as your savior? But Lin Yuxuan still took the initiative to climb into my bed. Aren't you envious of me? Ha! Say something. Chu Fan wanted to use words to provoke Yi Duan so that he could find an opportunity to get away. But everything is just futile. Yi Duan looked at the feet of Chu Fan, face expression of ancient waves without any change. Chu Fan didn't believe it. His eyes stared at Yi Chen's face dead on. He wanted to see even a hint of a different emotion from it in order to try and salvage his meager self-confidence. Jumping clown, do you want to prove that you're better than me so badly through this way? Does sleeping with a few women make you proud of yourself? How stupid. Chu Fan saw it. He saw the expression hidden on Yi Duan's face. It was a touch of teasing. It was a touch of ridicule. It was a touch of disdain. Yi Duan had never put him in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, Yi Duan only regarded him as a jumping clown viewing his performance. Ah, why the hell aren't you angry? Laozi slept with your master. Laozi even took away your lover's heart. Why aren't you still angry? Why aren't you still envious of me? Laozi is the son of heaven's destiny. No one can look down on me. Demon Lord, quickly make a move to save me. After I get out of this trap, even if you want me to sacrifice tens of thousands of mortal lives. Chu Fan could not care about anything else. He hissed and roared as if he had great grievances. He also no longer hid the existence of the residual soul of the 10,000 snake demon lord in his body. He knew that at this moment, the only thing that could save him was the 10,000 snake demon lord in his body, which was weak and incomparably weak. It was just that the 10,000 serpent demon monarch was also helpless. He had already gone all out at this moment. If he hadn't burned his divine soul in a way that was close to suicidal to add to Chu Fan's physical body, it would have been impossible for Chu Fan to carry the blow that Lin Haitian had executed with his god transformation cultivation with his refined chi stage cultivation. Alas, boy, this time we've fallen. I've tried my best. Impossible. Impossible. When I was young, I met an immortal in a dream to pass on the Dharma. Along the way, my confidants and soulmates kept coming, and my chances of cultivating immortality were countless. I am the destiny of heaven. Chu Fan turned a deaf ear to the words of the 10,000 snake demon monarch, repeating impossibility under his breath. Suddenly, Chu Fan looked as if he had thought of something, and in the sea of consciousness his divine soul power burned at a rapid pace as an obscure spell was recited from his mouth. Demon monarch, we've known each other for a while. Now the late generation only has one last thing to ask of you. Please fulfill it. As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, the remnant soul of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch ignited the fire of his divine soul, and his eyes were filled with the color of incredulity. Where did you get this ancient method from? With the insight of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch, he naturally knew that Chu Fan was going to do something. Chu Fan had planted some kind of divine soul brand in his body from an unknown time, and now with some kind of magic skill, he was going to completely seize his divine soul power and turn it to his own use. When the real vicious, 10,000 snake demon ruler eyes in the vicious color shot out but cannot do anything about it. Demon monarch, don't struggle. You can't blame me. Who let me be a righteous cultivator while you are not only a demonic beast in disguise but also a person of the demonic path? Give me the power of your soul. You can die without regret. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A mouthful of the righteous path. Your own ass and clean to wear? I was unlucky to have fallen into your hands. I shouldn't have believed that I saw those visions when I crossed the heavenly calamity of the harmonization stage in the first place. Illusion? Chu Fan frowned slightly. He had never heard the 10,000 serpent demon monarch talk about something about illusions before. Just without waiting for him to ask a question, the 10,000 serpent demon monarch's soul swelled up as if it was blowing up a balloon. Bang! The 10,000 serpent demon monarch's soul thus exploded in the depths of Chu Fan's sea of consciousness, and for a time Chu Fan's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. As a last resort, Chu Fan had no choice but to teleport the half-absorbed remnant soul of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch out of the outside world utilizing a secret method, while he himself took advantage of the chaos to burn the power of his divine soul to repair his body and escape far away. The devil ruler residual soul just appeared will be detected by Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan figure flash came to the front of its body. Divine soul power condensed into a giant hand grabbed into the mouth and swallowed into the abdomen. Although Lin Hantian was a little surprised, he was also sensible enough not to ask more questions, immediately operating his aura to chase after Chu Fan, who had disappeared far away, leaving Yi Chen in place to deal with the mess. From the moment he was swallowed by Yi Chen, the 10,000 serpents demon monarch's eyes were in darkness and he could not see what was around him, but after only a few breaths of time, he was surprised to find his soul body gradually stabilizing. What the hell is this place? Here my residual soul even stopped collapsing. 10,000 serpents demon monarch was surprised beyond measure. He only found that this space gradually restored the light, a little far away from the same with their own two silhouettes. That is, two divine souls. One of them is the image of an old man. The other is with Yi Chuan with 8 points similar to a glance at the eyes was Yi Chuan condensed a wisp of soul. At the center of the two divine souls, there was also a Tao baby that flashed with the purple thunder of the heavenly Tao sitting in the center, and the pressure emanating from it made the 10,000 serpents demon monarch's breath stutter. This Tao infant reminded him of the ensemble stage thunder tribulation he had encountered in his lifetime. Such a terrifying power was by no means something a normal transformation god could possess. However, Yi Chuan is only at the Yuaning stage at this moment, and such a demonic generation must not be offended. With this in mind, the corners of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch's mouth lifted into a bitter smile. What to offend or not to offend? For the sake of Chu Fan has now offended others to death. Now even the remnants of his soul have been swallowed and have come here. Yi Chen's split soul made a move. He raised his hand and grabbed the 10,000 serpent demon monarch to his body. And the 10,000 serpent demon monarch didn't resist, as if he was resigned to his fate. Ancestor, please also take the trouble to explain the situation to this person, who like you is also related to that Chu Fan. The old man nodded his head repeatedly and turned to the 10,000 serpent demon monarch to open his mouth. Fellow Daoist, you are truly lucky. Welcome to leave Chu Fan and join your lordship's camp. A return to the top is just around the corner. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch was surprised at his words, and without waiting for him to open his mouth, the spirit sword superior snatched up the information that caused his heart to tremble violently. Fellow Daoist, you also received a decree from the upper realm by chance, right? And then you met Chu Fan being attracted. Chapter 15, come in and keep master company. The eyes of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch in the sea of consciousness were on the verge of glaring out as he looked at the spirit sword superior at those words. Could it be that fellow Taoist was also able to catch a glimpse of the corner of the heavenly Tao when he broke through his cultivation and crossed the threshold? Alas, it is not. It is just that I encountered a legacy in a secret realm, and the legacy illusion predicted that someone wearing a sword intense similar to the legacy would come to awaken me hundreds of years later, and that helping this person would give me the opportunity to return to the peak, and that person is Chu Fan. These words directly set off shocking waves in the heart of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch. How similar these various situations were to him. The difference was only that he was seeing the fantasy while he was crossing the threshold. Fellow Daoist, could this be someone's layout? Unspeakable. Unspeakable. According to the Lord, this is a wisp of karma being left on us. The source of the karma is then related to Chu Fan. But don't worry, as long as you're willing to submit to the Lord will personally deal with that wisp of karma on your body for you. Ling Jian Shangren said here, full of excitement worship color, which let the 10,000 serpents demon monarch look suspicious. Not waiting for the demon monarch to ask questions, Ling Jian Shangren said many more to the demon monarch. Spirit sword on the person in the experience of the leaf dust after the thunderous means has become the #1 follower of the leaf dust. The leaf dust one-handed sword law out of the gods is to give him a book of the ancient god of the sword law, but also with the 7-star glazed lamp to warm up his soul so that he has returned to the peak of the hope that this is the same as the grace of reconstruction for him. In his previous life, the reason why the Spirit Sword Lord would follow Chu Fan was because Chu Fan could have the opportunity to let him remodel his flesh to regain the peak. Now Yi Chen could easily fulfill his wish. So the so-called providence that he saw in the inheritance when he was young was nothing more than a passing cloud in his eyes. Yi Chen didn't rush after swallowing the remnant soul of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch into his stomach to catch up with Chu Fan. Instead, he turned towards Su Mei. Su Mei was surprised and excited to see this. She covered her hand over the side of her face that had been smashed by Chu Fan and endured the pain to squeeze out a few smiles. Yi Chen, are you here to save me? Great. I was tricked by Chu Fan. That's why. Su Mei tried her best to let out a soft voice, with a few hints of a slight tremor in her voice due to her excitement. Just do not wait for it to finish. Yi Chuan will divine soul sweep under the pressure. She cannot continue to speak. Elder sister. In fact, I have always thought that you are very beautiful, whether it's that snow-white skin or that soft and boneless body. If I say that I like you, would you be willing to be a Taoist couple with me? Yi Chuan lifted Su Mei's jaw with his hand. The bottom of his eyes were full of tenderness and sincerity, as if he was not looking at Su Mei at the moment but the precious jade that he had longed for. Woo woo. Wah. Su Mei struggled strenuously to open her mouth. A pair of peach blossom eyes flooded with a little bit of tears. Her hands clung to Yi Chen's thighs with a deadly grip, and her breathing became rapid. Letting go of a lifesaver is a death sentence. This sentence to describe this moment Su Mei and Yi Duan is the most apt. Su Mei has been Misty Immortal Sect is considered to be Chu Fan's accomplices. Once Su Mei was captured, the next step is to die. At this moment the only one who can save her is Yi Duan. Yi Chuan lightly smiled and used his other hand to peel open Su Mei's eyes. He wanted to see what was hidden under Su Mei's eyes. Was it love? Was it remorse? Or was it extremely well hidden disgust? It's true. A friend in need is a friend in need. I can see your true feelings. A strong desire to survive. That's right. The feelings Yi Chen saw in Su Mei's eyes were incomparably pure. And that was the desire to live. Su Mei was slightly stunned. She felt that there was something strange about Yi Chen in front of her. But the power in her hand did not relax, instead it increased more and more. She had no choice. She could only grab Yi Chen as a life-saving straw. Senior sister, are you willing to give me your Yuan Yin? I want you. Yi Chuan's words were gentle yet cold. He was like wearing a smiley mask, making people feel unnerved. Woo woo. Su Mei desperately nodded her head and let out a whimpering cry. Yi Duan laughed. Yi Duan laughed happily. Survived. Survived. Yi Chuan still has me in his heart. Fortunately, it's only to marry Yi Chuan. It's okay to survive. As soon as such a thought appeared, Sume realized that Yi Chen in front of her eyes had made a new move. 5 spirit swords made of aura appeared out of thin air and stabbed into Sume's limbs, and one stabbed straight into her brow and crashed into the sea of consciousness. The intense pain caused Sume's body to tremble violently, and a feeling of betrayal arose from her heart. Why? Why did Yi Chuan have to do it after promising him? Yi Chen quickly gave her an answer to this question as a blood-colored stream of light flew out from Yi Chen's brow. Fixed eyes. That is a gorgeous to the extreme point of the treasure lamp. The treasure lamp body bright red as if the blood carved from the appearance of the lotus shape, on which there are 7 bright stars as a decorative. The core of the lamp is burning with a blazing fire, a black shadow in which constantly repeating the dispersal of the cohesion of the two processes. So beautiful, so pretty, so dangerous. Sume's eyes glazed over as she looked at the black shadow at the wick with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yi Chen rubbed the 7-star glazed lamp with his hand while slowly speaking. Senior sister. This is senior brother's favorite treasure. Its name is the 7-star glazed lamp. I hope that you, senior sister, will like it. After saying that, Yi Chuan shot out a spiritual chi towards the 7-star glazed lamp, and in a flash, the 5 spiritual swords inserted in Sume's body began to tremble violently, and a terrifying attraction surged from the 7-star glazed lamp. Sume in the body belongs to the virgin of the stock of yin gas. In this suction under the influence of the substance was extracted from the body melted into a chestnut-sized black ball, and Sume itself is with the body of yin gas and become gradually weak. A head of green silk into white hair. A youthful woman at this moment has been transformed into a white-haired old woman. Give it back. Me, give back, give, me. Manipulating the precious lamp allowed Yi Chen's divine soul power to have a slight gap, and Sume struggled to open her mouth with great effort. But nowadays, she couldn't even speak a complete sentence fluently. Cultivators have always had between the method of harvesting yin-yang, and there are some women born stove tripod physique. The body of the yin gas is extremely rich as the best. If you can break the woman's virginity will be able to get great benefits. It's just that it's so underutilized. Yi Chuan couldn't bear to pick on Sume over and over again, so he chose to directly and forcefully rely on the supreme treasure to seize the Yuan Yin Qi. In this way he could avoid many inconveniences, and he could also make perfect use of the Yuan Yin Qi in Sume's body to nourish himself. Senior sister, wasn't it you who said you would give me your own Yuan Yin? How can you go back on your words? Yi Chuan swallowed the Yuan Yin condensed bead that was stripped from Sume's body in one gulp. A Yuan Yin Qi surged into his body, and his body greedily absorbed this rare tonic. Deep in the sea of consciousness, Yi Chuan, the residual soul of the previous life, opened his eyes and tapped the seat of the creation immortal knowledge. In an instant, a soft immortal light swept Yi Chuan's whole body. The power of the Yin in the light of the immortal light became docile and straight into the body of the Taoist infants. Yi Chen's internal Tao infant thunder light flashed to absorb this rare tonic as much as possible. The entire Tao infant swelled several times, and Yi Chen's aura arrived at the peak of the Yuaning stage. Ooh, no, it'll work, I can become your Tao couple, but not. Countless turbid tears welled up from the corners of Sume's eyes, and her entire aura shriveled to the extreme, with the only exception of those hands that were still hugging Yi Chen's thighs and unwilling to let go. Senior sister, with your ugly appearance nowadays you don't even have the qualifications to be my maid, so how can you talk about being a Taoist couple with me? One should know oneself. Yi Chuan's icy words ruthlessly pierced into Sume's heart, making her face hideous. Her dry skin, which was originally due to the loss of vitality, twisted into an extremely horrifying appearance. She wanted to curse Yi Chuan. She wanted to curse Yi Chuan, but she didn't have any extra strength left. Senior sister, after all, I was once young and ignorant, so why don't I tell you a secret? Yi Duan's sudden words caused the dying Sume to forcefully renew her breath, and this was exactly what Yi Duan wanted. Yuan Linger fainted and didn't know. Chu Fan did dig up Master's golden Dan, but he just didn't have the time to kill Master. Because how could I give up this opportunity for revenge to Chu Fan? I saved Master then killed her with my own hands. But don't worry, Master is still considered alive. See the 7-star glazed lamp of mine? That one in there is our Master. It's beautiful, isn't it? By the flames burning the soul cracks into 2 halves and then regroups. The accumulated resentment will become the fuel for the flames, and you will be able to go in and keep your Master company. Sume is like being hit by a thunderbolt. She is now looking at the 7-star glazed lamp. The black shadow and the flame of the wick within it has now transformed into the appearance of Lin Yuxuan, cloaked hair and eyes covered with blood. Lin Yuxuan is saying something. Lin Yuxuan was saying, good disciple, you can't escape. Come along and accompany Master. She was beckoning to Sume. She was looking forward to Sume's joining her. Don't, cough cough, no, too, Sume yelled as hard as she could, which directly accelerated her death. Bang! Sume's eyes were wide open to the limit. Her eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. and she died in the most wretched and pitiful manner of her life. That's how Suimei ended her life as a human. Only, if she ended it as a human, then there's still the suffering she endured as a soul. Senior sister, don't struggle. You'll get along with Master happily. As Yi Chuan's creepy voice sounded, the souls on Suimei's corpse that hadn't been able to dissipate in time were drawn and absorbed by the 7-star glaze lamp. The wick flame more than a woman's black shadow. The two black shadows together in the flame of the burning entangled with each other and intermingled. The two women's souls tend to instinctively stage a master and disciple play. The result is that the 7-star glazed lamp flames more and more exuberant, and the more sweet and nourishing the breath of the wafting out of the interior. At the same time, the useful memories of Suimei's life were also absorbed by Yi Chuan along with its internal breath. Zhao Linger was taken away? In my previous life, Linger seemed to be an important figure of some superpower. But Linger's return to the power was also after a long time. It seems that it's my behavior after I was reborn that changed something. No matter. I'll go and take care of Chu Fan before I come back to look for my favorite Linger junior sister can also be done. And the most delicious of all of course has to be left at the end. As the words fell, Yi Chen took a step out to execute the method of transfer to chase after the two of them. Chu Fan and Lin Hetian. Chapter 16, Against the Weather. Damn it. I can't die. I'm the son of heaven's destiny. Old me can't die yet. Chu Fan yelled with his heart torn out, as if this could provide him with some confidence to live, while Lin Hetian behind him was in hot pursuit. The distance that Chu Fan had pulled away by relying on some small cleverness was rapidly being drawn closer. Although Lin Hetian was not good at the method of moving, but after all, he was a goddess of transformation. Cultivator speed is not weak. Chu Fan at this moment, even if he devoured the 10,000 serpent demon monarch part of the remnants of the soul burning remnants of the soul speed is also far worse than Lin Hetian. Kid die. Lin Hetian shouted loudly and two sword chi attacked to chop at Chu Fan. A sword chi attacked Chu Fan's legs, and a sword chi attacked Chu Fan's waist. This was meant to directly cut Chu Fan off at the waist, and by the time Chu Fan felt the sword aura approaching it was already too late. He shouted in his heart, "Heaven is unjust. I am the one who was destined by heaven. How can I die at the hands of such a small person?" But just when Chu Fan had all but closed his eyes and waited to die, a long fiery blade collided with the incoming sword chi to save Chu Fan. Chu Fan opened his eyes, only to see several cultivators wearing fiery red robes falling from the air. "Fellow Daoist Lin, can you give my old husband, Fire Daozi, face, this little friend Chu Fan the Li Fire Immortal Sect, will guarantee." Lin Hantian's eyes condensed. Fire Daozi was a supreme elder of the leading Fire Immortal Sect, and the two of them had a lot of exchanges because of the sex matters, and at this moment, Fire Daozi brought several peak Yuaning elders to save Chu Fan. Beautiful thought. If it was in the past, Lin Hetian might have backed down, but his current master was Yi Chen. Then in the sense that the pain of killing a woman cannot be so easy to uncover the past, at least to disgust each other. The revenge of killing a daughter. What is the talk of face? Lin Hentian shouted. The spirit sword in his hand chopped out several sword-ons to attack the three people of Fire Daozi. Fire Daozi's face changed drastically as he condensed a long flaming blade in his hand to meet the sword-on chopped out by Lin Hentian, while the other two retreated in unison to avoid the attack. TSK. What kind of chance did this guy have? Such a powerful sword aura shook my tiger's mouth. After resisting the blow, Fire Daoist's son cursed in his heart that Lin Hetian's good luck sword intent had been improved, but the movements in his hands were unceasing. Fire Daozi one-handed pinch behind the back of a flaming tiger appeared. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, a ball of red flames flying out to attack Lin Hentian. Lin Hetian was also unafraid, holding his spirit sword in the air, and the two of them battled into a mess. Although Lin Hantian's cultivation had improved with the god transformation technique given by Yi Chuan, the two of them were both god transformation powers, so no one could do anything about it for a while. The other two peak Yuaning cultivators saw this and decisively brought Chu Fan to leave. "Little friend Chu Fan, quickly follow us and leave. We know that you were wrongly accused. That's why our young master asked us to come and save you." Listening to the explanation of the two leading Fire Immortal Sect cultivators, Chu Fan was surprised in his heart, secretly saying, "Young lord? Who is this person? How come I didn't know that I have an old relationship with the leaving Fire Immortal Sect? May I ask who your young master is?" "Young master Luo Xingchen. Ah, is it not that righteous brother of mine? Well, I'll be on my way." Chu Fan was surprised. This Luo Xingchen was a teenager that he saved when he was young. At that time he was ignorant and paid his respects to the other party, but he never thought that the teenager who was left behind in the mountains and forests at the beginning of the year was actually the young master of the leading Fire Immortal Sect. Ha ha ha. The sky has no boundaries. After I recuperate for a while, I will definitely come back for revenge. Chu Fan laughed out loud, and without any further hesitation he followed the two Yuaning cultivators of the Li Fire Immortal Sect to leave. Just when the two Yuaning cultivators of the Fire Immortal sect wanted to combine their efforts to tear the space and use the Great Transfer method to leave, they were surprised to find that no matter how much they changed their spells, it was useless, as if this entire space had been locked in place. This was a locked space technique that could only be performed by a refined void powerhouse. This thought was negated by the two just after it appeared. This entire heavenly desolate domain didn't have a few god transformation powers, not to mention refined void powers. This level of powerhouse only existed in legends. For popping sound, should I say that you are worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny? The teenagers you casually saved at a young age are all young masters of the heavenly desolate domain's largest power, the leaving Fire Immortal sect. But unfortunately you still can't run away. A sound of applause rang out as Yi Chen came tearing through space, the entire space trembling slightly with one step. Senior, kill him quickly. This person is only at the Yuaning stage of cultivation. The two of you will be able to kill each other. Chu Fan watched as Yi Chen performed the method of transfer and instantly yelled out, and the two people around him glanced at each other as their figures shot out. Two people at the same time strangled the mouth of a blazing fire and then sprayed out into a fiery cage want to control the leaf dust, but not waiting for the fire prison formed. Yi dust will move. He raised his hands, palm out of the sky purple thunder flashes. Bang! Purple thunder as if across the space to come directly bombarded in the two people. The two people even the opportunity to perform defensive means or not. This blow will be two peak Yuaning stage cultivation cultivator hit backward flying out. The mouth also continuously spit out fresh blood. Ah! Monster! Monster! You're a monster! How can anyone be this strong? How could you have risen from the early Yuaning stage to the peak of the Yuaning stage in just a few days? Chu Fan let out a strange cry as he watched Yi Chen approach step by step, and at this moment, he did not care about all his dignity and temperament, and directly fell to his knees clanging and kowtowing. Elder brother, I'm wrong. Please spare me for the sake of master. I really don't dare to go against you anymore. But I killed the master? Kill good. Ah. Senior brother do right. Lin Yuxuan that kind of should die. She dared to bully you. You will kill her or cheap her. Chu Fan just hesitated for a moment and then instantly catered to. And then as if he thought of something like to add, right, there is also Sumei. Sumei. Really have eyes but no pearl. Senior brother if you like this prodigal hoof little brother this will give her to you. Interesting ah. Chu Fan. You're really interesting ah. Raise your head and let me see what you look like as a dog. Right? Ha! Leaf dust burst out laughing quite happily. Chu Fan's teeth were on the verge of crunching as he listened to Yi Chen's words of ridicule, but he still put on a smiling face and looked up at Yi Chen. So yeah, you really don't have anything but chi. Words fall. Yi dust a foot down. At this time Chu Fan lapel inside the flashing out of the unusual purple light. Yi dust slightly surprised but the speed does not reduce. Chu Fan's head is like a watermelon exploded open. The touch is not right. Yi dust muttered. Deep in the sea of consciousness, creation immortal knowledge immortal light flashed. His waste spirit soared toward the surrounding chopped out. Sword on the purple thunder swept out madly struck in the surrounding quite a set of extinction of all the momentum. Instantly surrounded by space as if the broken mirror appeared as a spider web like cracks. Creaking cracking sound resounded. The entire space has occurred to varying degrees of collapse. Yi Chen opened his eyes again. The original kneeling Chu Fan was already nowhere to be found. The two Yuaning cultivators who were seriously injured by him had also disappeared at the moment. The thing that he had just stepped down on was a beautifully crafted wooden sculpture, which exuded some kind of terrifying power. But unfortunately, all the metaphysical aspects of his foot had become a handicap. This luck can be really heaven-defying. First there is the remnant soul of a great power to protect the road, and then I don't know where to get the treasure. This is a certain refined void cultivator specializing in the illusion realm of the life of the treasure. Hidden extremely well may even Chu Fan himself do not know. A moment of carelessness was wrapped up in a small period of time. However, all of this was considered in Yi Chen's plan. If he could kill Chu Fan so simply, then he would have succeeded long ago in his previous life. But with the creation immortal technique he would certainly be able to completely kill Chu Fan. Thinking so, Yi Chuan grabbed the tattered puppet at his feet through the air. The volume of creation immortal technique deep in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and with it came a horrifying suction force. And the residual soul of Yi Chuan's previous life opened its eyes. The power of the divine soul was added to Yi Chuan's body, only to see a wisp of transparent and colorless breath on top of the puppet slowly being drawn out under the suction of the immortal creation technique. And then this wisp of transparent breath turned into two halves, one half of which was incorporated by the attraction of the immortal creation technique, and the other half of which was incorporated into his body. Is this the great chi fortune in the information I received when I first came into contact with the immortal technique of creation in my previous life? How is chi fortune not a form of creation? Even chi fortune can be plundered together. It's really overbearing. Ye dust in the absorption of this strand of luck in the body and not half a difference. Just in the past life of the remnants of the soul under the auspices of his vaguely seems to be able to feel himself in the body of the 10,000 serpents demon monarchs remnants of the soul of a trace of contact, as if they seem to come out of an indescribable karma in the netherworld pulling both of them to meet. No, accurately speaking, after swallowing this strand of luck, Yi Chuan has an endless number of karma, in which the heavenly wasteland domain alone has dozens of karma in the netherworld and he is attracted to each other. And these dozens of karma in the direction of the strongest feeling is the fire immortal sect. I see. Not into the immortal way cannot perceive this illusory cause and effect. Unfortunately, my previous life into the immortal way soon perished on the immortal ladder failed to have the opportunity to understand. Good in this life has the residual soul of the previous life plus the creation of immortal skill assistance. No matter what secrets on Chu Fan, no matter what is behind the person is going to do something. I will absolutely jump out of this chess game. Chapter 17, Submit or Die. Come. How come this flame of yours is much weaker than it was a few years ago? Lin hates sky a laugh in the hands of the spirit sword changes thousands. One move after another mysterious and unpredictable swordsmanship without. Each shot is the fire daozi have not seen the sword moves. Forcing the fire daozi in battle and retreat cannot fight back. He can be said to be more and more courageous at this moment. On the contrary, was ridiculed fire daozi attached to the body of the flame as the battle proceeded more and more weak. The back of the flaming tiger's shadow has been crippled at this moment. The hideous face of the tiger at this moment has been chopped off in half. Is now just a bitter support barely with Lin Hentian entanglement just. Damn it, how did this old sword ghost's strength have to become so powerful? But I think they've already taken Chu Fan away, and I've sort of done the task that the major asked for. Thinking so, the fire Tauzi heart has already retreated. Hand blasted out of the flames has also been in vain and no inner. Only thinking of entanglement half a moment after the means to leave. You look like you want to run? After dealing with Chu Fan's side of Yi Duan's cold voice came, fire daozi instantly heart alarm bells ringing, the whole body aura convergence of palms, the blazing flames attached to the hand, full force of a blow blasted to Yi Duan. Damn it, when did you come? Eat my fiery sky burning palm. A palm blasted out. Heaven and earth changed color. Monstrous flames to its palm as the center of the gushing out, quite as set to burn the sky and boil the sea of power. However, before fire Taoist Sun's palm hit Yi Duan, the sound of breaking air came followed by a violent ringing sound in his ears, and he felt his body was off balance for a while. As fire daozi shifted again, he was shocked to find that his figure had already been pierced through by 5 spirit swords flashing with purple thunder falling straight down to the ground, and his powerful fleshly body at the transformation of God stage directly smashed the ground out of a deep pit. If my physical body has been destroyed, then what is happening to me now? Without waiting for him to think too much, the leaf dust in front of him opened its huge mouth, and a huge suction force emerged from it. In a flash, a sense of fear originating from the depths of his soul swept through the entire body of fire daozi, and with the huge suction force he was unable to block it at all. His entire body flew uncontrollably towards Yi Dust's mouth to be turned into the nourishment for Yi Dust's cultivation. After swallowing the fire daozi, Yi Chuan touched his stomach and casually spoke. Well, the transformation god stage is barely enough. Eating a few more people might allow me to break through to the transformation god stage. However, this scene fell into Lin Henshin's eyes but it made his hair stand up. Yi Chuan's speed of beheading fire daozi was too fast. Fire daozi was not able to react, but Lin Hentian was different. He witnessed the entire process of Yi Chuan's beheading of fire daozi. That can't even be considered a fight. That's just a total crush. From the moment Yi Chuan voiced out the fire daozi's awareness, the fire daozi was already dead. The fire daozi just wanted to use his own famous skill, fiery fire burning palm. Yi Chuan's 5 immortal demon slashing sword had pierced through his torso, before the poor fire daozi could react to the demise of his physical body. Yi Chen directly grabbed his divine soul, and in the next moment, he opened his gigantic mouth, and he was devoured by Yi Chen without even having the chance to resist. It was as if all of this was just a more ordinary eating session for Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Lin Heten who was still immersed in the scene where he had annihilated fire daozi and opened his mouth to inquire. What? You also think that I'm a devil Dao, so you want to act on behalf of heaven? I dare not. In the next just think that the adult talent extraordinary skills. Ingenious. Lin Hentian hastily opened his mouth to defend. The heart screamed bitterly. What a joke. We are all adults. The cultivation world strength is the respect, at least in the Tianwu domain. With the ability to easily kill the god of the battle Yi Chen act without the need to comply with the so-called righteousness of the devil. He formed his own way no one dares to say half a word. Therefore, in order to cover up the fact that he had seen Yi Chen devouring the cultivator's soul with his devilish technique, he had also purposely weighed his words. Yi Chen didn't care about Lin Hentian's appearance as he directly pulled out a jade slip from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Hentian. This is a few techniques that I can't use. There are 3 transformation techniques, 5 Yuanying techniques, and a number of Jiedan techniques. You will bring these back to the Netherworld Immortal Sect and give them to Jian Wuxin. One of the transformation method is based on the memories of the previous life of Yi Duan replicated out, and Yuanying Gongfu and Jiedan Gongfu is the last time those clans left by money. These are useless to Yi Duan, might as well hand over to Lin Hentian to revitalize the Misty Immortal Sect. And then how to say that in the next 30 years is also regarded as their own forces, there is no need to treat them poorly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Hentian looked at the jade slip in his hand, and his breathing suddenly became ragged. Unlike what ordinary people imagine, the techniques of a certain realm are not necessary to reach a certain realm. That is to say, breaking through the God of Transformation does not require the practice of the God of Transformation technique. The God of Transformation technique is just a high-level technique that can only be used at the God of Transformation stage, and it belongs to the category of means. But in other words, a God of Transformation cultivator does not necessarily have a God of Transformation technique, especially in the heavenly desolate domain. In addition to a few superb forces, the rest of the immortal cultivation sect, even if by chance a God of Transformation ancestor was born, cannot have the corresponding technique. Its combat power compared to the appropriate technique of the God of Transformation cultivator is not a half a star difference. The value symbolized in this jade brief is self-evident. It is no exaggeration to say that if there is no accident, this jade brief is enough to let any cultivation power in the Sky Wasteland domain to smoothly enter the ranks of the top power in the next 100 years. Lin Hentian took a deep breath and respectfully bowed toward Yi Chen. My lord, that kid Jian Wuxin is right. It is an honor for our clan for you to be the lord of the Netherworld Immortal Sect. If Lin Hentian followed Yi Chen at the beginning because of Jian Wuxian's words and Yi Chen's temptation to give the God transformation technique, then from this moment onwards, Lin Hentian began to sincerely identify with Yi Chen as the Misty Immortal Sect's supreme elder. As for Yi Chuan devouring people's souls? I'm sorry, my eyes are bad. I didn't see it. We all kill people behind their backs, and where is it? High-ranking enslavement of mortals and low-ranking cultivators in the immortal cultivation world is a common occurrence. Who has clean hands? Then when you go back, you will place an invitation to the Leaving Flame Immortal Sect. Etiquette must be done. 3 days' time. Either hand over Chu Fan to submit to me, or I will have the entire Leaving Flame Immortal Sect removed from the heavenly desolate domain. Yi Chuan smiled with satisfaction at the situation and ordered a command before separating a strand of his split soul to enter the small space at his dantian. Yi Chuan separated a strand of his residual soul into his dantian, where he met the spirit sword superior, who was filled with adoration, and the 10,000 serpent demon monarch, who was filled with confusion. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch, after the words of the spirit sword superior, also sort of roughly understood what the so-called division karma between himself and Chu Fan was in the end. Someone planted a strand of chi on his body through supreme means, while Chu Fan was carrying great chi, and the two would meet according to various chances and coincidences, plus various reasons why he would have a favorable impression of Chu Fan and help him. Although the 10,000 serpent demon monarch was a demon more devilish, but after all, he was a peak refined void great demon in his lifetime. He considered himself to be a person who was also clear about his grudges. The reason why he, as a demon, would be so dedicated to helping Chu Fan was because of Chu Fan's saving grace of saving his life when he had failed in his tribulation and was about to fall, coupled with the fact that in the illusory realm, Chu Fan had remodeled his flesh for him, and that was what made him willing to do his best to assist Chu Fan. After learning about these things, the 10,000 Snakes demon monarch felt that he was a joke, practicing for a lifetime but only a pawn in someone else's chessboard, and he himself was betrayed even as a crack appeared in his Taoist heart. Yi Duan will want Snake demon monarch's thoughts in his eyes, and how can he not know one Snake demon monarch's thoughts? Cultivators who do not have a few points of pride it? This kind of vaguely being manipulated to play the feeling who feel good? Demon monarch, do you want to break away from that elusive chi in you? Submit to me, and I'll let you regain your peak cultivation, and it's not impossible for you to even break through to a higher realm. Chapter 18, The Eve of the Battle Between the Two Clans. As the 10,000 serpent demon monarch listened to Yi Chen's words of beckoning, there was a slight disdain at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chuan, you're very powerful, whether it's talent, or the ability to compel people's hearts, but you've misjudged the hearts of people. Although I'm not one of your human race, but I do understand some shallow truths. It's not true that I hate this feeling of being used and manipulated by people, but if I chose to submit to you in order to get rid of the so-called chi, then what's the point of me being manipulated as opposed to being manipulated directly and willingly? However, it's just a different manipulator. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch's words showed the arrogance of a generation of demon monarchs, and although his residual soul had already weakened to the point of falling into Yi Chuan's hands at this moment, it did not affect him in the slightest. choosing to voluntarily wear another collar in order to get rid of the one in front of him. The demon lord was unwilling to submit in order to live. The demon lord was also unwilling. 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch closed his eyes with a look that would rather die than give in to the intention of the leaf. Dust in the eyes is also more than a few points of praise, but also limited to praise and not too much emotion. After all, for Yi Duan, in life, less than the stage of the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch did not have to be him. The reason why Yi Duan wants to take over the 10,000 Serpents Demon Monarch is to let him and the Spirit Sword Aligner become the Netherworld Immortal Sect's explicit cards. Yi Duan's ambition is by no means the Heavenly Wilderness area, which is a district of the area, and Yi Duan has done well from the beginning of the Netherworld Immortal Sects, taking the entire Heavenly Wilderness area as a springboard to plan for the rest of the realm. In order to realize Yi Duan's goal, he needs to have some strong people standing in the open to control the entire Misty Immortal Sect and even influence the Heavenly Wasteland region for him. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to manipulate such a huge thing with just one person's strength. Instead of manipulating countless low-ranking cultivator minds to provide convenience for themselves, it would be better to directly take in high-ranking cultivators, and then have the high-ranking cultivators take in vassals that belong to them, and under the layer-by-layer progression, the entire Heavenly Wasteland domain would become Yi Dust's property. Let's put it this way then. If you are not willing to submit to me, then let's put it in another way. You make a heavenly oath to serve me for half an aeon, and I will be responsible for letting you regain your peak refined void cultivation and give you a suitable physical body. And after the half an aeon has passed, the karma is complete, and the grudges are cleared between you and I. How about that? It was still a half a year's appointment, as it had been earlier when he had persuaded those Yuaning elders of the Netherworld Immortal Sect to surrender. Half a year is not a lot of time. For the thousands of years of the 10,000 Serpents Demon Monarch is just a flick of the finger. Not to mention that the return given by Yi Duan is even more attractive. Remodeling of the physical body and the cultivation back to the peak. In ancient times, Gojian was still able to lie down on his back, and then rise up and flourish. It's not a bad deal to put up with it for a while in exchange for such a reward. The 10,000 Serpent Demon Lord's mind was enlightened after he thought about it, and his cloudy eyes surged with a brilliant light. He was very decisive, and immediately used his divine soul to communicate with the will of the Heavenly Tao, making a Heavenly Tao oath declaring his allegiance to Yi Chen for half an eon, while Yi Chen was to give him a suitable physical body and restore his refined void cultivation after half an eon. An arcane breath turned into two halves. One entered the residual soul of the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch, leaving a Heavenly Tao imprint, while one entered Yi Chen's split soul and spread to the depths of Yi Chen's sea of consciousness, leaving an imprint. The oath of heaven is established. The seven-star glazed lamp emerged, and an extremely dense white mist wrapped around the remnant soul of the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch. In just half a breath of time, the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch cast an unbelievable gaze at Yi Chen. This mist had mended his tattered soul in such a short period of time. Although it hadn't been able to directly restore him to the level of refined void, it had still touched the level of the transformation of God stage. On the other hand, Lin Hetian's movements were quick, and he sent a paper of war invitations to the leading Fire Immortal Sect in accordance with Yi Chen's instructions. The Netherworld Immortal Sect was fully prepared for the battle against the Lihua Immortal Sect. If the Lihua Immortal Sect was unwilling to hand over the demonic cultivator Chu Fan, then the Netherworld Immortal Sect would lead all of their disciples to pay a visit to the door at all costs, and knocking on the door and attacking the gate was just a matter of moments away. In addition to the Netherworld Immortal Sect, the 10,000 Cultivation Alliance also chose to declare war with the leading Fire Immortal Sect after the best efforts of Lord Scattering Spirit to advise them, and at the same time, they made clear their willingness to form a fellowship with the Netherworld Immortal Sect. The rest of the large and small sects also clearly smelled the storm coming. This battle was not only a battle between the oldest and strongest immortal sects and the newest and strongest immortal sects of the Heavenly Wasteland domain. It was also a battle between all of the cultivation forces in the darkness of the Heavenly Wasteland domain. Either you stay alone and close the door for a few years, or you go down to the game and choose a side to join. And as a monk clan there is no reason to avoid the world. Monks in the sky fight with the ground, but also with the same way to fight. 100 years of rare chance in front. Then the war. Countless immortal sects chose to take sides. The winner would annex everything from the losing side, and the winner would divide the entire Heavenly Wasteland domain to win the golden time for development. What was unexpected in this standing was that the number of clans that chose to stand with the Misty Immortal Sect was actually on par with the number of clans that chose the leaving Fire Immortal Sect. And naturally, the reason why such an accident had occurred was because Yi Chen had previously blackmailed a large group of sect disciples who were presuming to divide the ethereal immortal sect that was in peril. Those disciples spoke with their own clans after they were redeemed. The Misty Immortal Sect has a mysterious powerhouse. Killing Yuaning is like crushing ants, and beheading a transformation god is like killing a chicken. So please think twice about this battle. Yi Duan's overwhelming battle power directly changed the battle situation. Even though these clans had once been blackmailed by Yi Duan, they resolutely chose to join the ethereal immortal sect's camp for the sake of benefits after learning of Yi Duan's battle power. There are no mortal enemies within the immortal cultivation world, when benefits come first. However, such a sudden change of events has caused the entire Lihuo Immortal sect to be enraged. The Lihuo Immortal sect and the Misty Immortal sect had been feuding for a long time. When the Misty Immortal sect and the Lihuo Immortal sect were both first-class powers within the Heavenly Wasteland domain, they were constantly fighting with each other, and friction of all sizes had already sparked. And the Misty Immortal sect behind because no one can wake up the ancestor lost the inheritance and decline. Away from the Fire Immortal sect but not less fall into the well. The Misty Immortal sect fell to the present decline and away from the Fire Immortal sect cannot be separated from the relationship. But what is this? A long-forgotten enemy has suddenly called on a large number of his minions to come together to crush him? For a time, the entirety of the leading Fire Immortal sect was incomparably enraged, and all of them began to prepare for war. The Supreme Elder of the leaving Fire Immortal sect could not help but let out one lament after another as he took all of this in. He was different from those disciples who were wrapped up in emotional anger. As the highest level figure of the leading Fire Immortal sect, he knew what this battle represented. Even if he could win, the leading Fire Immortal sect would be greatly injured, not to mention in case he lost. With the historical residual hatred between the two sects, the Misty Immortal sect is now a phoenix carrying the flame of vengeance that is reborn from the fire, and the Lihuo Immortal sect will never be able to recover if it loses, and even if it wins, it will still be burned by the flame of vengeance it carries and will be seriously injured. It was completely irrational to fight with the Netherworld Immortal sect that had appeared with the mysterious and powerful Yichen. Luo Xingchen, are you going to let the entire Lihuo Immortal sect be destroyed because of you? You let your own uncle, Fire Daozi, go to save Chu Fan, but as a result, the person was saved, but Fire Daozi's soul lamp was shattered and he perished on the spot. Don't you understand how dangerous that guy called Yichen is? It would be better to hand over Chu Fan so that you can also. Before the elder Tai Shan could finish his heartfelt words, he was interrupted by the strong man in front of him who was as strong as a tower of iron waving his hand, and the strong man responded with righteous indignation. Elder Tai Shang, so what if Yichen is even more powerful? Are we going to succumb to his lustful authority and hand over my righteous brother Chu Fan? You have also used the secret method left behind by your ancestor for deduction. Chu Fan's master was indeed not killed by Chu Fan, so how can you allow me to watch my righteous brother being framed to death? Don't say any more. Supreme Elder. No, Master Ancestor. When my father was alive he taught me to make a clear distinction between grudges. I can't do that and watch my righteous brother who saved my life be killed by a big devil like Yichen like this. Chu Fan, he is innocent. I will definitely pour out the entire clan's power to help him. Finishing all of this in one breath, Luo Xingchen turned around and whisked his sleeves away from the large hall, leaving behind the departing Flame Immortal Sect's Supreme Elder who did not look too good. Yes, I did use the deduction method left behind by my ancestor to confirm that Chu Fan's master wasn't killed by him, and it may be true that the information released by the Netherworld Immortal Sect was incorrect, but that doesn't mean that Chu Fan is as innocent as he is. The image released by the Netherworld Immortal Sect clearly recorded the scene of Chu Fan personally pulling out the golden dan in his master's body, and also cruelly putting it into his mouth and chewing it up. It was only a guy like Luo Xingchen who could show that Chu Fan was being manipulated by the residual soul of the demonic demon in his body before he did such a thing. All the belly-aching words of the Supreme Elder in his mouth turned into a mouthful of turbid air and exhaled out of his body. Alas, Luo, it's master who apologized to you back then. So I brought your child back to the clan to cultivate it to the Jedan stage to become the young master within the clan. For master will try his best to make up for the mistake at the beginning. I just hope for master this old bones can still hold on for a little while longer. Chapter 19, Is it worth it for an outsider? Luo Xingchen arrived at the residence of the disciples of the leaving Fire Immortal Sect after walking out of the sect's main hall. All of the sect cultivators encountered along the way stopped their hand movements to respectfully greet Luo Xingchen, and a deep fear was hidden in the bottom of those disciples' eyes. Greetings, young lord. Welcome, young lord. Young lord is mighty. The leaving Fire Immortal Sect is mighty. Luo Xingchen's dark face brightened a bit more as he listened to the sound of a young lord coming from the crowd in his ears. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise to reveal his white teeth. Obviously extremely flattered by the sect disciples' deference, Luo Xingchen left the crowd and walked to a more remote house, only to see several disciples with low cultivation levels besieging the house, and their mouths were frantically screaming something. Chu Fan, you villain. Relying on the fact that you worshipped with the young lord when you were a child. Now you dare to flaunt your power within our Lihuo Immortal Sect, don't you? That's right. We were kind enough to take you in, but you stole our foundation establishment pills, and along with our hard-earned spirit stones, you secretly used them all together. Ha! Aren't you all just envious that I succeeded in building my foundation so quickly? I definitely won't forget you guys in the future. Chu Fan's mid-air voice rang out. Even though he was facing the accusations of several sect disciples, Chu Fan still didn't have the slightest intention to repent. Instead, he opened his mouth to defend himself in a vigorous manner. What's more, this foundation establishment Dan is what I picked up. What's the point of stealing it? On the contrary, it's you guys who claim that you are willing to take me in, but you're not even willing to give me the foundation establishment Dan. But it's just a bunch of moralistic people. If you guys are willing to give it, how would I go and pick up your foundation establishment Dan? Chu Fan's words falling into the ears of the leading disciples seemed extremely harsh. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some friendship with Luo Xingchen, I'm afraid that he couldn't help but strike out already at this moment. His name as MOU is also considered to be the leading figure of the younger generation of the leaving Fire Immortal sect, and his cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment has barely reached the ranks of the Heaven's Pride, and now he is not only coming to ask for his own sake, but also for the sake of the other people in the sect who have been scourged by Chu Fan. MOU previously was because of listening to Luo Xingchen's words. Also believed that Chu Fan previously killed the master and other things are all misunderstandings. Is the Misty Immortal sect wants to kill him the crime of desire? So he chose to take in Chu Fan, let Chu Fan live next to him. Originally, one more person and one less had no effect on the cultivators, but Chu Fan was relying on his relationship with Luo Xingchen to ask for cultivation resources from time to time from several of them. At first it was just some spirit stones. Later it turned into Qi condensation Dan. And now it has even turned into foundation establishment Dan. MOU although the family background is quite rich, but several times down he is also reluctant. After all, to put it nicely, he is entrusted by Luo Xingchen to take care of Chu Fan. To put it bluntly, who is Chu Fan? Is not a notorious devil cultivator? If not, Luo Xingchen force protection is afraid to even the Lihuo Immortal sect cannot enter. In that case, why should MOU unconditionally fulfill Chu Fan's request for good reason, and hand over a large amount of cultivation resources to Chu Fan for nothing? Based on Chu Fan's big face? Or is it based on Chu Fan's reputation of being a hitman? Also, what after Chu Fan grows up in the future will definitely give a generous reward. What a joke! After taking away someone else's chance, do you still want to give someone else a big pie? Even if it was true, who could know when Chu Fan would return the favor? And what if there was a return only when his lifespan was over? An outsider fostering others even had to bully those aborigines behind him. He couldn't tolerate his senior brother being bullied just like that. Thinking so, MOU couldn't help but clench his fists to hit the smug Chu Fan, and shouted under his breath, "Good. I'd like to see if you're really that much of a genius. I'm going to teach you a good lesson for young Master Luo today." But without waiting for MOU's fist to hit Chu Fan's face, Luo Xingchen stepped in to stop MOU. Luo Xingchen directly stole a vicious punch on MOU. His Jiedan stage cultivation was uninhibited. This directly caused MOU to let out a miserable scream. Not only that, Luo Xingchen's mouth was still chanting, "MOU, you're too much of a disappointment to me. You're even bullying the small with the big. But it's just a foundation establishment Dan. What can you do if you give it to Chu Fan?" "Ha, bullying the small with the big? Then is it any wonder that he stole my brother's cultivation resources and left it at that? You see clearly that he's the outsider. While the one whose cultivation resources were stolen is our fellow disciples who have been here together since the beginning of our cultivation. Luo Xingchen, I'd say I was wrong about you. What kind of skill is it to be generous at the expense of others?" Inkfeather covered himself at his ribs, disappointment in his words. Seeing that MOU was injured by Luo Xingchen, the onlookers' compliments to Luo Xingchen disappeared, and immediately several disciples stepped out to help MOU up with concern. "Senior brother MOU, are you alright? Do you all have any blood clotting pills?" Immediately there are several bottles of blood clotting Dan was handed over. This is undoubtedly in the face of Luo Xingchen. Those disciples also know. But MOU in the heart of the Immortal sect disciples of the Lihuo Immortal status can be said to be extremely high. If they call Luo Xingchen a young master is in the routine words, then call MOU a MO senior brother. If they called Luo Xingchen young master as a matter of routine, then calling MOU senior brother MO was a willing call. Over the years MOU can be said to be devoted to the poor cultivation qualifications of the disciples in the sect. These are seen in the eyes of the disciples, loved by the disciples. Even if it wasn't for the fact that a Luo Xingchen was parachuted in a few years ago, the position of the young master of this session of the Lihuo Immortal sect would not be MOU. Luo Xingchen's dark face became slightly grim as he loudly scolded the surrounding disciples. "What the hell are you doing? Chu Fan is my brother, and can't my hugely Fire Immortal sect do some of the landlord's honor? This kind of petty appearance has really disgraced our sect." At those words Chu Fan's heart was secretly happy, but on the surface he put on an aggrieved look. "Alas, brother Luo, it seems that I'm an outsider after all. I was after all manipulated by the remnants of a demonic demon soul before, so it's only normal for me to be misunderstood now. Chu Fan's hypocritical words made people frown. But on the contrary, Luo Xingqian, a brainless guy, was heartbroken. Alas, younger brother, it's my brother's fault. You saved my brother's life in the first place, but for my brother nowadays, I can't even grant you normal cultivation within the sect, causing you to suffer from the blank stares. It's my brother's incompetence. Chu Fan and Luo Xingqian were singing and staging a brotherly love, but the surrounding disciples were not buying it anymore. Young lord is young lord. Words are just easy to say. When did outsiders get to enjoy privileges that none of us can enjoy? Young master, do you still remember that you are the young master of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect? To seek personal gain for outsiders like this is truly our good young master. I don't know who started it, but the rest of the disciples also scrambled to agree. Yes, the young master and Chu Taoist friends can really brotherly love. Do not know the ground thought that the young master has a dragon and yang good it? A mouthful of younger brother called really affectionate. It turns out that in the eyes of the young lord we are not as good as outsiders. Let's do it this way. In the future, we don't need to receive the salary of the disciples of the Leaving Flame Immortal sect, so why not simply let all of them be given to you? Dao friend Chu. And I don't know whether or not I will be able to enjoy the same treatment if I return to the Immortal sect to temporarily reside after I withdraw from the sect? And will you be able to do your duty as a landlord? A time can be said to be the people's grievances. Luo Xingqian, listening to the ridicule of the surrounding disciples, face green but do not dare to face the anger of the people, can only bring Chu Fan slink away. Mo looked at Luo Xingqian's departing direction, his heart surged with a wave of loathing. And one more treacherous thought came to his mind. Defect. Defect to the misty immortal sect. Leave the Leaving Fire Immortal sect. I can't let my brother in arms die on the battlefield for the sake of a young master like Luo Xingqian. He is different from those who are wrapped up in the sect's righteousness of the fanatic disciples. He clearly knows that there is no right or wrong in the war between the two sects, but for the sake of the interests of the two sects before the fight is to compete for cultivation resources. And there may be a hint of delusion of accumulating prestige to lead the entire heavenly wilderness domain purpose. But this time was different. In the past there was still a legitimate excuse, was to gain more resources. The disciples of the winning clan could also benefit from the battle. But this time the Netherworld Immortal sect's request was to get back Chu Fan. While the Li Fire Immortal sect was going to die to protect Chu Fan because of Luo Xingqian's relationship. Just because of an outsider, but to break out in such a big battle. Even if they won, would they be able to make up for the loss? Can't. The strength of the two sects is equal. What can be gained after victory is that Chu Fan is unharmed. Besides that, there is a little bit of insignificant fame. But the price is that the disciples of this war will be at least half dead or injured. Why for an outsider to let us these disciples to sacrifice? And this war involves too much. The Misty Fairy clan somehow pulled on a lot of power to come to cheer, can be said to be raging. Even go out to look for breakthroughs, and the god of war also returned to the clan. And its clan also has an additional name, Ye Dust Ruthless Role. Ye Dust in the Misty Fairy clan not long ago, or obscure disciple, now has become can instantly kill 2 peak Yuaning E stage of the horror of the role of the even more. The news said that now the huge immortal sect has been led by Yi Chuan. So how strong should Yi Chuan be in order to make the god of transformation admit that he is not as strong as the god of transformation? Peak god of transformation? Or void refining? You didn't dare to continue thinking about it. His forehead couldn't help but ooze cold sweat just by imagining a 30-year-old at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, or even a 30-year-old at the void refining stage. Do we really have a chance of winning? It would be better to just, and at least save these brethren around me. On the other side, Luo Xingqian's face was unhappy, frantically cursing those disciples. But on the contrary, Chu Fan was faceless enough to not react at all. Chu Fan instead chimed in with a stony face. Damn it, these things that are eating out of the palm of your hand. I will definitely make them kneel down and apologize to you when I become the sect leader of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect. It's fine. Bear with it for now. Brother Luo, did you figure out what I told you earlier? I've already taken care of it. I'll take you to the secret ancestral land of our Leaving Flame Immortal sect right now. But what do you want to go to the ancestral land for? It's nothing. Could it be that Brother Luo is still afraid that I will harm you? I just want to visit the long-dead void refining ancestor of the Lihuo Immortal sect. The old ancestor has been dead for who knows how many years. What can you do by going? Brother Luo, please don't even ask. I naturally have my own considerations. After Chu Fan stonewalled Luo Xingqian, a flash of madness flickered in the depths of his eyes. Yi Chuan, just wait to die. Although I don't know who took Xiaolinger away from me, causing me to be unable to perform the method of dual cultivation to raise my cultivation. But I've reached the foundation establishment stage now, which is also enough to deal with you. If you dare to come to the Leaving Fire Immortal sect, I'll let you know what is called Heaven's Destiny. Chapter 20, Those Who Surrender Will Not Be Killed. Early the next morning, Luo Xingqian sat on top of the sect's main hall, looking at the jade brief in his hand with a face so dark it could drip water. There were a total of 3 projection jade slips, and the words left on them were few, even extremely brief. Yesterday, a mysterious cultivator descended on the Wuji sect. Lifting his hand is the heavenly purple thunder. A sweep of the eyes will make people's heart broken. Surrounded by 5 different colors of immortal swords, just one person will be in charge of the clan half of the people slaughtered. The remaining disciples have no head to leave. The Wuji sect was destroyed. Then there is a picture. The picture of a man dressed in white stepped into the Wuji zone. Right hand heavenly purple thunder attacked to the Wuji zone gate hall. Around the body of the 5 immortals soared with the shot. All of a sudden the world changed color. The picture turned to be the man in a white suit was blood-stained red. The mouth is also chewing something. Behind the Wuji zone gate hall into a piece of rubble. If Chu Fan was present, he would have cried out in shock because the young man in the picture was Yi Chen, the instigator of this great battle. But unfortunately, he wasn't present, and Luo Xingchen wouldn't have thought in that direction. Damn! Luo Xingchen cursed angrily. Wuji sect is a large cultivation sect that supports their Li Ho immortal sect is now destroyed like this, which has several Yuaning elder and even Yuaning peak experts. Luo Xingchen smashed the jade slip in his hand as he probed his divine sense into another jade slip. That jade slip was the same as the first one. A man dressed in blood-stained white clothes stepped into the sect, and in just a few moments, he killed the senior members of the sect cleanly, and Luo Xingchen recognized that the man was the one who had massacred the Wuji sect. Who the hell is this guy? Why does he have to destroy people's clans without moving? Luo Xingchen was so furious that he directly crushed the jade slip in his hand, then turned his gaze to the last jade slip. Unsurprisingly, there is still a support for the Fire Immortal clan within the massacre. Extermination of the clan is still that white-clothed youth. Should not say that the blood-clothed youth body a white dress has been stained by blood. There are even a lot of blood and flesh residue attached to the youth clothing. Luo Xingchen just look at the projection of jade simple can imagine that the youth on the body of the ferocious aura that is how rich, slaughtering 3 clans in a short period of time. And the aura on the youth's body not only didn't weaken, but instead became more and more powerful with the concentration of blood-stained clothes on his body. An absurd idea appeared in Luo Xingchen's mind. This guy can't be a devil cultivator, right? This is swallowing the cultivation of all those clan elders above the Yuaning stage cleanly? This idea just surfaced was denied by Luo Xingchen. The cultivation world and the demonic cultivator sacrifice mortals perhaps will be refined into a cultivator blood dan give eaten is very normal. But this kind of take people cultivation of the demonic power also has a strict condition is not casually can be done. Not to say that swallowed into too many people's souls if the lack of extremely powerful souls to assist the words easy to become crazy. On the swallowing of human cultivation that is not the average person can do. Not only need to match the phases, but also need to be added to a variety of medicinal herbs to assist in the purification of such a troublesome down to be able to stay in the cultivation of the only 5 into the effort and cultivation of their own to cultivate the resources is also about the same. In fact, Luo Xingchen's thoughts were correct. It was just that he hadn't thought that Yi Chen belonged to the category of being an alien amongst aliens. Yi Dust has the body of the previous life of the residual soul of the aid of devouring the soul does not exist side effects. The residual soul power consumes too much can also have the sea of consciousness of the 7-star glazed lamp for replenishment. And as for swallowing human cultivation, sorry, Yi Dust has the world's unique method of creation of immortal know-how. The cultivation, the luck of the creation of a kind of creation, take the creation of their own body. Yi Dust can unconditionally take everything of other people to enhance their own. Just as Luo Xingchen was thinking about how to deal with Yi Chen, a Yuaning cultivator outside the main hall stumbled in. Young lord, it's bad. It's bad. What's going on? Young lord, the 26 large and small clans that originally supported are leaving Fire Immortal sect except for 11 third-rate clans. The rest of the clan hierarchy were all wiped out, and the disciples of their clans were directly disbanded in place. As the words fell, Luo Xingchen dabbed his feet and grabbed the person in front of him and questioned loudly, who was able to exterminate 15 1-2 stream clans in one night? And those sect disciples just left? Aren't they going to take revenge? Are they worthy of the clan that has taken them in for so long? The Yuaning cultivator who was grabbed by his lapel was bellyaching in his heart. What do you mean? You can't afford the clan that took them in? It's not like the others are little cuties. An unknown enemy with a monstrous blood chi slaughtered the division leaders who were countless times stronger than themselves. And now they are lucky enough to survive and not run but still want to take revenge? You're out of your mind, aren't you? And other people join the clan cultivation enjoy the blessings of the clan is not false. But others are not to help the clan to deal with the problem of mutual benefit. How to your mouth becomes a disciple unilaterally bear the grace of the clan? Willing to die for the clan I respect him as a man. Those who are not willing I express my understanding. Of course, that Yuaning cultivator didn't dare to say these words in front of Luo Xingchen to slap Luo Xingchen's face. He just gently plucked away Luo Xingchen's hand that was gripping his lapel and explained towards the other party. Young master, It is said that it was a youth dressed in blood who had a ferocious aura. The other party easily tore apart the clan's grand formation by relying on the power of the divine soul to kill all of the senior members of the clan. Bang! Luo Xingqian slammed his fist on the ground so hard that the ground sunk into a huge crater. His eyes were bloodshot at the moment as he spoke word by word. It's that fellow in white again. If I don't exterminate him, how will my Fire Immortal sect gain a foothold within this heavenly desolate domain? Without waiting for Luo Xingqian to recover for a moment, another Yuaning elder barged into the great hall. What's the matter with you again? That man in white has already killed so many clans. Is it possible that he still dares to come alone to kill up my Fire Immortal clan now? At those words, the Yuaning elder froze for a moment, and somewhat sheepishly made a wink towards the Yuaning cultivator next to him, who took it all as invisible. And the Yuaning elder clenched his teeth and opened his mouth. Not alone. Misty Immortal Sect Chuan brought dozens of Yuaning stage cultivators from the rest of the sects to attack us outside of the Grand Formation, and there are a total of 3 other god-realizing powerhouses including Sword Hate Heaven. Luo Xingqian's brain buzzed at the words and she was about to faint. It was the Yuaning cultivator from earlier who reacted fast enough to hold Luo Xingqian. Don't be anxious, young master. After we leave the Fire Immortal clan heritage is very human can imagine. Although the whereabouts of the Fire Daozi elders is unknown, but we still have the Supreme Elders and a God of Transformation guest secretary. Coupled with the protection of the clan's big array of obstacles will be able to hold out for 100 days. Not to mention that there will be a turnaround. But right at this moment, a crunching sound resounded through the entire leaving Fire Immortal sect, also waking up Luo Xingqian who had almost fainted to death. Ka chow. Everyone realized one thing, the leaving Fire Immortal sect's protector formation was shattered. Surrenderers do not kill. Escape can also be spared. The only resistance to extract the soul of the body and die. If you do not believe, I will let all the resistance to try what is called the soul of the end of not into the reincarnation. If the initiative to capture the surrender of the Chu Fan reward the transformation of the God stage technique a book. Under the aura's augmentation. Yi Chen's indifferent voice resounded for hundreds of miles around. Ye dust of blood stained by the blood of the blood robe to tear the protective array and come. Followed by nearly half of the number of cultivators are airborne breath thick. Fixed eyes found that nearly 100 number of cultivators are Yuaning stage cultivators. More than half of the Yuaning stage cultivators in the Sky Wasteland domain are all present at this moment. Beside them, there were 2 figures clad in black. All of them were at the cultivation level of God of Transformation. And the 2 of them were the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch and the Spirit Sword Superior after remodeling their flesh. And the material for the flesh was obtained from the clan that had been massacred by Yi Chuan before. Chapter 21, Integration of Surrendees. Little, my lord, can I really eat all of these guys? The 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch asked somewhat impatiently as he looked at the densely packed leaving Fire Immortal sect disciples below. The Spirit Sword Lord and the rest of the Yuaning cultivators also turned their gazes to Yi Chen at the front of the group. Yi Chuan smiled blandly and said without thinking, Gentlemen, we are all smart people. This battle does not distinguish between the righteous path and the devil's path. It only distinguishes between the enemy and us. All those who don't surrender can be killed. Please abandon the righteous way of dealing with the situation. The benefits of this battle come first. Whether it is killing people and taking Dan to take cultivation, or killing people and taking souls to shape the divine souls, all are possible. The flare in Yi Chuan's words was undoubtedly evident, and his words seemed like a demon from hell that easily aroused the greed and bloodlust hidden deep within the hearts of the people behind him. As the words fell, the people behind Yi Chen could no longer hold back the greed that had been building up in their hearts for so long as they rushed toward the bottom. The alchemy room. The alchemy room is mine. The leaving Fire Immortal sect has acted in an overbearing manner for so long, and there are countless feats captured in the secret realm. So today I'm going to rob its scripture pavilion. Ha ha ha, don't run. The disciple I took in many years ago died at the hands of your Fire Immortal sect. At first I boasted that the righteous path was forced to endure. Now I finally have a chance to take revenge. I'm going to kill all of you. The high-ranking cultivators led by Yi Chuan laughed maniacally as they rushed into one forbidden area for outsiders after another of the immortal sect of the Leaving Flame, slaughtering the guardians inside and plundering the possessions that the immortal sect of the Leaving Flame had raided over the past thousands of years. Among them, the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch directly used his divine soul to condense a prototype. A head with 2 horns, covered with black scales. The figure of 1,000 years of demonic scaly dragon appeared in the world. He unscrupulously devoured the disciples of the immortal sect of the Li Hua as a blood meal to repair their own bodies. Countless high-ranking cultivators as wolves into the flock ravaged the entire Fire Immortal clan. They wantonly pick what they want to completely disregard the Fire Immortal clan, this original owner of the idea. The Fire Immortal clan, only a few remaining Yuaning cultivators simply cannot stop even self-preservation, are extremely reluctant. For a time, the most powerful first-class power in the Heavenly Wasteland region, Li Hua Xian Sect, was like a purgatory. The luxurious palace was turned into a broken wall, and the disciples of the Xian sect, who used to be in a high position to oppress others, were now all on their knees, begging for mercy. Bodies are everywhere and blood is flowing. These scenes were staged in every corner of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect, and fear rose up in the hearts of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect's disciples. Wailing, crying, and begging for mercy filled every corner of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect. Everyone understood one thing in their hearts. In the instant the Lihua Immortal sect's protective formation was broken, the Lihua Immortal sect's defeat was finalized. In terms of high-level combat power, how could the Lihua Immortal sect fight against the Misty Immortal sect, which had gathered the power of nearly half of the Heavenly Wasteland region? I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. With one person opening his mouth, the countless remaining disciples who were still struggling to hold on opened their mouths with him. Don't kill my Dao couple. Please, I surrender too. The same goes for me. I'll give you my storage bag and magic treasures. Please let me go. One even small crack in a dam that is about to collapse can cause the entire dam to break. Even quite a few Yuaning elders who were still holding on could only give up holding on with a long sigh under the persuasion of their own line of disciples. Yuaning elders are also human beings. They have received favors from the clan and they are willing to die and not to retreat for the sake of this favor. But they don't have the right to let their beloved disciples die along with him for the sake of this favor. Of course, there was also a small portion of disciples who chose to hold on for dear life, only for this fearless persistence of theirs to be transformed into a hypnotic charm. You traitors, how can you stand up to our clan? I'm going to stand in for put. Those Yuaning cultivators used the deaths of the disciples of their diehard clan to draw a perfect conclusion to this annihilation battle. Almost all of the disciples of the Lihua Immortal sect chose to surrender. And under the supervision of Jian Wuxin, all of these disciples were orderly integrated into the Misty Immortal sect. These disciples had no worries about their lives, but they would also become vassals of the Misty Immortal sect for a long period of time. The qualifications of these disciples were very good, and they would become Yi Chen's pawns to control the Leaving Fire Immortal sect in the future. Jian Wuxin, you stay here along with Lin Hentian and have those who surrendered at the Yuaning stage or above make a heavenly Dao oath, as before, that they cannot disobey my orders within half an aeon of years, or else the heavenly Dao grants the punishment that the path of immortal cultivation will be cut off. As for the Yuaning warriors who came with us, let them hand over half of the plundered resources to the surrendered disciples of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect to rebuild the sect, and the rebuilt Leaving Fire Immortal sect will be our vassal, and if they are unwilling to do so, just tell them that I don't suggest to go to their sect to have a decapitation tactic after this matter is over. After briefly explaining the matters that Jian Wuxin had to pay attention to, Yi Chuan thunderously deterred the Yuaning stage cultivators of the rest of the sects who were foolishly trying to make a move before leading the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch and the Spirit Sword Superior towards the back mountain of the Li Fire Immortal sect. In this battle, the Great Elder of the Flame Immortal sect did not come out to meet the battle. Chu Fan and Luo Xingqian did not appear in the main battlefield, and all of the Flame Immortal sect's fires retreated to the back of the mountain under the cover of the Great Elder, and were struggling to hold on, but it was all in vain. If Yi Chuan didn't want to collect the surrendered disciples of the Leaving Fire Immortal sect first, he would have killed the back of the mountain alone long ago, but it wasn't too late now, and they couldn't run away from the turtle in the jar anyway. At this moment in the back of the mountain's secret realm, away from the Fire Immortal clan, the Supreme Elder attached to the body of the red gold flame, the breath of the God stage shocked inside and outside, alone at the entrance to the secret realm to resist the attack of nearly 10 infants. Quite a set of one man to be the guardian of the intention of all men. But a closer look will reveal that the body under the red golden flames on the Supreme Elder's body is already riddled with holes, and his weak body seems to be able to blow down with a gust of wind. Young Lord Luo, please also quickly hand over fellow Taoist Chu Fan. Count on me to beg you. Our clan is left with this group of brothers. These are all brothers who have been born and died with us. Mou at this moment has fallen to his knees in a tone close to pleading, but his actions only ushered in Luo Xingqian's disdain. Mou, how can you be so spineless? Now that the enemy is in front of you, you are even messing with the hearts of the army. What exactly is your purpose? I'll say it again. Chu Fan is my righteous brother. Even if I die, I'm going to protect him. Luo Xingqian did not know that his actions had already pulled the entire Lihua Immortal sect into the abyss. But how could he admit his mistake? If he admitted his mistake, wouldn't that mean that he, the young sect master, was selfish and incompetent? Now will Chu Fan hand over is in his own face. Justice and righteousness between the two, he must take one. Now can only bite the bullet to defend Chu Fan, so at least can fall into a reputation of righteousness. Otherwise now will Chu Fan hand over will become a hypocrite. As for the death or life of the rest of the clan, he didn't care. The big deal was that he would kneel down and beg the Supreme Elder to take him away. Anyway, the Supreme Elder had a guilty conscience towards him. There was no way he would give him up. Just listening to Luo Xingqian's ridicule of Mou, The surrounding disciples are all ugly. They also know that disturbing the military before the formation is a taboo. But if not, the Supreme Elder is still there. They really want to go up to Luo Xingchen's brain to pry open to see what in the end it is loaded with. With today's situation, Luo Xingchen still want to die to protect Chu Fan? This is not to cause them to lose their lives together for Chu Fan. You and Chu Fan brotherly love rather die to reflect the brotherly love between themselves is okay. But they do not want, whether from the perspective of the clan, or from the perspective of the private, they should try to do everything possible to live. Otherwise in the future, where can there be the Lei Hua Xian zone? Just as the conflict between the disciples led by Mou and Luo Xingchen erupted, the belated Yi Chan arrived. Old man, you don't have enough lifespan left. Your peak harmonized god cultivation is only a little stronger than mid-harmonized god. It's time to rest. As the words fell, 5 immortal swords that flashed with lightning light stabbed at the departing flame immortal Sect's Supreme Elder. Don't look down on me. I don't need to rest yet. Red flame perpetual change. The Supreme Elder roared. The red golden fire attached to his body merged into his body, and in an instant, his figure suddenly swelled into a fiery giant of dozens of feet, and he slapped his palm out to attack the 5 immortal swords. And the huge wind pressure generated by the mere swinging of his giant palm cut a large piece of the ground away. Yi Chuan's figure dodged the red flame giant's attack, but the 5 spirit swords that he had condensed were directly slapped to pieces, and blood spilled out from the corners of his own mouth from the backlash. To deal with a Yuaning stage like me and even directly burn essence blood, to deal with me with a peak harmonized god cultivation, that's really giving me face. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch and the spirit sword superior instantly protected in front of Yi Duan. And the two of them glanced at each other before they were about to use their secret techniques to deal with this red flame giant in front of them, but they were stopped by Yi Duan raising his hand. No harm done. There's another fellow here with a harmonized god cultivation. That's the envoy they invited. You guys go deal with him. It's best to capture the Chu Fan who's hiding. Leave this old man to me. As he said that, Yi Chen formed a palm with his right hand, and his left hand changed into a spirit sword that flashed with lightning light to attack the tens of feet-sized red flame giant. Upon hearing this, without hesitation, the two of them dashed and attacked the foreign donor who was sheltering the remaining elite disciples of the leaving fire immortal sect. This instantly scared the confession. He had been sitting on the shore and watching the fire well, but suddenly there were 2 transformation god powers who could not see through the depths of the god to give up attacking the Supreme Elder to deal with him. This was not a fun thing. Not everyone could be invincible in the same realm as Yi Chuan. 2 fellow Taoists, I'm just an envoy tasked with sheltering these remaining fires. Let's be forgiving. As long as you guys don't make things difficult for me, I'll never meddle in your affairs. And you guys came together to deal with me. Are you really believing that a Yuaning stage can beat a peak harmonization of spirit great power? Upon hearing this, the 2 10,000 serpent demon monarchs laughed out loud and responded in unison. You should be glad that it's the 2 of us who are here to deal with you, or else you're afraid that you won't even be able to block a single move. And do you think that a mere peak spirit transformation god can be even stronger than Yi Duan? Right? After saying that, the 2 of them exchanged spells in their hands, and various ferocious spells attacked the transformation spirit provider. Chapter 22 Downward Spiral Fire. What exactly is the origin of these 2 guys? A guy in the body of the chi and blood like a rainbow like a humanoid demonic beast. There is a hand of swordsmanship out of the gods. Casually pulling out a sword flower contains an incomparably sharp sword intent. 2 people, although there is no intentional cooperation, but a move are all mutually compatible, is obviously the limit of combat experience to the limit of the old monsters. Are these 2 guys really only at the god transformation stage? I think I've been at the god transformation stage for many years and I'm only slightly inferior to the Supreme Elder of the Fire Immortal Sect, but I'm not a match for these 2 people. So I shouldn't have come to the Heavenly Wasteland domain as an offering if I'd known that. Under the combined attack of the 2 men, but in dozens of rounds, he spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps backward. His mouth was filled with the sweet odor of blood, and his breath had fallen by a large margin. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch's body's chi and blood was surging incomparably, with monstrous demonic flames attached to his body. He only relied on the strength of his physical body to rampage towards the transformation god confessor, and all of the transformation god confessor's techniques smashed into his body couldn't even make an indentation, and instead, he himself was fleeing in a hurry in the face of his attack. On the other side of the spirit sword on the person, although the cultivation is slightly weaker in half-step merging stage of the 10,000 serpents demon monarch, but by virtue of the sword moves given by the leaf dust is even more bizarre and unpredictable. He only rely on the aura will be manifested out of the 72 spirit swords as a sword array attack to the other side, which makes that the god of the gods of the donor felt a long time ago that the breath of the death of the approaching, that the god of the donors do not dare to continue to trust all kinds of treasures such as beans like throwing out to counteract the spirit of the sword of the person of the sword array, The spirit transformation offering clenched his teeth and pulled out a formation disc from his pocket which barely managed to stalemate with the two men. This scene fell into the eyes of Luo Xingqian and the others who were horrified. They could naturally see that facing the attack of the two transformation deities, the transformation deity provider was already overwhelmed, and the defeat of the transformation deity provider was already a foregone conclusion. And the other side of the burned blood of the Supreme Elder is not optimistic, and that she does fight back and forth. And with the passage of time the Supreme Elder will be weaker and weaker. Then face the two God of transformation plus Yi Dust, the Supreme Elder, to take what resistance? At this moment, even Luo Xingqian had some trembling in his heart at this moment. What the hell is Chu Fan doing? What happened to saying that he could wake up his ancestor with certainty, in case he fails? I can't die. Yes, I can't die. I've already done my benevolence. I'm going to hand over Chu Fan. Luo Xingqian's psychological change of fast if people know cannot avoid a burst of ridicule, but he could not care so much. If he rely on the sacrifice of a little price or even other people's lives can save Chu Fan to show off a brotherhood of righteousness words, he will not care. But he has to pay an unacceptable price to help Chu Fan. Then he is not willing to. He had thought that the might of the Leaving Fire Immortal Sect would be enough to shelter Chu Fan, but he hadn't thought that the ethereal Immortal Sect really dared to go to war with the Leaving Fire Immortal Sect. His so-called going to war with the ethereal Immortal Sect at any cost was nothing more than a scene. He was truly regretting it. The ethereal Immortal Sect's movements were too fast. He didn't even have the chance to hand over Chu Fan. So much for the so-called brotherly love. On the other hand, just as Luo Xingqian and the others had expected, apart from the first encounter where the Supreme Elder caught Yi Chuan off guard, Yi Chuan was almost suppressing the other party. Senior, now that your clan has lost its power, I may not be unable to let you go if you surrender now. Do you really want the Li Fire Immortal Sect to perish? Just for Luo Xingqian's so-called brotherhood? You think I don't know, but my cultivation lifeline is a conscience. When I failed to shelter Luo Xingqian his father, now I just die to shelter Luo Xingqian. The dozens of feet tall red flame giant roared, and the monstrous flames transformed into a long spear stabbing straight at Yi Chen. That's why people can't be too emotional, or else they'll easily make wrong decisions. Yi Chen muttered. A burst of thunderous light flashed from his eyebrows, and a blood-colored glazed lamp appeared in front of his body. The moment he saw the blood-colored glazed lamp, the red flame giant froze for a moment, and what followed was a frantic manipulation of the red flames around his body to attack Yi Chen. He felt the aura of death, and he had a premonition that this blood-colored glazed lamp was dangerous. Phew! Yi Chuan ignored the red flame giant's attack. He just condensed the power of his divine soul and lightly blew a breath towards the 7-star glazed lamp. The brilliant 7 stars on the 7-star glazed lamp flashed violently, and the 2 channels of black smoke at the wick of the lamp became hideously twisted, and a blood-colored flame appeared from it. As a superb spiritual treasure, the 7-star glazed lamp can not only nourish the breath of the soul, to assist in cultivation is only one of its wonderful use. The attack means is also enough to appalling. After all, this is a great practitioner of the devil's way to sacrifice themselves before the refining of the superb spiritual treasures, and this fire of the soul is the means of its attack. This fire is the fire of the soul. Need to use the soul to mobilize. The stronger the power of the soul, the stronger the flame. The power of the flame of the flesh cannot prevent. The aura cannot be blocked. Only the soul is strong enough to barely resist, and if there is a remnant of the soul of the previous life of the leaf dust to use, the fire can be described as the sentence of the burning sky and boiling the sea to extinguish everything. Phew! Scarlet flames like arrows rushed to the red flame giant, blood-colored flames and the giant's huge arm compared to the small like ants. But just to contact, the blood-colored flames will melt the red flame giant's arm to penetrate it to escape into it. Under the red flame giant's terrified gaze, the blood-colored flame pierced through his brow, followed by a blackout. The red flame giant's gigantic body dissipated with a bang, and the Leaving Fire Immortal Sect's Taishang Elder detached himself from it with hollow eyes, and a thumb-sized hole appeared in the center of his eyebrow precisely stabbed through by the blood-colored flames. Death is not an option. A divine soul emerged from the corpse was about to flee outside, but it was instantly locked by Yi Chuan's divine soul, and then that divine soul was sucked into the abdomen by a strong attraction. Yi Chuan operated his aura, and the immortal light of the immortal creation skill in his body flashed, eating away at his divine soul. Yi Chuan's aura steeply enhanced, touching the god transformation stage from the peak of the Yuaning stage in just an instant, and a large cloud suddenly appeared in the high sky to cover the sky, and an incomparably terrifying aura was birthed from it. The god transformation thunder tribulation? Now is not the time. Yi Chuan stifled a grunt and forced his breath to suppress at a half-step transformation god, not choosing to directly break through to the transformation god stage. He knew well what was the focus at this moment. To kill Chu Fan first. Once Chu Fan found a chance to escape because of the tribulation, then I don't know what else Chu Fan would make up. Impossible. How could Master Teacher die? Impossible. This must be a dream. Luo Xingchen, who witnessed his backer being killed by Yi Chun from afar, was so terrified at the moment that his legs trembled and directly fell to his knees. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if he lost his backer. The rest of the Immortal Sect disciples' gazes towards him at the moment also flickered with a few moments of dissimilarity, and a lot of them spontaneously moved away from him to lean around Mou. Monster! Monster! Yuaning killing a peak transformation god? I must run, or I'll be dead. That harmonized god confessor in the distance had also witnessed the scene of Yi Chuan beheading the top elder of the leaving fire Immortal Sect. At this moment, he was already scared out of his wits, and he didn't care about the agreement with the leaving fire Immortal Sect. He threw all the treasures in his storage bag out together, while he himself turned around and was about to leave. Ha! It's too late for this guy to think of running now. This thought coincidentally appeared in the minds of the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch and the Spirit Sword Superior, and they didn't even have the intention of stopping it because they knew that this Hierophant Provider's fate was doomed when Yi Chen started killing. As expected, the moment that Transformation God Provider turned around and got up, a ball of blood-colored flames pierced through the back of his head. The speed of the flames was so fast that his corpse kept the celebration of his imminent escape, and he was not even able to leave his body before he was captured by a large hand of the Divine Soul and placed into his mouth. Where is Chu Fan? Yi Dust's Divine Soul scanned the remaining departing Fire Immortal Sect disciples in the back of the mountain and asked with a frown on his brow. I don't know. I wasn't able to detect Chu Fan's aura. It seems that there is something odd about this deserted back mountain. The 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch walked up and opened his mouth to respond. Weird? The spatial fluctuation here is a bit strange. There may be a hidden space opened up by human beings. That is, an artificial secret realm. Chu Fan should be hiding in a secret realm somewhere in the back of the mountain here. Then directly destroy this place. Under the spatial rupture, all the secret realms will collapse and Chu Fan will also die in the collapse of the secret realm. Yi Chuan's Divine Soul swept across the entire back of the mountain area. His indifferent voice resounded throughout the entire secret realm, only to see him raise the 7-star glazed lamp high in the air. A chilling aura rose up, and strands of blood-colored flames gradually coalesced into shape. My lord, we will surrender and lead you to Chu Fan. Please be magnanimous and spare us. This person is at your disposal. At this moment the disciples led by Mou fell to their knees in unison. Luo Xingchen at this moment was tied up with a magic treasure. The Dantian is still empty apiece. The Jin Dan within it does not know when it has been dug out. The whole person is miserable. Chapter 23 Old Man Firecloud. A grave forest place. A red-haired old man stood under a towering tombstone and admonished the kneeling Chu Fan. Don't be afraid, disciple. Since you can come across my lost essence fire outside, then you and I are destined to be together. I will naturally bless you. As for the issue of your cultivation, you will hold this teleportation jade slip for the time being. Once you pinch and break it, you can directly teleport to the Fire Xian domain. As long as you arrive at the Red Inferno sect there and cultivate for a few years, you can surely be stronger than that. What is that Yi Dust? After not seeing him for a few days, Chu Fan was now at the Jiedan cultivation level, and the old man in front of him had even reached the refined void realm with his divine soul body. Chu Fan was glad that the person in front of him was the refined void great cultivator who founded the leading Fire Immortal sect in the first place, Taoist named Fire Cloud Old Ancestor. He didn't know that he himself could wake up the old man in front of him at the beginning, and he came to the leading Fire Immortal sect by mistake. And the latter wanted to enter the secret realm through Luo Xingchen's help but also wanted to think of a way to dig up a grave to pull the old man's soul in front of him to replenish his own nearly collapsing divine soul. As a result, what he didn't expect was that as soon as Chu Fan entered this secret realm, he felt an invisible force pulling him, and he came to this person's tombstone in a daze, followed by an agitation surging within his body. His body flew out of a 5-leaf fire lotus. This fire lotus he recognized. It is Young mistakenly entered a broken and dissipated in the secret realm of the thing. He was Young accidentally ate this thing. From then on in the body will be more than a fire spirit root. He thought that this is the role of this thing. Did not think that the fire spirit root at this moment was spontaneously changed into a fire lotus flying out of the body as a meteor into the tombstone. Then is the old fire cloud soul recovery to accept his disciple and help him to cultivate the play. Master, is the Red Flame sect really that strong? Despite hearing the promise of the old fire cloud ancestor, Chu Fan's heart was still uneasy. Yi Chen's terror was engraved in his bones. He had wanted to swallow some souls to make up for the damage to his soul before escaping alone to look for his missing senior sister, Zhao Linger, and he really didn't dare to have anything to do with Yi Chen anymore. At least before he took Zhao Linger's Yuan condensed baby, he did not have the guts to find Yi Chen trouble. But now the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor is, and he guaranteed that as long as he went to that what the red inflammation in the cultivation of a few years will certainly be able to be stronger than Yi Chen. How can he not let him suspicion? Hearing Chu Fan's question, Old Ancestor Fire Cloud laughed loudly and patiently explained for Chu Fan. Disciple, you have to know that the Sky Desert domain looks great. In fact, in the eyes of those of us but is the lack of aura. Fire Xian domain randomly out of a 3-stream forces will be a number of god of the town is enough to dominate the domain. And the red Yenzong is the first-class forces of the Fire Xian domain. The old man in his lifetime hall refining realm of the cultivation of the red Yenzong, but is also a guest secretary just. Speaking of which, when I first came to this area to create the Fire Immortal Sect, I also signed a contract with the Red Flame Sect, and every half a year we'll send a god of transformation cultivator to the Fire Immortal Sect to serve as a worshipper. Coupled with this sect's heritage has 3 god of transformation warriors stationed there should not have been captured. But since, Ka Chow, without waiting for the red-haired old man to finish, a crunching sound rang out. This was immediately followed by a soul-shattering voice. Found you, Chu Fan. In an instant, a fierce wind swept around the entire secret territory, and there was also a monstrous killing intent rising up. All the tombstones crumbled with a loud bang, and a weak divine soul rose up from the shattered tombstones, wailing divine murmurs rising and falling. This is directly using the power of the divine soul to forcefully revive these dead remnant souls. As the fire cloud old ancestor watched the countless divine souls emerge, his face lost its composure. Master, isn't this a good thing? Great forest buried not all of them early was Xian Sect Yuan in great power even transformed god great power also quite a lot. Nowadays even a wisp of divine soul is by no means ordinary Yuaning cultivators cannot be defeated. With their help can naturally rebuild the Li Hua Xian Sect, and also can be used as medicinal herbs to nourish my divine soul. Chu Fan voiced out in disbelief. Of course the latter half of the sentence he only thought so in his mind and didn't dare to say it directly. Humph. It would indeed be a good thing if they still recognized me as their ancestor. It's just a pity that with such reckless divine soul stimulation, these divine souls are afraid that they will become lonely souls that have lost their sanity. The fire cloud old ancestor snorted coldly, and just as he said, these divine souls began to devour each other in a slight daze, and a small portion of them were transformed into ghostly spirits that attacked the two of them. The fire cloud old ancestor pinched his hand with one hand, and a red flame lotus flower was birthed in his hand. Kill me! The red flame lotus flower was thrown out, smashing a brilliant firework in the air, but there were still divine souls rushing in undaunted. Apprentice, haven't you opened the entrance to the secret realm yet? Master, the entrance to the secret realm can't be opened. Listening to the words of the fire cloud old ancestor, Chu Fan's cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, simply because he was shocked to realize that the entrance to the secret realm that he had come from had disappeared at the moment, and could not be opened again no matter what means he exerted. Damn it! It must have been that voice just now. The disappearance of the entrance to the secret realm was related to Yi Chen in the outside world without having to think about it. The truth was just as they had expected. Before the entrance to the secret realm, Yi Chuan used the 7-star glazed lamp to disrupt this entire space, imprisoning the entire entrance to the secret realm. My lord, why don't you just let us kill our way into the secret realm? The spirit sword lord asked when he saw Yi Chen's action in doubt, and Yi Chen only spoke faintly. Kill inside? Ghost knows what means that guy Chu Fan has arranged inside. Instead of knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, it would be better for me to directly trap him to death inside, so as to avoid sudden changes. As the words fell, the brilliant 7 stars on the 7-star glazed lamp in Yi Chen's hand flickered once again, and a ball of blood-colored flames condensed in his hand and blasted towards the entrance of the secret realm. However, the moment the flames were about to enter the secret realm, a pale bone hand poked out from it, and the sound of a cold and hideous growl resounded. Yi Chen, I want you to die. Fixing his eyes, Chu Fan walked out from it, and behind him, the fire cloud old ancestor possessed him and used his divine soul to enhance him, and his breath skyrocketed to the early stage of the refined void realm. Only that appearance was not very good to look at. Chu Fan's body at the moment, only half of his face and chest cavity has a tattered flesh and blood cover. Other places are exposed to the white bones. Occasionally a few places there is flesh and blood foam attached to the white bones. The whole person looks like countless beasts gnawed on the general. The whole person almost became a white bone skeleton looks quite oozing. Chu Fan was directly carrying the tears of countless ghosts tearing through space to open the entrance to the secret realm once again, but without waiting for Chu Fan to soothe himself from the pain of the party, Yi Chen was already striking. The 5 Immortals demon sword. With a low gulp, the 5 spirit swords surrounding Yi Chen turned into a colorful rainbow and shot towards Chu Fan. Each of the spirit swords carried infinite heavenly might, and the speed was so fast that one could not even notice the slightest bit of it before it had already arrived in front of him. With a flash of purple lightning, Chu Fan's brow bone was directly pierced through, and purple lightning spread from his brow toward his entire body, instantly resounding with a howl of pain. Chapter 24, Breaking the Ice when it's time to break the ice. Ah, Yi Chuan, you're looking for death. Although Chu Fan howled out after his brow was pierced, he did not die, but instead, A mass of flame ripples emerged from his body and swept towards the surroundings. The huge aura fluctuations shook the people around them and sent them flying backwards. Even the 10,000 serpent demon monarch and the spirit sword superior who were originally showing disdain changed color in unison. They were both once refined void great cultivators naturally able to sense the oddity in Chu Fan. Refined void realm. Fellow Daoist 10,000 serpents. It seems that your good junior Chu Fan has other cards. Ah. At the expense of you still pouring your heart out to him. Humph. When a piece of my obsession fed the dog, I thought it was a cultivation grassroots, but it turns out that there are countless cards. This chief fortune is really against the sky. Hearing the spirit sword superior's words of diversion, the 10,000 serpents demon monarch's face blackened into the color of charcoal, and with a stifled grunt he urged his aura to dodge the ripples of flame emanating from Chu Fan. Chu Fan was burdened with flames and resembled a fireman, coupled with his ghastly appearance that only had white bones and some blood and flesh left. It was truly terrifying. He slapped out his palm, and the monstrous flames transformed into a hideous fire snake biting at Yi Chen. Such a powerful control of flames has nothing to do with you, right? This is the work of that senior who possessed you, right? Yi Chuan's figure dodged the fire snake, and the long sword at his waist floated out of thin air, and the long sword disappeared in place with a roaring sound. Another blow stabbed into Chu Fan's heart causing him to wail, but Chu Fan still didn't lose his strength, and another ball of blazing flame shot out to attack Yi Chen. It's no use. With the divine soul of the senior to boost me I am immortal, even if you come back countless times. As the words fell, the flesh and blood at Chu Fan's heart strangely twisted and wriggled to dispatch that spirit sword outside of his body, and then grew flesh buds to fill in the gaps at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and even his pierced brow was now only left with a small indentation, and the strength of the speed of recovery left the rest of the people staggered for a moment. Subsequently, Chu Fan's figure was like an arrow attacking Yi Chen, while Yi Chen was holding his longsword with an unchanged face as he resisted Chu Fan's attack. So that's how it is. This is a move practiced by our ancestor of the Leaving Fire Immortal Sect. A disciple of the Leaving Fire Immortal Sect spoke indistinctly, a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Right. As soon as you said that I remembered. Legend has it that our ancestor, old ancestor Fire Cloud, once practiced a miraculous skill, condensing his entire cultivation into a ball of heavenly essence fire. If the heavenly essence fire does not go out, then his cultivation will not be dispersed, even if his entire body is stabbed through. Isn't that Chu Fan's current state? So the residual soul inside this Chu Fan is the Fire Cloud old ancestor? And he also found the Fire Cloud ancestor's innate essence fire from somewhere to revive the ancestor? It's really good luck. When the Immortals sect once suffered a great disaster, the old ancestor's innate essence flame disappeared with it. And even if we tried for many years, we couldn't awaken the old ancestor's residual soul. But as a result, it's been found by Chu Fan now. Upon hearing this, Supreme Spirit Sword nodded slightly, and a few more points of gravity were added to his gaze toward Chu Fan. He was born with sword eyes, a pair of eyes that could see through everything. He clearly saw that Chu Fan's body had a soul attached to it at the moment, and there was also a reddish-golden 5-leafed lotus flower breeding in his body. All its power came from that 5-leafed lotus flower. It was just that the fiery lotus flower was constantly changing its position, and it was difficult even for him to lock it. If the lotus flower was not destroyed, then Chu Fan would not be fatally injured. Although every blow of Yi Duan's fell on Chu Fan's body could cause no small trauma, but the 5-leaf fire lotus inside Chu Fan's body was constantly repairing Chu Fan's body. According to Spirit Sword Shangren's observation, want to wait for I'm afraid that the energy contained within this 5-leaf lotus flower was depleted was unrealistic. After all, this was a refined void great cultivator's whole body cultivation was transformed into 10,000 serpents demon monarch. At this moment eyes gushed out a trace of demonic chi, obviously also saw Chu Fan's current situation. Could not help but sincerely praise, really is a good means. A cultivation into the innate essence of the fire. After death, the essence of the fire away from the body to store up as long as they encountered the right opportunity to manipulate the essence of the fire to assist the rest of the people, at least have a chance to restore the majority of the strength of the body before. And our demon family body into the totem method also has a few points similar to, a few similarities. 10,000 serpent demon monarch at this moment also can't help but begin to fear up Yi Chuan before said luck said. Perhaps this fire cloud old ancestor, as he was generally in the invisible people, planted a strand of luck. And then this is the body of the great luck of Chu Fan and its intercourse. That is, Chu Fan somehow found its lost innate essence fire. Chu Fan somehow found his lost innate essence fire. Then Chu Fan mistakenly discovered that his childhood righteous brother was the young patriarch of the Off-Fire Immortal Sect, which led to the drama of entering the secret realm to return the innate fire essence to become the disciple of the old fire cloud ancestor. And the Hall of a Void refining power that did not lose out to the void refining power in his lifetime was thus toyed with. What kind of despair was this? It was only at this moment that the 10,000 serpent demon monarch understood the meaning of Lord Spirit Sword's words. If you want to get rid of the fate of being toyed with, you can only submit to each one, or else you will end up as a pawn to be toyed with by an invisible giant hand for the rest of your life. Luo Xingchen, who had his dantian dug out at the moment, looked at Chu Fan's appearance with great joy in his heart. So it turns out that Chu Fan has found the old ancestor's innate essence flame from who knows where. Good job. This is what qualifies me to be my Luo Xingchen's brother. But I've been helping Chu Fan from the beginning to the end. Even entering the secret realm of the back mountain is also relying on me. As long as I wait for Chu Fan to win, I'll be saved. I'm going to kill all of this group of villains. MOU. Luo Xingchen's eyes were filled with the color of resentment. His eyes swept the surrounding disciples in a circle as if he wanted to eat them alive. Suddenly, he found his body floating uncontrollably. Chu Fan, come and see your good brother. How about you hand over the innate essence flame in your body right now and I'll let your good brother go. As the words fell, Yi Chen pinched Luo Xingchen's neck through the air, placing him horizontally in front of his body, and looked at Chu Fan, who had a grim gaze with a playful expression. Previously, Chu Fan relied on his own innate fire, can be said to be immortal body. For the leaf dust attack, completely ignored like a beast that drinks blood. General rushed to the leaf dust. The tricks used are also to injury for injury moves. After a struggle, Yi Duan opened nearly 100 holes in Chu Fan's body, also failed to do anything to Chu Fan. Instead, Yi Duan was a little overwhelmed with his half-step transformation god's cultivation and the current refined void realm Chu Fan's struggle. So Yi Chen didn't hesitate and grabbed Luo Xingchen through the air. Chu Fan's movement stalled and he growled out, Yi Chen, you are shameless. How are you any different from the devil's way? If you have the guts to spare my righteous brother, come at me. When did I ever say I was a righteous cultivator? On the contrary, haven't you always said that I'm practicing magic? You even clamored for Master to abolish my cultivation and expel me from the sect. As if you were going to take senior sister Sume out of my clutches, right? How come you're not happy now that I'm practicing devilish deeds? Yi Chuan shrugged indifferently. He did not intend to abide by any rules of the righteous and devilish paths from the very beginning when he got the memories of his previous life. For him, what is favorable is how to do well. Let's put it this way, Yi Chuan, if you let my righteous brother go, I will let you go today as well. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, as if he had been subjected to some heavenly aggression and made some heavenly concession. Yi Chen sniffed, but it was as if he had heard some heavenly joke. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Chu Fan. Ha? Let me go? Chu Fan, you are not thinking of what is wrong. Now as I let go of you. Not you let go of me. You do not die, I cannot rest easy. Now but a few days to see you have a refining virtual cultivation of the master. Wait for a decade and a half, you shall not be more than an immortal master? Disciple, when you make a break, you make a break. If you don't make a break when you suffer a break, your future is bright. In the future, when you go to the Red Flame Sect, refining void or even harmonization isn't impossible. I still hope that you can understand. Fire Cloud Old Ancestor's heartfelt voice resounded in Chu Fan's mind at the right time. His words were both to remind Chu Fan to take his future into consideration, and also to let Chu Fan know what to do. The old Fire Cloud Ancestor had already sensed that something was wrong. He had thought that Yi Chuan was only a half-step of the god of transformation cultivation. Even if his means were heavenly, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of the refined void power. But he did not expect that with his full support Chu Fan and Yi Chuan could not be able to help each other even after they had been entangled in the fight for such a long time. At this moment, his divine soul power had nearly dried up, and the 5-leaf fire lotus in his body was also consumed by more than half. So it would be better to directly persuade Chu Fan to leave, as he might not be able to protect himself if anything happened if he insisted on going on any longer. Phew, Master, I see. Chu Fan, don't mind me. Do it. I will die even if I don't become this guy's tool against you. We are brothers. Luo Xingchen clenched his teeth fiercely and spoke sternly. Righteous brother, I know what you mean. I will definitely save you. Chu Fan roared. His body shot out explosively to attack Yi Chen. The flame aura around him grew even more. Pust. The expression on Luo Xingchen's face changed rapidly, transforming from excitement to dismay, and then from dismay to anger. Even the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor was surprised. It wasn't true that he wanted Chu Fan to make a decision when it was time to make a decision. But he didn't want Chu Fan to make a move of fratricide. Chu Fan without the slightest hesitation directly penetrated Luo Xingchen's chest and attacked Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan used his sword to block the blow, but the force was so great that it directly churned Luo Xingchen's heart so that he had no chance of survival. You, Gar, I don't want to die yet. Chu Fan, I am your righteous brother. I hate you. Luo Xingchen spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to curse Chu Fan, but he had no strength left and could only stare at Chu Fan with wide eyes before collapsing straight down. Chapter 25, Settling Old Scores. Watching his righteous brother, who was quite important to him, die in front of him like this, or because of him, Chu Fan could not help but feel a wave of sadness welling up in his heart. He only felt a twinge in his heart, as if for a moment he could not even manage to breathe. But the cramps dissipated and he felt a sense of relief. He finally had the opportunity to be able to kill Yi Duan. Since the beginning of the clan hall, Yi Duan has become his nightmare. Yi Duan first strongly suppressed his own backer Lin Yuxuan, and then forced him to reveal the body of the devil and demon remnants of the soul fled in fear, which is still Yi Duan with Lin Hentian looking for the door, and ultimately led to the loss of the 2 hearth pots. Zhao Linger did not know who was taken away. Sume was killed by Yi Duan. Everything Chu Fan had worked so hard to plan had been destroyed by Yi Chen, and even the 10,000 serpent demon monarch within himself had become Yi Chen's henchman. Hate, anger, fear, and regret. Chu Fan's emotions towards Yi Chen were complex. He couldn't wait to extract Yi Chen's muscles and bones, but he was afraid of Yi Chen's cultivation and style of acting, and he even regretted a little why he had plotted to take Yi Chen's talent in the first place. Obviously, although Yi Chuan's talent within the sect is good, Yi Chuan is unsociable, deserves no conflict with him, but he was just a momentary ghost, feeling that there was a heavenly will in the underworld that made him go and take over Yi Chen's talent, and then start a story that was uniquely his own. This shadow was too big. If he couldn't kill Yi Duan, then Chu Fan feared that it would be difficult to make a breakthrough in the next few years. Chu Fan understood that if Yi Chen had Luo Xingchen as a hostage, then it would be impossible for him to kill Yi Chen, and even Yi Chen would most likely chase him all the way to the Fire Shan domain, and at that time, with Yi Chen's talent, there was no guarantee that he would not be accepted by a super great clan as a disciple to become even stronger. So Chu Fan stepped in, since Luo Xingchen was willing to cause the entire clan to nearly perish for his sake. Then as his own good righteous brother sacrificing himself in order for him to survive and even advance to a higher pinnacle wasn't out of the question. Was it? Apprentice. This is some. What if you have an unstable Dao heart in the future? Old Ancestor Fire Cloud opened his mouth somewhat hesitantly to say something, but Chu Fan ignored him. Chu Fan pinched his hand with one hand and several red flame Jiao snakes condensed out of the fiery flames attacked Yi Chen. Along with that came Chu Fan's roar. Yi Chen, you even killed my righteous brother. I want your life. As his righteous brother I will kill you to vent my anger as well as my righteous brother's spirit in heaven. A sentence roared out. Chu Fan pushed all the faults onto Yi Duan. As long as Yi Duan was killed, then there wouldn't be any danger of the Dao heart being broken, and the road of cultivation in the future would definitely be unobstructed. Don't get me wrong. Your good brother died at your hands, didn't he? How can deceiving yourself stabilize the Taoist heart? He just in his last life at least also lived for an unknown number of years. Naturally no Chu Fan's thoughts. So he just faintly smiled. 7-star glazed lamp flashes. A white mist attached to his body. He head-on collision. Chu Fan issued several red inflammation Jiao snake. Gray smoke dispersed surprisingly is unharmed. This scene was possessed in the body of Chu Fan's fire cloud old ancestor to see as the heart of the heart jumped. Chu Fan, this move is how strong he knows. With his divine soul to add support. This move fell, not to mention half steps in the god of transformation of the cultivator. Even if it is an ordinary refining, the realm of the cultivator will be injured due to carelessness. But Yi Chuan at the moment across 2 steps in battle is unharmed. This kind of talent even in the red flame sacred sect, that kind of heavenly pride gathered place, is a unique monster existence. Such a bizarre scene cannot help but let the old man of the fire cloud suspicion of a problem. If this is Yi Chen's true battle power, then why did he tangle with Chu Fan before and still get injured? Unless he was looking for. Instantly, old ancestor Firecloud felt a sense of ill will sweep through his body as he frantically shouted, Chu Fan, quickly crush the jade slip. If you're late, it'll be too late. But it was too late. Yi Chen moved. He raised his hand and tapped it in the air. Somewhere in Chu Fan's body there was a sudden flash of intense thunderlight. The thunderlight intersected and collided, sending out a piercing roar. In an instant, Chu Fan's body was blown up in 1,000 holes. His skin and flesh festered all over his body, leaving only the white bones exposed. It's no use. I told you. I'm immortal. I can recover even if you beat me to a skeleton. Chu Fan's white bone on top of the regeneration of blood and flesh. A strand of blood and flesh like earthworms intertwined and fused into a newborn blood and flesh. Only half an incense stick of time will be able to recover so. Unfortunately, Yi Chuan would not give him this opportunity. Yi Chuan's figure flashed to come in front of him at a speed he could not detect. Then Yi Chuan stabbed through his chest with a palm, and violently pulled out a ball of fire lotus that was flashing with dazzling firelight was pulled out by him. As the fire lotus was pulled out, the fire cloud old ancestor who was possessing Chu Fan's body also felt a terrifying suction force surfacing on Yi Chen, and he was uncontrollably sucked into Yi Chen's belly. The time used for this series of actions was only a few breaths of time, and Chu Fan just watched in fear as Yi Chen accomplished all of this but was unable to move. He wanted to counterattack, but a sense of weakness came from his body. Chu Fan was no longer able to maintain his refining void cultivation after losing the divine soul enhancement of the fire cloud old ancestor and the help of the innate essence flame in his body. His cultivation continued to regress and then stayed at the early stage of foundation establishment, and in the astonished gazes of the people around him, a head of his black hair was turned into white hair, and his body shape also became hunched over, which was precisely the manifestation of the body's lifespan being reversed after forcibly borrowing the secret method. I haven't lost yet. I still have that teleportation jade slip. Master. There's no need for a master. As long as I'm still alive I'll have a chance to turn the tide. Yes. I need to find a bigger backer. I've also left a smudge of my divine soul brand on Zhao Linger's body, so as long as I find Zhao Linger and seize her Yuan Yin I'll be able to advance to the Yuaning stage, and my lifespan will be able to come back as well. In Chu Fan's hand was an additional jade slip that shimmered with bright light. The bottom of Chu Fan's eyes sprang up a flame called hope. He wanted to run. He wanted to crush the teleportation jade slip to go to the Fire Xian domain. He wanted to shout loudly towards Yichen. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. He didn't want his story to end here. But the corner of Yi Chen's mouth surfaced a disdainful smile. The coldness of his eyes seemed to quench the ice. It was as if he had pierced through all of Chu Fan's thoughts with just a single glance. Why do you think I would purposely tangle with you for so long? Do you think you still have a chance to run away? As the words fell, the moment Chu Fan's divine sense had just touched the teleportation jade slip. Boom! I do not know when. Purple lightning such as maggots have been attached to the teleportation jade symbol. Instantly an invisible heavenly pressure appeared. Purple lightning issued a proof sound will begin to move up. Purple lightning contains a small amount of heavenly power easily obliterated the teleportation jade symbol on the esoteric forbidden incantations, followed by a bang sound. The teleportation jade symbol collapsed in a burst of purple lightning flashes of explosions turned into pieces. Chu Fan. Now we can properly settle old scores, right? Chu Fan looked back, only to see that Yi Chen's face maintained a faint smile, as if he was a good friend that he hadn't seen for many years. It was just that Chu Fan looked at Yi Chen's smile in his heart that was a little hairy. Chapter 26, Only One Can Live. Yi Chen, Brother Dust. I was wrong. Let me go. I will never go against you again. Chu Fan forced a smile through his fear and grabbed Yi Chen's thigh. Yi Duan couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the look-alike Chu Fan. He had seen this scene many times so far. Chu Fan, tell me about you. Obviously you and I don't have any interactions. The matter of you sleeping with my master is actually something I don't care about. Even if you want to replace my position in the hearts of Zhao Linger's 2 daughters there's no harm in it because I don't really care. But why do you want to seek out my talent? Yi Chuan, I really didn't think of harming you. Really? No matter how I say I'm your senior brother. I'm just a momentary ghost. Really please let me go. As long as you let me go then I'll listen to you in everything. Really? I'm the enemy who killed your master and your righteous brother. And even then you're willing to curry favor with me just to stay alive? Perhaps it was Yi Chen's words that made Chu Fan ignite the hope of living. He desperately wanted to seize this ray of life. He answered Yi Chen's question without the slightest hesitation. Really? Yi Chuan, you just need to release me. I'll listen to you in everything. I've long been looking at that old guy with displeasure. And Luo Xingchen, that damn guy, is the same. Every day he pretends to be superior to show off in front of me. I hate them to death. You killing the 2 of them is simply avenging my death. I can't thank you enough. The remaining disciples of the leading fire immortal sect hid a little farther away under the shelter of the 2 10,000 serpent demon monarchs, and at this moment, Chu Fan's words were clearly heard in their minds. Not knowing who led the way first, a disciple of the leading fire immortal sect took the lead and spat towards the ground. I shucks. My huge leaving fire immortal sect has ended up in such a state just for this kind of ungrateful person. It's really disgusting. It's not even our good young master Luo Xingchen. Not only did the good young master have to stand up for this kind of righteous brother who was not in the same boat, but he ended up attracting a murderous disaster. Not to mention that he got himself killed, and the supreme elder who was the best to him died because of him, and he also took on the lives of us irrelevant people. So selfish. Our ancestor too. I don't know what he was thinking, just because Chu Fan brought back his innate essence flame. As a result, he had to bring us along to die for his sake. As a result, now it's good. The innate essence flame has been taken away and his own divine soul has been devoured. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch was also staring at the kneeling Chu Fan with his vertical pupils wide open, and his entire body exuded a gloomy aura. It was as if the next moment the 10,000 serpent demon monarch was about to change into his prototype to transform into a scaly dragon and charge up, swallowing the kneeling Chu Fan into his stomach. Chu Fan took these insults into his ears, but only treated them as if he hadn't heard anything. Only that the expression on his face became more and more fawning. I want to live. Living will give me hope to turn the tide. Yi Chuan, you will regret not being able to kill me. How about making a deal? Chu Fan, do you want to live? I'll let you go as long as you can survive the hands of two people. When the words fell, without waiting for Chu Fan to make any movements, Yi Chen grabbed the 7-star glazed lamp through the air. A blood-colored line flew out from it and stabbed into Chu Fan's brow. Yi Chen, what the hell are you doing? Chu Fan didn't have the time to utter words of insult as a sharp pain that tore his divine soul struck him, and his divine soul was forcibly extracted by that blood-colored red thread. Ouch! Spare me! Spare me! Chu Fan's words suddenly stalled, simply because he realized that he had appeared outside his body. A transparent divine soul barrier had also appeared around them at an unknown time. There were also two familiar souls in front of him. One soul was the Chief Master Fire Cloud Old Ancestor that he had just recognized not long ago, and the other soul was Luo Xingchen, his righteous brother whom he had known since he was young. 3 fellow Taoists, please also offer a good show for me. Only one person can come out of it to be free. As the words fell, the two divine souls were both grimacing at the moment, their eyes revealing an infinite ferocious light. Although they had been imprisoned by Yi Chuan earlier, they had not lost their sense of the outside world under Yi Chuan's intentional action. The two clearly heard Chu Fan's words that insulted them in order to beg for forgiveness, and then linking it to the past. Why wouldn't they understand that Chu Fan was treating them as an ingrate before? They were flashed by a burst of immortal light in Yi Chen's abdomen, feeling that they had lost something, but had an indescribable sense of relief. This is the reason why Yi Chuan's body is running the creation immortal technique. His cultivation needs to take away their body's luck. That burst of immortal light flashing is to take away their buried in the body's luck stored up the performance. After losing the so-called luck interference, the two recalled the experience with Chu Fan this period of time or hateful lycanthus. The two would not have ended up and this physical body was destroyed. The soul was captured. If Chu Fan no kindness even if, but now Chu Fan in order to survive even so abusive to the two of them. How's that for cool? Master, big brother, I'll fight you all. Chu Fan wanted to use words to let the two people calm down, but his words did not play any role. The three people met each other as enemies. The two people's souls transformed into a ghostly light and attacked Chu Fan, who ate the pain under the ferociousness of the onset of the battle with them. Yi Chen looked at an invisible square in his hand with great satisfaction. He used his divine soul power to construct a divine soul cage for imprisoning Chu Fan, and also threw the two of them, Luo Xingchen and the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor, into it. Its purpose, on the other hand, was to utilize it for wasteful purposes, and the earlier scene of Yi Duan's fatal stomp, which resulted in being blocked by the puppet spirit treasure that Chu Fan was wearing, was still fresh in his mind. Now that Yi Chuan had recovered the luck buried in Luo Xingchen and the Fire Cloud Ancestors' bodies, the two no longer had the strange good feelings towards Chu Fan that they had before because of the pull of their luck, and it was naturally the best choice to use these two divine souls to test whether Chu Fan had any tricks up his sleeve. Chu Fan, I'd like to see just how many cards you have on you. Unless the great fortune you have on you can allow you to fly directly to the sky in the daytime. Otherwise today I'll take away your fortune and turn it into resources for my cultivation. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with purple thunderbolts, and there were a few more points of greed in his eyes as he looked at Chu Fan. Damn it, Master, I am your disciple. How can you kill me? What my disciple said just now was merely an act of expediency. Humph. Expedient measure right. Good disciple. Obediently let the master swallow it. The master will definitely help you take revenge when he gets out. Chu Fan was unable to use his love for old man Firecloud only to turn his hopes to his righteous brother. Brother Luo. Righteous brother is disloyal. But we've known each other since we were young. How can you hearts let brother me? Since childhood acquaintance is not false. When that before is I do not know people well. Meet people not good. I finally came to my senses not long ago. Even if I do not go out alive also want to pull you down to hell. In the past is not agreed not to seek the same year and month on the same day of life, but to seek the same year and month on the same day of death? Come and accompany me. Go to hell. Call you a Luo brother and still take it seriously. To die you go and die yourself. I still have to ascend to immortality. Chu Fan completely gave up the intention of dividing the two people in front of him verbally, and with a furious roar a piece of green leaf branding was revealed above the soul's head, flashing out a burst of bright light, and then rushed towards the two people to tangle with them, only to see Chu Fan change the decline of the party. Only the foundation establishment stage of the divine soul in the forehead of the green leaf branding appeared in a moment to become rounded and solid. At this moment look even more powerful than the Yi dust was forcibly extracted from the chi of the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor. But the Fire Cloud Old Man is a refinement of the virtual cultivator. How the soul is damaged again is by no means a mere foundation stage of Chu Fan can match. Then the problem is from Chu Fan's forehead on top of that green leaf brand. Thinking so, Yi Chen's gaze as he looked at Chu Fan froze for a moment, and a few points of surprise were brought into his words. It's a done deal. This guy is really lucky. Should I say that he deserves to be a person with great fortune? The district foundation stage can even obtain an innate soul treasure. Chapter 27, Seizing Great Luck. Yi Chen looked at the green leaf brand on Chu Fan's forehead, and a few rare feelings of longing welled up in his heart. With Yi Chuan's eyesight from his previous life, he could naturally tell what that brand at Chu Fan's forehead was. It was an innate soul treasure that countless cultivators could only dream of. Innate soul treasure is from the heavens and the earth is born. Belongs to the heaven and the earth is the list of strange treasures of the spirit. The role of the soul treasure is very simple, that is attached to the soul on the constant nourishment of the soul to provide a steady stream of pure power to help its cultivation, but also in the critical moment to enhance the owner's soul power and into the soul of the artifacts used to fight against the enemy. What's more, this kind of innate treasure can be used without any burden. Even people who are new to the immortal cultivation world can also use it freely, and it can also spontaneously absorb the breath around the owner that is favorable to the soul to condense into the power of the soul to supply the owner to cultivate. Soul strength is precious to the cultivator, whether it is swallowing aura to cultivate techniques, or using soul attacks against the law. All of these are required to have enough soul strength as support. Compared to the cultivation, the strength of the soul is obviously much more difficult to enhance. Yi Duan also, because of the 7-star glazed lamp constantly for him to output nourishing soul breath to be able to in a short period of time will be able to quench the soul power to such a degree. Of course, this is also inseparable from Yi Duan in the belly of a large number of friends of the Taoist help. If Yi Chen was still like this, then other cultivators were naturally the same. It can be said that once you have such a strange thing when you step into the immortal cultivation world, do not know how much time you will save. Not to mention how many more advantages you will have over cultivators of the same realm. This was true in practicing the technique, and it was also true in terms of strength against the enemy. In that case, it's no wonder that Chu Fan was able to withstand the possession of the 10,000 serpent demon monarch, and was even able to directly borrow the power of the flame cloud ancestor. The strength of the divine soul far exceeds that of a cultivator of the same rank. As it should be. The smile on Yi Chen's face increased. This innate soul treasure was equally extremely important to him. He practiced the creation immortal technique, and with the existence of that volume of creation immortal technique in the depths of his sea of consciousness, all problems in cultivation could be solved by seizing their creation, which was why Yi Chen was able to make a breakthrough so quickly by virtue of his soul swallowing. As long as he was seizing the creation, whether it was seizing the creation of others or seizing the creation of heaven and earth, Yi Duan was able to increase his cultivation, which meant that Yi Duan's soul swallowing wasn't just enhancing the strength of his own divine soul, but also cultivating his own immortal technique of creation to enhance his cultivation. And if he had an innate soul treasure, then Yi Chen could accelerate the speed at which he plundered the aura of heaven and earth, and his cultivation speed would definitely be able to go to the next level. Yi Chen, I'm the only one left. It's time for you to fulfill your promise to spare me. Chu Fan's voice caused Yi Chen, who was contemplating how to utilize the innate soul treasure, to return to his senses slightly. Chu Fan at this moment had 2 more green-colored short swords in his hands at some point, and his entire divine soul had solidified a few points for it, and it was obvious that his 2 good elders had already transformed into a part of him. Fine, then how about you hand over your innate soul treasure to me first? Yi Chen didn't give Chu Fan a chance to react. His mind moved to condense the power of his divine soul to crush down with one hand through the air. You're shameless. I clearly said that I would be let go as long as I killed the other 2 guys, only to see a huge palm that looked like a sky blanketing palm falling from the sky above. Chu Fan screamed in shock and wanted to leave, but was unable to move. At the time of danger, the green leaf brand on his forehead flowed with luster, and the 2 green swords in his hands turned into green awns and attacked the huge palm. Although the innate soul treasure is good, it also depends on how the person using it is. Yi Chuan snorted coldly. The divine soul giant palm transformed from virtual to real, and the 7-star glazed lamp flickered with light. A ball of blood-colored flame attached to it. Without giving the 2 green awns a chance to escape, the giant palm came down with a roar, and as soon as it touched the flame attached to the giant palm, the 2 green awns were ignited by the flame, and their luster flew away. The speed of the giant palm did not decrease, locking onto Chu Fan's position and smashing straight down. Chu Fan's miserable scream came, and with it, there was a crisp ringing sound, like a glass shattering, or like a jade falling, while only Yi Duan understood. This is the sound of a divine soul breaking. As the giant palm dispersed, Chu Fan's divine soul could not even continue to maintain its human form at this moment, and could only barely contract into a ball of light to prevent the divine soul's power from leaking. Previously, Chu Fan's 2 green short swords suffered heavy damage and flew back to the surface of the ball of light to recoalesce into a green leaf brand. Just compared to the previous brilliance is no longer. The entire brand appears to be gray for a few minutes. Looks like I got the intensity control just right. Yi Chuan grabbed the ball of light through the air, and his divine soul's hand coalesced to directly grab the green leaf brand on the ball of light. Chu Fan, do you know that innate soul treasures cannot be stripped away? This look is actually correct. But did you know that? Once the host dies, the innate soul treasure will be turned into something without a host. As the words fell, the divine soul's hand directly pulled the green leaf brand viciously outwards, instantly drilling and piercing his bones. Chu Fan's divine soul orb of light suddenly uttered a sound that, "Ah, Yi Chuan, you're shameless. You took away my chance. You're a demonic cultivator through and through. So what if I'm a devil cultivator? I never said I was a righteous cultivator. I know why you won't let me go. You're just envious of me. You're envious that I can get what you can't. That's why you're fighting tooth and nail to kill me. Oh, do tell me what I envy myself about you? You envy me for getting the woman you can't have. And the 3 most important women you've ever had all betrayed you for me. That's why you hate me. So, do you know this, Chu Fan? You're really humble. Humble to the extreme kind. You're burdened with great chi as an immortal cultivator, yet you can only rely on a pitiful aspect like a woman to compare yourself to me? Pathetic. Living under someone else's arrangement, yet you still know nothing about it? Yi Chuan faced Chu Fan's provocation. Of the state of mind is simple. He responded to Chu Fan's provocation word by word, the tone of indifference. But each sentence is a direct hit Chu Fan's inner vulnerability. Especially the last sentence of living under someone else's arrangement but know nothing about it can be described as a shattered Chu Fan's original nearly collapse of the state of mind. Yi Chen, what are you talking about? What do you mean I'm living under someone else's arrangement? Tell me. Want to know? It's a pity that you don't have a chance. You're just a pawn. You don't even know that you've been branded in your divine soul. Don't you think that it's too smooth sailing on your cultivation path? Why is it that what others are searching so hard for will eventually fall into your hands? And why you are morally corrupt yet you have countless nobles? Have you ever thought about that? At those words, Chu Fan's mind trembled tremendously, and his divine soul's resistance dissipated for the most part. And Yi Chen took advantage of the opportunity to give a tug. The green leaf mark that was branded on top of Chu Fan's divine soul was actually directly ripped off, and Chu Fan's divine soul sphere of light rapidly dimmed like a deflated ball the moment the green leaf mark was ripped off. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Yi Chen gazed icily at the dissipating Chu Fan's divine soul, without a trace of pity on his face. There was only a touch of disdain and mockery. I didn't lie to you. Do you really think that everything you have is obtained by your own efforts? No. You are actually a person from the upper realm who was sent to the lower realm to be reincarnated and recultivated by someone with a supreme method. Everything you are today was arranged by someone. You are just a pawn. That's why I said you are pitiful. What the hell are you talking about? I'm a pawn? After a final doubtful cry, Chu Fan's divine soul sphere of light ruptured, and he walked towards his demise with all his unwillingness and doubts. The only thing that Chu Fan had left was a green leaf brand that was grasped in Yi Chen's hand, and there was also a strand of luck that was constantly escaping from his divine soul sphere. After the loss of the host, Yi Chuan can feel the hands of the innate soul treasure in the slight trembling no longer previous glory. It is praying for Yi Chuan to let go of it, is willing to submit to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan thought of running the creation of the immortal skill will be hauled into the green leaf brand into the heart of the eyebrow. The process was unhindered and exceptionally smooth. In just a few breaths of time the green leaf brand appeared at the brow of the divine soul villain in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness, and Yi Chuan's fleshly body also had an additional green leaf brand at the brow. At the same time, those chi that were lodged in Chu Fan's body escaped and fled high up into the sky, while Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to devour these chances. Collect them for me, and turn them all into a chance for me. Yi Chuan let out a low roar, and the remnant soul in the depths of his sea of consciousness opened its eyes, exerting supreme divine ability to harness the creation immortal technique under his seat, and a terrifying suction force struck him. The chi that escaped was redirected and surged into Yi Chen's body under the pull of suction. For a moment, Yi Chen's body emitted dazzling golden light, and a crack appeared in the Tao infant within his body. The aura that was previously suppressed by Yi Chuan and not absorbed altogether turned into a torrent and took the opportunity to surge into Yi Chuan's dantian. Yi Chuan's cultivation could no longer be suppressed. The Tao baby shattered. A golden little man stepped out from it. The breath on his body reached the transformation of God stage, and even his breath continued to climb up. Everything was like water to beam into the general. There was no sign of unstable foundation at the beginning of the breakthrough, and the long breath transformed into a long dragon of aura circling around him. The green leaf brand at the center of the eyebrow also flickered with the change in Yi Chen's breath, and the green leaf brand showed a luster that had never existed when it was on Chu Fan's body, as if the only way to use its true power was to use it with Yi Chen, when it was really as tailored as a general. The 10,000 serpent demon monarch and the spirit sword superior took in Yi Chen's changes with their eyes, and their mouths continued to wonder in astonishment. This is a direct breakthrough to transformation spirit, and it's still a smooth breakthrough without any side effects from the water to the beam. More than that, at this moment, the Lord is not only daring to break through the transformation spirit, just unintentionally spit out the aura will already not be weaker than the ordinary transformation spirit stage. and even the breath is still climbing, which is afraid that before intentionally in the suppression of cultivation, is waiting for this moment to be thick and thin. Thunderclouds churned high above the sky, and purple thunder flashed on them as the god transformation thunder tribulation was revealed. Chapter 28, a scheme to capture Chi luck. Unlike the shock of the people in the outside world, Yi Chen, who was located underneath the robbing clouds, seemed as if he hadn't even heard of the changes in himself. The volume of creation immortal technique in the depths of his sea of consciousness erupted with unprecedented immortal light after absorbing the luck that had escaped from Chu Fan's body, and the immortal light directly enveloped his entire sea of consciousness, dragging the remnants of his past life and his divine soul in this life into the paper. Yi Chen initially tried to struggle trying to break free from the immortal light, but gradually he gave up resisting, because this immortal light was incomparably soft. Enveloping Yi Chuan's divine soul in it not only didn't cause the slightest harm, but instead was of great benefit. Yi Chuan's past life's residual soul has not been able to successfully merge with his own soul. Whenever he wants to merge, the past life's residual soul will always involuntarily emit a horrible soul power to resist the fusion of this life's soul. Yi Chuan has no choice but to maintain a one body, two souls exist. Looking forward to his soul can one day grow to the extent that it can be admitted to the residual soul of the past life. It might be necessary to wait until the conjoined stage or even the Mahayana stage to successfully fuse. After all, Yi Chuan's residual soul from his previous life was the product of his previous life's cultivation at its peak, and at that time, if Yi Chuan hadn't been prevented by the luck of Chu Fan's body, he was afraid that he would have already ascended to the upper realm from the immortal staircase. To have such a strong divine soul power was only to be expected. However, Yi Chuan's two souls had a tendency to merge under the illumination of the immortal light, and Yi Chuan, who understood what such a situation meant, immediately gave up resisting and merged his two souls with all his might. I don't know how much time has passed. It could be just an instant in the outside world, or countless years could have passed. Yi Chuan completed the fusion of the two souls, and a person's hoarse voice rang out to wake him up. Yi Chuan opened his eyes and looked, only to see that he had transformed into a small person at an unknown time, and in front of him there was a volume of shimmering arcane light, precisely that volume of the creation immortal technique. Originally blank immortal know how above the emergence of a picture, which is in the center of a picture, is a large and a small two people. Two people are immortal chi surrounded so that people cannot see the face, and woke up Yi Chen's hoarse voice as the picture of the big mouth issued. Chu Fan, you must remember that after you descend to the lower realm you must immediately begin to collect the lower realm's chi luck. Only by gathering all of the lower realm's chi luck can you open the immortal gate. The word Chu Fan seemed like a giant hammer hitting Yi Chen's heart. Since his first contact with the creation immortal technique in his previous life in his mind, more than the origin of Chu Fan being a reincarnated person from the upper realm and the creation immortal technique as cultivation method, this was the second time in his previous life that he had seen the creation immortal technique as active changes. The first time was to directly inform me of the cultivation method in Chu Fan's rough origins. So this second time is to tell Chu Fan's hidden secrets? It seems that this child whose face cannot be seen is Chu Fan. Just like this, while pondering in his mind the cause of the changes in the immortal creation technique, the tender childish voice in the picture pulled Yi Chen back to his mind. Father, please also rest assured that the child will definitely plunder that lower realm's chi luck back to the upper realm. Well, where children know the seriousness of the matter on the good, I will bury in your body a strand of the upper world of luck and then erase your memory to show the supreme immortal law so that you reincarnated to the lower world. And this luck will become the key to open the door of the immortal. Remember not to lose. If not, the luck of the immortal ladder will be above the peril of the ladder, and on the contrary, to carry the luck of this ladder to ascend the immortal ladder will be a smooth sailing. The immortal ladder above. Everything will be used for you to protect your enemies. Listening to the conversation between the two people in the picture, Yi Chen could not help but let out a bitter smile. Only at this moment did he understand exactly why he had been beheaded by Chu Fan on top of the immortal stairs in his previous life. It turned out that the opening of the immortal stairs from the very beginning had been prepared in order to allow Chu Fan to return to the upper realm. I see. The great fortune is the fortune of the upper world. No wonder in my previous life I ascended the immortal ladder with heavenly cultivation but encountered many calamities. And in the end, I was even beaten down by Chu Fan, who messed up his Tao heart and died in the endless abyss below the immortal ladder. And if I didn't manage to find the creation of immortal secrets in the endless abyss, I'm afraid I've already become a wisp of a ghost in it, right? But looting? There seems to be something in it that I don't know about. Leaf Dust muttered before continuing to cast his attention to the screen. Then Father, if my memories are erased, how am I supposed to seize the lower realms chi? Is it so that I can just take my immortal body and cultivate in the lower realms? No, Fanner. Not only can you not bring the immortal body, even your talent after you descend to the earth will be the worst one. Probably with your talent to cultivate for a few years can only be able to refining chi stage. The lifespan exhaustion is not possible to reach the Mahayana stage, let alone touching the realm of the immortal. Because the heavenly way has a spirit, I put the immortal world chi luck in you is already a counterattack on the heavens. The only way to ensure that you can only cut down on you, and other ways to ensure you're successfully reincarnate. Otherwise the only thing I fear is an early death. It doesn't matter. Father, I believe that with the upper realms chi luck added, even if the talent is poor, there won't be any accidents. The child will do whatever it takes to ascend to the upper realm. Even if it is to sacrifice millions of people's lives. Only the child doesn't know how to seize the lower realms chi luck in this case. Please Father, show me. Good. Worthy of my family Fanner. As for how to seize the lower realms chi in this situation, need not you worry. Father, I these years through various means have long been on the lower realm some planning. Although I cannot pull the lower realms chi directly into the upper realm. But I have already collected most of the lower realms chi scattered into the lower realms cultivators. These lower realm cultivators may have been planted by me at birth. Or may have been planted by me when they received certain inheritance. They are completely unaware of this. You only need to use various methods to approach them to reclaim their luck. And all of those luck have been tampered with by me. And the lower realm luck owners will be attracted by the upper realm luck on your body and will be involuntarily close to you. Fanner. One more thing. Just as the man in the picture was about to continue to explain something to Chu Fan, the picture changed into a trance, into a puff of nothingness. In its place was a picture of different cultivators, on which Chuan found several familiar silhouettes. Thunderclouds roared above the sky. A dragon with two horns emitting monstrous demonic aura roared and rushed towards the calamity clouds, and an imperceptible chi luck drilled into the dragon's body and merged into the divine soul. In an abandoned cave, a teenager wearing tattered clothes is playing with the broken iron sword in his hand to learn the broken sword technique, his mouth constantly shouting with excitement. The same in the place he cannot see, there is a micro-imperceptible chi drilling into its body, into the soul. The Fire Immortal clan back mountain's secret realm. A wearing red inflammation robes of the old man sitting in a tombstone below. He performed a secret method, body scattered into a cloud of grey smoke. A body of cultivation into a 5-leaf fire lotus. The soul is drilled into the tombstone into slumber. And the same there is a imperceptible chi fortune into its soul. In addition, there are many familiar figures appear in the picture. Without exception, they are buried in the chi with supreme magical powers. The upper world. Someone to their lower world cultivators as a chess piece to build a huge incomparable chessboard. Yi Chen laughed out coldly as he looked at the ever-changing images within it. Ha! Good tactic. Unable to directly deprive the chi luck from the upper realm of supreme greatness, then retreating to incorporate the chi luck into the body of the lower realm cultivator. And then letting Chu Fan reincarnate and recultivate to take away the chi luck. Based on the strange events that the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch and the others had said earlier, he had more or less guessed what had happened later. The 10,000 Serpents Demon Monarch failed to cross the tribulation and only had a remnant of his soul left to live in the world. But under the influence of his luck, he met Chu Fan, and connected Chu Fan with the illusion he saw during the tribulation mystic realm, and thought that by helping Chu Fan, he would be able to reshape his physical body just like in the illusion. And the spirit of the sword on the same. Young is a martial arts obsessive. The inheritance said that the future will meet a young disciple of the same cultivation of a legacy will wake him up. And under the influence of the luck of the Chu Fan also found with the same inheritance, if not for the Yi Chuan previous life of the sword is too strong to wake up and let him voluntarily submit. I'm afraid that it is the cultivation of the same inheritance of the Chu Fan to wake up him. The two people met as if they were the same. As for the fire cloud old ancestor is also the same reason. Their own cultivation is transformed into 5 leaves of fire lotus due to a variety of accidents lost by Chu Fan. Under the mutual attraction of luck, two people meet. Chu Fan was fire cloud old ancestor accepted as a disciple. If I didn't have the creation immortal secrets that I obtained from the immortal staircase, I'm afraid I would never have been able to think in my entire life that someone would be able to influence the entire lower realm with a supreme manual, right? No. Since the immortal creation technique requires devouring chi to function, why was I able to get information from it in my previous life? In a flash, Yi Chuan was as if he had been struck by lightning, and many doubts welled up in his heart. Even now Yi Chuan didn't understand the origin of the creation immortal technique. He only knew in his mind how to cultivate and simply used the creation immortal technique after touching the creation immortal technique for the first time in his previous life. However, according to the speculative thought, the immortal creation technique needed to devour chi to work. But why was Yi Chuan able to activate it and obtain the information on his first contact? Lower realm chi luck. Unless someone has buried chi luck in me as well. Yi Chen thought of a terrifying possibility as he fixed his eyes toward the ever-changing picture. Sure enough, a new picture surfaced under the changing images. The protagonist on it was actually 8 points similar to Yi Duan, and looked like a much smaller Yi Duan. Chapter 29 Immortal Soul Transformation completed. The season is cold. Snow slowly fell from the sky and covered the ground, and the remains of one village after another were covered in snow. Along with the countless village wreckage was submerged there is a set of dry and thin corpses. Countless villagers have not even been able to leave the body. These villagers labor all their lives. In the end, the only thing that can be left behind is probably only next year after the snow melts after the decomposition of all the white bones of the Mori. And it was in this pale scene where birds and beasts were nowhere to be seen. In front of a collapsed house there was a little boy who looked no more than 7 to 8 years old, struggling to peel away the snow that buried the house and trying to find something to eat from the house. Just this is too difficult for such an aged child. The piercing cold wind came. The child's thin body like a sheet of paper fell to the ground. It is also at this time, a micro-imperceptible chi came to the side of the child drilled into the center of his brow. Perhaps it was because of the difference in destiny that the child had received the chi luck far more robust than the chi luck received by those before him. At the next moment when the chi drilled into the child's brow, a carriage crushed through the thick layer of snow to the remains of the village on this side, and the child was thus taken away by the carriage to be sent to the nearest mortal city to live. The child grew up day by day in a nursery in the city, in which the process was slightly grueling, fought with the child, also snatched food from wild dogs, and even learned to beg for food from beggars. Finally, not long after the child met Lin Yuxuan, the child's excellent talent was Lin Yuxuan accepted as a disciple to bring back to the clan. The child thought he would have a good life, but he didn't realize it was just the beginning of a tragedy. From the moment the child received the chi to come out alive from the snowy ground, it was destined that the child's future destiny no longer belonged to him or her, but was being manipulated and laid out by the great hand of the underworld. At this point, the picture came to an abrupt end, and the child in it was none other than Yi Duan at a young age. Indeed, I also have luck in my body. No wonder I will meet with Chu Fan. Maybe in the end my end should be to die on top of the immortal ladder. And then the chi in my body escaped to be attracted by the chi in Chu Fan's body. But unfortunately no one was able to anticipate that Yi Duan met that book of the creation immortal knowledge in his death. The chi in his body was absorbed, and his residual soul harnessed the creation immortal knowledge and returned to the time when I was at my Yuaning stage against the time. And without the interference of chi in my body I was also able to jump out of the influence of Chu Fan's internal chi luck. The doubts in Yi Chuan's heart were answered, and he only felt that his mind was complete, and he no longer had any care when cultivating. This time after killing Chu Fan, both got a rare innate soul treasure, but also directly with the creation of the immortal skill to seize the Chu Fan body of the chi on the cultivation of the endless benefits, but also understand how to ascend to the upper realm. This harvest cannot be said to be not big, especially since the remnant soul of his previous life had merged with his divine soul in this life. Yi Chen's divine soul had partially transformed into an immortal soul at this moment, which was a soul-level metamorphosis. What a great stroke layout! Since the scheme was calculated on my head, then now that I have jumped out of the chess game, the benefits of this scheming for years should belong to me. After saying that, Yi Chuan's mind moved, and with a flash of immortal light from the huge creation immortal technique in front of him, Yi Chuan's consciousness once again returned to his physical body. The moment it opened its eyes, heaven and earth changed color. A kind of invisible pressure from the soul level attacked the surrounding. The surrounding disciples of the Lihuo immortal sect could not help but fall to their knees, and it was difficult for them to hold on to their breathing. This point is the closest to Yi Dust's 10,000 serpent demon monarch and Ling Jin Shangren feel the most obvious. Obviously Yi Dust's cultivation at the moment is still only the transformation of God stage, and even the transformation of God Thunder Tribulation has not been able to get through. But its body emanates the atmosphere is like the immortal king of the 9 heavens who is in charge of the lives and deaths of countless people. This is the soul level of the crushing. If the previous Yi Chuan soul power is strong enough to make the two of them kneel, then at this moment the Yi Chuan in front of them only needs to invisibly emit breath to make them feel unstable in the heart of the Tao and kneel on the ground. And they can clearly feel the Yi Chuan in front of them as if their souls have undergone some kind of metamorphosis. Between Yi Chuan and them? No. I should say that Yi Chuan and the cultivators were no longer on the same level. Yi Chuan's divine soul had already touched the legendary immortal. They had a common illusion in their hearts at the moment that Yi Chen had already undergone the baptism of the immortal realm to metamorphose into an immortal. Get up. The two of you are not like them. No need to kneel. Yi Chen's indifferent words pulled the two men's minds back into their bodies, and they realized that they were already sweating profusely at this moment, and their legs were unable to even support them. And if it wasn't for the power of the divine soul that Yi Chen carried with him when he uttered his voice pulling them back, I'm afraid that the two of them would have to be on their knees at this moment just like the rest of the people. Yi Chen instructed the two who were still not in a state of shock, his words exuding a confidence that could not be questioned. Don't just stand there. You guys first bring these leaving Fire Immortal Sect disciples back to the Misty Immortal Sect for unified management. As for this ruin there is no need to manage it anymore. This will be transformed into a forbidden area for living beings after my apocalypse. Yes, my lord. The 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch and the Spirit Sword Superior did not hesitate for a moment after receiving Yi Chen's order, and as if they had been pardoned, each of them used their own means to roll up the people who were still on their knees and fled in the direction of the misty immortal sect. They clearly know that to today's Thunderbolt cohesion power to see. Yi Duan at this moment of God realizing Thunderbolt has already reached the degree of refining the degree of Thunderbolt, and even on the power alone, but also more than ever. The two of them cultivation failed to fully recover but can only be God realizing stage of the cultivation of the Yi Duan to cross the threshold of the role of completely. Rumble, rumble. Yi Chuan's action seemed to have angered the Thunderbolt, and the heavenly thunder above the clouds suddenly intensified, colliding with each other under the hidden heavenly power diffusion radiating all around. The ear-piercing roar mixed with the heavenly power attacked Yi Chuan, but Yi Chen was as if he hadn't heard it. The vastness of the heavenly might that made ordinary cultivators fearful was just a little noise to him at the moment. Come on, is it because you feel that my divine soul has undergone a metamorphosis that violates the rules of the lower realms? Then come and finish me off as an anomaly? Yi Chen hooked his finger at the thunderclouds high above the sky, and his words were full of provocation. The thunderbolt was slightly stalled. The purple thunder flashed, and several pillar-sized heavenly Tao purple thunderbolts blasted down, followed by hundreds of purple thunderbolts that looked like scaly dragons following behind, and a kind of extinction of all the aura was emitted. Yi Chen's mind moved, and the volume of creation immortal secrets deep in his sea of consciousness flipped, and a wisp of immortal light covered Yi Chen's body, and Yi Chen met the attack of the thunderbolt head-on. The purple thunder didn't enter Yi Chen's body and didn't make any waves. The power of the heavenly Tao contained in the purple thunder was swallowed by Yi Chen into his stomach. Not even a little bit of movement was caused. Rumble, rumble. The thunderbolts above the sky were like raindrops bombarding Yi Chen below. Each purple thunder on it was the size of a column, and a random strike would contain the might of the late stage of the transformation god or even the peak of the transformation god, and a single strike would be able to strike the ground out of a huge crater with a radius of a few meters. The huge pit also faintly exudes the power of the heavenly Tao. The surrounding aura is also inhibited by the activity of stagnation. This kind of bombardment under the fear that even the refining of the virtual period of the strongest will have to avoid the front. But the gray smoke disperses leaf dust is still unharmed. Instead, Yi Chuan's soul power swept out and condensed into a giant hand that covered the sky and grabbed the Thunderjack. And the Thunderjack felt the crisis and condensed all the might to condense a Thunder Dragon with 5 terrifying claws that wanted to attack Yi Chuan. But the Thunder Dragon halfway will be divine soul giant hand grabbed even can't move to do. Only its body within the violent purple thunder explosion sound and the proof of the Thunderbolt's fury. But this is just futile. Yi Dust divine soul giant hand will Thunder Dragon ruthlessly grab down the high altitude. The creation immortal technique deep in the sea of consciousness was flipping at high speed. The power of the heavenly Tao contained in the Thunder Dragon was being absorbed crazily, and even the thunder cloud that provided it with power was thinning and becoming smaller with the absorption. The thunder cloud high above the sky wanted to cut off the connection, but how could Yi Chuan give it this chance? Don't run. Be a good boy and become one of my underpinnings. After all, my purple thunder is only a vain label without real heavenly power. But as long as I use the immortal creation skill to plunder the power of the thunder tribulation, my purple thunder won't be any less powerful than the real thunder tribulation. Yi Chuan's divine soul manifested its prototype into a terrifying giant of 100 feet in size, directly locking the thunder clouds in the air and grabbing them down fiercely. Thundercloud within the purple thunder roar an explosion but cannot hurt the leaf dust soul a little bit. The sky should be on the cultivator's soul has a very strong restraining effect, but this law is useless to the leaf dust. The leaf dust and then the creation of the immortal skill under the assistance of the fusion of the previous life of the residual soul, although cannot be truly transformed into an immortal soul, but already has the immortal rhyme fear of the heavenly thunder. After half an incense stick, the thunder dragon ceased to exist and the thunderclouds dispersed. The only thing is that the surface of Yi Duan's soul is constantly flickering with the purple thunder of the heavenly Tao, showing that the previous thunderbolt was not illusory, while the entire crumbling Lei Xian clan was reduced to rubble under the bombardment of the thunderbolt just now, and the might of the heavenly Tao permeates the grass and trees near the huge pit. Just as Yi Duan said, after the thunderbolt, the place will be transformed into a forbidden area within the next 100 years. Yi Chuan's cultivation had come to the appalling late stage of the transformation of God. Just broke through the transformation of God and then promoted to the late stage of the transformation of God by relying on the accumulated reserves in his body. Such news, such a spreading out, I don't know how many people could be made to feel emotion. If someone knew that Yi Duan was only a Yuaning cultivator not long ago, and now he had already broken through to the late stage of the transformation of the divine, I'm afraid that he could make countless so-called prides jump to their deaths under the shame of the river. Linger, your good brother has come to seek you out. You can't lose the chi on you. Yi Chuan opened his eyes to look in a direction. Purple thunder flickered in his eyes as if he was able to see everything. When he absorbed the thunder tribulation, his divine sense detected the scent of Zhao Linger, who had disappeared for a long time. She was located in the distant Fire Xian domain. Chapter 30, Traveling to the Fire Xian Domain. A few days later, the news that the leaving Fire Immortal sect had been destroyed spread out. In an instant, the entire Sky Wasteland was plunged into unprecedented chaos, as the first major force in the Sky Wasteland area of the Fire Immortal sect was destroyed overnight. Dozens of large and small clans standing in line with the Fire Immortal sect were nearly all beheading tactics. Clan executives are all dead disciples fleeing for their lives. The forces of the Misty Immortal sect have been cheering wildly in anticipation of dividing the cultivation resources of the Fire Immortal sect's team. Whether it is a vein of spirit stones, or a public realm, many forces are eager for a long time, while not choosing to fight on any side of the clan is regretful. And finally, the remaining survivors of the Fire Immortal sect's same team of the clan is the choice of the closed mountains, but seek to live. The originator of all this is the long-lost Misty Immortal sect. No, I should say that this series of horrifying events are all for one person, which is the master of the Misty Immortal sect, Yi Duan. Only at this moment did the crowd realize that at some point Yi Chuan had become the true master of the Netherworld Immortal sect, and that this was not forceful coercion but an answer that everyone within the Netherworld Immortal sect agreed with. A disciple in his early 30s became the head of a clan, and before the crowd's doubts dissipated, another heavy bomb was thrown out. Yi Chen in his early 30s was already a late-stage harmonized god cultivator. It's fake, isn't it? It's impossible, isn't it? This is the news that the Netherworld Immortal sect spread in order to stabilize the situation, isn't it? This idea surfaced in the hearts of the vast majority of people in the Heavenly Wasteland domain, and for this reason, a large number of cultivators who boasted of their outstanding cultivation went to the old site of the Lihu Immortal sect to check it out. But all of these cultivators fell into a state of fear when they returned. Unbeatable. Thunder tribulation. Refined void strength thunder tribulation. The rumors are true. They had witnessed those terrifying deep pits with their own eyes, and the terrifying heavenly might in the pits caused their hearts and minds to tremble violently. A wave has not stopped, a wave rises again. Away from the Fire Immortal clan survived the disciples announced that will be as a Misty Immortal clan affiliated clan rebuild away from the Fire Immortal clan. And the Misty Immortal clan declared that there are two more god of war to sit on the town of the 10,000 Serpent Demon King and the Spirit of the Sword on the two people. For a while, the situation in the Heavenly Wasteland domain has undergone a radical change, and among them, the long-fallen Misty Immortal sect has successfully replaced the leading Fire Immortal sect to become the strongest sect in the Heavenly Wasteland domain, and the rest of the sects that participated in the war in large and small sizes have also given up their efforts to exterminate the failed sects under the mighty pressure from Yi Duan, and the Misty Immortal sect on the winning side enshrined Yi Chen as the Immortal Lord, establishing a stone statue to offer prayers day and night. In addition, although the scale of this war could be considered unprecedented within the Heavenly Desolate domain, it was not as expected that countless immortal cultivators would die, but instead, because of Yi Dust's pressure led to the maintenance of a bizarre balance and harmony between the various forces. Yi Dust did not go overboard in requesting to seek the resources of the defeated party. The previous clan elders killed by Yi Dust could also rebuild the clan on their own initiative or join the ethereal immortal sect, and half of the cultivation resources could be left behind if they rebuilt the clan before. In this way, the victorious clan received a considerable amount of cultivation from the defeated clan, and the defeated clan was not driven to extinction at best, but only cut off a part of the huge cultivation resources that had been occupied for many years to go out. Because of the fear of Yi Duan suddenly hitting on the clan one day, everyone was very tacitly abiding by Yi Duan's rules, but instead, it was the formation of a bizarre peace. What everyone didn't know was that the most crucial character in this war, Yi Duan, had already left the Heavenly Desolate domain for the Fire Xian domain at this moment, and Yi Duan had fulfilled his promise before he left. He had left behind resources enough to cultivate to the refined void cultivation for the 10,000 Serpent Demon Monarch and Spirit Sword Superior, and had promised to let them go free after 30 years. A few days later, in a certain mountain forest in the Fire Xian domain, two Yuaning cultivators were chasing after a female Jidan cultivator. Don't run, little lady. Quickly hand over the spirit treasure you got from the secret realm to me, and the two of us brothers will be able to let you go. Yun Ruoshua sniffed but snorted out a laugh. Do you two really think that I am a 3-year-old child? The two of you are only at the Yuaning stage of cultivation, but behind me is the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Do you really dare to kill me? The two of you are afraid that you have lived to the belly of a dog for a handful of years. Where had the two Yuaning cultivators experienced such insults, or were insulted by a young Jidan female cultivator? They screamed and were about to exert their means. Just without waiting for them to make a move, an arm suddenly appeared in the space in front of them, followed by a leg, and then a young man stepped out from it, and the man was none other than Yi Chen. What are you? How did you get here? The two Yuaning cultivators looked at the sudden appearance of Yi Chen alert voice. According to their experience as a casual cultivator crawling and fighting for many years, vaguely perceived in front of the sudden appearance of the person does not seem simple. which in the end is the use of the transfer of talisman or the use of what secret art they have no way of knowing, and therefore some of the people in front of the cultivation of the inability to feel. However, Yi Chen seemed as if he hadn't heard the words of the two Yuaning cultivators. His divine soul swept around him, still unable to sense Zhao Linger's aura, and even the aura of the rest of the Qi Luck possessors. Yi Dust had constantly traveled back and forth to the Fire Xian domain ever since he had left the Heavenly Desolate domain, but the connection between Luck was mysterious. After all, he was not the person that Chu Fan could meet through various chances and coincidences to be planted with Qi, and the one who had technically taken Chu Fan's Qi was the volume of creation immortal knowledge in the depths of his sea of consciousness, rather than himself. Yi Dust is only through the supply of creation immortal skill Qi to accelerate their own cultivation. Also stored if you cannot understand the upper realm, that mysterious strongman lay out the real purpose of the mind. In fact, he himself did not obtain Chu Fan body of the upper realm Qi. As for the rest of the lower realm Qi is even more did not, was tampered with things even if it can be integrated into the body is a scourge, so that Yi Chuan can only indirectly through the depths of the sea of consciousness of the creation of the immortal skill to track those who are used to lay out the Qi cannot be like Chu Fan is casually take 2 steps to encounter. He can only rely on the sense of the underworld to track down the person who carries the Qi Luck. If I had known that I wouldn't have killed Chu Fan so quickly, I would have simply refined his corpse into a puppet, his divine soul into a demonic spirit, and his bones, essence and blood into a magic treasure. And now I don't have to be so troublesome. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. This smile was seen by the two Yuaning cultivators, as if Yi Chen was mocking the two of them. One of the Yuaning cultivators, who was slightly younger and more sedate, let out a strange cry, and shot out a spirit needle in his hand to stab at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't dodge or avoid as if he didn't notice. Just a dumbass. No sooner had that thought flashed through his mind than he found his vision moving. Looking back, he realized that his big brother was looking at him with a terrified gaze, and as he looked downwards, he realized that his corpse was lying on the ground, pierced by a green leaf at the center of his brow. The divine soul of the Yuaning cultivator screamed piercingly. Yi Chuan frowned. His mind moved. The power of his divine soul dispersed a sliver, and the divine soul of this Yuaning cultivator was wiped out of its consciousness and thrown into his abdomen. Transformation cultivator. This scene of swallowing the soul alive fell into the eyes of the remaining Yuaning cultivator, making him terrified. His legs couldn't stop trembling. He wanted to scream, but the death of his companion was still fresh in his mind. He didn't dare to make a sound, wanting to turn around and escape, but he was shocked by Yi Chen's words. I'm only going to say this once. I don't like loud screamers or those who want to run away. And the same goes for that other Jiedan cultivator. One more step of fidgeting and the next step will be death. Yun Ruoxue, who wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, was directly paralyzed with fear by this sentence and no longer dared to move. Yi Chuan at this moment to really measure up the Cloud Ruoxue. A sense of familiarity surged to his heart. He vaguely recalled his previous life when he was down and out, had also met a woman, whose name seems to be also for the Cloud Ruoxue. When he was abolished, just recovered not long ago, fell to the Fire Xian domain as secret realm. Then Yun Ruoxue also once saved his life. The two people together to break into the secret realm left. Yun Ruoxue also once invited him to join their own clan. Just he did not want to bring trouble. After he grew up, somehow Yun Ruoxue lost contact with the seemingly evaporated like. So it seems that the providence of the underworld is guiding my encounter with her. Or good. The past life is also some affinity. This life to save her can also return the love of the past life. Of course, return the love is only part of it, of which he came here with the art of divination. Then Yun Ruoxue will certainly be able to help him find the person of Qi fortune. Thinking so, Yi Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and inquired. I don't care about your grudges. I want to know if any of you know a female cultivator called Zhao Linger? Dare I ask, senior, what is Zhao Linger's cultivation level? And what power is she from? What are the distinguishing features? Yun Ruoxue tremblingly opened her mouth to inquire. It was no wonder that she asked more questions. Her question was also the question that the remaining Yuaning cultivators' inner heart wanted to ask. The cultivation world was so big, the Xian fire domain was so wide, and there were so many women named Zhao Linger. If they didn't have some actual characteristics, how could they be sure of exactly who they were? Yi Dust pondered for a moment and then returned. About the foundation cultivation, is what forces I do not know, but this woman is beautiful and lively, nature jumping, is from the sky barren domain to come here. The second half of the sentence Yi Duan deliberately strengthened the tone. The reason why he will ask the two precisely because according to his speculation can be Zhao Linger pick up the person is by no means unknown. Then Zhao Linger was brought back to the news naturally should also be more or less some people know it. After saying that, the rest of the two fell into deep thought without responding. Yi Chuan also just waited patiently. He could have directly searched his soul to check his memories, but he was worried that the two people had some kind of background behind them. Fire Xian domain is not compared to the Sky Desert domain. According to Yi Duan's memory of his previous life, this domain has many cultivators, many clans have refining the virtual strong, and even more have the old monsters in the stage of merging. There may be half a foot into the multiplication stage of the monsters. Yi Duan is strong, but is not willing to get into trouble for nothing. Of course, if there were any ungrateful ones, with the terrifying power of Yi Chuan's soul now that half of his divine soul had metamorphosed into an immortal soul, killing a few harmonized stages would still not be a problem. And as for the half-step Mahayana stage, he could run even if he couldn't beat them. More importantly, Yun Ruoxue also saved Yi Chen's life in his previous life. Treating Yun Ruoxue naturally can't directly search his soul, otherwise wouldn't it be a case of enmity and revenge? Senior, could the person you are talking about be the daughter of the Zhao family? That Zhao Linger who has just been retrieved? Yun Ruoxue spoke with some hesitation. Chapter 31, Go and become a holy son or a holy lord. When Yi Chen heard this, his face had a rare expression, and his gaze towards Yun Ruoxue took on a bit of heat, as if he was expecting to hear some news from it. Yun Ruoxue felt Yi Chen's blazing gaze, and a thought surged in her heart. Could it be that the person in front of her came all the way here to look for Zhao Linger? Well, he doesn't look much older, but that Zhao Linger seems to have someone she belongs to. If the person in front of me is here for Zhao Linger as I thought, then infatuation. But if I say the situation of Zhao Linger today, I'm afraid that the other party will not be able to accept it for a moment, and then the other party's moral heart is damaged is still only a small matter. In case if it is to be angered at me, then how can it be? Thinking about it, Yun Ruoxue hesitated for a long time and still didn't dare to open her mouth, while Yi Chen, who was looking forward to Yun Ruoxue's following, then found that she didn't have the intention of continuing to open her mouth for a long time, and her eyes gradually condensed down. You have any concerns you can speak. If you are afraid that I will get the news and leave you alone to fight with this Yuanian cultivator, there is no need to worry. I will directly kill this Yuanian cultivator. If you are still unwilling to speak, then I can only take the method of soul searching. Yi Chuan's icy voice came out. The Yuanian cultivator standing slightly far away was scared to the extreme. He could no longer care about Yi Chuan's previous warning. He was very clear that Yun Ruoxue would definitely ask Yi Chuan to kill him after he spoke out the information. If it was a matter of death to run, and it was also a matter of death if he didn't run, so he might as well fight for that ray of hope for survival. As long as God doesn't know what to do with this divine traveling talisman, just gather the aura. The Yuanian cultivator gently pulled out a piece of metaphysical yellow paper codified with mysterious talismans from his bosom, which faintly exuded a slightly ancient aura. He was about to gather his aura, but Yi Chen turned around and glanced at him, and in a flash, he only felt the sky spinning, as if he had changed into a kind of mole cricket, while Yi Chen in the distance was a 100-foot giant looking down at him. Fear surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. The divine soul was torn in half alive as if it had suffered a heavy blow. And then the divine soul turned into a meteor that was absorbed into Yi Dust's abdomen, and the body that had lost its support fell backward with a fluttering sound. Yun Ruoxue was limited by her cultivation and could not detect how terrifying that sideways glance of Yi Chen's just now contained. But what she could understand was that Yi Chen just looked at that Yuanian cultivator, and that Yuanian cultivator's divine soul was sucked into Yi Chen's abdomen and refined as if it had been wiped out of its spirit. Such a horrible strength as Yi Chuan said just now. It is not up to her to make the decision. If she does not say, then Yi Chuan can directly conduct a soul search on her. Even if her soul has a senior in the door to plant a brand, it is the same. It cannot play the slightest role. XXXX. What have you done? It's nothing. It's just that I observed that Yuanian cultivator was a bit tired after half a lifetime of military service, so I kindly let him rest for a while. With a gurgle, Yun Ruoxue ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the corners of her mouth surged with a few bitter feelings as she opened her mouth. Senior, if the result is not as you wish, please spare my daughter. Zhao Linger is the Zhao family's closest bloodline that was lost in the Heavenly Wasteland domain, and was recovered not too long ago, and now, for various reasons, the Zhao family is going to marry with my Red Inferno sacred sect, and both parties of the marriage will be Zhao Linger and the sect's saint son. After saying these words, Yun Ruoxue closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Yi Chen's expression, lest she see Yi Chen's expression of violent anger. Alas, master, there is no way for my disciple to honor you anymore. Obviously, Yun Ruoxue was already prepared to die, only that she was still hung up on her master in her heart. After a few moments, as expected, death did not come. Instead, Yun Ruoxue felt something extra in her hand. She opened her eyes to take a look and found that Yi Chen's face did not have too much expression on it, but only raised his hand to take out 2 storage bags from the corpses of the 2 Yuanian cultivators through the air and put them into her hands. What do you call it? Yun Ruoxue. Then please also ask Miss Yun Ruoxue to take me back to the Red Flame Sacred Sect. without giving Yun Ruoxue a chance to refuse. Yi Chen confirmed the plan in a few words. Yun Ruoxue wanted to refuse but didn't have the courage to do so. She could only open her mouth to ask, "I don't know what instructions Senior has for going to my sacred sect." "There's nothing to instruct. I just want to go to your sacred sect to watch a good show. And in the meantime, see if I can become a sacred son. And if I can't, then I'll just kill all of your sect's top brass to become a sacred lord isn't out of the question." Yi Chuan's words did not come out of people's death. The indifference in his words was as if he was saying something as trivial as what he was eating today, but the content in his words was to subvert the entire Red Flame sacred sect. "Elder, please don't joke yet. I know you're sad about losing your lover. But," Yi Chen raised his hand and interrupted Yun Ruoxue's words to correct him. "Don't get me wrong. I don't like Zhao Linger, much less want to go and steal her marriage. I just want to go and see what her expression should be when she sees me." As Yi Chen had said, he really wanted to see Zhao Linger's expression when she saw her. When Zhao Linger found out that the person she was going to marry was Yi Chen, the one who had beaten her favorite brother Chu Fan half to death, and also the one she despised and considered to be a devil cultivator, how wonderful her expression should be. Yi Chen couldn't wait to plunder the qi that had been planted on Zhao Linger, and he couldn't wait to see Zhao Linger's humiliating death. If Yi Chuan's good teacher Lin Yuxuan in his previous life was the one who hurt him the most out of the three women, and Sumei was the one who loathed him the most out of the three women, then Zhao Linger was the one who had the most influence on him. In his previous life, when Yi Chen was ostracized by his division, it was Zhao Linger who stepped in and spoke up for him. "You're not allowed to bully brother Yi Chen. It's not like he's done anything wrong." Just because of this one sentence reminded Yi Chen of his sister who had perished in the snow. He had treated Zhao Linger as a replacement for his own sister. He had given Zhao Linger all the care he had, only to be rewarded with the betrayal of having his spirit vein dug up. Zhao Linger enjoyed everything Yi Chen did for her, but didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude. She treated Yi Chen as her servant, and Yi Chen didn't know how much he had suffered for her in his previous life. It wasn't until later that Yi Chuan realized that Zhao Linger was like this to every male cultivator in the sect. A lowly brother didn't make the other cultivators in the sect fall in love with her, but it was exchanged for several years of Yi Chuan's willingness to pay. Zhao Linger was an incomparably beautiful flower, and she was a flower that grew by sucking on Yi Chen's blood. And after Chu Fan appeared, Zhao Linger was even too lazy to hide, following behind Chu Fan day and night with a brother Chu Fan. The cultivation resources that Yi Chen handed over to her all turned into gifts that she gave to Chu Fan. In the previous life, when Yi Chen was defamed as a devil cultivator and locked up in the prison, it was also her who made a move to lure Yi Chen out of the prison. Yi Chen lured him out of the prison, and then the three women came together and dug out his spirit vein for Chu Fan, and at that time, it was Zhao Linger who laughed the most happily. "Yi Dust is really a little cute. I just called him a brother and he even took it seriously. My brother is only brother Chu Fan. With your spirit vein brother Chu Fan can cultivate openly and honestly. I can also accompany brother Chu Fan." Fortunately, everything did not come to pass in this life, and Yi Chuan was no longer the Yi Chuan from before. Today's Yi Chuan had grown into a giant. At the age of 30 years old, he could battle a harmonization stage transformation spirit cultivator, and his natural talent was amongst the wonders of the world. "Sister Linger, I wonder if the you of today will be so scared when you see me that you will kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Or perhaps cry and call me brother Yi Chen. Please wait a few more days. Your good brother is coming for you." Chapter 32. What is the Zhao family? Over a certain mountain forest in the Fire Xian domain, a flying boat carried Yi Chen and Yun Ruoxue towards the direction of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. After a period of understanding, Yun Ruoxue found that the Yi Chuan in front of her didn't seem to have any high-man demeanor. On the contrary, because she was very cooperative with Yi Chuan was still quite responsive to her. Whenever Yi Chuan inquired about a question that she gave an answer to, Yi Chuan would be unstinting in taking out spiritual treasures from his waist belt to give to her as a reward. When she asked why Yi Chuan was so kind to her, Yi Chuan said, "You're a lot like someone I know. And although you're not her, you could be her. And she's been kind to me, so this is a return of that kindness." However, these bizarre words were also taken by Yun Ruoxue as Yi Chen's excuse to put her off, and she just assumed that Yi Chen was unwilling to go into detail with her and wisely didn't pursue the matter. After a while, Yun Ruoxue gradually not as fearful of Yi Duan as in the beginning. Instead, she began to look forward to Yi Duan's questioning. After all, Yi Duan casually threw out the things that she such ordinary Jiedan cultivators have never seen the good things, compared with the treasures given by Yi Duan. Her Jiedan Fei boat, which she had fought hard to snatch, seemed to be a little bit shabby up. "This time when I went out to practice, I thought that this flying boat was my chance, but now it seems that the Yi Chen in front of me is the chance of this practice, and even the biggest chance of my life." Thus, under Yi Chen's intentional guidance, she uttered a bizarre guess. "Senior, if you really know Zhao Linger, Then are you sure that Zhao Linger is really the lost first daughter of the immortal cultivation family? The Zhao family? You mean Zhao Linger's identity is in doubt? Yes, Senior, this is not a wild guess on my part, but rather what most people within our sacred sect are currently thinking. But it doesn't really matter. Zhao Linger's body of spectral ice is indeed suitable for dual cultivation. And anyway, marrying over is only used as a cauldron. And the matter of whether or not she's actually from the Zhao family is actually unimportant. Upon hearing this, Chuan fell into thought. Although he had many memories from his previous life, most of them were memories about cultivation. In fact, Chuan's previous life until he had cultivated to the Mahayana stage had basically been constantly dodging pursuits. And whenever he wanted to establish a force or join a force, he would encounter certain force majeure factors, and thus he often ran back and forth between different territories. This also led to him being chased to the Fire Xian domain not long after he had just repaired the spirit veins in his body in his previous life, and he was trapped in a secret realm by chance along the way before he met Jun Ruoxue from his previous life. This kind of downtrodden experience is naturally Chuan was planted by the people that Wisp of Luck caused, so that Chuan does not have too much time to understand the external situation. It can be said that even if he has the memory of his previous life on the immortal cultivation world, many things are only half understood. But one of the Fire Xian domain's immortal cultivation family, Zhao family, he had heard of. Zhao family in the entire immortal cultivation world is extremely famous family, only because the women in the family abound in dual cultivation physique. For this reason, a lot of prestigious families and forces will come to the Zhao family for their offspring to propose marriage. Therefore, although the highest cultivator in the Zhao family is only in the refined void realm, there are many backers that no one dares to mess with. In other words, the entire Zhao family is the immortal cultivation world's Elysium. The Zhao family's girls are all adult commodities for sale, and their role is to marry with the rest of the big powers in exchange for blessings and cultivation resources. And if Zhao Linger was taken away by such a family, I wonder if it was a blessing or a curse for her. As soon as he thought that Zhao Linger, who had continuously clamored for only brother Chu Fan in this life at the misty immortal sect, had been taken away by this kind of family, Chuan could imagine what Zhao Linger's fate was now, and how desperate she was. Good or good, Miss Yun. I wonder how much longer Zhao Linger has before she marries into the Red Flame Sacred Sect. It's about 7 days later. We're about 5 days away from arriving at the Red Flame Sacred Sect now, and at that time, with Senior's cultivation paying a bit of a price to talk to our patriarch may not necessarily not be able to take Zhao Linger away. 3 days? No, too long. Since he knew Zhao Linger's whereabouts, then Yi Qin didn't have to search as indiscriminately as before. Yi Chuan's mind moved. The bell on his waist sent out a bright light. A black body emitting a dark luster of the flying boat appeared. Its surface was covered with layers of hard scales. The bow of the boat certainly has a carved lifelike dragon head. From a distance, this is like a black dragon generally give a person an endless sense of oppression. Is this made from the scales of a void refining demon beast? Yun Ruoxue looked at the flying boat in front of her and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She really couldn't imagine how powerful the demonic beasts used to make this flying boat were. Her master was only a deacon of the Red Flame Sacred Sect, but this flying boat exuded an aura that was several times stronger than that of her master. And since her master was at the god transformation stage, then there was only one possibility that the flying boat in front of her was refined from the scales of a void refining realm demonic beast. And just as Yun Ruoxue had guessed, this flying boat in front of him was made by Yi Dust by refining the materials scavenged from within the heavenly desolate domain, which was a void refining realm artifact. And although there were still many shortcomings compared to the 7-star glazed lantern in Yi Dust's hands, it was a rare treasure used for catching up with the road. Don't just stand there. Get up here. When the words fell, Yi Chuan manipulated the power of his divine soul to roll up Yun Ruoxue with a single thought, and piloted the flying boat in the direction of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. On the other hand, the Zhao family of the Fire Xian domain, a luxurious and extravagant palace. The palace was located at the very center of the entire Zhao family, on which even the bricks and tiles were made of valuable refining materials, making it impossible for people to take their eyes off just by looking at it. This was the residence of the Zhao family's head. No, I should say, the residence of the Zhao family's mother. The Zhao family's head was a woman, and this palace was the place where she lived with her daughter. At this moment, the Zhao family mother led a cultivator wearing a red flame fire robe out of the palace, followed by the Zhao Linger that Yi Chen had been searching for a long time. At this moment, Zhao Linger's eyes were lifeless. A pair of arms tightly encircled their chests, trembling and slowly stepping behind the Zhao family mother. The thick clothing covered Zhao Linger's skin, even a little gap was not revealed. Zhao family mother's character is really admirable to me. As an emissary of the Red Flame Sacred Sect, I naturally have to go back and put in a good word for the lady. Miss Zhao's physique is indeed a good match for our sect's saint's son. 7 days from now will be the Red Flame Sacred Sect's big day, so please ask the Zhao family mother to send her over. That's natural. That's natural. Zhao clan mother smiled repeatedly to watch the red flame sacred sect's emissary leave, and as soon as she turned her head, she saw Zhao Linger following behind her, and the moment she saw the Zhao family's mother looking at her, her legs couldn't stop trembling, and she didn't stand steadily and directly fell to her knees on the ground, and there was a yellow liquid seeping out vaguely between her legs. Zhao family's mother pinched her nose and frowned slightly, waving her palm in the air in disgust. Fong Yen, quickly bring your good sister back to the house for a good tutoring or two. Don't let your sister lose her manners after she gets married, but remember not to hit her in the face. No problem, Mom, I'll make sure my sister understands manners. A woman wearing expensive clothes walked out from her side, smiling sickly on her face, and with a hook of her delicate little hand, she grabbed Zhao Linger, who was showing her ugly face, and slowly brought her into the house. Zhao Linger, on the other hand, hissed out madly, Zhao Fengyan, let me go. Let me go. Mom, don't let my sister take me away. Zhao Linger's voice was hoarse and incomparable. Her originally delicate voice had now become rough and unpleasant, as if her vocal cords had been torn alive. But Zhao's mother just snorted, the disdain showing in the depths of her eyes. You think of yourself too much as a person, don't you? If it wasn't for the red flame sacred sect's holy son taking a liking to you, where would you be able to call out now? After dropping these words, the Zhao family's mother turned to leave. Then there was a loud whipping sound from inside the palace, which was interspersed with some sort of sound of cutting flesh and blood. Fong Yen, I'm your sister please let me go. I won't dare anymore. I'll obediently listen to you guys to marry the red flame sacred sect saint's son. Just please don't fight anymore. That won't do. Sister always says something, although you are my mother. But I can't because you have to marry someone I don't like. I like only brother Chu Fan, one person. Whether the family is dead or alive has nothing to do with me. You always say these words. I find it hard to believe that you will really give up resisting. If you say the wrong thing and offend the saint's son, then we are going to suffer together with you. Chapter 33, I'll be the son of the saint. Early the next morning, several outer disciples within the red flame sacred sect gathered in unison and fell to their knees. In front of them stood a disciple wearing expensive clothes. There is a jade plate on his waist, on which are engraved two big words, red flame. His side also stood an old man, is obviously a follower of the law protector line. The old protector used his aura to drag an old man with white hair, and the white-haired old man was currently staring at the disciple of extraordinary status with white eyes in death. Even though the power of his own life and death was in his hands, there was not the slightest bit of timidity. You want old me to trick my own disciple into coming back? You're just dreaming. Old me has lived long enough to not jeopardize my own disciple just to stay alive. The white-haired old man's words have just fallen. That the status of the extraordinary disciple is the face of the shadowy color draws out the waist with the sword to the old man's arm. The white-haired old man ate the pain of babbling two sounds and gritted his teeth and endured down. Kill or die as you please. Anyway, my disciple that I've raised for so long can't possibly be used as a furnace for you. Even if you're noble as the holy son of the red flame sacred sect, old me doesn't agree. The white-haired old man's hard words made. The disciples who knelt down on the ground had a sideways glance for it, and exchanged divine sense with each other to transmit their voices. Alas, pity Deacon Mo, how much he has contributed to the clan over the years, and he ended up in such a state. It's a pity that he even fought off foreign enemies for the clan in the first place, but now it's the late years of his life that he's not going to be able to make it. Pity senior sister Yun. She probably still doesn't know why Deacon Mo sent her out alone to practice, right? It's all about avoiding disaster. But how long can you avoid it? For a while. The sacred sect's power will turn Yun into a street rat with a single command. Deacon Mo even helped us more before. I only hate that I don't have enough natural talent, otherwise I would have spelled out my life to save Deacon Mo. Good. Mo Yun Chuan, you've grown up and dare to go against this saint's son's wishes. The red flame saint's son shouted 2 times. His eyebrows were full of sinister and tyrannical colors, ruthlessly pulling the spirit sword from Mo Yun Chuan's arm to stab towards Mo Yun Chuan's head. He was obviously up to the kill at this moment. As for Mo Yun Chuan, he was controlled by the old man beside him with the French technique and didn't even have a chance to resist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Alas, I live this life is really a failure. The cultivation is not good even if the result of the death or so aggrieved to death. Their only disciple is still not around. Thinking so, the corner of Mo Yun Chuan's mouth raised a bitter smile, and in his heart, he prayed that Yun Ruoshua would be able to return to the sect later, or even better, receive the news of his own death and then directly leave for other realms to say that he might still be able to survive. Just in the nick of time, an ear-piercing alarm bell sounded throughout the entire red flame sacred sect, and the early morning sun was suddenly covered. The people have raised their heads to look. The red flame sacred sect's saint's son is no exception, only to see that the high altitude does not know when appeared a black flying boat that covers the sky. The whole flying boat exudes an ominous aura as if it is a symbol of destruction. Such a behemoth directly crushed the Red Flame Sacred Sect's protector formation and sailed in. Fear surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. Enemy attack? Enemy attack. Instantly, the clan's alarm bells rang loudly, and several figures flashed out, all of which had the aura of the transformation spirit stage surfacing on them. Just see the flying boat above the leaf dust wearing a white suit stepped in the air, behind also with a low eyebrow follow behind the cloud Ruashue. The two seemed to come from the mysterious immortal world generally let a person fear inscrutable, especially the leader of the leaf dust. The depth of the eyes symbolizes the heavenly purple thunder symphonic collision of the heavenly authority. Just one look will make people from the depths of the soul surging out of the feeling of fear. Legs cannot stop trembling, cold sweat covered with the whole body. This is a different level of oppression. This is engraved in the depths of people's souls for the superior sense of fear. All of the disciples below dispersed to make way. Even the Red Flame Sacred Sect's holy son who wanted to behead Mo Yunchuan took a few steps back with fear. And the outer sect elders who showed their silhouettes a little farther away didn't dare to come closer, as they all spontaneously made way for a circular empty space. As soon as she landed on the ground, Yun Ruashua quickly stepped forward to inspect Mo Yunchuan's condition. Master, are you alright? Who beat you up like this? Hearing this familiar voice, Mo Yunchuan opened his eyes somewhat incredulously and looked at Yun Ruashua in front of him. Ruashua, why have you come back? You shouldn't have come back. Quickly leave. The Holy Son wants to forcefully marry you. He wants to use you as a cauldron to harvest you. It's Master's fault for not being able to protect you. Master can only choose to send you out for refuge. It's my fault. As soon as Mo Yunchuan finished speaking, he noticed something strange around him, only to see that a circle was formed with the three of them. Everyone around them, including the Red Flame Sacred Sect's Saint Son, were all exposed outside the circle, looking at Yi Chen vigilantly, and there was also a black flying boat that covered the sky high above the sky. Ruashua, who is this gentleman? Don't be afraid, Master. With Senior Yi Duan here, no one can kill the two of us. Saying so, Yun Ruashua raised her head to meet Yi Chen's surveying sight and prayed to open her mouth. Senior, please also help save my master. I can return all those spiritual treasure resources you gave me before. I only beg you to take the two of us away. Yun Ruashua said and placed her hand on the storage bag at her waist. She was about to unclasp the storage bag at her waist and hand it back to Yi Chen, but she found that she couldn't do it no matter what, as if there was an invisible hand preventing her from doing so. Those are the rewards, you just take them. As for your request, however, I went along with it. I'll oblige. Yi Chuan's indifferent voice rang out, and his figure disappeared in a flash to appear beside that Red Flame Sacred Sect's holy son. Are you the current Saint Son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect? Are you the Saint Son who is going to marry Zhao Linger, the first daughter of the Zhao family in the Fire Xian domain? Gollum. The holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect swallowed hard. He didn't understand what the significance of Yi Chen asking these questions was, but he only felt an indescribable sense of oppression telling him, be sure to tell the truth. No half-assed falsehoods or you will die. I am the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect of this term. Dare I ask what Senior has to teach me? The Saint's son almost trembled as he finished the sentence. He didn't dare to look directly at Yi Chen's gaze. Not only was the Saint's son like this, the outer sect elders who normally reign supreme in the sacred sect's outer sect also subconsciously avoided Yi Chen's gaze. And they didn't even have the courage to go forward to protect the Saint's son because the aura that was emanating from Yi Chen's surroundings was telling them so. I'm not on the same level as you guys at all. Get out of my way. Damn, who is this guy? I can't afford the slightest bit of resistance. As if the other party only needs a sweep of his divine soul if he wants to kill me. I'll scatter like dust. Where on earth did Yun Ruashua find this kind of backer? The holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect angrily cursed Yun Ruashua's good fortune in his heart, and on his face, he compensated Yi Chen with a continuous smile. Senior, I was unaware that Yun Ruashua had a story with you before. I will leave now to ensure that I will never bother her again. Do you want to just walk away after doing something wrong? I can let you go if you surrender your cultivation and hand over the position of Saint Son. As the words fell, silence fell around them, and after a long time, the Holy Son took the lead to angrily open his mouth to break the silence. Senior, I respect your strength, so I'm willing to let Yun Ruashua go, but I'm at least the Holy Son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. If you dare to make a move, He was not able to finish his words. The Yi Chen in front of him moved. Yi Chen raised his hand. A purple thunder that emanated the might of the heavenly Tao was birthed from the center of his palm. Without giving him a chance to react, a palm fell, and he was sent flying without even exercising his defensive means. His entire body set into the mountain peak. The heavenly Tao violet thunder passed into his body along with this palm and surged along the meridians to the dantian. Bang! An explosion rang out, and under everyone's horrified gazes, the dantian of this holy son, who had been given unlimited expectations by the entire Red Flame Sacred Sect, just exploded open, and his years of hard cultivation turned into flying dust. Noisy, if I didn't want to be a holy son, why would I need to talk to you? Now I don't want to be a holy son. It's just as well to directly be the holy lord of your clan. It was at this moment that those surrounding transformation elders reacted, their bodies bursting into flashes as they rushed towards Yi Chen. Since you dare to abolish the Saint's son, we'll fight you. Chapter 34, so what if I kill him? The 8 transformation god elders were already red-eyed at the moment, and they couldn't care less about the fear of Yi Chen in their hearts. That was the Saint's son. Yi Chen had just wasted the Saint's son in front of them, and they as the clan's outer elders really hadn't even tried to resist at the moment. Once the clan blamed them, then their crime of dereliction of duty was set. According to the Red Flame Sacred Sect's regard for the Holy Son, once they are confirmed to be guilty of dereliction of duty, I'm afraid that all of them will have to go with the Holy Son's cultivation to the funeral. In their opinion, compared to the huge Red Flame Sacred Sect, Yi Chen, who was the only one in front of them, was obviously not that terrifying, and instead of being punished by the sect, it would be better to try to see if they could directly redeem their sins. Let's all go together. The aura in a cultivator's body is limited, and with so many of us transformation cultivators, even if we really aren't his match, he'd need to have that much aura to be able to do so. As the words fell, Mo Yun Chuan, who had just slowed down from his previous shock, also had a worried look on his face. Ruoshue, I can't see through this little friend's real battle power, but I can confirm that he is not a void refining cultivator at the moment, probably only in the late stage of transformation of God. But now that so many transformation of God cultivators are all attacking at once, he is afraid that he won't be able to withstand it, and it's all because of my old self that I am causing, and I'm spelling out my old life to make sure that you guys leave. Mo Yinchuan's words were also the voices of the onlooker disciples, although they were surprised that Yi Chen was able to waste the peak Yuaning stage Saint Son with one move. But now that the 8 God transforming powers had come out in unison, Yi Chen was only one person despite how strong his aura was and how terrifying he could be. They really couldn't imagine how Yi Chen could defeat these 8 God-transforming cultivators. Mo Yunchuan struggled and was about to get up to cast a secret method to burn his lifespan to help Yi Chen, but he was stopped by Yun Ruoshue on the side. Senior, there's no need. Senior, his strength can't be measured by common sense. Yun Ruoshue's words carried an unprecedented amount of trust, which caused Mo Yunchuan to stop his movements of casting the secret technique. He only saw Yi Chuan face 8 transformation god powers coming to attack without changing his face. And the only thing that remained was the green leaf brand at his brow that was detached and floating in the air. 2 out of 2, 4 out of 2, 8 out of 4. In just a few moments, 8 green leaves floated in the air. Each green leaf was as green and soft as a newborn bud, but the breath emanating from it was very different from its appearance. In a flash, those transformation spirit cultivators all felt the threat of death from the emerald green leaves. They struggled and hissed and wanted to flee into the distance, where there was still the arrogant flames from the beginning, but it was too late. Since you want to die, don't run. Yi Dust's indifferent voice rang out, and along with it came the disappearance of 8 green leaves out of thin air. Since he plundered Chu Fan's innate soul treasure, he relied on the insights of his previous life to deduce a gong method, or to be more accurate is a kind of use of innate soul treasure, but there has been no opportunity to use. At this moment is just right to use. I haven't thought of what to call this move yet, but since the form that is manifested in is a green leaf, then let's call it green leaf with the wind. Yi Dust muttered, and with a thought, the 8 green leaves floating in front of his body had a movement. The 8 green leaves disappeared directly in front of Yi Duan as if they had never appeared, and without waiting for the crowd to confirm where the green leaves had gone, the 8 talking god elders gave the answer. One could only see fear and despair on the faces of each of the god transformation elders. Their eyes were wide open with unbelief in the bottom of their eyes, and a green leaf had appeared in the center of their brows at some point. The green leaf was set directly into their eyebrows, looking natural as if they were born this way. Only they can understand the terror of this green leaf. This thing is devouring my divine soul. A transformation god elder screamed out, but immediately afterward he failed to utter the next words, because in just a few moments, his divine soul was pierced through and devoured by that piece of green leaf, and his entire body fell from the heights without the support of his divine soul. The strong physical body of the god transformation stage fell to the ground, smashing the ground out of one deep pit after another. No more, no less, just 8. The green leaf at the brow of the dead person appeared again in a flash in Yi Chuan's hand, and the 8 green leaves merged into one and merged into Yi Chuan's brow again, as if nothing had happened. The only change was probably the 8 extra graves on the ground that hadn't had time to be buried yet, plus the slight enhancement of Yi Duan's divine soul power. This is Yi Chuan's self-created method of using an innate soul treasure. Green leaves follow the wind. Different innate soul treasures have different characteristics, And Chuan created this move by combining the aspects of his own strength of the divine soul, through the powerful power of the soul of the small distortion of space to move, directly ignoring the strength of the body to stab through the enemy's soul, and like a green leaf rooted like sucking the enemy's soul to grow their own. When the enemy's soul will be swallowed up will return to the hands of Chuan, with the devoured soul power to feed their own. How is this possible? To directly kill 8 transformation god elders with just 8 green leaves of unknown origin? When one disciple murmured out, there were the rest of the disciples murmuring the same. They simply couldn't imagine that the god transformation stage elder, who was like a true immortal in the sky in their eyes, died just like that. But they understood one thing. The person in front of them isn't on the same level as them, and Yun Ruoxue is related to the person in front of them, so they have to ingratiate themselves with Yun Ruoxue. Good death. The saint's son wanted to forcibly take senior sister Yun as a cauldron, and as outer sect elders they not only didn't stop them, but instead aided and abetted the evil. Good death. At this moment, when these words fell, there was first silence, and then a frenzied crusade broke out. Yes, these elders no longer care about us except for exploiting us to go out on missions. Such behavior is not worthy of being our division leaders. Even if senior sister Yun doesn't come back, we had planned to put our lives on the line to save Deacon Mo. And it's a good thing that the elders are dead at this moment. Just then, a cold voice rang out. The holy son of the Red Flame Sect cupped a broken scroll of communication jade slips in his hands, and looked at Yi Chen and the others with mischievous and grim eyes. Yun Ruoxue, you don't think you can do anything just because you've sought a backer, do you? I've already told the inner sect elders about the situation here. They will come to rescue me soon. They can all be in the refined void cultivation level. You few lowly fellows just wait to go to hell. Now kneel down for me still. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi Chen's figure disappeared to come in front of him. Yi Chuan's indifferent eyes swept over. A huge feeling of regret surged in his heart. He realized that the Yi Chuan in front of him seemed to not care about his so-called backstage at all. Yi Chuan now really wanted to kill him directly. He no longer had his previous arrogance crazily begging for mercy. Don't! I was the one who spoke out of turn just now. Please let me go. I promise not to pursue this if you leave now. Ah, idiot. Even if your background is strong, that's still far water that can't put out a nearby fire. Pay attention in your next life. Yi Chuan's palm carried the infinite might of the heavenly Tao and directly blasted towards the red flame sect saint's son's head. Please stay your hand. We will be grateful. A divine soul shaking sound came out from the depths of the red flame sacred sect wanting to shock Yi Chuan into stopping his movements. But unfortunately for Yi Chuan, who had completed the fusion of the remnants of his previous life, this kind of divine soul couldn't even give him a headache. With a palm blast, the head of the holy son of the red flame sacred sect, who was still arrogant and incomparable just now, exploded open like a watermelon, and his spirit and soul died in a way that could no longer die. What can you do to me if I kill him? Yi Chuan's brows were filled with arrogance, as if he had never placed this so-called red flame sacred sect in the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 35, Sealing Your Own Soul to Survive. After hearing Yi Chen's provocation-like words, 5 powerful aura fluctuations instantly erupted from the depths of the red flame sacred sect. The weakest of them is also at the refined void stage, and the strongest may have vaguely touched the mysteries of the harmonization stage. Just one step away from crossing the harmonization thunder tribulation to peak at the heavenly chance. You're dead. Do you know who you killed? You killed the most powerful saint's son with the strongest natural talent in my red flame sacred sect in thousands of years. Yi Chen shrugged and threw out the body that had lost its head. The headless corpse exploded in a brilliant fireworks display with the flashing purple thunder of the heavenly Tao within the body high in the sky. If Set the whole clan's strength only stepped into the Yuaning stage of this waste is your thousands of years and the most powerful talent of the Holy Sun, then you Red Inflammation Holy Clan is not far away from extinction. And even this waste also from time to time to find some female cultivation as a stove tripod. Talent is not a general rotten. Only your kind of power will be one a treasure. Good a loquacious guy. When I will take your head off and dig out your soul to put it into my clan's holy fire pool to burn for 10,000 years to see if you can still have such a proud bone. Said. A refining period old man issued a muffled grunt. One hand pinched bare fire covered its body into a thick hair. Red flames into sharp claws attached to the hand. The whole person's figure collisioned several times. The figure into a red flames tiger issued a roar and shot out. Old me Xian flame transformation has been cauldron to the realm of realization. My body has been washed in the sacred flame pool for an unknown period of time, and I have even refined the essence blood of a red flame sacred flame king. I'd like to see how you're going to block it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the void refining elder realized that something was wrong, as if Yi Chen had not noticed his move to rush towards him. Instead, several pieces of green leaves easily passed through the surroundings of the blazing flames outside of his own body and shot towards his brow. Could this be an innate soul treasure? How did you get such strange luck? The void refining elder screamed. With his void refining realm cultivation coupled with his insight from years of cultivation, he obviously recognized the nature of these several green leaves. He frantically mobilized the power of his divine soul in an attempt to resist the green leaves, but right at this moment, a scolding voice mixed with the power of divine soul shock came. "Fellow Taoist, please also die early." It was precisely the divine soul sound that Yi Chen had mobilized the divine soul method to emit. For a moment, the depths of the old man's sea of consciousness of the refined void seemed to have a number of thunderbolts exploding, and a number of towering heads appeared out of thin air in unison and droned. "Fellow Taoist, please also die early and transcend life." Ah! Refinement of the old man low roar mobilized the power of the soul to dispel the deep sea of consciousness that makes the soul restless sound. Was about to mobilize the power of the soul to perform means of defense. But it was too late. The green leaf directly pierced through the heart of the red flame tiger's eyebrow. A sense of weakness from the deepest part of the soul surging out of the emergence of the feeling of weakness. The Shin fire transformation performed by the old man of refining void could no longer be maintained. Directly from a several meters high red flame tiger retransformed into a white-haired old man, and even exuded the meaning of withering as if his lifespan was about to expire. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. He could clearly feel his divine soul being absorbed by those green leaves, but he had no way to stop it. The void-refining old man frantically mobilized the power of his divine soul in a vain attempt to pull out the green leaf that had pierced into his divine soul, but the green leaf that had pierced into his divine soul seemed to be fused with it, and he was simply unable to pull out the green leaf that was constantly absorbing his divine soul as nourishment and growing up without harming his own divine soul. The green leaf is like a tree rooted in the soul above. On the surface only part of the area, but in fact the roots are as many as hairs have been deeply probed into his soul above. Such as there is a strong determination to break the wrist or else simply cannot be completely pulled up. Moreover, even if one were to pull it up at all costs, then the divine soul would suffer a direct and severe trauma. And perhaps this was nothing more than hastening one's death. A void-refining cultivator didn't even have a chance to touch Yi Chuan. His own divine soul was rooted by Yi Chuan's innate soul treasure. He clearly knew the solution and efficacy of this move, but he couldn't unravel it. He could only watch as his own divine soul was transformed into Yi Chuan's sustenance. How humiliating and fearful it was. "You're a great kid, but I'm not going to die that easily." After the void-refining elder said that, he fiercely clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood to form a bizarre talisman at the palm of his hand, and then violently slapped it at the center of his own brow. The essence blood seemed to come to life, turning into a bloodworm that penetrated into the center of the brow and finally turned into a bizarre brand. With the formation of the blood-colored brand at the center of the eyebrow, the connection between Yi Chuan and the innate soul treasure appeared to be slightly broken, but the old man's breath also fell most of the time could only barely be maintained at the early stage of the refined void realm, and self-sealed his soul in order to inhibit the erosion of Yi Chuan's innate soul treasure. This scene was watched in the eyes of the remaining 4 refined void cultivators. Although they were not direct participants, they were after all refined void great cultivators, and they were able to roughly detect the wonders of it just by watching from a distance. They were sure that the means Yi Chuan had used was an innate soul treasure. And Yi Chuan had already used the innate soul treasure in a divine way, and even Yi Chuan had directly cracked a void-refining powerhouse's stance without even moving, and forced a void-refining powerhouse to perform a secret method to seal its soul in order to survive. What did this mean? It meant that just now, in less than half a moment's time, Yi Chuan had caused an alchemy void powerhouse to suffer an injury that could not be healed, which caused an alchemy void powerhouse to become so old and weak, and caused the alchemy void powerhouse to choose to seal his own soul in order to escape this move. If he's like that, then if it's my turn to go on, can I cope with that bizarre and incomparable Ching Ye's methods? This question resounded in the minds of the remaining 4 void-refining cultivators at the same time, and was quickly answered. Can't. Being at the same refined void realm, if others can't even last a single move, then how much better can they be? It's just one move for 2, one slap for 2. Thinking about this, the hearts of the 4 refined void cultivators welled up a burst of sourness. They are really regret at the moment. They regret how they had to listen to their own holy son to show his form to save him? If they had known, they would have pretended to be in seclusion and could not hear it. The holy son died on the death of a big deal. They were punished a little is that, as a refining the virtual elders of the Red Flame Sacred Sect still dare to kill them directly not. But now that they were facing a terrifying enemy like Yi Chen they were really going to die. Now it was neither retreating nor fighting, and at the same time, as the 4 people looked towards the now miserable refined void elder, a few touches of happiness and gloating surged in their hearts. Who told you to usually go and please the holy son like a dog? And now you're the first to rush out and prove your loyalty. You deserve it. That refined void old man felt his state, and his face changed greatly. Even though he had sealed his divine soul, the green leaves were still eating away at his divine soul. Only the speed had slowed down a lot. I cannot die. The only way to live is to kill the caster. so I can have a chance to get out of this predicament. The void refining elder's eyes showed madness, so he no longer hesitated to turn his gaze to the other 4 void refining cultivators. Let's all go together. Is it possible that you don't care about the death of the saint's son? It's fine if you weren't there, but are you going to sit back and do nothing if you all show up now? So have you forgotten the words of the old ancestor? All 4 of them saw the old man holding an ancient jade tablet in his hand. His face changed drastically. Chapter 36, Devouring the Earth's Core Flame. After hearing the words of that void refining elder, the 4 void refining powers looked like they had seen a ghost. Fellow Dioist, don't be afraid. We'll step in to help you. Please be careful and more careful about the matter of the old ancestor. As the words fell, the 4 people threw their fear of the mysterious Yi Dust to the back of their minds and attacked Yi Dust with their means. While Yi Chen's face remained unchanged, he muttered a catchphrase under his breath, and 5 immortal swords flashing with the purple thunder of the heavenly Tao emerged beside his body to shelter himself. The immortal sword roared like a dragon, transforming into a long rainbow shooting towards the 5 refined void cultivators. The 5 people's faces changed drastically in unison, and each of them used their own means to fight against the enemy. Don't hesitate. If we can't capture this person, then the old ancestor's wrath is not something you or I can bear. The Holy Son died in the outer sect. These outer sect disciples are too dead to be spared. Quickly awaken the heart of the earth's fire beneath our sect, a refined void cultivator shouted. And the remaining 4 refined void cultivators looked at each other the same way. They also agreed to strike. Arcane fire transformation. A head of red flame, fierce beasts of various shapes and sizes revealed themselves on the earth, their roars and low growls resounding for hundreds of miles around. The 5 fierce-faced red flame ferocious beasts intermingled and converged with each other, slapping down heavily to hit the ground of the clan, and the appalling aura inputted into the stratum below. Monstrous flames rose up from above the earth veins, and the 5 refined void cultivators knew that they were not Yi Chen's opponents, chose to directly hook up with the clan's earth veins, drawing out the earth's core fire buried within the clan to transform it into a spell to fight Yi Chen. Ground churning cracks. Monstrous flames from the ground cracks gushing out. Each fire column exudes a burning close to the horror of the momentum of the 10,000 things below to watch. The outer disciples are but the Jidan stage cultivators are mainly. They simply cannot resist this heavenly power, have to show their body toward the far away to escape, but are too slow and was the fish in the pond. Only the disciples who were friends with Yun Ruoxue were spared, along with Yun Ruoxue and Mo Yunchuan, who rode on Yi Duan's black magic artifact flying boat, which was naturally the result of Yi Duan's dealings with Yun Ruoxue. I said I'd keep you two safe, so nothing will happen. In a flash, the sky and the earth changed color. The thunder clouds surged above the sky. A fire dragon whose body was transformed by the earth fire stirred the ground and surged out, and a pair of dragon eyes stared straight at Yi Chuan, as if the fire dragon would attack Yi Chuan in the next moment. This dragon is the earth's heart of the fire. The earth's heart of the fire after I do not know how many years of breeding. At the moment in the 5 refined virtual power guide is obviously has opened the spirit of wisdom, which exudes the breath has reached a column in the stage. Nowadays, the lower realm of the Mahayana period are all in search of immortal destiny closed. The strongest is only the merging stage cultivators, which half-step Mahayana is ultimately only a small number. Thus, with such a horrifying cultivation, the fire dragon in the form of the earth's heartfire in front of him was an absolute powerhouse, not to mention in the red flame sacred sect, even in the entire lower realm. It was a pity that this fire dragon encountered Yi Duan, whose dark eyes surged with a touch of greed the moment he saw the fire dragon come out of the world. This scene was watched by the 5 refined void powerhouses. An unpleasant thought surfaced in their hearts, but all of their aura had been used to provide power for the earth's heart flame. They had no way back at this moment. They could only go on with their heads up. Devour the person in front of me. The earth-centered fire dragon let out an ear-piercing dragon roar, and then a claw blasted out, carrying an endless dragon's might that pressed down, for a moment, making people feel an air of annihilation, as if the entire world was going to be insufficient to support a single strike of the dragon's claw in front of them. However, Yi Chuan did not have the slightest panic on his face in the face of such a dragon claw that seemed to have the power to destroy the world, but instead revealed a touch of intriguing smile. Just in time. I'm still missing some tonic to break through the refined void realm. You've come just in time. As the words fell, the creation immortal technique in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness flipped at full speed, and strands of immortal light surged out from it to wrap Yi Chuan's entire body. The 5 refined void elders were shocked in their hearts as they watched Yi Chen's change. They were about to mobilize the geocentric fire dragon to retrieve the dragon's claws, but it was too late. Yi Chuan's icy cold eyes swept over the 5 refined void elders. Instantly evil chills crept into their hearts. They didn't know how long they hadn't felt such fear, but they knew it was a warning. One more move and you're dead. Yi Chuan's divine soul left his body and attached behind him. A 1,000-foot giant that covered the sky stood proudly behind him. Thunderclouds surged in the giant's eyes, and the might of the heavenly Tao attached to it as if it was able to pierce through all things. A green leaf brand in the center of the eyebrow is revealed. The body is still attached to the immortal light. The left hand also holds a lamp engraved with 7 bright stars of the 7-star glazed lamp, which exudes the aura as if the immortal spirit of the 9 heavens above the people just want to look at a glimpse of kneeling to worship and pray for mercy. In front of the divine soul giant that was 1,000 feet in size, the earth's core fire transformed into a world-destroying fire dragon that was as if it was a tiny insect snake, and the earth's core fire that was strong enough to burn everything in the world was like a small, weak flame that couldn't even warm up its hands for the divine soul giant. Yi Chuan's mind moved. The empty right hand of the divine soul giant slowly probed out. The speed was not great, but the powerful power of the divine soul imprisoned the space here the moment it struck out, and this palm could not be avoided. The earth's core fire turned into the extinguishing fire dragon, struggled and roared, but in the end it was just futile. It spat out the extinguishing flames at the expense of its origin, but in the moment it touched the immortal light on the surface of Yi Duan's divine soul giant, it was absorbed and transformed into Yi Duan's underlying energy. The giant palm fell and ruthlessly grabbed the fire dragon transformed by the earth's core fire, and no matter how the fire dragon struggled, it was just futile. Subsequently, the creation immortal technique in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness once again quickly flipped up, and instantly a majestic suction force swept out, and the fire dragon of the earth's core fire wanted to split into several flames to break free from the giant hand of the divine soul out of instinctive perception of the danger, but it was all useless. The earth's core flame, which had scattered into prototypes, wanted to escape, but it was crazily swallowed and absorbed by the terrifying suction force of the creation immortal technique in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness, and there was no chance of struggling at all. In everyone's shocked gazes, the earth's core flame dissipated into the divine soul giant's hands. What followed was the surge of Yi Chen's revealed aura. The earth's core fire had been fed by the Red Flame Sacred Sect for an unknown number of years, and now the benefits Yi Chen enjoyed after devouring the earth's core fire were naturally self-evident. In just half an incense stick of time, Yi Chuan's cultivation had broken through from the late stage of the transformation god to the peak of the transformation god, and even vaguely touched the refined void realm, and the thunder clouds that had gathered in the high altitude because of the emergence of the earth's core fire suddenly intensified. Without giving Yi Chen the opportunity to suppress his cultivation as he did last time when he broke through the god transformation stage, the thunderbolt came in an instant, and tens of thousands of heavenly purple thunderbolts mixed with the might of the heavenly Tao were wantonly declared, vowing to kill Yi Chen, a cultivator who had repeatedly violated the reasoning of the heavenly Tao, directly in the cradle. Trying to strangle me? The only chance was when I first came across the river of time, and now it's too late. Yi Chen laughed out loud, his words filled with disdain for the refined void lightning tribulation. The divine soul giant behind it directly raised its arms high to firmly grasp the thunderbolt that was located above the 9 heavens, and the speed of the creation and transformation immortal technique in Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness suddenly increased, and the horrifying suction force once again strengthened. Countless heavenly Tao violet thunder crazily impacted the divine soul giant for self-preservation, inducing a burst of thunderous sounds, but it was all in vain. If heaven will not allow it, I will take it from myself. Yi Chen laughed hideously as the thunderbolt dissipated, and the heavenly Tao violet thunder, which symbolized the authority of the heavenly Tao, was absorbed by Yi Chen. Divine soul giant eyes deep flashing the heavenly Tao purple thunder suddenly berserked up, and was swallowed by the earth's heart of the fire also emerged. The two intertwined with each other mingled. Eyes deep in the heavenly Tao purple thunder attached to a road of the earth's heart of the fire. Under the thunder and fire, as if it can penetrate the world all the confusions and illusions, the body of the divine soul giant also changed drastically. A channel of the heavenly Tao purple thunder attached to the earth's core fire covered the giant's entire body into a set of thunder and fire armor. The entire giant at this moment seems to be in charge of the 9 heavens above. The thunder and fire avenue of the gods in general is fearful. I don't know who started it. Bang! 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 Crisp kowtowing sounds rang out, followed by the 5 refined void cultivators who also lowered their lofty heads and shouted in unison, "Please forgive our ignorance. Supreme Immortal." Yunruoshue on the black flying boat looked at Yi Chen, who was floating in the air with a 1,000-foot giant on top of him that looked like an ancient deity, and a few more watery mists appeared in her beautiful eyes. This moment was confirming the premonition she had when she first met Yi Chen. That meeting Yi Chen was the greatest chance of her life. Chapter 37, The Terrifying Bloodstained Copper Coin. Yi Dust swept around this huge red flame sacred sect from his high position, and the aura of the refined void realm swept out. He locked onto the refined void old man whose green leaf he had planted earlier without any sign with a single movement of his mind. The blood incantation used to seal the soul of the refined void elder's brow exploded, and several pieces of green leaves flew out of it to return to the divine soul giant behind Yi Chuan. While the refined void elder's soul was extinguished and his body lost its support and collapsed backward, fear filled the hearts of all the people above. The pressure of the crowd could not breathe. The remaining 4 refined void cultivators didn't dare to breathe a single breath for fear that the next to die would be a few of them. But Yi Chen's next words caused the 4 people to fall into an ice cave. Fellow Dioist, if I hadn't used my divine sense to check it out, it really would have been hidden from you. Is it still not showing? Yi Dust finished, only to see that the refining of the old man previously held in the hands of the jade plate suddenly lit up a blazing flame, a red-haired old man from which flew out. The old man's body is obviously an illusory soul, but the soul body is solid, although the emanation of the merging stage cultivation. But the merging stage cultivation seems to be hidden under the what puzzles people. My friend, the old man down number Red Flame True Monarch is the old ancestor of Red Flame Sacred Sect. I don't know what kind of enmity you have with my Red Flame Sacred Sect. If you can please give 3 thin face to you to retreat there, and then how about it? The old man arched his hand towards Yi Chuan and asked. The 4 refined void cultivators were all bowing their heads at the moment, not daring to meet their eyes, while Yi Chen was looking at the Red Flame True Lord and thought, it's strange on this person. There are traces of chi on him, but it's extremely well hidden, making me almost overlook him. And there's only one possibility that can escape my divine sense probing. Xian. Since Yi Chuan had fused the remnants of his previous life, his divine soul had vaguely touched the realm of the Immortals, and this Red Flame True Lord was even able to temporarily evade Yi Chuan's divine sense probing. So there was only one possibility. This Red Flame True Lord in front of him had also touched the realm of the Immortals, but Yi Chuan could detect that the cultivation of the Red Flame True Lord in front of him was only at the harmonization stage, not the Mahayana stage. So it couldn't be a terrifying existence that had touched the immortal realm, and coupled with the fact that it had been seeded with chi luck, there was only one possibility. This person was a secret son left behind by someone from the upper realm, and it was very likely that he was also a fellow sent to the lower realm by someone from the upper realm using a supreme secret method, just like Chu Fan. With this in mind, Yi Chen's gaze towards the Red Flame True Lord revealed a few points of killing intent. Everything explained why the Red Flame Sacred Sect would be in such a hurry to come to the door to propose marriage after Zhao Linger, who had been planted with chi luck, had an accident and was picked up by the Zhao family. It was because this Red Flame True Lord was himself a possessor of chi luck, or a higher level guy, and he naturally couldn't allow Zhao Linger to be out of his control. Everything is traceable. From the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor of the leading Fire Immortal sect can be glimpsed. Since the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor was planted with chi, then the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor will Chu Fan as a disciple as the nail in the coffin. And the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor is the identity of the Red Inferno Sacred Sect of an elder because of a variety of reasons sent to the Sky Wasteland region to establish the leaving Fire Immortal sect. Plus the Red Inferno Sacred Sect will be sent to the leaving Fire Immortal sect of the transformed god offerings every half an aeon. This would ensure that Chu Fan would smoothly come to the Fire Xian domain to join the Red Flame Sacred Sect after collecting all of the Heavenly Desolate Domain's chi. And then this Red Flame True Lord would be able to smoothly reach out to Chu Fan. A few touches of realization surged in Yi Chen's heart. He had thought that everything would be fine after getting rid of Chu Fan. It looked as if he had underestimated the handiwork of that mysterious man from the upper realm. Does Senior know about Chu Fan? Senior is his close friend. The Red Flame True Monarch's expression was slightly stagnant, but he quickly regained his composure, as if the panic just now was nothing more than a misreading by Yi Chuan. But Yi Chuan had seen the Red Flame True Monarch's momentary loss of composure in the bottom of his eyes. Who is Chu Fan? Did you come to my sacred sect for this person named Chu Fan? If so, I can. Before the Red Flame True Monarch could finish his words, Yi Chuan's mind moved to show his killing intent, and the Divine Soul Giant behind him raised his left hand, and a Divine Soul Flame erupted from within the 7-star glazed lamp to attack the Red Flame True Monarch. Red Flame True Monarch's face changed greatly. Raising his hand, he sent out a jade card to recognize a piece of jade card, and each one sent out the divine soul fire clashed together. The jade card was filled with a divine atmosphere. The formation codified on it seemed to be able to restrain the power of the divine soul as if it was able to fight with each one's divine soul fire to a draw. Kid, you are seeking your own death. Not only did you kill the body that the old man had raised for a long time, now it seems that Chu Fan's disappearance also has something to do with you. After the old man pulls out your tendons and bones and refines your divine soul, he will naturally know everything. Red Flame True Lord's grim words fell. His figure flickered and disappeared in place, and in the next instant a refined void cultivator kneeling on the ground let out a miserable scream, and a hole the size of a copper coin suddenly appeared in the center of his eyebrow, and the Red Flame True Lord's breath transferred into the body of that refined void cultivator. Obviously the method of seizing the body. The 3 refined void cultivators who were lucky to be killed witnessed their own companions being seized, and they can't care about the other various kinds of stances at the moment to flee towards the distance. Neither Red Flame True Monarch nor Yi Chen had the chance to pay attention to the 3 of them, but instead, they had cast their means to blast together. Kid, do you think that you are unrivaled just because you have an innate soul treasure added to your body? Humph. I'll let you see what is called a treasure. After saying that, The red flame true lord flipped his wrist and one ancient copper coin with flames attached to it appeared in his hand. The copper coin was in a state of disrepair, and there was a blood stain on it that was condensed from drops of blood, an ancient and bleak aura spreading out from it, and just a single glance at it could cause one's mind to be violently shaken. It's as if this coin has experienced the ups and downs of an era, and the blood stains on it are the blood of some unknown being. After Chuan had fused the heavenly Tao violet thunder and the fire of the earth's core, his pair of eyes could see everything, and he clearly saw a battle from that copper coin. Both sides in the war were immortals. Countless living beings in the war was affected by the fall. The defeat of the immortals from the 9 heavens above the fall to the ground. The body of the flesh and bones into fragments. Only a few drops of blood residual dropped to a spiritual treasure copper coins on top of the drop. No wonder this guy was able to evade my divine sense probing. This is a spiritual treasure stained with immortal blood. Chuan quickly connected what he saw with the previous anomaly. Just as he expected, Red Flame True Lord was able to evade his divine soul detection precisely because of the power of an immortal. Except that he didn't expect that Red Flame True Lord relied on the spiritual treasure copper coin that was stained with blood. Did not give Chuan time to react. Red Flame True Monarch one-handed pinch. A hand will be in the hands of the coin thrown out. The coin instantly exudes a blinding immortal light. The original, even the size of the bowl or not up to the coin, instantly swelled hundreds of times, carrying the infinite immortal power pressure down. He was directly trying to exterminate even his own Red Flame Sacred Sect's disciples and grandchildren together. Bloodstained copper money swelled hundreds of times after covering the sky. Its bloodstains but vaguely flashing out of the essence of the light. Like the whole copper money have come to life. This is the terror of the immortal. After death, do not know how many years residual drop of immortal blood can make a copper money to perform such divine power. It's over. We're dead. In the face of such a scenario, almost everyone gave up resistance in their hearts. They could not believe that there was anyone who could possibly block this blow. Such might was afraid that even the Mahayana cultivators who only existed in legends would not dare to take it. Right? Immortal blood is indeed very strong, able to make even a copper coin emit such power. But aren't you thinking of me too simply? Under everyone's astonished gaze, the divine soul giant behind Chuan merged the heavenly Tao purple thunder and the earth's heartfire with each other and swelled up again. And a might not weaker than that of the bloodstained coin emanated from the divine soul giant's body. And the divine soul giant opened his hands and directly embraced the bloodstained coin that was hanging in the air. Chapter 38 Immortal Soul Completion. You. How can you have the aura of an immortal on you? No. How can your divine soul have the aura of an immortal? Impossible. This copper coin of mine doesn't even dare to directly confront the Mahayana stage. This is something I found from that immortal's secret realm. Who the hell are you? Red Flame True Monarch looked at the divine soul giant behind Chuan that was condensed by the divine soul and stared in horror. At this moment, he realized what Chuan meant by the sentence, "You think I'm too simple?" And at this moment, a thought surged in his mind. Where exactly is this Chen? Could it be that he really is an immortal? Or else how could Chen emit such a powerful immortal might? Chen didn't know what the Red Flame True Lord was thinking, but there was an extra touch of delight in his gaze as he looked at the bloodstained copper coin. Although I touched the immortal realm in my previous life, my divine soul completed its metamorphosis and possessed immortal nature. But in the end, I came back with a wisp of residual soul by means of the immortal skill of creation. Even if I relied on the immortal skill of creation to merge the residual soul with my own divine soul, but the residual soul is the residual soul with insufficient immortal nature. And I was thinking about how to make up for the missing immortal nature of the divine soul in my own body. And this has been delivered to my door. He no longer hid the power of the immortals contained in his divine soul at this moment. And all of a sudden the sky and the earth changed color. And the thunderclouds that had only dissipated a short while ago suddenly converged over the Red Flame Sacred Sect again. As Chuan exerted his divine soul power with all his might, the eyes of the divine soul giant suddenly had feelings in them. As if a real giant had come to life. And the bloodstained copper coins that were hanging in the air and wanted to slam down could no longer fall down by the slightest bit no matter what. Crush them for me. Press. Red Flame True Monarch had already understood his situation at this moment. If his biggest dependence was this bloodstained copper coin, if he was not Chen's opponent even after he had sacrificed this bloodstained copper coin, then his end would definitely be incomparably miserable. So he frantically urged the bloodstained copper coin, even going so far as to spray out a mouthful of essence blood just to enhance the power of the blood-stained copper coin. But all of this was like a joke in Chen's eyes. This blood-stained copper at best, but only stained with a few drops of immortal blood. Immortal died so many years on the immortal blood can remain a few immortal power is not yet known. And even if the Red Flame Monarch rarely used the copper on weekdays, but this treasure is only a sprawling water immortal power is always in the cut. Although such a treasure was strong, how could it resist Chen, who had truly mobilized the immortal power within his divine soul? Suck me. I'll crush this biggest dependency of yours. Chuan let out a low roar. The power of his divine soul was mobilized crazily, and the volume of creation immortal secrets in the depths of his sea of consciousness began to flip, and strands of immortal light once again surged out to envelop the hands of the divine soul giant. In an instant, the bloodstain on the bloodstained copper coin seemed to come to life as if it had been attracted by something, and the immortal blood slowly flowed towards the divine soul giant's palm and merged into the divine soul giant's body along with it. In an instant, the divine soul giant's essence glowed greatly, and the illusory parts of the body surface turned solid, and a sense of completion was birthed from it, and although it still lacked part of its immortal nature, it had already undergone a qualitative metamorphosis. If the previous divine soul giant only had a few moments of immortal might without immortal intent, then from this moment onwards, the divine soul giant would have true immortal might, only because the divine soul giant was the embodiment of Chuan's divine soul, and after devouring the immortal's blood remaining on the blood-stained copper coins, Chuan's divine soul's missing immortal nature was made up for the most part, and at the moment his divine soul had begun to metamorphose into an immortal soul. The opposite is the copper money and the loss of immortal blood after the immortal light dispersed seems to have become a coin made of ordinary things. Chuan thought a movement. The divine soul giant hands violently force. The copper money collapsed into a burst of dust and ash. Pust. Impossible. Impossible. This copper coin was given to me by that lord in the inheritance. How could it be destroyed by you? Red Flame True Lord roared madly, but Yi Chen's cold words were like a muffled thunderbolt exploding in his heart. Just now you said you were going to jerk me around, right? I. Aha. Let go of me. Please Yi Chuan. I can tell you everything I know. I can still be your henchman. I'm at the harmonization stage cultivation, and this huge red inferno sacred clan can be given to you. I just beg you to let me go. There's no need for that. As you said, after killing you I can naturally obtain what I want to know through soul searching, and I don't need trash like you. Besides, this huge red flame sacred sect is of no help to me. Yi Chuan's mind moved to condense a divine soul hand to grab the red flame true monarch through the air. The red flame true monarch felt the threat of death from Yi Chuan's eyes. He wanted to struggle to leave, but a suction force surged out from Yi Chuan's body. Why on earth would I go against him? I should just run. The red flame true monarch was remorseful in his heart, but there was no more chance. As Yi Chuan's immortal technique of creation flipped in the depths of his sea of consciousness, and the red flame true monarch's soul was instantly twisted and sucked in by a powerful suction force, a colorless chi was stripped away and integrated into the immortal creation technique. In an instant, the light of the immortal creation technique soared, and the immortal light enveloped Yi Chen, who was once again dragged into the immortal creation technique, and a picture he had never seen before appeared on its blank paper. And the protagonists in the picture were clearly the Chu Fan of his youth and the person from the upper realm who had no idea of his origins. Father, what should I do in case something happens to me after I go to the lower realms to be reincarnated? Don't worry, for my father in order to prevent accidents have long been arranged. I will be the lower realm of Chi luck planted into the lower realm of cultivator's body through the Chi luck of the indirect connection to make good arrangements. When the time comes, if you have a problem or happen to miss a few species of Chi luck of the cultivators, then I arranged for the people who will help you. For my father's means is to tamper with their memories. Will help collect the idea of Chi branded in the soul? Just the lower world rules are limited. I can interfere with the really limited. Can let you meet with them is already spent countless efforts. Now this tampering with the memory of the law is even more difficult. For my father will try his best, but can really conceal the heavenly way to pass down a few means is still unknown. All or should rely on you as the main. As that upper realm powerhouse's last words fell, the image on the immortal creation technique changed once again. And the scene changed into the middle of a mysterious cave. Red Flame True Lord's figure appeared in the cave. At the moment he was in a sorry state of affairs. Large and small wounds all over the body. He held a broken sword assisted the wall step by step towards the depths of the cave to explore. After an unknown period of time, Red Flame True Lord came to the end of the cave. There were two items at the end of the cave. One was a volume of bloodstained jade slips. The other was the bloodstained copper coins that Yi Chuan had seen earlier. When he touched the bloodstained jade slips, the moment he touched the jade slips, there was a chi on the jade slips that was merged into his soul along with his memories. Yes, I'm going to help Chu Fan collect chi. I will be ascending to the upper realm along with Chu Fan in the future. There are many more techniques in my mind. I'm going to create a powerful plan to wait for Chu Fan's appearance. And then the picture continues to change. Many years later, the Red Yin True Monarch, relying on from the bloodstained jade brief and a variety of secret methods as well as that bloodstained copper money, has become a generation of the fire Xian domain of the hegemonic figure, plus the body of the deepening of the luck, often can be encountered in the face of the enemy to turn misfortune into good fortune. The life of the cultivation and the constant chance and training in the breakthrough to the stage of the body, until the Red Flame True Lord's body became weaker and weaker as he aged. The Red Flame True Lord still didn't know exactly where the reincarnated person from the upper realm named Chu Fan was, but there had always been a voice deep inside him reminding him, find that son of heaven's destiny named Chu Fan, help him gather the lower realm's chi fortune, and assist him in ascending to the upper realm together. Under the guidance of this voice, Red Flame True Monarch founded the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Under his leadership, Red Flame Sacred Sect has become a first-class power in the Fire Xian domain in just a few decades, and he once used the immortal power on the blood-stained coins to harden a Mahayana cultivator, and became famous in one battle to shake the entire Fire Xian domain, even if his flesh has already rotted. But the soul is still in the heart of the voice of the guidance of the Sacred Sect. Disciples continue to take away waiting Chu Fan. So many years of waiting, he waited for the results. A cultivation of unfathomable cultivator found him, and point out his past and told him, in the body of the voice of the implication of the voice of the other side he easily believed. The son of heaven's destiny, Chu Fan, has disappeared. There's a change in plan. First protect the person who carries the fortune and wait for the follow-up. The picture ended there. The gift of the immortal creation technique was not over. The immortal creation technique gushed out a channel of immortal light into Yi Chuan's body and drilled into Yi Chuan's divine soul, and the soft immortal light would make up for the missing part of the immortal nature in Yi Chuan's divine soul. And only after the missing part of the immortal nature was made up for, Yi Chuan's divine soul could really transform into an immortal soul. Chapter 39, I want to be a holy lord. Any comments? I don't know how long had passed. Yi Chuan opened his eyes and realized that he had returned to reality, which had passed by only a few moments, but his divine soul had metamorphosed into an immortal soul as if it had been transformed. A cultivator with unpredictable cultivation? It doesn't matter. I will definitely step onto the immortal ladder again in this life to ascend to the upper realm. No matter how many backhanders the existence behind Chu Fan has buried is useless. The present day me has not been unbeatable in the face of a Mahayana cultivator. Yi Chuan murmured. His eyes flashed with a horrifyingly refined light, and an invisible immortal might escaped from his body. Not ever multiplied. Not even climbed the immortal ladder. Did not go through the baptism of 9 deaths on the immortal ladder, but Yi Chuan's soul has already completed the metamorphosis. The power of the soul alone at this moment. Yi Chuan is already a true immortal in the world. I am afraid that the entire lower realm is also difficult to find an enemy. This Red Flame Sacred Sect trip he can be said to be very fruitful. Just a few days from the late transformation of the God breakthrough to the early stage of refining the void, and even the missing part of the immortal nature of the soul can also be made up for the immortal soul metamorphosis. This progress, to say that a sentence on the white sun, will not be overstated. The next thing is to get down to business. I need to hurry up and find a way to clean up this mess, or else I won't be able to give Zhaolinger a surprise when the time comes. Yi Chuan muttered, his mind returning from the joy of the harvest. His eyes swept a glance at the surviving Red Flame Sacred Sect disciples, and with just Yi Chuan's casual sweep, a wave of fear welled up in them from the depths of their souls. Since your sacred sect has a sacred son, then I want to be the sacred lord of your Red Flame Sacred Sect. Do you have any opinions? It is simply a blessing from a previous life for our clan to be appreciated by your excellency. How would we dare to have an opinion? The crowd hastily responded in a loud voice. After what happened before, they profoundly understood that Yi Chuan was not at all at the same level as they were. Where would they dare to rise up in defiance? Besides, just now their old ancestor was going to directly kill them along with Yi Chuan with the copper. If not for Yi Chuan, they would not even have the ability to speak right now. There is no way to return this favor. So what's the point of letting Yi Chuan be a holy lord? Well, then I hope that in the future your Red Flame Sacred Sect's patriarch will be replaced by a new person. Yun Daoyu is quite good. Yun Daoyu, please also quickly clean up the mess. Don't want to affect the wedding banquet a few days later. As the words fell, a storage bag was thrown into Yun Ruoshue's hand, and all of the survivors' gazes looked towards Yun Ruoshue, who was located on the black flying boat. In an instant, Yun Ruoshue felt that her heart had never beat as violently as it was at this moment, simply because what Qi Chen had casually given her was something that she could never have even if she tried her whole life. The storage bag that Yi Chuan casually threw was exactly what Yi Chuan had snatched from a certain dead void refining cultivator, and just about anything inside was priceless. And Yun Ruoshue was just a Jidan cultivator. How could she afford to use the treasures inside? In addition, the position of the Red Flame Sacred Sect's patriarch is even more so. Yun Ruoshue is only a Jidan cultivator. How can it convince the public? Thinking so, a bitter smile surged in Yun Ruoshue's heart. Alas, meeting Senior is truly the greatest chance of my life. I merely introduced some things about the Red Flame Sacred Sect and the hidden secrets of the Fire Xian domain to Senior, and as a result, Senior gave me tens of thousands or even millions of times more in return. It's just a pity that I'm not fortunate enough to enjoy it. After letting out a bitter smile, Yun Ruoshue was about to speak out to thank Yi Chen for his kindness, but her move was interrupted by Mo Yunchuan, who had been in shock beside her. Apprentice. No, Lord Sovereign. The position of sovereign of our Red Flame Sacred Sect has been vacant for many years because of our old ancestor. Since Senior Yi Chen thinks that you are suitable to be the sovereign of our Red Flame Sacred Sect, then from today onwards, you will be the sovereign of our Red Flame Sacred Sect, so please give your orders, Lord Sovereign. The instant Mo Yunchuan's voice fell, it caused countless people to follow suit. Patriarch Yun, please still command. Countless disciples chorused in unison, and even the 3 surviving Red Flame Sacred Sect inner sect elders echoed the same. For a moment, Yun Ruoshue's mind trembled tremendously as a sense of weightlessness surged through her heart. The cultivation of any of the disciples below was not weaker than his, and there were even 3 inner sect elders with refined void cultivation among them. But they all agreed at this moment that they had become the new sect leader of the Red Inferno Sacred Sect and were willing to follow her orders. This was all because of Yi Chen's words alone. Yun Ruoshua tilted her head and looked up, only to see that Yi Chen's face was filled with indifference, as if it was all irrelevant. This huge Red Flame Sacred Clan, he just gave it away. And the cause of this was just Yun Ruoshua telling him about the many trivial matters within the Fire Xian domain and bringing him to the Red Flame Sacred Sect within these few days. Yun Ruoshua took 2 deep breaths and turned towards the cultivators below to issue her first call as the new patriarch. All the disciples and elders of the Red Flame Sacred Sect pay their respects to the Red Flame Sacred Sect's Sacred Lord Yi Chen. Countless cultivators chimed in. Greetings to the Red Flame Sacred Sect's Holy Lord Yi Chen. After the sound of obeisance ended, Yun Ruoshua did not hesitate to pinch with one hand and seduce the Heavenly Dao to make a Heavenly Dao oath. I, Yun Ruoshua, hereby make a heavenly oath that I will never turn my back on Yi Chuan in the future. And if I do anything to harm Yi Chuan when the path of immortality is severed and my cultivation is wasted and forgotten. Yi Chen took in Yun Ruoshua's actions and nodded with satisfaction in his heart, tapping his fingers in the air. An immortal light shot into his body, and in everyone's shocked gazes, Yun Ruoshua's cultivation began to grow like a rocket, breaking through from the Jiedan stage to the peak of the Yuanying stage in just a few moments. The reason why Yi Chuan didn't choose to continue to transport energy was because cultivation still depended on oneself, and to continue would be a bit of uprooting the seedling. But even so, Yi Chuan's casual point was also spared Yun Ruoshua nearly 100 years of hard cultivation time. Yun Ruoshua at this moment to understand what is called cultivation immortal world to strength as respect. Countless people dream of power, wealth and status. Yi Chen just casually out of the hand will allow her to easily get all of this. This is all because of Yi Chen's unparalleled strength. Strong, too strong. Yun Ruoshua only had one thought in her mind at the moment. Even if he wants me to die, I'm willing. Immediately after Yun Ruoshua did not live up to Yi Chen's expectations. She may not have enough cultivation talent, but on the governance of the clan she is a rare good hand. In her arrangements, the clan treasury was Red Flame True Lord rated by the cultivation resources were all distributed. The remaining disciples of the 10,000 united in their efforts to rebuild the clan. According to Yi Chuan's speculation, it only takes 2 days of effort for the Red Flame Sacred Sect's mountain gate to be rebuilt as before. As for the fall of high-end combatants will also gradually fill up with the distribution of the Red Flame True Lord's legacy. The cultivation world is not lacking in geniuses, it is only lacking in resources, so that the wedding in a few days could go on as planned. And Yi Chuan did not know what Yun Ruoshua had in mind at the moment. Even if he did, Yi Chuan would only shrug his shoulders in disinterest. For him, to give Yun Ruoshua's many benefits are dispensable things, and 2 people in a previous life have been good karma. Although this life is not happening 2 people together to raid the secret realm thing, but he is now giving Yun Ruoshua chance is also regarded as a make-up for the karma. Coupled with the first time I saw Yun Ruoshua told him the information is to save him a lot of trouble. So Yun Ruoshua have everything. These are all what she deserves. At this moment, Yun Ruoshua's actions were even more indicative of the fact that she was worthy of the series of benefits given by Yi Chen. Yi Chuan turned around and cast his gaze towards the direction of the Zhao family. The lightning and red flames in his eyes fused with each other as if they had pierced through everything to lock onto Zhao Linger, who was in the dark dungeon about the dark dungeon. Zhao Linger, I wonder if you're still alive now after spending so much time in that demonic cave of the Zhao clan? I'll give you the hope of living to take revenge and then ruthlessly snuff it out later. When the words fell, Yi Chen's body flashed back to the black flying boat high in the sky and adjusted his own state. This time the harvest was too big and he also needed some time and days to fully absorb it. Chapter 40, Shredding Your Illusions. A few days later, Xianhua Domain Zhao family. In the basement of the Zhao family's main hall, Zhao Linger was currently disheveled and bound to the wall by chains. A head of black hair scattered on both sides. The skin on her face was waxen and yellow with no luster. Her eyes were hollow and fearful, and her entire body did not look like it was jumping off the walls before. It was almost like she was a puppet on a string. Through the ghostly light, one could see that the skin on Zhao Linger's body under a few strands of rags had long been tattered and torn, and a hideous wound turned into a bloody scab stuck to her skin. and the blood that spilled out of it had long since congealed into a bloodstain that emitted a foul odor. I regret it. Regret it. A warm liquid gushed out of the corner of Zhao Linger's eyes at this moment, and the liquid mixed with the bloodstains turned into drops of blood and tears that fell to the ground. After she was taken away by Chu Fan in the heavenly wasteland domain before, a touch of piercing coldness surged out of her body for some reason, and that coldness even froze her soul, causing her to fall into a coma and delayed awakening. And Chu Fan was at his wits' end to do anything about it but put her in a hut to recuperate together with Su Mei. But because of this, a Yuaning cultivator searched for the coldness within her body and found her, and that Yuaning cultivator used means to awaken him, and also told her that the reason why the piercing coldness welled up within her body was because she had stimulated her body of the phantom ice during the life and death crisis, subsequently biting that she is the Zhao family many years ago lost outside the first daughter, and promised to return to the Zhao family will immediately bring people over to help her brother Chu Fan to deal with the leaf dust. In order to Chu Fan she chose to follow the Yuaning cultivator to leave. But I did not expect that this go as a sheep into the mouth of the tiger. Zhao Linger had been put under house arrest when she first entered the Zhao family. Until now she understood that whatever lost first daughter was out there was fake, and the only thing that was real was the fact that the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect needed a female cultivator with the body of phantom ice to use as a cauldron. Yi Chen, it's all Yi Chen's fault. If Yi Chen had obediently offered up his spiritual root, then how would I have ended up in such a situation? Zhao Linger angrily cursed Yi Chen in her heart, but completely ignored a problem. Could it be that someone wanted to take Yi Chen's talent? And Yi Chen not only couldn't resist, but also had to give it up with both hands? Just then, Zhao Fengqin's voice rang out, giving her a glimmer of hope of escaping and relieving herself. Sister, it seems like you're very good at seducing people. The new patriarch of the Red Flame Sacred Sect personally ordered our Zhao family to never hurt your life. I really don't know what kind of luck you've had. After saying that, Zhao Fengqin came with two subordinates to apply the ointment for her. The box of medicinal ointment was like fine congealed fat, crystal clear and emitting a rich spiritual qi. The two subordinates merely applied the medicinal ointment on top of Zhao Linger's blood scabs, and the scabs immediately loosened up and fell off, and the skin underneath the scabs grew pinkish flesh and blood with it. Zhao Linger felt the changes in herself. She didn't feel excitement in her heart, instead a trace of bitterness welled up. No wonder they are willing to beat and humiliate me with impunity. So it's because as long as they don't beat me to death they can make me recover. Zhao Linger only realized at this moment that what she really was after losing Yi Chen's shelter and leaving the netherworld immortal sect, she was nothing more than a doll in this Zhao family. She wasn't even a human being. Zhao Fengqin was the Zhao family mother's real daughter. Zhao Fengqin could vent her heart's anger towards her with impunity. While she was nothing but a customized doll, she was even bruised all over her body, but she could recover as long as she applied some elixir. Scoffs, dang, dang. Two heavy chains were untied and fell to the ground. Go, you shall be married today. Zhao Fengqin's ice-cold voice rang out, and Zhao Linger didn't reply as if she was a puppet on strings, only following behind Zhao Fengqin. The two men with two god transformation guards were led by the same Red Flame Sacred Sect emissary who had visited the Zhao family earlier to board a flying boat to the Red Flame Sacred Sect. The speed of the flying boat was extremely fast, and it was also accelerated with various teleportation spell formations along the way, and after about several hours it arrived at the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Zhao Linger looked into the eyes, only to see the entire Red Flame Sacred Sect at the moment extravagant and incomparable as if the heavenly Immortals palace in general. Countless exquisite spirit material jade was placed randomly in front of the sect door as a step. Hundreds of talismans were used as props used as a salute to use. The door also stood in front of the two full of transformation of the gods' cultivation of the Red Flame Fire Lions. Every cultivator who came to the banquet was at least at the Yuaning cultivation level, and there were countless more at the God Realization cultivation level, and many refining void great powers had also come, and the crowd was waiting for the master of the banquet to arrive. Alas! Red Flame Sacred Sect, the Fire Xian domain's dominant level power. I hope that after you marry the Sacred Son you can say more for the Zhao family. Don't do the little woman attitude to set your own position. You do concubines are already high up the ladder. Seeing this scene, even Zhao Fengqin, who was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, could not help but sigh with emotion. She had thought that with the Red Flame Sacred Sect's transcendent status would not pay attention to Zhao Linger at all, and that the Sacred Sect's holy son should only be treated as a cauldron when marrying Zhao Linger, or at most as a concubine. But now it seemed as if the Red Flame Sacred Sect had unexpectedly valued Zhao Linger. In an instant, Zhao Linger saw the Red Flame Sacred Sect such a big deal was also the first time she recognized what was called a big power. Previously the strongest battle force of the ethereal immortal sect was only a god-realizing cultivator. But the two Red Flame Fire Lions at the doorway were already at the god-realizing stage. She remembered her own aggravation in the Zhao family for many days, and a mischievous thought welled up in her heart. If this Red Flame Sacred Sect holy son cares about me so much, Then can I not use the Red Flame Sacred Sect to help me take revenge? Especially this Zhao Fangqin. Since I can charm Yi Duan to death, can I do the same with this unseen saint's son? When the time comes, Zhao Linger's eyes flickered with gloom when she looked at Zhao Fangqin, as if she couldn't wait to eat the person in front of her alive. Snap! Zhao Fangqin slapped Zhao Linger's face, and this slap directly caused her face to become red and swollen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You think you can take revenge on our Zhao family just because you're the saint's son's woman? Look at your position clearly. Zhao Linger touched her red and swollen face, but she didn't even dare to look Zhao Fangqin in the eye. She only dared to vent her anger internally. Obviously I'm the host of this wedding banquet. Obviously I'm going to marry into the Red Flame Sacred Sect soon. Why does she still dare to treat me like this? I'm going to find this holy son. I definitely won't let this go. Thinking so, Zhao Linger looked up at the people in the banquet, and suddenly, she saw one person, and instantly a thunderbolt exploded in her mind. Impossible. How could he have appeared here? Isn't he in the heavenly desolate domain? If he appeared here, then where is brother Chu Fan? Only Yi Chen appeared in the center of the banquet in a white suit, with Yun Ruoxua and two refined void elders of the Red Flame Sacred Sect behind him, and he walked straight towards the direction of the two Zhao Linger girls. Zhao Linger, did you miss me? I've been waiting for this day to see you again, and I'm here today to personally tear apart those unrealistic fantasies of yours. As the words fell, Yi Chuan's palm fell with a roar and smacked Zhao Linger's face, and in everyone's shocked gaze, Zhao Linger was directly smacked to the ground by the blow, and the blood and flesh on her face festered to reveal the white bones. Chapter 41. Zhao Linger will have nothing to do with the Zhao family from now on. Zhao Linger screamed miserably and covered her cheeks with her hands as she looked at Yi Chen incredulously. Yi Chen, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the heavenly desolate domain? Where's my brother Chu Fan? The escort guards. Where is Lord Saint's son? Someone is committing murder to save me. I'm the wife of the future holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Stop screaming. Did you like my surprise for you? Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger roared her heart out as if she had been dispersed by Yi Chuan's sentence, causing the many cultivators who had come to congratulate her at the banquet to be displeased, only for them to be silenced the moment they cast their eyes on Yi Chuan. Only the host of this banquet, the Red Flame Sacred Sect's new patriarch Yun Ruoxua, was standing respectfully behind Yi Chen at the moment, with a posture of bowing down and being a small person, as if he was just a servant of the Yi Chen in front of him. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, making them a little imaginative. None of them were cuties. Since Yun Ruoxua was treating Yi Chen in this manner, then I'm afraid that Yi Chen's identity is not simple. The Zhao Linger that Yi Duan hit was at best a concubine of the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect, or the kind that had no maternal background. Moreover, the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect of this farce had not yet shown his face, and the amount of information contained therein could be too great. Is this holy son afraid? Or is he threatened by the higher-ups of the sect to not show his face? It was even possible that he was already dead. On the contrary, Yi Chen was someone that even Yun Ruoxua had to bend over backwards to curry favor with, so it was already self-evident who was more important between Yi Chen and Zhao Linger, and it was impossible for them to offend such a mysterious figure as Yi Chen for the sake of Zhao Linger. Let's take another look at it first. It might not end well if we go out on a limb. With this thought in mind, almost all of the cultivators chose to ignore Zhao Linger's roar. After Zhao Linger howled, she also realized that something was wrong. So many cultivators present had heard her plea for help that none of them had even spoken up to speak on her behalf, let alone to make a move on her behalf. And that holy son had not even shown his face so far. Zhao Linger couldn't help but gulp down her saliva. This scene made her recall the Netherworld Immortal Sect's main hall where Yi Chen had acted the same way back then, not giving any face to the Netherworld Immortal Sect's elders. But those Yuaning elders didn't dare to offend Yi Chen because of his talent, so they didn't make a move. How similar it was to this moment. But along with the fear came anger. An intense anger. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, how would I have ended up in such a situation? How would I have been taken away by the Zhao family? How would I have been separated from brother Chu Fan? And how would I have been subjected to so much torture? Zhao Linger was unwilling. She had endured so much torture in the Zhao family. It was not easy for her to make it out. She would immediately be able to become the wife of the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Even if the holy son only married her because of the hearth cauldron physique, she would still be in existence under one person and above 10,000 people in the Red Flame Sacred Sect. She would soon have the chance to meet her brother Chu Fan. But Yi Chen appeared and tore apart all her illusions. She didn't dare to go to her brother Chu Fan to ask how he was doing. She only knew that she had to save herself now, or else Yi Chuan would just tear her apart. She had a premonition that she would suffer at Yi Chuan's hands several times more than what she had suffered when she was in the Zhao family. When Zhao Linger figured all this out, she turned her gaze for help to her sister. Zhao Fangqin. Fangqin, quickly save me. This person is going to kill me. If I'm killed, then how are you going to explain to mom? And how is Mom and even the entire Zhao family going to explain to Lord Sacred Sun? We're a family. When Zhao Fangqin heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and a few more points of stern killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Linger. How could she not hear the threatening intent in Zhao Linger's words? Zhao Linger was trying to pull her down with her, first using her own marriage to the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect as a threat, and then playing the affection card with her blood relationship. Damn it, this guy even pulled me right in. Now it's useless even if I want to make a case. I have to give an answer. Zhao Fangqin felt the tentative gazes that were thrown from all directions and angrily cursed Zhao Linger in his heart for being an asshole. But in his heart, he also began to think of his own. As the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Fangqin had devoted herself to traveling between the major powers in order to protect herself since she was a child, and her understanding of the scene was more thorough than that of the crowd. Only because she is a woman from the cloud Ruoshue look at ye dust in the eyes of some other meaning. That is a kind of love. More accurately speaking is a kind of admiration. Cloud Ruoshue noble red flame sacred sect at the moment but in admiration of him in front of ye dust. Then ye dust should be what kind of horror? Red flame sacred sect has not been established for 1,000 years the position of the patriarch. Others do not know the mystery. But Zhao Fangqin has learned some hidden secrets through various channels. Only because Red Flame Sacred Sect's ancestor of the hefty and ferocious Red Flame True Monarch has never really died. And Red Flame Sacred Sect's successive generations of the Holy Sun are Red Flame True Monarch reclaimed with the body. That's why it created a strange scene within the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Not set up a patriarch. And the treatment of the Saint's Son is the highest in the sect. So as a rule that the Saint's Son needs Zhao Linger as a cauldron. Then the Red Flame Sacred Sect should be at all costs for the Saint's Son to get it. How could I allow Yi Chuan to be beaten to death in front of everyone alive? Then there's only one explanation. Rumor has it that the new sect leader of the Red Flame Sacred Sect was only able to ascend to the throne with the support of a supreme power. And now it seems that that supreme power is the man in front of me. Zhao Fangqin quickly cleared his mind and came up with a bold guess. Bang! 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 The sound of the head hitting the jade stone sounded 3 times in a row. In the eyes of the crowd, Zhao Fangqin almost stormed out directly. Zhao Linger, who asked for her help, pushed down on the ground and continuously kowtowed several times. Only Yi Duan read everything and looked at Zhao Fangqin with interest. Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with thunder and fire, and with just one glance, Zhao Fangqin felt that all her secrets and thoughts had been seen through by Yi Chuan, as if the two of them weren't on the same level at all. Yi Chuan was an immortal spirit above the 9 heavens, while she was just a mole cricket in the mortal realm. Her breath caught suddenly, and she spoke in a loud voice to the surroundings under her breath. Please also be witnesses. Our Zhao family has never had any relationship with Zhao Linger. The so-called Zhao Linger is my Zhao family's lost bloodline. Outside is merely the delusional words of someone with a heart of gold. Please don't take it seriously. In addition, our Zhao family is willing to offer an apology for our sudden visit, and we ask for your clan's forgiveness, Zhao Fangqin said, and then pulled the 2 transformation god cultivators to bend their heads in unison. For a time, the posture could be described as extremely low, so that the surrounding cultivators were all stupefied. They only realized at this moment that the Yi Qin in front of them was more and more impenetrable. Zhao Fangqin, do you know what you're talking about? I was going to marry the holy son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Didn't you guys want to bring me back to the Zhao family just to hook up with the holy son? Now why are you guys denying it? Zhao Linger listened to Zhao Fangqin's words and cursed Zhao Fangqin frantically under her breath. But she didn't have the time to continue opening her mouth when a pitch-black chain directly pierced through her clavicle, pinning her to the ground. The pain of her body being pierced through caused her to let out an ear-piercing scream. But the scream didn't last for long as another chain pierced through it, and the black mist that permeated the chain directly gagged her mouth, making it impossible for her to even scream. This was exactly when Zhao Fangqin stepped in. She was really afraid that Zhao Linger would say anything else that would affect their entire Zhao family. Chapter 42. I don't need your approval to do what I do. Zhao Fangqin was about to inflict another vicious blow when Yi Chen raised his hand to stop her. Yi Chen walked up and grabbed Zhao Linger's chin with one hand and lifted it upwards, a light smile appearing on his face as if the two of them were some kind of close friends who hadn't seen each other for years. The black mist that blocked Zhao Linger's mouth immediately dispersed as if it had encountered some natural enemy the moment it came into contact with Yi Chuan, and the liberated Zhao Linger just wanted to open her mouth to speak, but Yi Chuan snatched it first. Sister Linger, didn't you ask why I'm here? I am now the Holy Lord of the Red Flame Sacred Sect. Did you think you could become the wife of the Sacred Son and then take revenge on the Zhao family and me? I advise you to die of this. The Saint's Son is already dead in my hands. When the words fell, the several void-refining cultivators at the banquet table all stood up and cast their gazes towards Yun Ruoshue behind Yi Chen, as if they were forcing Yun Ruoshue to ask whether what Yi Chen said was true or false. And Yun Ruoshue just nodded slightly, without even the slightest intention to hide it. Instantly several more Hierophant cultivators stood up, and they walked out in unison to look at Yi Chuan's eyes became more and more unkind. Since there was a void refining powerhouse taking the lead, it was only natural that they, the goddess of transformation cultivators, dared to strike out together as well. These cultivators or their own, or behind the clan are with the previous Red Flame sacred sect of the Holy Sun of the interests of the deal, and now here their own hard investment in the Holy Sun even died in the hands of Yi Chuan News. Their hearts are naturally furious, hate Yi Chuan on the spot to kill. Is your sect somewhat disregarding us by making a decision on such a major event without consulting us? I have a good personal relationship with Lord Saint Sun, and now that I have come to participate in your clan's banquet but have heard such bad news, it would be too much to say if I don't ask for a statement for Lord Saint Sun. As the words fell, several void refining cultivators were about to strike, but Yi Chen raised his head and swept a glance at them. Instantly, it was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with white bones piled up into a high mountain, while Yi Chen was sitting at the top of the mountain of white bones looking down on everyone with those indifferent eyes, as if he was a god observing a mole cricket. A refining virtual cultivator was about to open his mouth to say something, suddenly felt his sea of consciousness flew into a piece of green leaves stabbed into his soul, and with it came the pain of the soul being torn apart. He wanted to beg for mercy, but only felt that at this moment there is an invisible pressure of the soul on his body, and the pain of the heart made him let out a piercing screams. My lord, please spare me yet. I'll never again. Without giving that refined void cultivator a chance to beg for mercy, Yi Chuan's eyes slightly condensed. A divine soul giant hand coalesced. The divine soul giant hand directly grabbed that refined void cultivator's head. That cultivator madly mobilized the divine soul in his sea of consciousness, but was limited by the green leaf that pierced into his divine soul and could not succeed. Boom! A great cultivator of refining void. At this moment, his head exploded open like a watermelon. Blood sprayed out, staining countless cultivators around him, and his divine soul didn't manage to escape. Losing the support of his physical body, the green leaf took deep root on his divine soul, rapidly sucking up his divine soul as a nutrient to feed himself. In just a few moments of work, in the shocked gazes of all the cultivators, that piece of green leaf swallowed up that void refining powerhouse's divine soul and flew back to Yi Chuan's brow in this manner. Devil cultivator, Red Flame sacred sect, this is how you let a devil cultivator be your sacred lord? A spirit transformation cultivator's legs trembled and paralyzed with fear as his words were all about questioning Yun Ruoxue and the others. Why are you all still staying where you are? Do you not want to wait for death? Please also ask the rest of the unrelated Dao friends not to listen to the slanderous words of the villain. Yi Mao is only dealing with some personal matters. If any Dao friends want to accompany those who had ulterior motives earlier to send to their deaths, Yi Mao will never stop them. Yi Dust's icy voice rang out. Without the slightest hesitation, the divine soul giant hand once again probed out, and the head of that god transformation cultivator from the previous party directly exploded, and the divine soul leaf was grabbed and absorbed by the divine soul giant hand. Fellow Taoists, this is a demon. You can't kill me. Behind me is Patriarch Yun. I was only too agitated just now because I heard the news of the Saint Sun's death. That's why. Almost at the same time, those cultivators who had previously stood up to take a shot at Yi Chuan spoke out in unison to hide the fear in their hearts. They had to admit that they were really scared. They had never seen a cultivator who had a clean hand like Yi Chuan. Why would I want to offend such a monster? They understood very well that with the character Yi Chen had displayed, they people had completely offended Yi Chen to death. And Yi Chen was by no means some kind-hearted righteous cultivator. Yi Chen was completely an overwhelmingly great cultivator who was not bound by any rules. Yi Duan would only take one action towards any enemy that had shown him malice, and that was to crush all those enemies to pieces, making them never be able to live forever. So these cultivators, in order to live, adopted a variety of ways. There are begging for mercy, there are threats, there are looking for helpers, but regardless of the strength of the background of the strong and weak, without exception, all the cultivators who showed malice to Yi Chuan, their skulls have all exploded. The soul was also devoured by Yi Chuan as their own heritage. The original clean and tidy kneading place was now covered with bloodstains. The eyes of the cultivators who survived to look at Yi Chuan at this moment were already covered with fear, while Yi Chuan at this moment was ignoring the crowd to revert back to Zhao Linger's body. The white clothes Yi Chuan was wearing at the moment had been dyed red with blood. A fishy blood odor spread out from it, and the only thing that remained was the smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Linger. Yi Chuan, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just wrong to trust Chu Fan. Vomit. I am still your senior sister. Brother Yi Chuan, I am really sorry. Really. Zhao Linger wanted to open her mouth to beg for mercy, but the rich smell of blood coming from Yi Chen's body and the surrounding area made the untouched female cultivator unable to resist dry heaving, and she begged frantically for mercy, only begging Yi Chen to let him live. And Yi Duan only spoke faintly. You know what? Your favorite brother Chu Fan has been killed by me. Are you willing to give in to me in order to live? Instantly, a vicious chill surged away from Zhao Linger's heart. Anger, hatred, and sadness mixed together and ultimately lost to an emotion called fear. Zhao Linger wanted to live. She wanted to live. Even if it was to face Yi Chen, even if Yi Chen killed her brother Chu Fan who she wanted to dedicate her life to and even went so far as to come alone to the Zhao family to ask for help, all wanted to help. The love and affection for others is no match for self-love. And Zhao Linger is not a good person. Brother Yi Chen. Actually, it's you I've always liked. Ah. After some thought, Zhao Linger raised her head and opened her mouth with the most pleasing smile of her life. But without waiting for her to finish, Yi Chen thrust a spirit sword straight into her heart. Zhao Linger. That's why I say that you and Chu Fan are really rotten people matching rotten people. Chu Fan wants to use you as a stovepipe and you don't really love him that much. So why would you think that I would fall back in love with a rotten person like you just because of your reformation? Chapter 43, Extracting Chi Luck. Pust. Zhao Linger only felt a rush of fishy sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. She looked incredulously at Yi Chen and then at the spirit sword that had stabbed into her heart. The resentment of being lied to and played with was mixed with the pain of being run through the heart. An emotion called desire for survival filled her brain, and she struggled to hold Yi Chen's thigh to speak. She wanted to apologize to Yi Chen. I really shouldn't have tried to hurt you. I regret it. But she wasn't able to say those words because a 7-star glazed lamp had flown out from Yi Chen's brow. The blood-colored lotus flower bloomed. The 7 bright stars kept flickering, and the 2 black shadows at the wick were entangled in each other's fight. But they were suffering from the burning pain on the blood-colored soul fire together without distinguishing between them and me. The moment Zhao Linger looked at the 2 black shadows at the wick, a sense of familiarity mixed with inexplicably rising fear rose. And at the same time, when her looked at the 2 black shadows also stopped their movements and looked at her. And at that exact moment, Yi Chen's ice-cold voice rang out. Senior Sister Linger, do you know who these 2 are? These 2 are Master Lin Yuxuan and Senior Sister Sumei, whom you've longed for. How could you bear to let the 2 of them suffer alone in the flames while you enjoy yourself outside? Aren't you the best thing you've ever done for your master? Don't you really want to go and accompany them? A vicious chill surged up from Zhao Linger's heart, and endless fear turned into a flood that engulfed her. Don't! I don't want to become like the 2 of them. Yi Chuan, I know you like me. I can give you anything. What Chu Fan can't get I can give you right now. Me. Zhao Linger screamed and panicked, hitching her slender palms to her robes, panicking what filthy words were uttered under her panic, causing Yun Ruoxue and the others to reveal a look of disdain. But Zhao Linger didn't care at all. She only knew that if she couldn't get Yi Chen to stop his movements, then what would inevitably greet her would be a fate even more horrible than death. Suddenly, Yi Chuan's palm stopped her movements. She just wanted to force out a few smiles. Yi Chuan's palm fell down hard. Her other cheek directly felt hot and painful. The piercingly cool wind drilled into it, inducing heartbreaking pain. She didn't need to see it to imagine what the blood and flesh would look like. Into the eyes. Yi Chen's face was filled with contempt and disgust, as if beating her was dirtying his hands. Zhao Linger knew that Yi Chen was already not going to let her go at this moment. An oozing smile appeared on her face, and just as she was about to curse Yi Chen madly before she died, she saw Yi Chen beckon her hand through the air. The 2 black shadows in the 7-star glazed lamp instantly lengthened and flew outside the lamp to grab Zhao Linger after receiving Yi Chen's acquiescence. A pain of her divine soul tearing surged through her heart. Zhao Linger naturally understood what this represented. This was to forcefully pull out her divine soul. The thought that her divine soul would still have to be tormented and burned by the divine soul fire in that blood-colored lotus lamp after her death sent her into a deep state of fear. Master Sister, let go of me. Let go of me. It was Yi Chuan who killed you all. It was Yi Chuan who don't come to me. Zhao Linger attempted to beg for mercy. But how could the 2 divine souls that had been tortured by the divine soul flames for so long that had long been twisted spare her? They only wanted Zhao Linger, who had survived until now, to suffer in that flame along with them. Ah! A scream passed. Zhao Linger's divine soul was torn out, and without giving her a chance to escape, the 2 divine souls directly dragged her into that 7-star glazed lamp, and the flames at the wick once again blazed. 3 of these black shadows attacked each other and devoured and fused, and then were burned by the fire of the divine soul until they were scattered and then recoalesced, and the cycle was repeated without any more peace. Gollum! I don't know which cultivator present started it. One cultivator after another ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment, looking at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. Every move Yi Chen just made was subverting their cognition, especially Yi Chen public killing and swallowing the soul of the scene. To be honest, the presence of the person's cultivation of the worst is the Yuaning stage or the God stage. Such cultivation is hard to come and some small places can be considered to do aside of the high people. Only they know how much they ate along the way of the cultivation of the suffering. The hands of the hand and stained with how many human life. Cultivation fights with heaven and people. and there are thousands of dead souls under the hands of them cultivators if not tens of thousands. But they all follow an unwritten rule of the cultivation world. He does not kill mortals, nor does he kill people in public, nor does he take their cultivation in public. This is the default rule of all people in the cultivation world. Once the violation of that is the public enemy of all cultivators. The person, no matter how to act, will also be labeled as the devil. Which is the most important to take people's cultivation? Accurately is to take people's cultivation to swallow people's souls in order to strengthen their own. Cultivation world cannot tolerate the existence of such behavior of cultivators. At least on the surface is so. Just because no matter the other party is a righteous cultivator or devil cultivator. When the killing can bring cultivation enhancement, it is difficult to guarantee that the person will not be in a day when the life expectancy will be close to the time of the killing spree, endangering the party. The Yi Qin in front of them had violated this unwritten rule, and they wanted to shout, "Red Flame Sacred Sect, how dare you openly allow a devil to be your sacred master? And at this moment, you are still indulging such a devil to commit murder. What do you want to do?" But they didn't dare to, because those who dared had obviously already stamped Yi Chen's power with their own blood. The same refining virtual cultivation, but within the same realm is the power of instantaneous killing. This is not a real merging cultivator? Can we leave now? A transformation spirit cultivator tremblingly opened his mouth to ask Yunruoxue, who was speechless and directly turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Naturally can. Just still hope that everyone will not count what happened today in the Red Flame Sacred Sect's head. Just count on Yi Mao's head is. Still hope that everyone can abide by this statement. So there will be no other matters. Also please leave. When the words fell, the cultivators at the banquet were like amnesties, and they didn't care about face and etiquette. They mobilized their body's aura to leave almost the instant Yi Chen finished the last word, while Yunruoxue and the others were about to say something, but they were also prevented by Yi Chen's raised hand. They turned away after only a slight stare. After all, this banquet was originally only organized at Yi Chen's request. Yi Chen could do whatever he wanted. Only when the crowd dispersed did Yi Chen turn his gaze to the corpse of Zhao Linger, who had lost her divine soul and collapsed on the ground. After I absorb this time's chi, perhaps I will be able to glimpse a corner of the upper realm? As the words fell, the creation immortal technique in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness flipped rapidly, and Zhao Linger's corpse was drifting out, a wisp of matter symbolizing chi to be drawn into it. Chapter 44, Chu Fan not dead. Kunlun Sacred Region. The immortal creation technique flew and flipped, and an immortal light scattered out to envelop Yi Chen's divine soul, dragging it into it. A picture was presented on the metaphysical yellow paper, and the picture located at the center was clearly the scene of the young Chu Fan conversing with that unknown great cultivator. That unknown great cultivator was currently having a final admonition with Chu Fan, and in his hand was also holding a blood-red elixir, on which it seemed as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had coalesced, with an endless number of wronged souls howling and struggling, which appeared to be out of place in the picture of the elegant fairyland. Fanner, despite the fact that I've already used all my means to protect you when you travel to the lower realm to reincarnate, there's still a huge danger. There are some great cultivators in the lower realm who have immortal might even though they haven't reached the immortal realm, and you're bound to be in danger against them. Thus, I have also planted one last backhand on you. If you turn around and go down to the lower realm and are really unable to defeat the lower realm cultivators and are killed, then you will have a chance to live out your second life, and I will use my supreme magical ability to drop a 9 revolutions reversal life pill, so that you can be reborn with the help of it once you die. This is the supreme method. The elixir does not have the slightest correlation with yourself. No one can speculate on the existence of the turning reversal life Dan, but it is refined from your innate essence blood. Once you die you will recover by coalescing your blood body through the immortal elixir, and your cultivation will reach the Mahayana stage since then. And even the memories from the time when you were in the immortal realm can be restored by most of the time. Speaking of this time, that immortal realm great cultivator's words stalled slightly, as if he was hesitating about something. A moment later, the immortal world great cultivator let out a long sigh and then added, "Just this method is harmful to heaven, and the refining of the 9 revolutions reverse life Dan is a blood sacrifice of tens of thousands of living beings to condense their blood and grievances condensed into the use of this method of karmic obstacles entangled in the body of the immortal ladder above you no longer have the advantage of the other need to replenish the body of the blood and death of the gas every moment. That is to say, you will turn into a captive hare and drink blood of the monsters to the people's flesh and blood as food." As the last words fell, the scene came to an abrupt end. 9 revolutions reverse life pill? Unheard of. Between Chu Fan's true identity, it's not impossible for the upper realms to have such an immortal elixir. But if, according to the information in the picture, Yi Chen didn't die while his cultivation broke through to the Mahayana stage, and he also recovered the memories of his past life, then what would Chu Fan do now? Yi Chuan murmured. His mind plunged into thought, and for a moment an inexplicable feeling of palpitation surged through his heart. I see. That's really good decisiveness. After using the 9 Revolutions reverse life pill to break through to the Mahayana stage in terms of cultivation, you don't need Zhao Linger anymore. So you decisively used Zhao Linger as bait to lure me onto the bait? After all, even if the chi was taken by me, it wouldn't make any difference as long as I was killed and the chi taken back. Yi Chen, as someone who had also awakened the memories of his past life, he understood what Chu Fan was thinking today almost instantly. Chu Fan was waiting for him to come to this Red Flame sacred sect, that Mahayana cultivator who had come to inform the Red Flame True Lord that Chu Fan's plans had changed to allow him to autonomously collect people carrying chi was bound to be related to Chu Fan. Within the Xian Flame domain, the news of the marriage between the Holy Son of the Red Flame Sacred Sect and Zhao Linger of the Zhao family was originally a setup to lure him to come. If Yi Chen didn't come, then Chu Fan could look for an opportunity to directly siphon off the chi from Zhao Linger's body. And if Yi Chen came, not good. Yi Chuan screamed in his heart that it was not good, and he left the interior of the immortal creation technique with a single movement of his mind. Yi Chuan's mind returned to reality without the slightest hesitation. His body disappeared in a flash, flashing towards the Red Flame Sacred Sect's mountain gate. When did a great immortal cultivation sect let a small woman be in charge? Not to mention that it's only a female cultivator at the peak of Yuaning. It's really not like that. If someone hadn't told us to come here and wait in advance, we really wouldn't have known that the Red Flame Sacred Sect was already under the control of the devil. A strong man was holding a wolf club that flashed with a domineering thunder and lightning aura, pointing at Yun Ruoxue and the others who had fallen to the ground and scolding them, and behind him were several cultivators with powerful auras observing the interior of the Red Flame Sacred Sect, only to see Yun Ruoxue and the others who had previously excused themselves from Yi Chuan to go and clean up the mess were now collapsing on the ground with weak breaths, and the 2 refined void elders also had some wilted breaths at the moment. Yun Ruoxue's face is like ashes at this moment. Just now there are several people in front of the mountain gate to deal with the situation to appease the people. This strong man has already waited in front of the mountain gate. As soon as they appeared, the strong man clamored to act for heaven to save the cultivators of the Fire Xian domain from the hands of the Red Flame Sacred Sect and then blatantly struck out. The strong man with a strong blood is as strong as a human body demonic beast, followed by the cultivator behind it is not bad. This group of people's combat power are not inferior to the Red Flame True Lord of the stage of the body. If she didn't have the help of the 2 void refining elders who had fought to the death, at this moment, she was afraid that she would have already become a corpse. Alas, these cultivators definitely came with premeditation. I just hope that Lord Yi Chuan can run away in time. Thinking so, Yun Ruoxue knew that she couldn't defend herself against the next attack of the strong man, so she closed her eyes and waited for death. The strong man saw the situation, sneered. The hand of the wolf tooth stick downward ruthless smashed. Attached to the wolf tooth stick on the lightning and air contact led to a burst of air explosion sound came. The cultivation of the body stage revealed undoubtedly. I say you have the guts to come but not the guts to take a swing at me instead of relocating your anger? When it was too late, Yi Chuan's figure appeared beside the strong man like a ghost. The heavenly Tao purple thunder and the earth's heart flame condensed in his hand, and a heavy fist blasted at the strong man's face. Bang! 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 The power of this strike will be the strong man's neck or even with a crooked down. The whole person is directly flew out backwards, violent lightning fire in its flesh within the fierce explosion, leading to a burst of explosions sounded. Yi Chuan appeared in front of Yun Ruoxue and the others, and after dropping a few healing pills to give them, he turned around and looked straight at the few cultivators who had attacked. Each cultivator is wearing a black robe. Black robe on the compilation have engraved some kind of isolation of the divine sense of the spell so that people cannot see their faces, even more unable to speculate on its cause and effect. They exude the cultivation or all the stage of the body. And even before the Yi Chuan hit flying out of the tower like man is the stage of the body of the Great Circle, is clearly premeditated. Even though Yi Chuan had already speculated about the person behind his plot, he still asked out loud, "Why are you all taking action against the Red Flame Sacred Sect? If there isn't some kind of grudge?" As the words fell, before those few harmonization stage cultivators could speak, the strong man with the iron tower who had been knocked out by Yi Chuan earlier had already returned back to return to the front of the body. The strong man with the iron tower used his hand to break his neck that had been crooked by Yi Chuan's blow just now, and the whole person answered Yi Chuan's words as if he had not suffered any injuries. "We have been ordered by the Holy Maiden to come to suppress the demons of the Fire Xian domain, and as we witnessed you and others brutally killing our fellow Fire Xian domainers from the shadows, it is only natural for us to step in to subdue the demons at this moment." Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden? Ye just repeated the word Holy Maiden in the words of the strong man of the iron tower traced back to something, and immediately laughed out loud. The figure of a woman in the previous life surged up to Yi Duan's mind. The holy woman of the Kunlun holy domain. The lower world has 5 domains. Set for 5 domains, actually 4 domains? Because there is a domain named Kunlun, independent of the world. A domain of cultivators are all the people of a clan, on behalf of the heavenly road to perform the duties of heaven, only to guard the entire lower world. The ridiculous thing is that the Kunlun sanctuary, which took guarding the entire lower realm as its mission, treated him as a demon-destroying devil in its previous life, and instead helped Chu Fan fight against him, causing the lower realm to lose its luck and have no newborns. So it's the Holy Maiden of Kunlun? Then you are the people of the Kunlun sacred region? Legend has it that the Kunlun sacred realm is independent of the world, working together to guard the entire immortal cultivation realm. But now you're coming to kill me for the words of Chu Fan alone? The hatred of my past life has not yet gone to seek her out, but she has found her way to the door. I was wondering who Chu Fan could seek out to kill me together. So it was her, when it really is a good saintess. As soon as Chuan finished speaking, the aura on his body changed abruptly, and in a flash, monstrous blood aura burst out from his body. Endless killing intent gathered, and the crowd looked as if a high mountain of white bones rose up from behind him, and endless blood flowed down from the mountain of white bones. Isn't the devil who was prophesied to wreak havoc on the world none other than your holy maiden's old flame, Chu Fan? Yet you want to press such charges on me. Then let's see if you can carry the wrath of this world-destroying devil of mine. Chapter 45, The Wonderful Uses of the Seven-Star Glazed Lamp. When the words fell, without waiting for the Kunlun sacred realm's several harmonization stage cultivators to react to the meaning of the past life in Yi Chen's words, they only saw that the mountain of corpses and sea of blood behind Yi Chen had already disappeared. In its place, a sense of might that crushed at the soul level emerged from its body. The divine soul in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness that had completed its metamorphosis violently opened its eyes, and instead of the immortal soul leaving the body as it had before, it disappeared into the depths of the sea of consciousness to merge with Yi Chuan's physical body. In my previous life, I never thought of exterminating the world but was victimized by your holy maiden. In this life, if I really want to exterminate the world, how are you going to stop me? As Yi Chen's last words fell, Yi Chen's figure disappeared once again. Are you confident in your flesh? The iron pagoda strong man's pupils suddenly shrunk as Yi Chuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Such speed surprised him, and with it, several green leaves. The green leaf is unreal and incomparable with the naked eye is difficult to observe. If not the Iron Tower strong man at this moment happens to divine sense swept to the green leaf, he is afraid that he simply cannot notice the existence of the green leaf. This is an innate soul treasure? It can't be touched by this thing. Iron Tower stalwart knowledgeable immediately saw the origin of the green leaf in front of him. Just Yi Duan's speed is too fast, he has absolutely no way to make a move to deal with it. His heart just surged with the thought of how to deal with the innate soul treasure. The green leaf has already stabbed into its brow. The good thing is that a talisman at the waist of the Iron Tower strong man flashes a bright light to condense a divine soul barrier to block this blow. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Chen's next move had already arrived. 5 Immortals demon-slaying sword. With Yi Chuan's low drink, 5 immortal swords flashing with lightning and fire surfaced around Yi Chuan. The next moment the 5 immortal swords transformed into a long rainbow stabbing into his flesh. His impenetrable flesh was easily pierced through as if it were tofu, and bright red blood gushed out from the wounds. Not only that, the heavenly Tao purple thunder attached to the immortal sword and the fire of the earth's core drilled into his body the moment the immortal sword pierced into his flesh, and the thunder and fire attached themselves to his flesh and blood like maggots attached to his bones and blood colliding and exploding wantonly. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his abdomen, the titanic strongman violently let out an ear-piercing low roar. The monstrous aura into his own flesh and blood in order to hurt the enemy. A thousand self-loss method directly crushed the thunder fire drilled into his body, just so that the huge consumption cannot help but let his breath fall. His figure as much as possible to show the meaning of the woeful. That's impossible. I'm a half-demon body. My cultivation is several times stronger than even a harmonization stage cultivator. And you're only at the refining void stage. How can you pierce through my flesh? Knowing that the full force of the 2 void refining elders of the Red Flame Sacred Sect had failed to injure him, not to mention piercing through his flesh like these 5 immortal swords of Yi Chen, such a situation was something that he had never expected. For him, a half-demon who prided himself on the strength of his physical body. For his self, who was at the great circle of the harmonization stage, to be injured to such an extent by a mere cultivator at the refining void stage. Was there anything else that would make him even more angry than this? Iron Tower strong man roared. His body suddenly swelled several times. 2 hideous and horrible bull horns grew on his head, and a large amount of rough hair grew on his body. Yi Chuan condensed 5 spirit swords with aura was directly discharged into a burst of scattered aura outside his body. The whole body exudes an extremely dangerous aura. The aura of the great circle of the merged body is gradually forcing the Mahayana stage. The body was stabbed by Yi Chuan's spirit sword wounds quickly healing. Blood no longer continued to flow. From a distance to see at this moment the tower of the strong man is the head of the half-minotaur with 2 horns. Rather bizarre. Yi Chuan looked at the towering strong man's transformation into a bull demon at the moment and frowned slightly. It's a bull demon? No, half-demon body. So what? Yi Chuan had a hideous smile on his face, and with a flash of light at the center of his eyebrows, a lotus-shaped glazed lamp appeared in his hand, with 7 brilliant stars flashing rapidly on it, and it's exactly the 7-star glazed lamp. Yi Chuan made a gesture to blow towards the 7-star glazed lamp, and a ball of blood-colored flame without temperature appeared attached to his body, and the whole transformed into a fireman, exuding a bizarre aura around him. There's no way to isolate a divine soul attack even if the physical body is strong. As the words fell, Yi Chuan's body shot out like an arrow, and in his hand, a spirit sword with a mixture of thunder and fire coalesced into shape. Seeing the situation, the iron tower of the strong man from which he felt the breath of danger immediately changed color. No longer care about what the face of the cultivator toward the companions have not yet reacted to the opening of the high call. Fellow Taoists, help me to subdue the demons together. And at this moment, the remaining few harmonized cultivators of the Kunlun sacred domain also reacted, and an aura fluctuation was revealed, and all of them exerted their means to blast towards Yi Duan. However, before the attack hit Yi Duan's figure has already disappeared in the crowd's line of sight, to be followed by the crowd aura fluctuations to see. Found that Yi Duan at this moment in the hands of the 7-star glazed lamp wick suddenly flew out of the 3 black shadows as a massive black fog will be enveloped in the crowd. The black fog covers the sky as if it were an abyss, and everyone's divine sense will be swallowed up by the black fog as soon as it leaves the body, and anyone who is enveloped by the black fog will not be able to release his or her divine sense to the outside world to probe out the slightest bit. Some people wanted to try to flee outside the black fog, but it was clear that the black fog was not very wide, but it was as if they were spinning in place, unable to get out of the black fog at all, and instead, they returned to the same place over and over again. This is truly a devil. The 7-star glazed lamp in this Yi Chen's hand is a demonic artifact used to crush the grievous souls within it and use the fear and despair bred by the grievous souls as the burning material. This array of black mist can isolate divine sense. Do not walk around freely. A harmonized cultivator from the Kunlun sacred realm gritted his teeth and spoke, his words filled with anger, clearly knowing something about this type of spirit weapon. But it was too late. The crowd had been separated before that harmonization stage cultivator could alert them. Ah, what is this thing? You all still please save me. A body cultivator suddenly exclaimed, the crowd looking for the sound to find, only to see a body stage cultivator's brow was stabbed into a green leaf. Vitality has been dissipated, and the dantian has long been a bloody blur, which is filled with the power of the thunder and fire has not yet had the time to disperse. The crowd as a large cultivator under the divine sense probe naturally understand the role of this green leaf. The green leaf deeply probed into the cultivator's sea of consciousness, as if the green leaf was rooted in his soul, and then constantly drew on the power of his soul as a nutrient to feed his body, swallowing souls to strengthen themselves. Good life vicious. This kind of devil when really like language generally grow up certainly have the danger of extinction. Fortunately, the holy maiden let us come here in advance. Another harmonization stage cultivator spoke indignantly, and the rest of the cultivators deeply agreed. And at this moment, the piece of green leaf that was parasitized on that merged cultivator's divine soul suddenly moved, and that half-demon stout man who had been silent since a while ago chased after him with a low roar at the sight of the situation. Gentlemen, this green leaf is definitely going back to its owner. Let's quickly chase after it together. Although the crowd secretly said that the half-demon's move was unwise, a great cultivator of the harmonization stage, since it was so reckless, in case it fell into Yi Chen's trap the consequences were unimaginable. But they couldn't do anything to give up on the half-demon cultivator and only chased after him. What they didn't know was that Yi Chen was watching them leave not far from their original position. The 7-star glazed lamp was still held high in his hand, while the half-demon strong man who should have left at this moment was collapsing on the ground with a shriveled breath. At this moment, the half-demon strong man had multiple wounds on his body, blood covered his entire body, and he had already lost the power to fight again, and he looked at Yi Chen with a face full of fear. In this black mist where divine sense is isolated, and you high and mighty harmonized cultivators are no different from normal people, and a mere incarnation of an unjust soul cannot be distinguished. Do you think you can still live alone? Chapter 46 The Prophecy of the Kunlun Mirror. Devil, kill me if you have the ability, but we, the Kunlun sacred region, will not let you go. We've already investigated all your backgrounds cleanly, whether it's the Red Flame Sacred Sect or the Misty Immortal Sect, we won't let any of them go. The half-demon cultivator who fell to the ground was about to threaten Yi Chen, but Yi Chen did not spoil him. The 7-star glazed lamp in his hand flew out a ball of divine soul fire into the half-demon's brow, and drilling pain struck him. One more word and I'll kill you, and I'll also use the soul-searching method to check your memories, and I'll kill all of your relatives cleanly. And at the same time, I won't even let go of the offspring that have your bloodline. As Yi Chen's icy voice rang out, a scene seemed to float before the half-demon cultivator's eyes. Yi Chuan alone and with one sword killed all the relatives related to him. Even the blood relatives with his own bloodline were not spared. You are a complete devil. People like you don't deserve to be part of the cultivators. If you dare to do this, then I will kill you even if I have to spell out this life. The half-demon cultivator crazily insulted Yi Chen, but when his words reached the halfway point, he suddenly stopped insulting as if he had thought of something. Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked at the half-demon cultivator who had fallen to the ground with disdain and said provocatively, "Say it, why don't you say it? You said that if I were to kill everyone related to you, then you would have to fight me to the death. But a few of you great harmonization cultivators came all the way from the Kunlun sacred realm to come here to kill me. And you also wanted to destroy the Red Flame Sacred Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect, which are also related to me, along with them. What? Now that I'm taking revenge on you according to your methods, you instead think that I'm an unforgivable devil cultivator, while you few merged powers are righteous and righteous cultivators? Your Kunlun sacred realm prides itself on being noble. Is this how it is?" Yi does tone as usual, but every sentence seems to say in the half-demon cultivator's vitals. He said every sentence half-demon cultivator's face on the gloomy a few points. Said to the last half-demon cultivator face at the moment congested blood like red, with the demonized face is ridiculous. Half-demon cultivator heart resentment. In the past, only the Kunlun sanctuary people stand in the moral high ground accusing the rest of the people, and no one dares to question their behavior. In the past, even if someone dares to question will also be Kunlun sanctuary of the righteousness of the hostage. Take a step back to say that. In order to their cultivation, why do they need to be reasonable with people? Now that he was dumbfounded by Yi Chen's words, it made him indignant, but he couldn't find a reason to retort. Damn it, how did such a prophesied demon of destruction come to be so eloquent? I can't wait to kill. Devil? That's right. The half-demon cultivator cursed angrily in his heart, but all of a sudden, as if he had thought of something, he instantly opened his mouth in righteous anger and cursed Yi Chen. Humph. We Kunlun sacred realm are united in order to maintain the stability of the immortal cultivation realm. And dealing with a devil like you who has endless harm to the immortal cultivation realm naturally doesn't need to say anything about the means. In order to shelter the entire immortal cultivation realm, dealing with a devil like you to use some despicable means, and so what? Sacrificing the little me to fulfill the big me is just. If people change me to be the one related to you, I will never resist. For the sake of the safety and security of the entire cultivation world, what's wrong with sacrificing me alone? I am willing. This is the difference between us and a devil like you. After the half-demon cultivator finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chuan with a smug look on his face, attempting to want to see a touch of disorientation on Yi Chuan's face. Come on, kid, can't you be very articulate? Aren't demons like you good at twisting the truth? Pretty pissed off. Ha! Yi Chen's deep eyes looked at the half-demon cultivator. He could see the anticipation in the half-demon cultivator's eyes, so he intended to fulfill this half-demon cultivator. Ha ha ha! Yi Duan lost his temper. Yi Duan laughed. Yi Duan smiled disdainfully, and the half-demon cultivator saw Yi Duan's loss of temper as he wished, but was even angrier because of it. What are you laughing at? Who are you to laugh at a devil like you who jeopardizes the world? Ha! Sacrifice the little me to fulfill the big me. Then you can go to hell. As long as you're willing to die. How about I can make a heavenly oath to instantly ambush you? I. The half-demon cultivator was instantly dumbfounded, and Yi Chen did not give him a chance to react. Besides, what makes you so sure that I will jeopardize the world? Is it because of the prophecy? Does the prophecy say that I am the world-destroying devil? If it didn't, can you determine that I'm the devil in the prophecy just based on your guesses? How do you know about the prophecy? I. Yi Dust's sharp words pierced the core of the problem, which let half-demon cultivator no longer have room to talk back, because the fact is just as Yi Dust said. Kunlun sanctuary within a treasure named Kunlun mirror. The legend contains the heavenly way of luck. Once the chaos will come to the Kunlun mirror will give tips. The reason why the Kunlun sanctuary can have the cohesion that the rest of the domains do not have is precisely because of this object. This object is a symbol of the heavenly Tao. Holding this object they can naturally take the heavenly Tao righteousness to themselves, and for this reason can gather so many powerful immortal cultivators. But in fact, the hints given by the Kunlun realm have always been very vague, not to mention precise to a certain person or thing. In fact, ordinary people are very reluctant to read and understand its content, and it is even more difficult to utilize its divine power. Therefore, in order to make good use of the Kunlun realm and decipher the language on it, the Kunlun sanctuary will find countless girls with good qualifications to raise with the Kunlun mirror from childhood, and then wait until these girls reach adulthood will be contaminated with a little bit of the breath on the Kunlun mirror. The person who ends up with the highest degree of fit with the Kunlun mirror is the holy maiden of the Kunlun sanctuary, who will be able to utilize the Kunlun mirror to a certain extent. And the holy maiden of the prophecies that ordinary people can't peek at can also peek at a part of it. However, Chuan knew that the holy maiden's interpretation of the prophecy on the Kunlun realm was likewise extremely limited. And even this prophecy wasn't precise enough in the first place. And the specifics of this prophecy only pointed to one place, the heavenly wasteland domain. The heavenly wasteland domain will have a devil descend to give the entire cultivation world a devastating disaster, which contains a message that is self-evident. Yi Chen and Chu Fan were both from the heavenly desolate domain, and this was the case in their previous lives, with the Kunlun holy maiden choosing to believe Chu Fan, and Yi Chen carrying the curse of becoming a world-destroying devil. However, Yi Chuan had done a lot of evil in the end of his previous life, and in this life, he had countless lives in his hands. But he was by no means the devil that was prophesied to plague the entire immortal cultivation world, because he had never thought of destroying the immortal cultivation world. If Chu Fan, who had reincarnated from the upper realm in his previous life and had taken away a realm's fortune to return to the upper realm, was not the world-destroying demon in the prophecy, then I'm afraid that no one would be able to fulfill the title of world-destroying demon. Yi Duan is by no means righteous, but the harm to this world is far less than that of Chu Fan. But the ridiculous Kunlun sanctuary has taken the initiative to help Chu Fan harm the lower world's loss of chi. Do you know why I'm talking to you so much? Yi Chen's sudden words caused that half-demon cultivator to faintly freeze, and then a thought surged in the half-demon cultivator's heart. Could it be that he is afraid? He's afraid that everyone related to him will be implicated. So he wants to let me through so that I can persuade the rest? Right. That's right. Thinking so, the half-demon cultivator regained his original arrogance. We can spare the rest of the people who are related to you, but you must die, or else. Just before the half-demon cultivator could finish his last sentence, his pupils dilated in shock as he looked at Yi Chen, only to see that the spirit sword in Yi Chuan's hand had pierced through his dantian, and a huge energy erupted out to strangle his dantian, and a green leaf pierced into the center of his eyebrow. I'm just waiting for the rest of the Kunlun sacred realm to realize the problem to return here to witness your death, and with murderous intent towards me, then there's no chance of survival. As Yi Chuan's icy voice sounded, the half-demon cultivator's eyes suddenly went black, and a harmonization stage great perfection cultivator died in such a sorry state without even the slightest chance of resistance. And at this moment not far away, those few harmonization stage cultivators who had been lured away by Yi Chuan's means of casting spells just happened to rush back to see this scene. Yi Chen turned to look at them, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gentlemen, finally realized you've been tricked? That's okay, it's your turn next. Chapter 47 All Kunlun cultivators extinguished. The moment Yi Chen turned around, the aura of his body radiated out. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that Yi Chen, whose cultivation was only at the early stage of refined void when they first met, had already reached the middle stage of refined void at this moment. Asterisk. This person in the end is something. Although I have long heard that this person practicing magic power can take away people's cultivation souls to help their own cultivation. But what in the end is the gong method he is practicing surprisingly in such a short period of time managed to break through to the middle stage of refining the virtual reality? Why does he break through the cultivation as if there is no bottleneck in general? A harmonized cultivator from the Kunlun sacred realm almost trembled as he uttered these words, and the rest of the cultivators echoed them in their minds at the same time when they heard this. Devil cultivator is devil cultivator, but devil cultivator doesn't mean that as long as killing and taking cultivation can become stronger. If that's really the case, then I myself should go to join the devil cultivator camp. If the devil cultivator are all like him, then the whole cultivation world where there is still a way for the righteous to live? What devil cultivator? What exterminating devil? This guy is simply not human. If the devil in front of us is the devil cultivator, then what are those devil cultivators we killed before? The other devil cultivators had to spend a lot of time refining blood pills. This person is good, seizing cultivation without any hindrance. Even the bottleneck when breaking through seems to be absent. Can this guy break through his cultivation unconditionally as long as he has enough cultivation resources? And does he devour other people's cultivation without any burden? Does this guy have a Taotai bloodline? Or is he the reincarnation of a Taotai? Spare the cultivators of the Kunlun sacred region to see a lot of things, but they still had never seen a cultivator like Yi Chen who swallowed people's cultivation as if they were eating and drinking water, and broke the realm as if they were playing around. And they had already cursed Yi Chen's perverted qualifications 1,000 times in their hearts at this moment. While cursing, their hearts became more and more fearful. If Yi Chuan could battle a harmonization stage great circle cultivator and even gain the upper hand when he was at the early stage of refining void, and that harmonization stage great circle half-demon cultivator was lying on the ground at the moment, Then would it be true that nowadays the middle stage of refining void would be able to crush a harmonization stage cultivator? If you think about it, how terrifying would it be after the void refining stage is complete? Killing a merged body is like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog? They naturally couldn't know that Yi Chen had the experience and perception of his previous life, as well as the help of the volume of creation immortal secrets deep in his sea of consciousness, so that he could achieve this effect of subverting the laws of the immortal cultivation world. Without waiting for them to strike at Yi Chen, the 7-star glazed lamp in Yi Chen's hand flashed with blood-colored light, and the black mist surrounding the remaining few harmonized cultivators suddenly thickened by a few points, and the originally visible scene gradually became only a rough outline. By the time the crowd exerted their means to look in Yi Chen's direction, the half-demon cultivator's body had already disappeared into the darkness, and Yi Chen's figure had disappeared along with it. Gollum! A harmonized cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva harshly. They had followed that half-demon cultivator after Qing Yi before, but midway, they realized that the companion they were following was just an illusory soul. They immediately returned according to the original path, but it turned out that Yi Duan seemed to be waiting for them on purpose. This made quite a few cultivators feel their scalp numb. Obviously Yi Chen's cultivation was only at the early stage of refining emptiness, while the worst cultivation of these people of theirs was the harmonization stage. Even if Yi Chen had the oddity of being able to cross the ranks, it wouldn't be enough to force them into such a situation. But on the contrary, the glazed lotus lamp in Yi Chen's hand was an extremely high-quality spiritual treasure. The black fog that envelopes them is like an abyss that can directly isolate people's divine sense. Even if they exert means to bombard this black fog is also useless. They are several big repair in this black fog is like a fly without a head. Yi Duan, on the other hand, was as unaffected as he was. Just by leaving for a few teas, Yi Duan had already killed several of his fallen companions. Even the highest cultivation among them, the perfection of harmonization stage half-demon cultivator, had been tragically killed. So how could he not make them afraid? Everyone form a circle with your backs to each other. This devil, even if his cultivation is no matter how profound and his techniques are no matter how bizarre, could he still be able to take on several of our harmonized stage cultivators alone? Just when the crowd was on edge, a monk dressed as a monk immediately called out, which stabilized the people's hearts. Right. If this devil can really wipe us out, why would he need to use tricks to trap us in the black mist? That's right. So what if it's an extreme spiritual treasure? The scarlet lotus flower lamp in his hand must be extremely consuming of one's divine soul power. How long can a divine soul with a refined void cultivation like his alone last? Several harmonized cultivators opened their mouths in unison to concur, seemingly trying to comfort themselves through their words. But just as the crowd's expression relaxed a little, Yi Chen's icy voice rang out. You guys don't think these mists can only be used to isolate divine sense, do you? As Yi Chuan's voice rang out in the darkness, the black mist enveloping this space seemed to have heard Yi Chuan's command and came to life, and the black mist surged and drifted in all directions like boiling water vapor. This black mist is burrowing into my body. Be careful. There's that weird green leaf soul treasure hidden in the black mist. A few prompts went off in an instant, but it was too late. The black mist is like a maggot attached to the body of these Kunlun sacred domain cultivators, constantly drawing on the aura in their bodies, and there are countless green leaves hidden in the black mist towards the depths of their sea of consciousness. And as they were about to run their divine soul power to resist the erosion of the black mist, Yi Chen struck. A giant hand of divine soul wrapped in infinite greatness attacked the crowd, with some immortal light attached to it. A kind of trembling feeling from the depths of the soul rose up, as if they were not even on the same level as Yi Chuan, and all of them were trembling with the heart of the Tao, and they couldn't even move. Impossible. We are harmonization stage cultivators. Why would we be inferior to a void refining cultivator like you? A cultivator from the Kunlun sacred realm roared angrily and broke through the blockade of Yi Chen's divine soul pressure. It's running the whole body aura convergence in front of the body into a long bow of aura. Lightly bite the tip of the tongue to spray a mouthful of blood attached to it. Gentlemen, help me. The rest of the harmonized cultivators glanced at each other and clenched their teeth fiercely, and they all exerted their means, and a long rainbow of aura transformed into an arrow attached to the aura longbow. Devil, die for me. That cultivator had a hideous smile on his face. The long bow in front of him that gathered everyone's strength was suddenly drawn to full strength. The full bow was like a moon aiming at Yi Chen in the darkness, and a horrifying aura swept out from the arrow. Phew! The arrow was shot out with a full bow. The sound of breaking air rang out. The arrow transformed into a horrifying aura dragon flying out. The ground it passed through crumbled into a piece of broken earth as it crumbled, and vaguely there was also the sound of a dragon's roar ringing out. The giant dragon hissed and clashed with Yi Chuan's divine soul giant hand, and the huge aura fluctuations made it impossible to see straight. In a flash, the giant dragon broke through the black fog. The surrounding space shattered into pieces like glass. An array of long-lost light shot into the black fog. It was as if the bow-wielding cultivator had seen Yichen being penetrated by his own full-force strike. Ha ha ha, see? This is what happens to demons. The bow-wielding cultivator burst out laughing and was about to turn back to his companions, only to see that was originally shot through by the arrow. Yi Duan is standing behind him, teasingly looking at him. Behind it is clearly his remaining several companions. Several companions' eyebrows are clearly inserted a few pieces of green leaves. Dantian are all crushed by a lone sword. You. How were you able to withstand that blow? It's impossible for a Mahayana cultivator to remain unharmed, right? What makes you think you can lock me down? I don't have to stand still as a living target. As the words fell, Yi Chuan's palm grabbed through the air. An intense pain struck him, as a giant hand of divine soul suddenly probed into the depths of that bow-wielding cultivator's sea of consciousness. Ah! With a miserable scream, a harmonized cultivator fell, and his divine soul was devoured by Yi Duan and turned into a part of Yi Duan's cultivation. Yi Chen's cultivation had also skyrocketed to the late stage of the refined void realm. His aura was unprecedentedly powerful, and his divine sense had reached an extreme point, as if the light of his eyes had penetrated through the ages to see that Kunlun sacred realm. It's time for the hatred of past lives to come to an end. Chapter 48, Relocation of the Clan to Avoid Disaster. Yi Chuan turned to look at the ground collapsed breath atrophied Yun Ruoxue and others. The heart more or less has a little guilt. This calamity for the Red Flame sacred sect of these people belongs to the disaster of hopelessness. If not for him and the Red Flame sacred sect of the name of a holy lord, they are not a few people. So Yi Chuan raised his hand and struck out several auras of nurturing souls within the 7-star glaze lamp and sent them into Yun Ruoxue and the 2 void refining elders, and placed the storage bags of several harmonized cultivators of Kunlun sacred realm into Yun Ruoxue's hands through the air. This time it's me who has dragged you Red Flame sacred sect into trouble. You guys first take your resources and find a place to hide. I'll give you compensation when things are understood. As for those fellows, wanting to take those who are related to me to catch me? Humph. I'd like to see if you guys have the ability to do that. Although I'm not a righteous cultivator, I'm not so bad that I'll let you guys take action against those who are related to me. Since you think I'm a devil, then I'll let you see my means. When the words fell, Yi Chen did not hesitate to rise up in the air. He flew towards a direction in his memory. Although Kunlun's sanctuary was strong, the devil cultivators were not weak, and he was certain that he would unite those devil cultivators. Although Yun Ruoxue had the intention to say something, she also understood that she and the others could not help much. After all, the cultivators in the party were all at the harmonization stage cultivation, and there weren't many harmonization cultivators in the entire Fire Xian domain. In this way, even if Yichen blocked the space by releasing the black mist through the 7-star glazed lamp, she could roughly guess the origin of those cultivators. The Kunlun sacred realm, or maybe it was called the Kunlun sacred sect. Both were possible. 5 domains of the strongest Kunlun sanctuary. A domain of people are all a sect of cultivators of the horror of the place. Unlike the Fire Xian domain or the Tianwu domain of the sects of the various sects, Kunlun sanctuary relies on the Kunlun realm of the self-appointed messenger of the heavenly Tao. A whole realm of all, a sect of the world. The unprecedented cohesion and the heavenly Tao of the youth led to the Kunlun sanctuary of the strength of the cultivators of the strength of the far beyond the ordinary people think. Rumor had it that there was even a Mahayana old demon within the Kunlun sacred realm, and there seemed to be more than just one. Although they did not know why the Kunlun sanctuary had to send cultivators from thousands of miles away to kill Yi Duan, Yun Ruoxue understood that in the face of such a behemoth as the Kunlun sanctuary, even if it was the gathering of the entire Fire Xian domain's power, it was useless, and the only thing they had to do was to follow the words of Yi Duan and hide away to avoid the wind for a while, or else they would be unable to do anything other than adding to the chaos of Yi Duan. With this thought, Yi Chen's figure had already disappeared into the sky, and Yun Ruoxue took a deep breath, immediately arranging for the transfer of the Red Flame Sacred Sect's personnel. In this way, in just a few days, the Red Flame Sacred Sect, which set off a furor one after another, has been emptied after just a few days. On the other side of the Heavenly Wasteland domain, there was also a huge change. Originally the strongest force in the Heavenly Wasteland domain that had become the head of the Bull's Ear with Yi Duan's help, the Netherworld Immortal sect chose to move away from the sect without any warning, and no one knew why. Only a few people in the know discovered that on the day the Misty Immortal sect evacuated, a jade slip seemed to have spanned thousands of years as a stream of light flew into the Misty Immortal sect's deliberation hall, and then the Misty Immortal sect's executives arranged for the sect's evacuation without the slightest hesitation. Countless people were curious as to who exactly could make the Netherworld Immortal sect make such a decision, but no one could give them an answer. They didn't even know the direction the Netherworld Immortal sect had left in, as if they had disappeared from the world. They only knew that shortly after the Ethereal Immortal sect withdrew, several figures with terrifying cultivation came above the old site of the Ethereal Immortal sect within the Heavenly Desolate domain, and the result was obvious. The ethereal immortal sect didn't leave anyone behind, and even the use of the detection method couldn't find the location where the ethereal immortal sect had left. Seeing this, one of the black-robed men opened his mouth to curse. Damn! This guy moves fast. The man then commanded a few people around him as if he had made up his mind about something. Seal off the heavenly wasteland domain, but any cultivator who tries to leave the heavenly wasteland domain will be killed. After saying that, the man's body exuded a murderous intent, and the few people around him even instantly drove in the direction of the nearest pass, except for a man who looked a little younger who hesitantly opened his mouth. My lord, isn't it not good for us to be like this? Although the Holy Maiden said that the Kunlun mirror's prophecy was that there might be a world-destroying devil within the heavenly desolate domain, there's no need to be like this, right? There are tens of thousands of cultivators within the heavenly desolate domain, and isn't it already confirmed that the devil is Yi Chen? The young man was interrupted by the lead man before he could finish his words. These are not what we have to consider. All I know is that it doesn't matter at all to sacrifice a portion of the people compared to the devil who is endangering the whole world. As for the devil, Yi Chuan just has this suspicion, and the Holy Maiden can't guarantee that it will be him. Upon hearing this, the young man obediently closed his mouth. He didn't choose to continue to ask down the line, nor did he dare to continue to ask down the line, because the next question was one that even he himself didn't know how to answer. He only knew that it seemed as if the Kunlun sacred realm wasn't so sacred either. If we can't be sure that Yi Chen is the demon of extinction in the prophecy, then why do we have the option to strike directly at him? Why don't we want to find a way to verify it? Is it because we don't want to take the risk, or is it because of something else? If the prophecy only says that the demon of extinction is someone within the heavenly wasteland domain, then are we qualified to claim ourselves as righteous to wipe out the entire heavenly wasteland domain together just for the sake of that prophecy? The young man put away the doubts in his heart and turned around to fly in one direction. As the Kunlun sacred domain is a domain, in order to distinguish, the large population is divided into two domains. The outer domain to mortals and low-ranking cultivators. The inner domain is the Kunlun sacred domain of the real disciples. The inner domain can also be called the Kunlun sacred sect. In a house in the inner domain, the Chu Fan who should have died was actually alive at this moment, and exuded some immortal chi around his body, and the majestic spiritual chi formed a long dragon of spiritual chi around his side as he exhaled, only to see that at this moment Chu Fan was sitting on top of a seat, holding a volume of esoteric gongfu. His eyes were deep as if there were thousands of watery lights. His face was wearing a gentle smile, one hand against his jaw, as if he were a Confucian scholar in the mortal world who was reading the scriptures in general, and from a distance alone, he would make people feel a feeling like a sense of spring breeze. At this moment, Chu Fan and before that reckless boy's appearance is very different. A cursory look as with the previous Yi Duan has a few points of similarity. The body is a few points less reckless, more than a few points do not belong to the appearance of the age. Of the depth of the difference is that Chu Fan's eyebrows are hidden in a smudge of a faint color of hostility. In front of him was currently kneeling a man whose face could not be seen, and if Yi Chuan was there, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this person was the same Mahayana cultivator that he had previously seen in the Red Flame True Lord's memories. My lord, following your arrangements, I have gone to the Red Flame Sacred Sect ahead of time to inform that Red Flame True Lord to keep Zhao Linger under control, and that Yi Chen has also gone to the Red Flame Sacred Sect just as you expected, and the Kunlun Sacred Maiden has followed your advice to send a large number of harmonized cultivators ahead. Only, halfway through his words, that Mahayana cultivator hesitated. He looked up at Chu Fan's expression and confirmed that there was no change in Chu Fan's expression before he dared to continue speaking. That Yi just killed all the harmonization stage cultivators sent out by the Kunlun Sacred Region with his refined void cultivation, and the Misty Immortal Sect and the Red Flame Sacred Sect that were related to him also went into hiding with their disciples at the same time. As the words fell, Chu Fan's movement of reading the book slightly stalled. A touch of surprise appeared on his face, and his original calmness faded most of the way. The void refining stage killed off so many harmonization stage cultivators? What kind of monster is this Yi Chen? It's no wonder that my father was no match for him even though he left so many backstops for me. Chu Fan muttered and got up and stood up towards the outside of the palace. Uncle Mo, will those things to pack up a bit? I want to go to see this Kunlun Saint girl one side. When I return to the upper realm, Uncle Mo, you can also fly up together. Also hope to be able to help me with all my strength. Upon hearing this, the man known as Uncle Mo let out a bitter smile and quickly walked to a compartment within the palace. Inside the compartment there were 3 piles of white bones piled up into a high mountain. There was no presence of any blood or flesh on the white bones. Even the mincemeat was not left behind. Each corpse seemed to have been directly drawn away from the whole body and blood and flesh in their lifetime, leaving only useless white bones, and the blood and flesh were all drawn away to be utilized. Clean. If others see can only issue this sentence of emotion, but Uncle Mo at the moment is from the bottom of the heart rose a few points of fear. This Lord Chu Fan who came from the upper realm seems to be more suitable for the title of world-destroying devil, right? In one day, he has sucked the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people. What will it be like after 100 days? Uncle Mo can't help but recall the scene when he first encountered Chu Fan during his slumber. It was a complete alien. The devil cultivator can't even describe the Chu Fan at that time, although exuding the aura of the Mahayana period, but the whole body's blood and flesh festered just like a blood corpse, relying on the constant devouring of people's blood and flesh to maintain the flesh from collapsing along the way, and his lifespan is approaching before he had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep, even if his cultivation has reached the Mahayana stage. But how is the mysterious and unpredictable Chu Fan's opponent? In the end, he lost to Chu Fan. Chu Fan to ascend to the upper realm to extend his life as a condition for him to be loyal to Chu Fan. He did not have the ability to refuse, even more do not want to refuse. Forget it, these aren't things I should be thinking about. I don't have much time left in my lifespan. Chapter 49, Kunlun Holy Maiden by Lingyu. In a palace within the Kunlun sacred sect, a young girl wearing a clean white Taoist dress and a pure white gauze scarf on her face was kneeling and crouching in front of a jade mirror. The young girl's skin white as jade, a pair of eyes ethereal. The whole person seems to be above the 9 heavens of the Yaoqi nymph general, high above the profane. Although the young girl on the cultivation is not deep, but the light of its body vaguely exudes the pressure will be pointing out her identity. By Lingyu, or by another name, the Holy Maiden of Kunlun, and the jade mirror in front of it is rumored to be the heavenly Tao of Qi blessed by the strange Kunlun mirror. Jade mirror seems to be natural, mirror crystal clear like silver, which vaguely also exudes a little immortal light. In her previous life, it was this woman who believed Chu Fan's words, and in the name of the Holy Maiden, she put the name of the world-destroying devil on Yi Chuan's head, causing Yi Chuan to be hunted down by the entire lower realm of the righteous path. And even though Yi Chuan was willing to swear by the heavens path oath, she still wasn't willing to believe in Yi Chuan. Obviously, the prophecy said that the world-destroying devil was born in the heavenly wasteland domain. And why was Chu Fan, the good brother beside her, not a person from the heavenly wasteland domain? But she had never suspected Chu Fan, and only after Chu Fan's true nature was revealed did she realize that she had committed a monstrous sin. But unfortunately it was too late. The latter even dragged herself along with the Kunlun sanctuary where she was raised to be destroyed in that catastrophe for the immortal edge. Bai Lingyu's jade hand was about to point on the mirror, but then slowly stopped in midair. A look of disgust showed on her face. She detested cultivation. Especially detested using the Kunlun mirror to cultivate, and this detestation made her bring a few points of dissatisfaction to the Kunlun sacred domain that constantly urged her to cultivate as well. Senior Sister Lingyu, Senior Sister Lingyu, I've come to see you. As Chu Fan's voice came, Bai Lingyu put away the strange expression on her face and revealed a smile as she turned her head to look at Chu Fan. Brother Chu Fan, you're here again. I missed you too. Bai Lingyu's voice was as clear and pleasant as a yellow spirit bird, and her delicate voice was mixed with a few points of delight, as if she were a young girl in spring. Cough cough cough, Holy Maiden, I still hope that you will stay more focused on cultivation rather than socializing with fellow Taoist Chu Fan. The atmosphere between the two was interrupted by the coughing sound of an old crone, who slowly stepped out from the depths of the palace. Fellow Taoist Chu Fan, it's a bit inappropriate for you to come here in your capacity, isn't it? It would be better to say when the path to immortality that you mentioned will be opened. You mustn't forget that you swore with your heart demon that you do have a way to become immortal, and that as long as you are sheltered for a period of time, when the time is ripe you will inform us of the method of becoming immortal. The old crone's voice was not loud, but it vaguely hid vigilance and threat, as she shielded Bai Lingyu behind her, not paying the slightest attention to Bai Lingyu's movements of pulling her, and instead, she looked at Chu Fan with a stern look in her eyes. Chu Fan's color changed slightly when he heard the words. He had previously resurrected his blood body after being killed by Yi Dust by condensing his blood body with 9 turns of reverse life Dan. His memory had recovered, most of his cultivation had also come to the Mahayana stage. It was just that his flesh body was festering, needing to constantly take people's blood and flesh as a supplement, and the luck that had been plundered from his body had also been taken away from him by Yi Dust and no longer existed. In this way, despite the fact that he wanted to go directly to kill Yi Chen to reclaim his qi, but this state of his needs to always replenish his blood qi could not wander in the outside world for a long period of time. What's more, he felt the aura of an immortal in Yi Chen's body, which made him quite scornful. Even if he had taken in Uncle Mo, this Mahayana cultivator did not give him enough confidence. Both of their Mahayana cultivators are strong. Uncle Mo's lifespan is approaching the strength of one, and he is relying on the 9 turns of the reversed life pill to cohesion of the body of the Mahayana stage. Even with the memories of a variety of the upper realm of the immortal laws of the addition of is by no means a general Mahayana stage of rivalry. For this reason he could only choose to come to the Kunlun sanctuary to seek help, and the price he paid was the method of becoming immortal. Just one of the only Chu Fan and have memories of his past life Yichen know. The so-called immortal method does exist, but it is simply false. The so-called immortal ladder is nothing more than a means to guide him back to the upper world, until most of the lower world's chi convergence in one place, and with the upper world's chi brought by Chu Fan's body as a coordinate, the upper world will have the means to open the lower world immortal ladder. However, the immortal staircase was full of dangers, and only those who carried the upper realm's chi could avoid the dangers. In other words, this was an exclusive passageway. This was a passageway to immortality that belonged solely to Chu Fan. No cultivator other than Chu Fan could pass through the immortal path to become an immortal, and in the previous life, Yichen had been pitted to death on top of the immortal staircase alive. This method of becoming immortal being a scam wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the method of becoming immortal was to gather the lower realm's chi and the upper realm's chi in his body. This was even for a little cutie, could also understand the implications, and Chu Fan's purpose was naturally exposed. Once the lower realm's chi was taken away, what would become of the entire immortal cultivation realm was understood by everyone, and coupled with the prophecy of the Kunlun mirror, it was naturally clear who the true demon of extinction was. I'm not sure if in front of the temptation of becoming an immortal, these guys can hold on to their hearts and give up ascension for the sake of the safety of the entire lower realm, but I know that no matter if they can hold on to their hearts or not, they won't allow me to go back to the upper realm with my chi. But luckily there's this silly girl around, Chu Fan muttered in his heart, and his sight bypassed the old crone who was blocking his body to look at Bai Lingyu who was being protected by him. Two lines of sight crossed, and they were all over each other. No matter what stall at first, all the other lower realms chi is pretty much collected by me. As long as I wait for Kunlun's sanctuary to kill Yi Duan, I will be able to reclaim the chi calling out the immortal staircase from its body. Chu Fan thought quickly in his mind for a while, and immediately arched his hand and cupped his fist and opened his mouth towards the old crone. Elder, the method of becoming immortal is naturally true. It is impossible for the late generation to joke around with the oath of the heart demon. It is just that the late generation really does not dare to casually speak out. Such hidden secrets are the basis of the late generation's peace of mind. It would be better to first kill the exterminating devil predicted by the Kunlun mirror. Words fell, although the old woman did not converge breath, but also not choose to continue to pester Chu Fan not to let go. After all, to the heart of the devil swore that Chu Fan in the mouth of the immortal law is certainly the existence of the oath Chu Fan also cannot run away. Just they in any case cannot imagine. The immortal law is true, but they cannot be used, and to perform the immortal law will have to bring the lower realm of the unprecedented catastrophe. The old woman turned to the timid Bai Lingyu and asked, Lord Holy Maiden, does the Kunlun mirror today have a new prophecy? Is it already convinced that it is that Yichen? Bai Lingyu sniffed and walked towards the Kunlun mirror floating in the air, her white jade-like arm slightly raised, and as if sensing some attraction, the Kunlun mirror floating in midair slowly flew in front of her, jade finger lightly pointing, on which the heave a smear of breath attached to the air, as if in the illustration of some kind of information, but in the eyes of ordinary people seem to be chaotic, simply cannot see the information. Even the old woman such as the Mahayana cultivator cannot decipher the information. Only Bai Lingyu could decipher the information on it, and this was the guarantee of the status of the Holy Maiden. Yes, Granny, the Kunlun mirror still says that there will be a demon of extinction descending, and that the demon was the one who stepped into the path of cultivation in the heavenly desolate domain, coupled with Brother Chu Fan's words that Yi Duan had killed countless people, and that Yi Duan had killed countless cultivators at the Red Flame Sacred Sex Banquet. So in that case the demon of the prophecy would definitely be Yi Duan. The old woman nodded slightly, and although she still had some doubts in her heart, she ultimately believed Bai Lingyu's words. This matter cannot be sloppy. I will go and arrange for manpower to put this person to death. Please leave with me as well, fellow Daoist Chu Fan. When the words fell, the old crone did not give Chu Fan the chance to refuse. She raised her hand and then surged out a wind to roll her and Chu Fan up to leave the palace. She naturally could not let Chu Fan be alone with the Holy Maiden. After the two left, Bai Lingyu redirected her gaze to the Kunlun mirror, Heavenly Wasteland Domain. It seems like Brother Chu Fan is also from the Heavenly Wasteland Domain. Could the devil be Brother Chu Fan? After Bai Lingyu muttered, the expression on her face suddenly became determined. Impossible. Brother Chu Fan can't possibly lie to me. Everyone is only concerned about forcing me to cultivate, but only Brother Chu Fan really for my good. Brother Chu Fan, if he is a devil, and how dare he come to Kunlun Sanctuary? Brother Chu Fan said that he would bring me to immortality to be a divine couple. Besides that, Yi Duan is a complete devil cultivator. He killed so many people. No matter how to say that, the devil of the world should be him and not Brother Chu Fan. Chapter 50, uniting thousands of devil cultivators in the devil abyss. In a forbidden area within the devil's fury domain, countless tombstones standing, a pile of graves exudes a bizarre atmosphere. As far as the eye can see, the entire forbidden area is desolate, without any living things, silent, cannot feel a trace of vitality. This forbidden area is called the Devil's Abyss, located in the Devil's Fury domain among the 5 domains in the lower realm. It is a place where devil cultivators gather. Thanks to the fact that there are wronged souls who died due to ancient wars buried in this forbidden area, countless devil cultivators chose to come to this place to cultivate after being ostracized by the righteous path. Not only that, which also buried countless once had a hefty reputation of the devil cultivator. These devil cultivators are looking at the promotion of hopeless self-buried magic abyss to keep the life of old monsters. After countless years of accumulation of the magic abyss within the magic cultivator alive is difficult to calculate. Cultivation is even more appalling to the extreme. If the Kunlun sanctuary is the holy land in the hearts of the righteous in the immortal cultivation world, then the Devil's Fury domain, which is full of devil cultivators, is the holy land in the hearts of devil cultivators, and the Devil's Abyss, which is located within the Devil's Fury domain, is similar to the existence of the inner domain of the Kunlun sanctuary, which is precisely why Chuan followed the memories of his previous life to come here. Just see the magic abyss above suddenly cracked open a space crack, disappeared for a few days of dust from which stepped out, exudes a monstrous blood gas, countless souls around its side howling and kneeling. The whole person seems to be an absolute devil emperor in general. Just a few days his cultivation will be from the late stage of the realm 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 of the peak of the realm 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 of the realm. Just one step away from the trigger of the merging thunderbolt. Can all the seniors come out to meet us? The late generation has something important to discuss. Chuan's mind moved, and a divine soul chiding voice with boundless might resounded throughout the graveyard. Under the divine soul's intimidation, the entire forbidden graveyard, which was claimed to be indestructible under the Immortals, trembled slightly, and countless tombstones polished from precious jade collapsed into fragments under this rebuke. The moment the tombstone crumbled, countless originally desolate graves suddenly began to tremble violently, countless dust splattered, and the entire earth shook violently as the graves trembled. An aura emerged from under the grave, a bone hand reached out from under the soil, and a pair of empty eyes looked at Chen. One could only see countless white bones emitting a horrifying aura crawling up from under the dirt. And the moment they crawled up from the ground, a large amount of blood and flesh grew insanely on the white bones to fill in the vacancies on the white bones. In a while, these horrifying white bones will become a bit of a horrible atmosphere of the cultivators. Rough calculation are enough to more than 1,000 people, which the weakest breath also reached the stage of refining the virtual. The body cultivator is everywhere. The deepest there are 3 old men emitting a wisp of thin immortal gas. Undoubtedly is the Mahayana cultivators. A mere peak refined void dares to come to our demon abyss to cause trouble? Is it possible that you're looking for death? A merging stage of the devil as the critical period of cultivation breakthrough was interrupted by Chuan. The anger in his heart cannot be suppressed. Low roar of the arm of the blood and flesh wriggle into a long knife straight at Chuan and go. Gentlemen, please be a little quieter. I have not come with hostility. I just have a favor to ask. Chuan said without slowing down. In his hand at some point there was an extra blood-colored lotus lamp, which shot out a divine soul fire. The speed of the flame was so fast that conjugated devil cultivator could not react at all. The flame directly pierced through the brow of that conjugated stage devil cultivator. That body magic cultivator screamed miserably. The physical body immediately lost control of the ground. The soul from the body was burned by the flames become weak. If not the depths of a magic cultivator raised his hand to play a breath. I'm afraid that the body magic cultivator at this moment will perish on the spot. For a time, below the devil cultivator no one has another action. They cultivate for many years is not a little cute. Chuan Fong just that hand although there is a surprise addition. But even if prepared, they are afraid that it is also difficult to deal with. It is better to see this Chuan in the end to sell some drugs. After Chen saw the crowd quiet down, he immediately arched his hand and clasped his fist towards the 3 deepest cultivators in the devil's abyss. Seniors, the late generation would like to make a deal with you. I know that all of you are demonic cultivators that are not allowed in the outside world. That's why you have been ostracized and trapped here by the righteous path. I don't know if you have ever thought about revenge? As the words fell, without waiting for those 3 Mahayana cultivators in the depths to speak, many demonic cultivators snorted out coldly. Revenge? I would like to take revenge. Those righteousness will kill my bloodline relatives cleanly. But once the old me and others go out to face as the siege of the whole righteousness, not to mention also the Kunlun sanctuary is always paying attention to us. Compared to revenge, we want to break through the cultivation to live for 2 more years. Kid, are you not trying to persuade us to act as guest ministers of your clan's forces? Then I advise you not to waste your efforts. We're used to being free and easy, much less risking going out with you to make a scene. Even if you say it again it's just a waste of words. The remaining devil cultivators who didn't speak were quite agreeable to these remarks. For these devil cultivators, revenge? For these devil cultivators, revenge? These devil cultivators were all young and vigorous when they were young. But since they were able to escape the siege of the righteous path and also came to the devil's fury domain to enter the devil's abyss, they are naturally all old foxes. For them, unless the righteous path directly hit the door, otherwise there is no need to risk being decapitated by the righteous path to go out. Better to die than to live. This reasoning is sort of engraved in their bones. Just then, a Mahayana cultivator in the depths spoke up. Cough cough cough. Little friend, please also come from wherever you came from. We're counting on breakthroughs to prolong our lives as old bones. We're really not willing to take this risk. As if the case is finalized. That cultivator opened his mouth and then there is no other voice of discussion. And Yi Chuan had expected this. Please wait, senior. What if I say it's not only for revenge? What if it's also for the sake of your breakthroughs? Don't you all want to know the immortal formation law? As the words fell, the three gazes in the depths looked greedily at Yi Chuan. Not only the three Mahayana cultivators, but originally those Devil's Path cultivators were also casting the same sizzling gazes. Feeling the hot gazes of the crowd, Yi Chuan spoke with a bland face. The method of becoming an immortal lies in the Kunlun sacred realm. Gather all the lower realms' chi and luck and matching with the upper realms' chi and luck will be able to haul the immortal ladder. And by ascending the immortal ladder you will be able to ascend to the upper realm. And the lower realms' chi and luck is now where I am afraid that there is no need for me to say anything more. Is there? I would like to join forces with all of you to kill the Kunlun sacred realm together. As Yi Chen's words fell, several keywords sprang up in the hearts of the crowd. The Kunlun sanctuary, the heavenly Tao Chi incarnation, the Kunlun mirror. For a time, countless devil cultivators' breathing became heavy for it. What Yi Duan said in his words is about the hidden secret of becoming immortal. Mahayana cultivators dream of becoming immortal. Ascending to become an immortal means unlimited lifespan. The entire lower realm already don't know how many years no one has become an immortal and ascended. And now Yi Duan mouth of becoming an immortal is undoubtedly the biggest temptation for Mahayana cultivators' lifespan is approaching. Even not a Mahayana stage of the devil cultivators deep in the eyes is also revealed a desire. For them, these fit cultivators, by virtue of their own talent to break through the Mahayana stage is afraid of this life is difficult to do. But to become a Mahayana stage of the cultivator, but there is a shortcut. That is, by observing the laws of the upper world and even direct contact with the immortal chi sense of enlightenment. My lifespan is running out, but the immortal staircase is open. And even if I am not a Mahayana cultivator unable to complete the process of transforming into an immortal, if I can come into contact with real immortal chi or even absorb it, then I may not be unable to sense the power of the laws to step into the Mahayana stage. If it's for the purpose of seeking such a chance, it may not be impossible to give it a try. Everyone was boiling at this moment. No one questioned the authenticity of Yi Chen's words, because Yi Chen had already seduced the might of the heavenly Tao with the power of his divine soul before he opened his mouth, and now each of his words had the heavenly Tao as a proof. If his words were false, then the heavenly Tao should have sent down heavenly thunder a long time ago. The vast majority of the devil cultivators look at each other. The heart is determined. Fight. The big deal is that the body is dead. If not fight, the future of longevity is cut off and not yet been able to break through the realm of the death of fear of death is not rest in peace. Yi Chuan took in the performance of the crowd and looked towards the three Mahayana devil cultivators sitting in the deepest part of the devil abyss. He knew that the success of this trip depended on those three Mahayana devil cultivators. There were quite a few Mahayana cultivators in the Kunlun sacred region, and he would need to get the help of these three Mahayana cultivators. These three devil cultivators call each other brothers. Three people together is the invincible posture of the lower realm. The previous life of Chu Fan swindled everyone. He was busy in the Kunlun sanctuary to deal with the external chaos when he cheated away the Kunlun mirror, set up most of the lower realm of the luck of the call to the immortal ladder. Alone with the luck of the lower realm from the capture of the immortal ladder, the three devil cultivators learned of this will be out of the devil's abyss to kill the Kunlun sanctuary directly into the force to climb the ladder of immortality. The cultivation of its strength. The strength of their cultivation can be seen. Chapter 51, Killing into the Kunlun sacred realm. Sensing the fervor of the countless demonic cultivators in the demon abyss, one of the Mahayana cultivators in the depths of the demon abyss opened his mouth to inquire, "Then where is the upper world's chi?" "In my hands. As long as I can capture enough lower realm chi, I will be able to haul the immortal staircase, and when it descends, we can ascend the immortal staircase together. Then there is no need for this. One with the ladder of immortality is naturally possible. Just your cultivation is too weak. The upper realm of chi and other important physics should be preserved by me." The depths of a Mahayana stage demonic cultivator hoarse voice rang out. He suddenly stood up. Monstrous demonic gas into a giant hand grabbed at Yi Duan. Boundless greatness declared out. which also vaguely mixed with a touch of the power of the law. Yi Duan around the space layers chapped like a glass general shattered, directly from the root to prevent Yi Duan tearing the space to escape the possibility of escape. This move is clearly about killing for treasure. How could he not be moved by Yi Chuan's words of attacking the Kunlun sacred domain to seize the Kunlun mirror to summon the immortal ladder? It was just that compared to letting Yi Chuan take the initiative of things and them becoming pawns to be used by Yi Chuan, he obviously preferred to take the initiative himself. Yi Chuan's brow wrinkled slightly. The immortal soul deep in the sea of consciousness violently opened its eyes, and the appalling power of the divine soul was added to Yi Chuan's hand, and the seven-star glazed lamp in Yi Chuan's hand blasted out a fire of the divine soul to collide with the giant hand. In a flash, the sky and the earth changed color. The two forces were indistinguishable for a time, but the ground could not withstand the aftershocks of the two forces colliding with each other. The ground to the center of the collision of the two forces as a boundary to the two sides of the cracks. The endless souls buried under the devil's abyss hissed and surged out, and finally the Mahayana devil cultivator's countenance changed, and the giant hand gave up colliding with the flames and changed its direction to the ground to suppress and go. In this way, Yi Chen and that Mahayana cultivator were actually barely considered to be tied. This scene fell into the eyes of the devil cultivators, and the devil's abyss is like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears. Most of them are the body of the devil cultivator. Naturally understand the gap between the Mahayana period and non-Mahayana period. If the Mahayana period is a cultivator, then the non-Mahayana period is not even counted as a human being at best, but at best, it is the ranks of the earth's chicken and dog. Kill you like a chicken. This is not just talk. Light as the Mahayana stage attack mixed with the power of the law is not the Mahayana stage below the cultivator cannot be defeated. But just now in the clash, although Yi Duan is borrowed the power of the spirit treasure, but it is really with a Mahayana stage cultivator over a move and undefeated. This record is enough to be proud of all the people under the Mahayana stage. Luckily I didn't rush out. After living a long life and hiding in the devil's abyss and still being so imprudent, alas, quite a few devil cultivators celebrated in their hearts, and their eyes looked towards the divine soul floating in the air with a few moments of pity. That divine soul was the same conjugal stage devil cultivator who had been made an example of by Yi Chuan. That Mahayana cultivator was about to continue to use his means against Yi Chen after he had used his means to seal the ground, but he was stopped by another Mahayana cultivator beside him. Enough, old three, don't want to make things difficult for little friend. Little friend's strength is enough to keep the upper realm's chi luck. Old me instead of all the Taoists should be little friend's cooperation proposal. In my Tao number empty Shin old man. These two are my sworn brothers. They are empty you and empty netherworld respectively. I still don't know little friend's name. A white-haired, long-bearded old man who emitted a monstrous aura stood up tremblingly and arched his hand in return to Yi Chuan, obviously recognizing Yi Chuan's strength and placing Yi Chuan's status in the same league of Mahayana stage cultivators as himself. Yi Duan smiled blandly. My name is Yi Dust. I am grateful for the love of Senior Empyrean, and with the help of all of you seniors this matter is accomplished. A few days later, within the Kunlun sacred domain, Bai Lingyu stood in front of the Kunlun mirror and stroked its surface, with Chu Fan standing by its side, while the old crone that was guarding its side before had already been detached by her. Brother Chu Fan, is what you said true? Will you really take me with you to ascend to the upper realms? But my cultivation hasn't reached the Mahayana stage yet. There's no harm. Spirit Jade will definitely take you to the upper realm with me. Cultivation doesn't matter. It's just that I need the help of the Kunlun mirror. Chu Fan listened to Bai Lingyu's concern and did not take it to heart. His pair of eyes stared straight at the Kunlun realm, not hiding his desire in the slightest. He looked at the Kunlun mirror that was close at hand and felt a little bit of dry mouth. There was even a trace of impulse in his heart. Capture the Kunlun mirror to deprive it of the lower realm's chi attached to it, and then directly summon the immortal ladder to return to the upper realm. Even if it fails to capture all of the lower realm's chi, Chu Fan's heart had constantly had an ominous feeling rising in recent days. And with his supreme destiny of being resurrected with the help of the immortal pill, the premonition was more of a prophecy than a feeling, coupled with the fact that even though the Kunlun sacred region had deployed an unknown number of manpower, it still hadn't discovered even a single trace about Yi Chen. How could this not make him feel fearful? Even though Chu Fan had recovered his memories of the immortal world, he still had an unspeakable fear of Yi Chen in his heart. Yi Chen had obviously been planted by his father with his supreme magical ability, and should have been transformed into the nourishment for his cultivation under the mutual attraction of the chi. But a lower realm cultivator from the district was actually able to get rid of his influence and kill him. So would Yi Chuan perform a miracle again? In case Yi Chen flew out from nowhere and then once again took away everything he had and directly killed him, then he wouldn't have a second chance to resurrect. Chu Fan was the son of an immortal from the upper realm. If he didn't want to seek to seize the lower realm's fortune, he should have practiced step by step in the upper realm, and eventually certified as a true immortal with a promising future. On the contrary, Yi Chuan was only a lower realm ant. In the lower realm where the path to immortality was cut off. If there were no surprises, even if he had a high talent, he would not be able to break through to the immortal realm. And he would die of lack of longevity like countless lower realm Mahayana stage cultivators. I absolutely can't turn over in the gutter. I have a premonition that I must leave the lower realm as early as possible. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Now with the lower realm chi that I seized after being reborn in my body plus the lower realm chi in the Kunlun mirror. So returning to the upper realm is also enough. It's just that Yi Chuan has been hiding and won't come out. I've lost my upper realm chi, but how can I seduce the immortal staircase to come down? Chu Fan thought so in his heart. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He also wanted to leave the lower realm at this moment to no longer be an enemy of Yi Chen. But he had already lost the initiative. And Yi Chen would never let him leave just like that. Bai Lingyu listened to Chu Fan's sighs in her ears, her shell teeth lightly biting her lips. Alas! I'm the saint daughter of Kunlun. I can't hand over such a supreme treasure that concerns the fate of the immortal cultivation world for my own selfish desires. But brother Chu Fan said that he's only borrowing it for a moment or two. Well, it shouldn't be a problem, and I'll be able to fly to the upper realms along with brother Chu Fan by that time. Bai Lingyu was torn in her heart for a while, and ultimately lost to the desires of her heart. Holy maiden. How can a holy maiden be as good as an immortal? Even if the entire Kunlun sacred region has nurtured me, my personality is free and I have the right to pursue my own happiness. Thinking so, Bai Lingyu was about to open her mouth to lend the Kunlun mirror to Chu Fan. Rolling. A ground-shaking sound rang out, followed by one air-breaking sound after another resounding through the clouds. Bai Lingyu probed his divine sense out to the outside world with the help of the Kunlun mirror, only to see that the high altitude of the Kunlun sanctuary looked like a torn bag, with countless spatial cracks spread all over it, and an endless number of Devil's Way cultivators stepping out from one crack to another. Every devil cultivator has a high level of cultivation, despite the end of life, but it exudes a monstrous demonic aura has already demonstrated their horrific strength. The devil cultivators seem to be like locusts crossing the border, generally rush toward the bottom of the obstruction of all things will be destroyed together. The cultivators of the Kunlun sacred domain tried their best to resist and fought with them into a ball. For a time the shouts of killing resounded through the entire space. The blood gas filled it, and the aura fluctuations of the battle spread out in all directions, blasting the buildings into smithereens. The leader was dressed in white, with a blood-colored lotus lamp in his hand, and a terrifying divine soul impact struck him with just a single sweep of his divine sense. Yi Duan. This is that world-destroying devil Yi Duan. Bai Lingyu called out the name of the man in white with a startled cry, while Yi Chen used his divine sense to lock onto the palace where Bai Lingyu and Chu Fan were the moment he stepped out into space. Found you too. Chu Fan, I wonder if you could have missed me? The you who had not recovered your memories of the upper realm could not walk through 3 moves in my hands. Now that you have recovered your memories, how many moves can you walk through in my hands? Yi Chen's voice along with his terrifying divine soul power attacked both Bai Lingyu and Chu Fan. Chu Fan, as if he was hit by a thunderbolt, no longer had the composure he had earlier, and his heart frantically screamed. What in the world is this guy? Why would he know that I'm here? And more importantly, why does he know things about my memories of the upper realm? Chapter 52, Another Encounter. Devil, don't even think about hurting our holy maiden. Just as Yi Chen sent out the voice of the divine soul to shock the two Chu Fan, a scolding voice sounded. Previously responsible for protecting Bai Lingyu's old crone flew out from a palace, followed by 3 cultivators who were also at the Mahayana stage. 4 people were vaguely exuding the power of the law. 4 people had condensed their aura to form an attack as a rainbow that was about to attack Yi Duan. The attack of the 3 people did not hit Yi Duan as expected, only because 3 old men suddenly came out from Yi Duan's side and blocked the attack for him. They were none other than those 3 Mahayana cultivators in the Devil's Abyss, and the leader was none other than Elder Kong Xian, the head of the 3 devils. The old woman's complexion changed drastically at that moment, and an incredulous sound came out of her mouth. You are Elder Empty Xian? Then the other 2 are Old Man Empyrean and Old Man Empyrean? Surprisingly, you guys didn't die? Elder Empyrean, who was ranked as the oldest 3, let out a strange cackle at his words. I can't believe that there are still people who remember us 3 brothers even though we haven't shown up for thousands of years. You must be the last Kunlun holy maiden, right? Speaking of which, I even fought with your master. And as the boss, Elder Kong Xian didn't pay attention to the crone's astonishment as Elder Empyrean did. He instead transmitted his voice to Yi Chen. We 3 brothers will be out to stop the other 4. You still please move fast to get what we want. Although we seem to have the upper hand now. But in time the righteous cultivators from other realms will definitely hear the news and come to help. At that time even we can only avoid the front for the time being. Yi Chuan rarely did not refute. He also knew that the identity of these devil cultivators in the Devil's Abyss is sensitive. This shot has already offended the entire cultivation world of righteousness. At that time all the self-proclaimed righteousness of the cultivators to come together to encircle them. Even if the cultivation again how high and deep can only be temporarily retreated. Yi Chen immediately turned into a long rainbow erupting into an ear-piercing air-breaking sound rushing towards the place where Chu Fan and Bai Lingyu both were. Quickly stop Yi Duan. Absolutely do not let this person get close to our holy maiden. The old woman uttered a voice of fear. And one Mahayana cultivator was about to make a move, but was stopped in his tracks by a devilish hand. And it's exactly the means of the old man of the empty underworld. The four of you don't think that we can underestimate us just because there are only three of us, do you? Instead of worrying about your holy maiden you should worry about yourself first. The old woman's face did not look too good. Her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at the old man Empyrean. But her heart was concerned about the safety of her own saint daughter and she could only grit her teeth and arch her hand and ask, Senior, I wonder why you three have come in the end. If there is anything missing, our Kunlun sanctuary can all be offered. But I also hope that seniors take their family members to leave. What if I say that we are going to directly snatch your supreme treasure? The Kunlun mirror? If you can give it with both hands we will definitely leave. Just can you agree? Don't even think about it. The Kunlun mirror is our greatest treasure. The old crone spoke almost subconsciously. And the two Mahayana cultivators beside her looked at Elder Empyrean with the same fury. Then this matter is non-negotiable. You four come and do battle with us three brothers. Words fell. The empty Xian old man three people all show means to attack to the four Kunlun sacred domain of the Mahayana cultivators. Three people each hit are ruthless. Each other as if the heart has a common sense of cooperation with the strength of far more than the three people to fight alone. To the crone as the leader of the four Mahayana cultivators do not dare to trust big only have to show means to fight with the empty Xian old man into a mess. Have no time to care about the two Chu Fan. Watching the four Mahayana cultivators of the Kunlun sacred domain high in the sky being pestered, Chu Fan cursed the bad timing in his heart. Damn it! Uncle Mo can't stay in the Kunlun sanctuary for a long time because of his sensitive identity was sent out by me to collect blood food. And now on this occasion I only have to take Bai Lingyu and leave first. With a thought Chu Fan was about to use his aura to roll up the still frothing Bai Lingyu and flee outward. Senior brother Chu Fan, why are you running away as soon as you see senior brother? How about fighting with me again? Yi Chen's icy cold voice rang out. The 5 immortal swords surrounding his body turned into a 5-colored rainbow attacking Chu Fan. The endless heavenly might directly interrupting Chu Fan's movement of trying to use his aura to wrap Bai Lingyu to escape. Chu Fan's face changed. His previous cultivation was not enough to notice that Yi Chen's immortal sword condensed with aura had a marvelous place. But at this moment, his cultivation was restored to the Mahayana stage once again. He saw these 5 immortal swords and sucked in a breath of cold air. Just see 5 immortal sword above the purple lightning and flame collide with each other. As if the heavenly thunder hooked the fire of the earth generally intertwined with each other. A palpitating feeling from the heart. He felt the power of the heavenly way in the 5 immortal sword above. And there is also a little bit of appalling power of the law on it. This madman can't be directly stealing the lightning condensed by the lightning of the heavenly Tao. There is also the flame is also spontaneous breathing and born of the earth fire. No wonder this person can cross the stage and fight. Now but can be at the peak of refined void. I actually feel the vague power of the law on these 5 immortal swords. That does not mean that this guy has already touched the threshold of the Mahayana stage? This guy is really just a lower realm cultivator rather than the reincarnation of an upper realm immortal emperor? There is no division inheritance cultivation breakthrough so fast even in the refining of the peak of the virtual has touched the power of the law. Although the Mahayana period in fact is not the sense of the power of the law. Bullying the kind of Uncle Mo is about to run out of oil cultivators can also. This person I do not have to and he fights for his life. Chu Fan's heart angrily cursed Yi Duan's weird and horrible means. His heart made up his mind not to be able to fight with him. The whole person's aura steeply changed as if he was going to leave. But Yi Duan seemed to have long anticipated that Chu Fan was going to escape. Senior brother Chu Fan, if you want to run, naturally, I'm not in a good position to stop you. But the Kunlun holy maiden won't be so easy to run away from. As the words fell, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in a slight arc, and the 5 immortal swords broke through the air at an extremely terrifying speed and stabbed at Bai Lingyu, who was directly scared to the point that her little face turned pale, and her already soft and boneless body was now turned into a lump of mud and shrunk into a ball. Yi Dust this move directly let Chu Fan into a dilemma. If directly escape, then the white spirit jade was killed. Kunlun mirror will also be taken away. At that time Chu Fan will completely lose the initiative. But if not run, Yi Dust so provocative. He does not know whether Yi Dust will also have what means. Chu Fan's mind churned with thoughts, and eventually a kind of arrogance called upper realm cultivator surged to his heart. I'm burdened with upper realm arts and a Mahayana stage cultivation. Even if I don't have a sense of the laws it's unlikely that I'll lose to such a lowly lower realm cultivator. Chu Fan let out a low roar, and with a flash of his figure he appeared right in front of Bai Lingyu, as he raised the spirit sword in his hand. A gust of immortal chi was emitted between his body and surged into the spirit sword, and with a swing of the sword, a bright sword aura flashed across to attack the 5 immortal swords. For a time, the piercing bright light centered on the point of collision between the sword and the immortal sword was like a sun emanating in all directions, and the bright light carried a little bit of immortal chi that seemed to be able to burn the divine soul in general, and Chuan had to avoid it for the time being. Chu Fan is not affected in any way. Face a fierce smile. The body is flying out of several flesh and blood tentacles to Yi Duan. Tentacles on the emanation of a little bit of immortal power. Before touching Yi Duan has been emitted horrifying breath shattered Yi Duan around the space, so that Yi Duan's method of transfer is nowhere to be used. Not only that, the front part of the tentacle is also directly split into countless blood points. Blood points in the air change into a root as thin as a hair of blood needles. Countless souls as if living in the blood above hissing, roar into a soul attack to Yi Duan. Even more horrifying is that a root of blood needles are exuding horrific breath. The ordinary body stage repair even slightly touch a blood needle will be injured by the breath on it. The blood needles also contained extremely tyrannical blood fury chi, and once it entered the body even a body of fine iron would fester with it. Yi Dust is even more so. It's just a peak refining virtual cultivator. Even if the means more, how strong the soul. But he is not a forging cultivator, flesh must be the weak point. You damned lower realm ants, die for me. Chu Fan roared in his heart. The blood needles were like a raging storm that roared and stabbed at Yi Chen. Countless blood needles engulfed Yi Chen. Phew! Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of turbid air before barely standing and stabilizing his body. This move directly drew out a small half of the aura in his body. The blood-bane chi that he had collected during this period of time was almost consumed. If it wasn't for the fact that his body at this moment was a blood body that had been resurrected and condensed into a blood body by using the 9 turns of reversal of life pill, he was afraid that he would have already been deflated at this moment. Gotcha. Suddenly, not waiting for Chu Fan to finish adjusting, Yi Duan's icy voice rang out, only to see that Yi Duan's body had many tiny pinholes at the moment, and the corners of his mouth were also overflowing with blood, but his body's breath did not decrease at all, and even vaguely had a rising trend. Yi Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his divine soul giant hand fiercely grabbed those 2 bloody tentacles of Chu Fan. You madman! You damn well deliberately revealed a crack for me to use this move against you. You even devoured all of the blood fiend chi that I had accumulated for so long. What the hell do you want? Chu Fan was no longer as imposing as he was just now. His entire body was madly cursing Yi Chen. The foreboding of something bad in his heart became more and more real. He wanted to cut off his connection with the flesh and blood tentacles, but was blocked by Yi Chen's divine soul power. Accompany me to cross the tribulation? Yi Dust laughed hideously, his body's aura steeply breaking through a barrier to reach the peak. Chapter 53, Transitioning the Combination Thunder Tribulation. In the sky above Yi Chuan and Chu Fan, the plunder clouds suddenly began to gather in large quantities. Above the plunder clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless rushing heavenly violet thunder transformed into flooding beasts colliding and mingling with each other, and the might of the heavenly Tao was vented out in all directions with the plunder clouds as the center. An extermination pressure was birthed from above the calamity cloud, and the terrifying might made everyone's heart tremble. And that kind of extermination pressure seemed like it wanted to devour all the living beings within a radius of hundreds of miles together. Boom! Simply the thunder will let here the cultivators feel the soul tremble. The heart of the Tao cannot be inhibited appeared a crack. Fear spread in the heart of all the cultivators. The sky above the clouds flashing purple thunder seems to wake up the cultivators engraved in the soul that the fear of the heavenly way. Affected by this thunderbolt, the first to bear the brunt is the Empty Xian Old Man and other Mahayana stage cultivators. Empty Xian Old Man. 3 brothers looked at each other from each other's eyes to see the horror. There is a trace of hidden fear. This person's thunder tribulation is so terrifying. This kind of thunder tribulation is only his merging thunder tribulation? The size of the thunder tribulation has already affected countless people. If this person breaks through the Mahayana stage, what would be the scene at that time? A true disaster of annihilation? Such a thought appeared in the minds of the 3 people almost at the same time, and they looked at each other and nodded again to confirm what they had in mind. This person must not be offended, even if he fails to summon the immortal ladder this time to allow us to ascend to the upper realms. On the other hand, the 4 Mahayana cultivators on the opposite side, led by the former Kunlun holy maiden crone, all had their faces changed drastically, especially the crone, who screamed and was about to rush towards Yi Chen. Definitely can't let this guy succeed in his tribulation. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. The entire Kunlun sacred realm is in the process of destroying in the hands of this person. At this moment, what was in the crone's mind was no longer the prophecy of the world-destroying demon in the Kunlun mirror. The first thing that came to her mind was the fact that once Yi Chen's talent grew, the entire Kunlun sacred realm would not be able to withstand his wrath. It must be eradicated for both public and private reasons. It's not appropriate to bully a small person with a big one and still take advantage of the situation, right? You are at least the last Kunlun holy maiden. Don't lose the face of the Kunlun holy domain. Before the old woman could even approach Yi Chen at a distance of 100 feet, Elder Kong Xian's chiding voice came, forcibly pulling her back into the battlefield. And the other side. Chu Fan looked at the lurid robbery cloud above his head and gulped a mouthful of saliva hard. Yi Chuan, this is deliberately ate him a move. And then do not know what means to devour his release used as an attack of the blood-bane gas breakthrough cultivation to induce the merger of the thunderbolt descended. Yi Chuan dead to catch him to not let him escape. This is to want to directly use the thunderbolt will be blown to death alive. Thunderjacket cannot be divided into each other. Once the fairy cultivator has the rest of the cultivators around, that will be together with the thunderjacket as an enemy. The power of the thunderjacket will be apportioned. In the past, this is those ancient families for their own family talent decisive juniors to protect the road will voluntarily enter the thunderjacket area to help the fairy. But Yi does this is directly regardless of the will of Chu Fan forcibly pulling the power of the thunderjacket Chu Fan for him to attract the power of the thunderjacket. Damn! This guy is really sinister. I've consumed most of the blood fury power accumulated in my body. I'm going to run. Chu Fan's eyes condensed. A long knife appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, the long knife swung down enduring the severe pain to cut off the flesh and blood tentacles on his body alive. Then the whole person rolled up by Lingyu to fly out toward the distance. Senior brother can't bear to see you leave like this. Yi Dust's voice mixed with the power of divine soul shock attacked Chu Fan. Chu Fan's mind deadened hesitated for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Yi Dust's divine soul giant hand had already fallen down and bombarded him. Chu Fan's face changed drastically. Biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of essence blood turned into an arrow and shot towards Yi Chen's divine soul giant hand. Yi Chen, what the hell are you doing? The lightning tribulation is about to land. Why are you leaving me behind instead of going to cast protection? Could it be that you want to die with me? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised in an arc. Ignoring Chu Fan's questioning, he put up a finger with one hand and pointed at the sky's converging robberies clouds. The corner of his lips moved slightly to spit out a few words. It's already too late. As Yi Chuan's last word fell, the robbing cloud high above the sky had also coalesced into shape, and the vast heavenly might locked onto the two of them below, Yi Chuan and Chu Fan. A dragon roar. Two lifelike five-clawed thunder dragons drilled out of the robbery cloud, a pair of dragon eyes staring down at the two below. Its body purple thunder flashes. Each lightning collision has an extremely horrifying power to escape. Roar! The two five-clawed thunder dragons let out a low roar and rushed towards the two on the ground. Chu Fan cursed Yi Duan's shamelessness in his heart. His body's breath skyrocketed, and his slightly weak body quickly grew blood and flesh that kept expanding, swelling like a blow-up balloon into a flesh and blood giant. The five-clawed thunder dragon giant claw attacked Chu Fan. Chu Fan's giant hand fiercely grabbed and clashed with the giant claw. The thunder dragon let out an injured wail and was sent flying out. Chu Fan did not let go of this opportunity, and in his hand there was an extra giant sword. Chu Fan's whole body aura gathered on top of the giant sword, violently biting the tip of his tongue. A piece of essence blood attached to the giant sword, and then struggled to swing his sword toward the thunder dragon. Instantly the ground cracked out a gap that was too deep to see the ground in the direction where his giant sword fell. The thunder dragon wanted to dodge, but the surrounding space was locked by the power of Chu Fan's sword. The thunder dragon's huge body was directly chopped in half by this sword. The thunder dragon that was chopped in half roared angrily and wanted to rush towards Chu Fan. But how could Chu Fan give it this chance? Chu Fan once again spat out a mouthful of blood into a rain of blood and blasted it towards the thunder dragon. Bang! The raging heavenly Tao thunder inside the thunder dragon emitted a terrifying explosion, and the entire thunder dragon dissipated into the air. It's okay, I'm barely hanging on. Chu Fan's breath shriveled to the extreme, and the sight he saw when he looked back nearly shattered his Tao heart, only to see that the thunder dragon that attacked Yi Chuan was now being firmly grasped by Yi Chuan's divine soul giant. The divine soul giant was still emanating some kind of terrifying suction. He could clearly sense that the power within the thunder dragon was being devoured by Yi Chuan. And the robberies clouds high above the sky were already on the verge of dissipating at this moment. Could this fellow be the reincarnation of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, directly devouring the power contained in the thunderbolt? Is this guy really just a lower realm cultivator? Chu Fan was surprised at Yi Chen's terrifying strength, exclaimed out in shock. But after the exclamation of shock, he couldn't help but curse angrily. The thunderbolt that I tried my best to block is now a graft for him? Chu Fan could see that although Yi Chen was apparently relaxed, in reality devouring a thunder dragon was already the limit. If he had not blocked another thunder dragon for Yi Chen would not have been able to devour a thunder dragon so easily, and was afraid that he would have been injured quite a bit. He himself was thus utilized as a tool for the calamity, and the object of the calamity was still Yi Chen, his nemesis. Chu Fan was currently covering his heart, only feeling his chi and blood surging upwards, and coupled with the excessive exertion of the party, his entire body appeared a few points older at the moment. Only at this moment did Bai Lingyu, who had survived, react and pulled Chu Fan to leave. Brother Chu Fan, run, do you think you guys can get away? Bai Lingyu only felt the sky spinning. The whole person directly floated in midair hanging upside down. The next moment the whole person flew out upside down. Chu Fan saw the situation, his face changed greatly, was about to cast a secret method, but Yi Chen's divine soul power had already attacked like a tidal wave. At that moment, it was as if Chu Fan had seen a god, and the god carried infinite greatness to attack with just a casual glance. Pust! The proud Chu Fan at the moment only felt that his back seemed to have the weight of 1,000 pounds. The terrifying power will directly overwhelm him on the ground like a dead dog. Not only that, he also felt that his head suddenly heavier. That feeling is very familiar. As before when he escaped, Yi Chen once again stepped on his head. The endless sense of humiliation will be his high above the upper realm of the monks submerged. The Taoist heart has appeared a crack. Let go of me. Let go of me. Yi Chen, I will never go against you again. Chu Fan roared, struggled, and prayed, and all Yi Chen responded to him was another foot stomp, only to see that at this moment, Yi Duan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His body clearly revealed the aura of the harmonization stage, and a foot ruthlessly stepped on Yi Duan's head. How did you say you wanted to die? Chapter 54, The Ugly Nature Under the Shroud of Divinity. Just as Yi Chen was about to make his move, Bai Lingyu trembled as she rose from the ground and called out to Yi Chen. Wait! Senior Yi Duan, please also spare Chu Fan's life. Chu Fan is really important. Yi Chuan looked in search of the sound, and although Bai Lingyu was trying her best to hide it, at the moment, her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Yi Chuan. You're this term's Kunlun holy maiden, aren't you? On what grounds do you say that you want me to let Chu Fan go? Because once you kill Chu Fan you are confirming the charge that you are the world-destroying demon in the Kunlun mirror. As long as you let Chu Fan go, I will guarantee in the name of the Kunlun holy maiden that our Kunlun sacred realm will absolutely not continue to pester you in the future. At those words, Yi Chen laughed out loud as if he had heard some joke. Ha ha ha, Chu Fan, ah Chu Fan, talk about you. Your little lover is in love with you, just not very good in the head. Chu Fan's face was blue and purple as he listened to Yi Chen's wanton mockery. As for Bai Lingyu, her face was also unsightly, but she knew deep down that she couldn't possibly be Yi Chen's opponent, so she could only continue to speak. Senior, I know you're very powerful, bringing so many demonic cultivators to kill our Kunlun sacred region. But if the name of demon of extinction is set, you'll have to face more than just our Kunlun sacred region. All the righteous cultivators will rise up to attack you. Bai Lingyu only thought that Yi Chen was letting out a laugh because he thought that his strength didn't fear the retaliation of the Kunlun sacred domain, so she brought out the name of the entire righteous cultivators to threaten Yi Chen. Yi Chen's laughter stopped. Bai Lingyu's heart was delighted. Just when she thought she had managed to scare Yi Chen out of the chance to save Chu Fan, Yi Chen moved. Are you threatening me? The icy words were not mixed with any divine soul attacks, but just by hearing the words uttered by Yi Chen, Bai Lingyu felt like falling into an ice cave, and her soul seemed to tremble under Yi Chen's words. I. Yi Chuan didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. With a glance of his eyes, the divine soul pressure swept out. Bai Lingyu only felt that her neck was being choked to death. A sense of suffocation surged throughout her body, and her entire body fell to her knees uncontrollably. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was looking down on Bai Lingyu from above. I'm laughing at you because you're just a complete idiot from the beginning to the end. What do you mean that if I kill Chu Fan, it will be confirmed that I'm a devil? A devil of the prophecy of extinction? That is to say that you have no way of determining whether or not I am in the prophecy or not from the very beginning, but you are already treating me as a demon head of the world destruction. Don't you think it's ridiculous? What qualifications do you have to assume that I am the devil foretold in the Kunlun mirror? Is it because of Chu Fan's words? Then have you ever thought about the fact that your brother Chu Fan is also from the heavenly desolate domain? So why is the devil not your brother Chu Fan but me? Yi Duan's words were sharp, each sentence hitting the center of the problem. Bai Lingyu struggled to open her mouth, but the suffocating sensation became stronger and stronger. She wanted to retort to Yi Chuan but couldn't open her mouth, and it was as if Yi Chuan had seen through her thoughts. It's because your brother Chu Fan said that I acted like a devil cultivator, right? Whereas your Chu Fan brother acts in an honorable manner, right? Then you can't see the bizarre moves that your brother Chu Fan uses when he fights with me? Can't you see the bloodshed aura on his body that is no weaker than mine? As Yi Chen's words fell, a bad feeling surged in Chu Fan's heart. Yi Chen raised his right hand. A purple thunderstorm gathered in the center of his palm. Without giving Chu Fan time to react, the purple thunderstorm whistled and blasted towards Chu Fan. The heavenly Tao purple thunder originally contained the might of the heavenly Tao, and was most restraining to evil spirits. Therefore, the moment the purple thunder touched Chu Fan, a large number of blood-red grievous souls suddenly surfaced on Chu Fan's body. The grievous souls howled and tried to tear Chu Fan. Chu Fan let out a scream. His whole body's flesh and blood collapsed, and as soon as the falling flesh and blood came into contact with the ground, a large amount of white mist emerged, and the ground was sunken down into a hole. See? Don't lie to yourself. You're just ignoring such an obvious question because you like Chu Fan. And don't you understand? Chu Fan must have asked you for the Kunlun mirror many times, right? Doesn't that mean anything to you that you don't have any guesses? Did he promise you that he would take you to ascend to the upper realm? Then have you guessed what the cost of ascending to the upper realm to open up the path to immortality would be? And what if the cost was the entire immortal cultivation realm's chi? Did you really guess nothing? When Yi Chen's last words fell, Bai Lingyu was silent and finally slowly spat out a few words. So what? I've been a Kunlun saintess for so long, and I've constantly used the Kunlun mirror for the entire immortal cultivation world. Do you know what the Kunlun mirror consumes? Every time I use the Kunlun mirror, a portion of my lifespan is absorbed. I have given so much for the entire immortal cultivation world. Can't I live for myself? Bai Lingyu no longer hid her purpose. When the sacred veil was torn off, when she lost the cover of the sacred title of Kunlun Holy Maiden, Bai Lingyu's hidden ugly nature could no longer be hidden. Cultivators in the immortal cultivation world might be simple, but they were definitely not stupid. If a cultivator displayed a performance that was too stupid, then he or she must have done it on purpose. And Bai Lingyu was this kind of person. She was different from the other cultivators of the Kunlun sacred region. She knew more about the inner workings of the situation. She had more contact with Chu Fan. She knew that Chu Fan was not simple. And in the countless days and nights, how was it possible for her to have completely failed to see Chu Fan's true colors? Bai Lingyu knew that she knew that Chu Fan had come with some sort of purpose. She also knew that Chu Fan had a mysterious Mahayana stage cultivator who was nearly out of gas escorting him. And she held the Kunlun mirror, relying on probing her divine sense into the Kunlun mirror, and even saw with her own eyes a scene in which Chu Fan was devouring the blood, flesh, and souls of other cultivators. She knew that the palace where Chu Fan lived was piled with white bones. So could Chu Fan be any good? Naturally, it was impossible. And then the method of becoming an immortal that Chu Fan had said when he exchanged for the shelter of the Kunlun sanctuary was naturally problematic as well. Combined with Chu Fan's excuses when facing the many elders within the sanctuary who asked about the method of becoming immortal, it was natural to associate Chu Fan's method of becoming immortal with the fact that it was definitely not a normal method, and more likely to be contrary to the beliefs of the Kunlun sanctuary. Coupled with Chu Fan's currying favor with her, the answer became self-evident. Opening the path of immortality required the Kunlun mirror, and Chu Fan's goal was the heavenly Dao's chi fortune in the Kunlun mirror. But so what? Bai Lingyu didn't care. She only wanted to ascend to the upper realms to gain endless lifespan. But even if I knew that, so what? Is it wrong for me to live for myself? As long as I can ascend to the upper realm, what does the death or life of the lower realm have to do with me? Even this Kunlun sacred realm is the same. Aren't these guys in the Kunlun sacred realm the same? They are only using me to help them harness the Kunlun mirror. So what's wrong with me using them now? Bai Lingyu's mind was filled with thoughts. The past of her life surfaced in her mind like a walking lantern. And despite thinking a lot, it was as if the outside world time hadn't even passed for an instant. Just noticing the difference, she suddenly realized that she didn't know when her line of sight rolled up, and after flipping in a circle, she looked straight at Chu Fan, who was looking at her at the moment as if he had seen a ghost, and was so scared that his face was devoid of any blood color. Yi Chuan's hand raised his sword, and Bai Lingyu's corpse was separated. If the truth is really as you say, you and the Kunlun sanctuary is just a mutual use of each other, then there is no harm in it. The Kunlun sanctuary has not been negative you. If there is no Kunlun sanctuary, you would have died long time ago. Not to mention have today's lofty position in cultivation. So you do not deserve to defend yourself. You are just a rotten person who wants to enjoy the rights and does not want to fulfill the obligations. Furthermore, you jeopardized my interests. And from the moment you decided to go along with Chu Fan's words to slander me as a demon of extinction in order to curry favor with him, you were already doomed to this. As Yi Chen's last words fell, the seven-star glazed lamp in Yi Chen's hand floated in the air and bloomed with blinding light. A divine soul on Bai Lingyu's corpse was attracted, and the divine soul was swallowed by Yi Chen in one mouthful, and there was no more Kunlun Holy Maiden Bai Lingyu in the world. Chapter 55, My Father, the Elder of the Immortal Sect in the Upper World. You're up next. As soon as Yi Chen turned around, the terrifying divine soul pressure swept over. Chu Fan only felt that all the hidden secrets of his entire body had been seen through. Endless fear rose from his heart, and cold sweat dampened his back. I can't die. How can I, a great cultivator of the upper realm, die in this Thai place? I can't die. Chu Fan's heart was already filled with regret. He really regretted being reincarnated into the lower realm alone only to seize the lower realm's chi luck. And the last shred of hope of resistance in his heart had been dashed after he saw Chuan cleanly resolving by Lingyu. At this moment, he drooped his head like a defeated rooster and knelt on the ground, almost shivering as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Chuan, you can't kill me. Although I don't know why you know that I'm a reincarnation of a cultivator from the upper realm, but even if you know something about me, but you certainly don't know how to ascend to the upper realm. You need me. I can join hands with you together to summon the immortal ladder to reopen the path of ascension to immortality. The only way to ascension to the upper realm to fade away from the mortal body in order to certify eternal life. Oh, what if I say I don't need it? I know how to pull the immortal ladder down, and the ladder only recognizes breath but not people. So do you have anything else you can use in exchange for your life? Chu Fan froze at the words and raised his head to see the teasing color at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, and his heart screamed frantically. What exactly is this guy's origin? Why does he even know the specific conditions for summoning the immortal ladder? No. I must come up with something that will interest him. The lower realm. The lower realm. That's right. He must not know about the situation in the upper realm. My father is an elder of the immortal sect of the upper realm, and his ascension to the upper realm will surely require the shelter of the forces of the upper realm. Chu Fan, as if waking up from a dream in his mind, repeating the upper world. The lower world. He only now remembered that he is also a person with a background. Only his background is not in the lower world, but with Yi Chen such cultivation must be to ascend. At that time Yi Chen must need to have the upper world forces to shelter. Yi Chuan, my father is an elder of the immortal sect of the upper realm. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can ask my father to introduce you to the immortal sect, or even if you are willing to exchange your body's chi to me, I can make the decision to let you become my father's personal disciple. After saying that, Chu Fan looked at Yi Chuan expectantly. At this moment, he no longer wished that he could kill Yi Chuan to take away his chi. Nowadays, people are the chopping board of a sword and I'm the meat of a fish. He only wished to survive from Yi Chuan's hands. Upper realm immortal sect elder? It is indeed a problem for me to go up to the upper realm alone. What exactly is the origin of that volume of creation immortal secrets in the depths of my sea of consciousness is still unknown even to this day. It is just that it is impossible for me to let Chu Fan leave. He knows too much. Furthermore, although I don't know what the lower realm's chi luck means to the upper realm immortal sect, since Chu Fan, who is the son of an elder of the upper realm immortal sect, has to risk coming to the lower realm, the chi luck must be an extremely important thing, and for me to surrender the chi luck that I have managed to seize with great difficulty, I'm not willing to do so. Yi Chen understood in his heart that although Chu Fan's proposal was very tempting, if it was really as Chu Fan had said, Chu Fan could allow him to obtain a reasonable identity in the upper realm and join the forces, then it would indeed be much more convenient. However, Yi Chen did not want to hand over the lower realm chi fortune he had obtained. Then Chu Fan, who knew that the lower realm chi fortune had been taken away by Yi Chen, would become the greatest potential danger, and once Chu Fan spoke out about the matter, Yi Chen's fate would definitely be miserable. Chu Fan can't stay. Even if he is willing to make a heavenly oath not to say anything related to me, who knows if there is a great Tao in the upper realm that exists just like the heavenly Tao in the lower realm. And once back in the upper realm, who dares to ensure that the heavenly oath in the lower realm can affect the immortals in the upper realm? As for information about the upper realm, devouring their divine souls can also gain their memories. Thinking about this, Yi Chen's eyes slightly condensed, looking at Chu Fan's eyes, killing intent more and more intense, while Chu Fan's heart slightly trembled secretly bad. Is this calamity crazy? What's so bad about my proposal? I can't snatch back the upper realm's chi that was taken away, but I can't die here. I really can't. I can still open the immortal ladder forcefully. With this thought, Chu Fan roared, and under Yi Chen's gaze filled with killing intent, his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless human faces were revealed on the blood mist, each of which was hissing and roaring, and an arm continued to poke out of the blood mist. The end was a bizarre and incomparable. Yi Chuan's face changed slightly. The 7-star glazed lamp emerged in his hand, and a ball of divine soul fire surrounded his side to resist the bizarre blood mist. Just as Yi Chuan exerted his means to resist the erosion of the blood mist instantly transformed into countless tiny parts and flew out in all directions. Each part of the blood mist seemed to have self-awareness. All of them were split up and all of them were the main body. Yi Duan saw the situation in the hands of the 7-star glazed lamp flickered rapidly. The wick of the 3 black shadows imprisoned as a ghost rushed to the scattered blood mist. The brow of the green leaf brand is also a flash of light. 1.2, 2.4, countless pieces of green leaves also together to chase to a blood mist. Uncle M.O., help me. A mass of blood mist saw the situation and roared. A tiny line of blood suddenly surfaced in the air. The head was naturally inside the blood mist, but the tail was connected to a place in the distance. Yi Chuan's complexion changed slightly. An additional thunder fire immortal sword appeared in his hand, and a tragic scream came from the shadows as he chopped at it, only to see that the original was sent to the black-robed old man has returned. The old man's figure moved to block in front of one of the blood mist, only the old man's arm has a hideous horror of the wound. The wound's flesh and blood due to the collision of lightning and flames has become charred black. Fixing his eyes, Chuan recognized the black-robed old man. The old man was none other than the Mahayana stage cultivator that he had seen in the Red Flame True Lord's memories, and just as he had guessed before, the old man, Uncle Mo, was none other than Chu Fan's henchman. Taking advantage of the fact that Uncle Mo had blocked Yi Chen's strike, the blood mist rolled up the Kunlun mirror, which had been buried in the ruins due to the aftermath of the battle, towards the distance to divide and scatter once again. Senior, I see that your lifespan is approaching. Why don't you go and wait for death to come and join in the fun? You still have to come to die for Chu Fan. Listening to Yi Chuan's words, a few bitter smiles surged on the old man's face as he pulled his black robe away to reveal his neck, and there was a hideous and terrifying blood-colored talisman at the dry neck, from which the previous blood-colored threads had come. The old man had no choice. Just a glance will see that this is a kind of unequal blood contract, and in front of this old man is by Chu Fan blood contract bound by a slave. At this moment Chu Fan is already forcibly drive the blood contract in front of the old man to come to death just to delay more time. To be he understood over and also no nonsense two people will be war together. After a few moves, Yi Chuan slapped his palm at Uncle Mo's dantian. The violent purple thunder was vented and directly crushed everything. Uncle Mo had no more power to fight and fell to the ground. Yi Chuan didn't stop his action. His mind moved. A huge suction force came, and the old man's soul was swallowed by Yi Chuan without even having a chance to resist. The old man was after all a Mahayana stage in his life. The moment the divine soul entered his abdomen, Yi Chen's body was like a river turning over. The old man's divine soul was venting its divine soul power all around in his body. Obviously even if he died himself, he couldn't let Yi Chen have a good time. But who was Yi Duan? Yi Duan snorted coldly. The creation immortal technique in the depths of the sea of consciousness flipped again. A channel of immortal light emerged from it and surged out. The old man's divine soul screamed miserably. His divine soul was wrapped by the immortal light and no longer had the power to resist, and the power of his divine soul was transformed into Yi Chuan's base. Just a moment later, Yi Chuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air breath steeply enhanced. Huge air waves rolled in all directions. The original early stage of the harmonious realm cultivation at the moment had already reached the middle stage of the harmonious realm. Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with lightning and fire piercing through space looking toward Chu Fan who fled toward the distance. A cold smile surged in his heart. Good job running. If you don't run or doggedly jump over the wall and directly use the chi within the Kunlun mirror to summon the immortal staircase, then who would know that you're the prophesied demon of extinction? Yi Dust had already intentionally been testing Chu Fan from the very beginning. His ambition from the very beginning was not just to swallow Chu Fan. He was even taking the chi contained on the Kunlun mirror along with him. Yi Dust can walk away to ascend to the upper world, but with his related Misty Fairy clan and Red Yen Holy clan, but not once by himself will Kunlun mirror within the luck to take away after ascending to the upper world prophecy in the name of the destruction of the devil. This will affect the survival of the people behind the Yi Dust in the lower world. But if it is Chu Fan will be within the luck to take away the Kunlun mirror and then he will be killed to retake the luck, then it does not matter. And more importantly, Yi Chen didn't want to waste the upper realm chi that he had managed to take from Chu Fan on opening the immortal gate. He remembered that in his previous life Chu Fan had consumed the upper realm chi before blasting open the immortal gate. And in this life, he wanted to squeeze everything of value out of Chu Fan. Just as Yi Chen was thinking, in the distance with Chu Fan's location as the center, an extremely terrifying pressure surfaced. High above the clouds broke. A doorway filled with a sense of ancient and barren silence slowly descended like from high in the sky. Only the immortal door was in disrepair. Cracks were all over the doorway, and a channel of immortal light emitting appalling power emanated from the cracks in a door. Chapter 56, the immortal door opens greatly and the chance of immortality is revealed. The moment the immortal gate appeared, the battles in all parts of the Kunlun sacred domain stopped at the same time. Countless demonic cultivators stopped killing and plundering to look at the immortal gate high in the sky. And the cultivators in the Kunlun sacred domain also looked at the immortal gate in a slight daze. Above the 7 Mahayana cultivators are both tacit agreement to stop the fight. The body shape of a flash to fly to the immortal door landing place. There is a leader. Gradually more and more cultivators towards the immortal door landing place to fly to. Although they didn't know exactly what the immortal sect that landed in the air was about, the slight immortal chi that escaped from it caused countless cultivators to feel restless. It was a kind of instinctive greed, just by seeing a glance from afar. Even before directly touching the immortal light overflowing from the immortal gate, the aura in their bodies had already boiled up for it, and every cell in their bodies cheered for it. I must get that thing. I must get that thing. That must be the legendary immortal chi. That's the immortal gate. Countless cultivators with profound cultivation seem to be transformed into a head of hideous and horrible hungry wolves rushing towards the immortal door. Under the temptation of the immortal door, at this moment the righteous and the devil no longer attack each other, at least before such a chance. They are willing to put down the so-called camp points in hatred, to fight also to arrive at the immortal door and then fight. After all, the entire immortal cultivation world hadn't heard of an immortal gate landing for tens of thousands of years, and that was a chance to ascend. The immortal sect? This must be Chu Fan's doing, but why would he summon the immortal gate at such a critical juncture? What's more, why do I seem to feel that connection between me and the Kunlun mirror is missing? Although the Mahayana crone who was the former Kunlun holy maiden was no longer in control of the Kunlun mirror, she still had a connection with the Kunlun mirror if there was any, especially after the death of the current Kunlun holy maiden, Bai Lingyu. Under the continuity of the Xuanyi, her connection with the Kunlun mirror became clearer and clearer, but at this moment, the old crone was surprised to find that her connection with the Kunlun mirror had been broken. What did this really mean? Some uneasiness welled up in the crone's heart, and the empty Xian old man three brothers as long ago could not hold back the excitement in their hearts. Become immortal. They three people have long aspired to for a long time. At this moment the immortal door landing breath is undoubtedly telling them that their chance to become immortal came. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yi Duan, truly capable. The three of us have come to the right place on this trip. On the other side, the immortal gate floated in the air. A channel exudes infinite immortal power of immortal gas escaped from it. Just a closer look will be able to find that at this moment the immortal door is illusory, as if a shadow of a general can disappear at any time. Not enough chi can only summon the immortal gate void, and it will take more chi and more luck to completely summon the immortal gate. Below the Chu Fan at this moment has been transformed from the blood mist into a human form, the whole body flesh and blood ulcerated, but he did not care about his miserable appearance, but instead he muttered a sentence. Clenched his teeth and sprayed a mouthful of blood to use his own blood in the palm of the outline up. A lower realm of the cultivators have never seen the lines connected with each other to cooperate with the drawing of a subtle and incomparable blood-colored talisman. The moment the blood-colored talisman was formed it burst out with blinding blood-colored light. Chu Fan did not hesitate and ruthlessly slapped his palm on the Kunlun mirror. Instantly the Kunlun mirror, which carried the beliefs of the Kunlun sacred realm and even the entire lower realm, collapsed and shattered into countless tiny fragments. The moment the Kunlun mirror was shattered, the clouds above the sky churned and rolled, and tiny raindrops fell from high above, as if the heavenly Tao was silently wailing. The heavenly Tao was wailing about the shattering of the Kunlun mirror, which carried the heavenly Tao's chi. The Kunlun mirror that was broken into pieces had an invisible aura floating out of it, turning into a thin thread that symbolized the chi flying into the immortal gate in the air. At the same time a large amount of chi collected from other people also surged out of Chu Fan's body together with the chi flying into the immortal gate in the air. The strands of chi that flew into the immortal gate seemed to have transformed into claw hooks that hooked onto the immortal gate floating in the air, and Chu Fan was the one who grabbed the claw hooks. Get down here. Chu Fan drank lowly. Chu Fan's body drifted out of the line of chi instantly taut and pulled backward. Floating in the air delayed the fall of the immortal door, and this pull down suddenly began to sink. Was originally located in the edge of the dissipation of the immortal door shadow is also gradually tending to stabilize and solidify. But the immortal door is still no sign of opening. The immortal door is in the center of the existence of a talisman like a brand inhibit the opening of the immortal door. And the cracks around the immortal door is not the slightest bit better. It looks as if as long as the slightest touch of the immortal door will be shattered. And that is hidden in the immortal door behind the road to immortality will also be buried along with the collapse of the immortal door will never be able to reappear again. Damn it! I used this lower realm aura to seduce the immortal gate, but this immortal gate is in a state of disrepair as if it has been blown to pieces. So the number of people entering the immortal gate must be limited. And why has a seal been imposed on this immortal gate? No one has become immortal in the lower realm for tens of thousands of years. So that's how it is. No wonder Father wanted me to come down personally. Chu Fan cursed the immortal sect's weirdness in his heart, but his hand movements did not stop. The upper world's chi brought by mine has been taken away. Otherwise it can directly use the upper world's chi to seduce the power of the immortal ladder behind the immortal gate to directly blast open the seal. If a blood sacrifice is used, it can also slowly wear down the seal on it, just that it needs to consume at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators, but also a large amount of time to pile up. Uncle Mo can't possibly hold out for long, so this is the way it has to be. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. His eyes condensed and he stabbed one hand towards his dantian with a hard dig and grab. Pust! A weird round blood dan was dug out. 9 human faces emerged on the surface of the blood dan. As soon as the blood dan left the body, the 9 human faces on the blood dan began to wriggle and distort, and the ear-piercing howls made it seem as if one was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After the blood dan left his body, Chu Fan seemed to be drained of all his power as if he had been drained of all his strength, and his entire body turned into a puddle of rotten meat sludge and collapsed on the ground. The 9 Revolutions Reverse Life Pill was originally refined from the immortal chi of the upper realms plus living beings, and now that I'm using the immortal chi in the pill as a pull, the immortal chi behind the immortal gate may not be unable to blast open the seal. When the words fell, the blood dance suddenly drifted out a smattering of rich immortal chi. This immortal chi was more pure than the power contained in Yi Chuan's immortal soul. It was a true immortal chi of the upper realm, was a purer existence than the immortal chi condensed on Yi Chuan's body that relied on the remnants of his previous life's soul and mutilated immortal blood. But unfortunately, it was extremely limited in quantity, and at this moment, Chu Fan could not care about consuming. The immortal energy in the blood dan drilled into the immortal gate with a thought. Boom! Under this trigger, the immortal door after the immortal gas such as a huge wave of impact on the immortal door. The immortal door at the center of the talisman brand light to the naked eye visible speed faded. Just a few breaths later, and is more violent a collision. The talisman brand seems to have reached the limit. Issued the last bright light dissipated into a burst of light points. The broken immortal gate could no longer support it, and for a moment, the incomparably thick immortal chi behind the immortal gate seemed to gush out of it like a tidal wave. At this moment, the scene after the immortal door revealed, that is an endless high ladder. One step after another step of the ladder continues to guide people to the highest place. The immortal ladder around the emanation of the immortal gas is incredibly rich. The power of the law all over the surroundings. Even if the talent of the body stage cultivator in which the poor cultivate for several months can step into that step to become a Mahayana stage cultivator. Humph. Yi Chuan, you didn't expect it. I don't want this lower realm's luck. After I return to the upper realm I will definitely inform my father about you. And my father will definitely deal with you with supreme divine power. Chu Fan was overjoyed in his heart, using the blood dan as the center to grow his flesh and blood into a human form, and was about to drill into the immortal gate when a questioning voice interrupted him. Chu Fan, what the hell are you doing? Where is the white spirit jade? And where's the Kunlun mirror, the supreme treasure of my domain? Only to see that the vision that appeared at the immortal gate had already attracted the rest of the cultivators, and at this moment, there were also hundreds of cultivators who had already arrived not far away. Only that the pressure emanating from the immortal gate made them not dare to act rashly, and the only one who was looking at him was Yi Chuan and his 7 Mahayana cultivators who were looking at him with a colorful face. The person who spoke out was precisely the old crone who had been accompanying by Lingyu. At this moment, her eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at Chu Fan, and the aura emanating from her body had already locked onto Chu Fan, as if Chu Fan's answer could not satisfy him. Then in the next moment the force of laws around the old crone's body would crush Chu Fan to smithereens. Chapter 57, Choosing Private Sense or Public Justice? Humph. Senior did not think that I killed by Lingyu took away the Kunlun mirror? The murderer who killed your beloved disciple is precisely the one beside you. Yi Duan, now you have come to question me. Our agreement has already been completed. I do have the method of becoming an immortal also open the immortal gate. You and I are both clear. Chu Fan facing the crone's questioning naturally cannot be directly stupid enough to admit that he took away the Kunlun mirror. But now the immortal door is wide open, he has already recovered some of the bottom. The face of the crone's questioning did not show cowardice, instead. It is a direct contradiction to transfer to the body of the leaf dust. Yi Chuan shrugged his shoulders with a carefree look at the words and did not deny the fact that he had killed by Lingyu. Senior, your domain's holy maiden was indeed killed by me, but should your domain care more about the whereabouts of the Kunlun mirror? After all, the Kunlun mirror is a strange object concerning the entire immortal cultivation realm, being the carrier of a portion of the heavenly Tao's chi luck, and I vaguely perceive a trace of the flavor of the heavenly Tao's chi luck in the body of this Taoist friend Chu Fan. Shouldn't Senior dealing with him first? Compared with such wonders, your domain's saint daughter White Spirit Jade seems not so important, right? Moreover, once she loses the glorious title of Kunlun Holy Maiden, she is just a small person who eats and sells. Why will your domain's Kunlun mirror be shattered? But also ask her, after all, who wanted to give the Kunlun mirror directly to fellow Taoist Chu Fan in the first place? I also hope that your domain will focus on the greater good. Yi Chuan's last sentence intentionally trailed off in the interest of the greater good, and these words fell on the old crone's ears and appeared to be piercing, while also leading to a burst of commotion among the remnant cultivators of the Kunlun sacred realm. How could she not hear that Yi Duan was plainly satirizing her and even the entire Kunlun sacred region? As the only one in the entire immortal cultivation world was the Kunlun sacred region that hung on to the big picture all day long. As the head of the righteous path but resolutely chose to go down on all the people related to Yi Duan together just to force Yi Duan to show up. The excuse is to take the big picture into account, and the blockade of a whole realm to restrict the movement of the cultivators therein, which excuse is also to take the big picture into account. Use its own way to cure its own body. The crone heard and understood. The rest of the cultivators present also heard and understood. Many born Thai magic cultivator is ha 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 laughed. Laughter filled with the crone inside a set outside a set of behavior of disdain. Yi Chen's indifferent eyes seemed to be telling, "Come on, don't you like to wrap up the righteousness to force others to back down? So now your disciple was killed by me. But the Kunlun mirror is obviously more important, right? Then shouldn't you deal with Chu Fan first with the greater good in mind? When selfishness and justice are put together, you can't have it both ways, no matter which side you choose." Once she directly chose to be selfish and ignore Chu Fan to turn to avenge her own good disciple. Then now that the immortal gate was wide open, once Chu Fan burrowed into the immortal gate, could the heavenly Dao Qi luck on the Kunlun mirror be recaptured? At that time, how should she, the culprit who caused the theft of the Kunlun mirror, live with herself? How would the people of the Kunlun sacred realm obey her? However, if she directly chose to be axiomatic and temporarily ignored Yi Chen but went to question Chu Fan, and fully operated the power of the laws to block Chu Fan's actions, then it was certain that there would be a chance to reclaim the heavenly Dao's Qi contained on the Kunlun mirror. But in that case, Yi Chen took advantage of the opportunity to leave. Then she was afraid that she would not be able to avenge her own disciple in her entire life. Thinking this way, for a moment, the old crone's face was iron blue. She was now in a dilemma situation. Killing intent was hidden under her dim eyes. She and Yi Chuan glanced at each other. Neither one of them backed down. The two of them were like pins and needles, as if the two of them were going to attack each other in the next moment by means of their own devices. Just at this moment, the onlookers of the empty Xian old man had already appeared to block in front of Yi Duan. His body breath emanated out. Vaguely there was also the implication of wanting to press the old crone head on. And the two of them, empty underworld and empty spectre, also spontaneously came to Yi Duan's side. If the previous attitude of Elder Kong Xian's three brothers towards Yi Chen was to take advantage of each other, agreeing to come and attack the Kunlun sacred domain was merely for the chance of becoming an immortal as Yi Chen said in his mouth, then their attitude towards Yi Chen was now to spontaneously and even fawningly curry favor with each other. The Yi Chen at the peak of the void refining stage could temporarily rival a Mahayana stage cultivator. So how strong should the Yi Chen of the harmonization stage be today? The future of the Mahayana stage of Yi Chuan should be like? Killing a Mahayana is like killing a chicken. And if he doesn't ascend, then being a true immortal is what others call Yi Chen. The Mahayana stage was already an immortal combatant. The only difference was that immortals needed to ascend. But Yi Chen didn't need to. What better time to wait if you don't spontaneously come forward to please Yi Chen at this moment? In the next moment, in addition to the three Mahayana stage cultivators such as Old Man Kong Xian, a not insignificant portion of those harmonization stage demonic cultivators who had followed the Immortal Sect in search of the Immortals Sect also spontaneously drew closer to Yi Chuan's side, in a manner as if Yi Chuan's say-so was the way to go. From a distance, it seemed that Yi Duan had already become the core of one side of the camp like the crone, but the crone was because she had the identity of the former holy maiden of the Kunlun sacred domain to add, so these Kunlun sacred domain cultivators would be willing to follow the crone. But Yi Duan was different. Yi Duan had not even been able to count on one side of the relationship with these demonic cultivators earlier. Even the old crone is still far worse than Yi Chen, because the Kunlun sanctuary cultivators do not listen to her. The Kunlun sanctuary from the beginning to the end there is no absolute leadership. The highest status possessor is also the Mahayana elder and the Kunlun holy maiden. That is to say, even if the old crone status twofold identity cannot be arbitrarily solo, the Kunlun sanctuary has never been a one-word hall. What kind of monster is this Yi Chen? Why would these devil cultivators follow him? Devil, when it's really the devil of the world. There's really someone who can so easily gather all these sightless devil cultivators together. If this guy were to start a sect, wouldn't he be able to build the world's one devil sect? The crone roared in her heart. She didn't understand what exactly attracted Yi Chen to these demonic cultivators. In fact, the reason is very simple, and that is, the smell is similar. Devil repair is also known as the evil repair. Killing and taking the treasure betrayal. These things for them but is no more than usual things, but they prefer to call themselves the reverse repair. They do everything, they are by no means good, but there is a trace of the ordinary people do not have the arrogance. They defy the rules of this world. Why should I be bound by this useless rule? Why can't I cultivate immortality if I don't have enough talent? Why do I need to kneel to someone? When these questions are stacked together, a question arises, why do I want to cultivate immortality? Isn't the purpose of cultivating immortality to live happily between heaven and earth? Why am I still like this even though I have practiced immortality? So the demonic cultivator is born, and the arrogance that Yi Chen displayed attracted them. Yi Chen's aura of facing a Kunlun holy domain that was stronger than him and still being able to speak back and defeat him made them admire him, so they spontaneously chose to follow Yi Chen. Yi Duan sternly questioned at this moment, how? As a Mahayana elder of the Kunlun sacred realm and a former sacred maiden, Shouldn't you consider guarding the entire immortal cultivation realm as your duty? Could it be that the death of your disciple is more important in your eyes than even the safety of the entire immortal cultivation world? Chapter 58. Use your life to apologize for your mistake. At the sight of the terrifying battle force that spontaneously stood beside Yi Duan, the old crone panicked. She was scared, listening to Yi Duan's questioning of her. She wanted to open her mouth to say something, but Yi Duan snatched it away. Do you think you can let things go by just by being soft now? Do you remember slandering me as the world-destroying devil? You said that I am the world-destroying demon in the prophecy, but I would like to ask, can you see the name of the world-destroying demon in the Kunlun mirror? Can there be my name, Mr. Yi, on it? And if it is only someone from the heavenly desolate domain, then is Chu Fan, who is your honored guest from the Kunlun sacred domain, not from the heavenly desolate domain? Or is it that because your good disciple believes in Chu Fan, it is impossible for Chu Fan to be the demon head of extinction in the prophecy? Or is it that it doesn't matter to you even if you mistakenly add the reputation of the world-destroying demon to mine? Is this the acting style of the self-proclaimed head of the righteous path, the Kunlun sanctuary? And now that Chu Fan has already siphoned off the chi from the Kunlun mirror, don't you know by now who the prophesied demon of extinction is? Once you let Chu Fan step into the immortal sect with the lower realm's chi, then how many years will it take for the entire immortal cultivation world to recover from the loss of the lower realm's chi? Is this your Kunlun sanctuary's way of guarding the entire immortal cultivation realm? Yi Chen's words were sharp and direct, but not unorganized, drawing all the cultivators of the Kunlun sacred realm to look at Chu Fan. While Chu Fan saw that things were not right and let out a low roar, immediately condensing the aura on his body and drilling into the immortal gate. In the moment Chu Fan stepped into the immortal gate, losing the binding of the line of chi on Chu Fan's body, the immortal gate began to tremble violently, and in just a moment, it transformed from a solid body into a shadow that was already unable to allow anyone to enter it. Countless Kunlun sacred domain cultivators fell to their knees, wailing under their breath. We have sinned. We are ashamed of our ancestors' teachings, being responsible for guarding the entire lower realm but letting the lower realm suffer such a great disaster. The loss of chi stolen in the next 1,000 years of the lower realm's chi will be difficult to regenerate. Such behavior of the crowd where do not understand who said is true. After the confession of the Kunlun sanctuary of all the eyes are gathered in the body of the old crone, that gaze is full of killing intent. The old crone at this moment, her face was like ashes. She knew that she had already caused a big disaster. She understood that in the future the Kunlun sanctuary would no longer have a place for her. She looked at Yi Chuan's expression of resentment was incomparable, but she had forgotten that the cause of all of this was her own. It was because she had indiscriminately placed the name of the world-destroying devil on Yi Chen. And it was also because she had gullibly trusted the words of Bai Lingyu and taken in Chu Fan, which had led to Chu Fan finding the opportunity to shatter the Kunlun mirror and take away the lower realm's chi fortune. No. At this rate, once the other 3 elders are unwilling to help me, then if Yi Chen strikes now, I'm bound to die 10 deaths. Not only did the crone's mind not recognize at this moment what kind of disaster her foolish actions had brought to the lower realms, she was instead thinking about how she could survive. Her mind reeling with thoughts, the crone fell straight to her knees. Gentlemen, it's my fault. I'm the sinner of the entire Kunlun sanctuary and even the entire cultivation world. It's because I wrongly believed in Chu Fan, and it's also because the religious people are incapable of doing anything. That's why I let Chu Fan have his way. I can't wait to die instantly, but if I die like this, then my sins can't ever be repaid. I'm going to use my body of wearing sins to work for the reconstruction of the Kunlun sanctuary. When the old woman said this, she also wiped a few tears with her sleeve from time to time, and played a helpless old man who did not know people well enough to defend his subordinates. But all of you are not little cute. Most of the cultivators in the Kunlun sanctuary are waiting with cold eyes. Pa. It's so moving. The first thing that broke the silence was the sound of Yi Duan's applause as he stepped in step by step with a smile on his face. In the next moment, Yi Chuan's figure disappeared into thin air as he stomped on the crone's head. Don't get me wrong, old undead thing. It's true that you can't pay for your sins when you die, but you can aggravate the sins on your body when you live. So go and die obediently. Yi Chuan's unruly voice came out, and without waiting for the crone to react, the creation immortal technique in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness flipped rapidly, and strands of immortal chi emitting a terrifying aura wrapped around Yi Chuan's entire body, and the immortal soul was revived to add to his entire body. Bang! Yi Chuan blatantly blasted out a fist straight at the crone's body. Each of his strikes under the immortal light enhancement was as heavy as a meteorite hitting the ground, and with just one punch, the crone's vertebrae made a clicking and cracking sound of fracture. The old crone let out a miserable scream, and when she was about to exert the power of the laws to resist Yi Chen who had placed his foot on her head, the power of the laws of Elder Kong Xian's 3 brothers had already descended to lock her firmly in place. Ah! Help me, help me. The old woman's plea for help was heard by the cultivators of the Kunlun sacred region, but the ones who reacted were a few. Mostly some cultivators who had an old relationship with the old woman wanted to make a move. But this didn't include the 3 Mahayana cultivators, who were suppressed when they didn't even manage to make a ripple. This man deserves to die. Almost everyone in their hearts have such thoughts. They watched Chuan fist smashed into the crone instead of feeling a burst of pain. Not their extreme, but the Kunlun sanctuary cultivators from the beginning of the cultivation will guard the entire lower world as their duties. But now the crone is to cause such a big trouble. There is not the slightest remorse instead of the use of the Kunlun sanctuary to save their own lives. Although 9 deaths are not enough to cherish is the right description. The old woman. Spare me. Ah. I'm also doing this for the good of the entire lower realm. Ah. Please. You. Chuan ignored the crone's pleas for mercy, breaking the bones of the crone's entire body with one punch after another, sealing all of the crone's acupoints and veins so that she couldn't recover before stopping. Just the old crone at this moment has become a mass of rotten meat mud collapsed on the ground. If not for the tenacity of the life force of the Mahayana cultivator, at this moment is afraid that it has long been dead. Right at this moment, Chuan's voice made the old crone who was about to die completely suddenly surged up a trace of desire for life, only to feel a deep chill all over her body as if she had fallen into an ice cave in the next moment. I sense your desire to redeem yourself. I've changed my mind. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Only to see Yi Chen's hand out an additional blood-colored lotus lamp. 7 brilliant stars flashed on the blood-colored lotus lamp, and an incomparably terrifying suction force arose. Come atone for your sins, and let me swallow you to alleviate them a little. As the words fell, the crone's divine soul was sucked out alive under the suction, and Yi Chen didn't have any hesitation to open his mouth and swallow it. The depths of the sea of knowledge of the creation of immortal technique rapidly surging, a ray of immortal light will be wrapped up the crone's soul. The crone's soul did not even have the opportunity to resist will be absorbed by the Yi dust, and only a few breaths of time passed. The crone's soul was erased from the self-consciousness of Yi dust as the underlying Yi dust a mouthful of turbid air out. The body reveals the middle stage of the realm of the body of the cultivation steeply increased to the late stage of the realm of the body of the terror of the pressure swept away in all directions. Countless cultivators' hearts surging into the kneeling of the intention. As if Yi dust at this moment has already been transformed into an emperor in the people. Just feel the breath of the Yi dust has already let a person want to kneel down on the ground to beg for its mercy. His pair of eyes looked towards the other surviving cultivators of the Kunlun sacred domain, and no one dared to meet their gaze. Chapter 59, the matter of the lower realm is settled, and the grudge is cleared. And on the sidelines, witnessing Yi Chen's demonic breakthrough speed as well as the proficiency of that soul swallowing, even a devil like Elder Empty Xian, who had spent countless years, secretly smacked his lips. Tao Tai? Or is it the reincarnation of some other ancient demonic beast? Devouring the souls of cultivators one realm stronger than himself without any burden. Obviously not long ago he was only at the peak of refining void, but now he has already stepped into the late stage of the harmonization realm, when really a monster. And Yi Chen explained as if he had directly insight into Elder Kong Xian's thoughts with a single glance. My gong method is a bit special. That's why my breakthrough can be so fast. As you can see, Chu Fan's appearance has disrupted my plan. Now the immortal gate can only accommodate one more person. I must quickly enter the immortal gate to catch up with Chu Fan, but my promise to all of you to become an immortal opportunity will definitely be honored. The next also ask all of you to wait for my news in the Devil's Abyss. When I come out from the immortal gate will be when I fulfill my promise. When I come out of the immortal gate, that is when I will fulfill my promise. I hope you will forgive me. After saying that, Yi Chen walked towards the illusory immortal gate floating in mid-air. Suddenly, a voice called out to Yi Duan. What? You guys still want to fight me? Nonetheless, it is true that we were at fault earlier. We already know our faults. Naturally we can't continue to be enemies with you. But the lower realm's chi-luck has been stolen. I only beg you to help us bring back the lower realm's chi-luck for the sake of the entire lower realm. We really need the heavenly chi-luck to keep running in the lower realm. The old man here apologizes for my own inappropriate behavior earlier, only to see that the Mahayana elder of the Kunlun sacred region kneeled down and prayed to Yi Chen, while the other 2 Mahayana elders also knelt down, followed by many harmonized cultivators. And in a short while, the Kunlun sacred region's cultivators were enough to have the majority of them kneel down. The few cultivators who have not knelt down are the fans of the previous Mahayana crone, and they have been sealed off the spirit vein points at this moment, obviously by several Mahayana cultivators, so it can be said to be full of sincerity. But Yi Chen still frowned slightly while the leading Mahayana elder didn't hesitate then spoke. As long as you can bring back the heavenly Tao's chi-luck, we can promise anything. Even if you want us Kunlun sacred realm to disband directly, we can also do so. We only ask that you bring back the chi-luck for the sake of the entire immortal cultivation world. Yi Chen sniffed with disdain between his brows as he spoke out and sneered. Elders of the Kunlun sacred domain, the leader of the righteous path. The Kunlun sacred domain that takes guarding the entire immortal cultivation realm as its own responsibility. Fellow disciples, are you turning to me, the devil of extinction, for help? Are you asking me, the devil who was prophesied by the Kunlun mirror to perish the world, to save the entire immortal cultivation world for you? Hearing Yi Chen's ridicule, the leading Mahayana elder let out a bitter smile, his heart filled with bitterness. Alas, it's our fault. Fellow Daoist, we can inform the entire cultivation world that the words of the world-destroying devil is our Kunlun sacred region's fault. 1,000 wrongs. We Kunlun sacred region are willing to take responsibility for our own mistakes. The culprit who defamed you before is dead. I hope to be forgiven. As the words fell, that Mahayana elder knelt down and kowtowed several times again, his words as sincere as they could be. Leaf Dust pondered for a long time, and finally loosened up. He is also considered to have his own foundation in this lower world. Whether it is the Misty Immortal Sect, or the Red Flame Sacred Sect, the two sects are considered to be his foundation, and he cannot just give up this trip. If he just left, then almost all of the lower world's chi is taken away by the two people of him and Chu Fan. In this way, the lower world in the next tens of thousands of years will probably be in chaos, and even the aura disappeared into the end of the age of the law, so the two sects of the people will not be good either. The people of the two sects would not fare well then. There is no need to bring back the heavenly chi. This strand of heavenly chi will be able to repair part of the Kunlun mirror, although it will still be due to the heavenly chi was taken away from the majority of the aura concentration decline, but with this mirror in the not so much as to go out of order, to be 1,000 years after the celestial cycle of chi regeneration will be able to recover. And your domain and my grudge in the death of the culprit has been too clear. Your Kunlun sanctuary is now less said to be an oversight of the responsibility of letting someone take away the heavenly chi. Then the next 10,000 years' time you will guard the entire lower realm in order to pay back the fault. And for my compensation is the chi contained within the Kunlun mirror. Chi I will go to fetch. In addition, please also to the people I am concerned about to take care of. And the people. I hope you won't stop me if you are going to leave. All the Tao friends of the Devil's Abyss. As the words fell, the immortal technique of creation in the depths of Yi Chuan's sea of consciousness flipped rapidly, and strands of chi luck that had almost crystallized into substance flew out of it. And several of the strands of chi luck wrapped around the broken Kunlun mirror to complete its repair, and although it was still somewhat tattered, it was still restored to most of its original state, while more silk threads were pulling on the soon-to-be dissipated Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate's shadow seemed to have been summoned and gradually landed from the virtual to the real. Yi Dust did not hesitate and flew into the Immortal Door. After Yi Dust entered, the tattered Immortal Door finally reached its limit, and the countless cracks violently expanded and completely collapsed into diffuse star points that dissipated into the world. The cultivators of the Kunlun sacred realm looked at the Kunlun mirror that had been mostly restored and couldn't help but get a little excited. Enough is enough. As long as there is a certain amount of chi to maintain, the lower realms will not be in great chaos, and we can afford our ancestors' exhortations. So long as the concentration of aura decreases, so be it. On the other hand, witnessing Yi Chen enter the Immortal Sect, Elder Kong Xian three brothers looked at each other and chose to believe in Yi Chen's promise, and they left the Kunlun sacred domain with their men, while the Kunlun sacred domain's cultivators did not do anything to stop them, as promised. Not only that, a few days later, the Kunlun sacred region cultivators led by the three Mahayana elders admitted to the entire immortal cultivation world that they had made the mistake of imposing the name of world-destroying demon on Yi Chen, and that the real world-destroying demon was Chu Fan, and that Yi Chen had already become the savior that brought back the heavenly Tao's chi fortune. At the same time, the Kunlun Sanctuary announced that it is willing to pay a great price to compensate the Misty Immortal Sect and the Red Flame Holy Sect, and made a heavenly oath with the two sects of 10,000 years of good relations. And in the previous prophecy of the demise of the devil in the Kunlun Sanctuary and the behavior of the over-aggressive monks all got a certain degree of punishment. Some were abolished the cultivation, and some in order to pay back to the rest of the forces caused by the loss of the remaining forces to become the rest of the forces of the guest ministers. For a while the Misty Immortal Sect and the Red Flame Sacred Sect, which were hiding in two different secret realms, came out of the secret realms to return to their previous locations, and each of the two sects became the strongest force in the realm. And the cultivators of the Devil's Abyss were not pursued, and everything returned to peace. The only people waiting for Yi Chen's return were those who were familiar with him. Fellow Taoist still hopes to return early. We three brothers are still waiting for the chance to become immortal that you promised in the first place. My lord, please also come back earlier. Our ethereal immortal sect needs your guidance nowadays. Elder's previous words, Ruwash Yue's heart remembered. You said that the two of them were destined to be together in the past life, thus repaying the favor in this life. So Ruoshua doesn't know if there is still a chance to see you again in this life? Chapter 60, The Scene Inside the Immortal Gate. Countless immortal stairs. Inside the immortal gate, dressed in a white suit, Yi just stepped out with one foot and stood on a piece of step that could accommodate the size of hundreds of people, and behind him, the entrance to the immortal gate collapsed and scattered into star points that could not be repaired by non-superior power. Into the eye. The steps are white, smooth as jade. Just observe can know that the stone material made into the steps must be the immortal stone of the immortal material. Just maybe a long time no one to open the immortal door. The immortal ladder reveals a kind of desolation. Gorgeous immortal stone made of steps at the moment has been covered with tiny cracks. White jade surface at the moment, but some of the luster is lost. But the immortal ladder around the general existence of the fairyland on earth. Dense immortal gas floating in the immortal ladder around. Countless law powers spread in the air. Into the eye to see a step after step carved from immortal stone ladder stacked on top of one another. The immortal ladder to the diagonal upward all the way to extend. And the end of a hidden door floating in the air. But then fixed eyes to look at the door shadow will be replaced by endless immortal gas. A glance cannot see the end of the road. The surrounding immortal chi isolated all the divine sense detection. The horror of the power of the law even inhibited the cultivator's body of the flow of aura. The only comprehension of the power of the law can be in the immortal ladder can barely use the aura. But the dense to the extreme of the immortal chi for this side of the space exerts a horrible pressure. Even the Mahayana cultivator can't step in the air. The only thing that can be done is to step by step to climb this side of the immortal ladder. Immortal ladder on both sides is unprotected empty space. Once a foot falls into the air will fall down the immortal ladder. While the immortal ladder is below the naked eye cannot see the end of the bottomless abyss. Under the abyss just stare at a glance will feel ominous atmosphere. Below the abyss and the immortal ladder seems to be two very different worlds. An unknown ominousness emanates from beneath the abyss, and a divine light from above the immortal staircase. The moment Yi Chuan stepped out of the immortal gate to ascend the steps, the surrounding immortal chi and the power of the laws spontaneously attacked Yi Chuan, and in an instant, Yi Chuan only felt as if there was an extra boulder weighing thousands of kilograms behind him. Such heavy pressure caused Yi Chuan to let out a muffled grunt. This rejection reaction can be excessive. In my previous life I was the peak of the Mahayana stage taking advantage of the chaotic battle to enter the immortal door. And in this life because Chu Fan forcibly broke open the immortal door resulting in the immortal door only being able to accommodate two people to enter, causing me to only be able to force myself in with the strength of the late stage of harmonious form, which is a bit of a miscalculation. Yi Chuan's cultivation was suppressed by the immortal energy and the power of law. Now he seemed to have become immortal again on this immortal ladder. The only difference was that he could barely use some spiritual energy in his body at the moment. Above the immortal ladder on the cultivation of the cultivator suppression of horrible incomparable. Under the Mahayana stage are all mortals. Even if Yi Chuan such a super specification of the existence of the body stage can only barely mobilize the aura. The cultivation of the serious limitations. But this trip is also a blessing in disguise. I was considering how to pass the Mahayana lightning tribulation, but now I don't need to worry about it here. There were people who broke through from the harmonization stage to the Mahayana stage here in the previous life, but this space is located between the upper realm and the lower realm and won't trigger the lightning tribulation of any of the realms at all. With this in mind, Yi Chuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the divine soul in the depths of the sea of consciousness violently opened its eyes, and the accumulated immortal power was vented out and converged on the immortal technique of creation, and his mouth silently recited the spell of the immortal technique of creation and catalyzed it. In an instant, the vast and incomparable terrifying suction force swept in all directions with Yi Chuan as the center, and countless immortal chi that hovered around the immortal ladder and was so thick that it was about to condense into a solid substance surged and rolled like boiling water. And it seemed like a tidal wave rushing towards Yi Chuan's body, and so did the chaotic power of the laws. Yi Chuan's body for these foreign tonic things come and go, like a whale swallowing like that all the immortal chi and the power of the law all inhaled into the body. Even if that huge power of the law already want to burst him also did not stop, because he had the immortal creation technique in the depths of his sea of consciousness. He dared to devour these immortal chi and the power of the law so recklessly, the immortal creation technique could even take away the creation of the heavens and the earth. So what was wrong with the immortal chi and the power of the laws? Next moment. Whoa! The immortal creation technique began to flip up, several times slower than when it was in the outside world. But the difference was that one character after another emanating an immortal aura gradually appeared on top of the immortal creation technique. Creation immortal technique was like a pump. The power that was about to burst Yi Chuan's body was absorbed into it crazily. The originally disordered power of the law through the secondary purification of the creation immortal technique became pure and incomparable to be absorbed by Yi Chuan's perception, while the immortal energy was absorbed by creation immortal technique and used to coalesce into that one character whose meaning was unknown. It's not enough. It's not enough. The power of the laws needed to break through the Mahayana stage is not enough. Chuan let out a low roar. The suction force increased again. With the place where his physical body was sitting as the center in the initial place of the immortal ladder that could not be seen at a glance, a huge vortex was formed. The vortex swept over an unknown distance, and even within the endless abyss below the immortal ladder was also affected. Immortal door within the pile of countless years of long time does not disperse the dense fog of immortal gas by Yuan sucked away. The abyss under the reveal a set of original appearance. That is a piece of nothing in the space. The space has a like Yuan in the immortal ladder as the same ladder, only that the ladder has lost the luster, and then below the thick fog is unable to be dispersed by the shrouded. Yi Chen was completely unaware of this, and he was now continuously activating the immortal creation skill in the depths of the sea of consciousness to absorb the immortal chi and the power of the laws that was so huge that it was enough to easily burst several Mahayana cultivators. I don't know how long had passed. Yi Chuan hiccuped and stood up from the cross-knee state. The aura of the Mahayana stage escaped, and the operation of the aura in the body, although still limited by the immortal chi and the power of laws on the immortal ladder, was no longer as difficult as it was before. To even operate it could use the arts normally. The immortal chi in his own place and on its hundreds of steps had all been absorbed by him, and now it was just a waste of time to absorb it again. Late Mahayana stage. Didn't break through to the false immortal realm, but it's enough. Next we just need to find Chu Fan and devour all the chi on him to break through to the false immortal realm. Yi Chuan muttered, and then focused on the immortal creation technique in his sea of consciousness, only to see that the originally blank immortal creation technique had dozens of extra characters made of immortal chi at this moment, but at the same time, Yi Chuan also sensed a familiar aura on the characters. Can such a large amount of immortal chi only construct dozens of words? No. This was constructed by the convergence of immortal chi and the chi I collected earlier. It's the chi that's lacking. As the words fell, Yi Chuan's divine soul gently brushed the golden character with his fingertips, and suddenly, his divine sense suddenly swelled and grew even through the thick fog of immortal chi that had isolated his divine sense, and he saw the scene under the abyss. Countless such as Yi Chuan and the steps of the same immortal ladder circling each other collusion, but also separated from each other a large distance by the immortal fog blocked, not intersect with each other, and the end of each immortal ladder is located in a different location, and even have an immortal road also has a number of cultivators are climbing, like a hornet's nest, different entrances, different paths, but I can sense that the exits all lead to the same world, meaning that the immortal realm is unique, but worlds such as the lower realm I'm in are infinite? Then I picked up the creation immortal skill by dropping down the immortal ladder in my previous life, and I thought that I was already located under the endless abyss, but now it seems that I've just landed on a certain other immortal ladder, and if every immortal ladder is a side of the immortal path to the lower realms, then what exactly is under the abyss? This thought suddenly sprang up in Yi Chuan's heart, and then this thought violently swelled and expanded as he unconsciously looked downward. He saw countless immortal ladders, tens of thousands of immortal ladders, and countless different exits, as well as the endless abyss that even in such a state still couldn't see the bottom, with a huge white bone at the very bottom. Instantly, a terrifying divine soul shock struck him, and it was as if his divine soul was about to be torn apart. Ah! Yi Chen screamed miserably as the divine soul in his sea of consciousness moved away from the fingertips that were touching those characters. Chapter 61, Meeting Again on the Immortal Stairs. The moment Yi Chuan's divine soul fingertips left the golden characters, the intense pain dissipated like a tidal wave, and his divine sense slowly recovered from that state just now, and the entire sea of consciousness was enlarged several times under the effect of that terrifying power just now was also considered a blessing due to the disaster. But before that kind of life and death line of feeling but let him tow heart for a tremor. This is the first time since his rebirth so out of sorts. He does not doubt that kind of situation he but a second at night. The whole person's soul will be collapsed. There's something else down there. I can't look. I absolutely can't look. Not even if I become a true immortal. This immortal creation skill is too big, and what's underneath is far beyond my understanding. Even this immortal formation path is bizarre. Yi Chen muttered. Without hesitation, he forcibly moved his attention back to reality with a single movement of his mind. He clearly knew that nowadays he wasn't qualified to know what was down there. The only thing he could do was to take away the chi from Chu Fan's body. Only then would he have a chance to peek at the corner of the hidden iceberg of the immortal technique of creation on his body. But he also knew something from this, and that was that the immortal creation skill was not that simple. Perhaps his previous uses of the immortal creation skill were all too shallow. Plundering all the power of heaven and earth might just be one of the uses. And these golden characters condensed from the chi and immortal chi might just be the key to unlocking the true power of the immortal creation skill. Perhaps after taking away the chi from Chu Fan's body, when the golden characters reach a certain number, the immortal creation skill will be able to reveal its true power. As the words fell, Yi Chen's gaze condensed, no longer hesitating limit began to climb the immortal staircase. The other side. Pust. Damn it. These immortal chi condensing into the astral winds are truly bizarre. Only to see above the immortal ladder. Chu Fan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Losing the upper world's chi support under his retraveling the immortal ladder was not as easy as in his previous life. Instead, even if he recovered his memories in this life and tried his best to avoid the dangers on the immortal ladder, but the lack of the upper world's chi support in the immortal ladder is also a life of 9 deaths. Countless times by the immortal chi condensed into the wind whistling swept so that he could not avoid. And once he was blown down will fall in the endless abyss. The endless abyss and the end of what who does not know. He only knows that even the top of the world of the immortals do not dare to go deep into the endless abyss. Like his kind of immortal realm have not even been able to touch the practitioners once the fall. Even to stay in the whole body is the luxury of hope. But the good thing is that he has come through. Only to see that in front of him on the 10 steps there is an ancient door floating in mid-air. With just the last 10 or so steps, I can return to the immortal realm, and the people arranged by the immortal sect must be waiting right behind the door to receive me. Chu Fan let out a low roar, as if he was trying to forcefully stimulate his potential. His mouth continuously depicted the wonderful life after returning to the sect, and one of the people whose name was mentioned many times was Yi Chen. Damn Yi Chuan, I must get you killed. I'll make sure my father find a way to get you killed when I get back. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Chu Fan, and at the instant the voice sounded, Chu Fan only felt that his heart slowed down by half a beat, and the blood in his entire body seemed to freeze for that moment. Really? It's a shame you don't seem to have a chance. Only to see, behind Chu Fan on the 10 or so steps there was a cultivator in white, a green leaf branded on the cultivator's brow, a string of bells on his waist. Who could this person be if not Yi Chen? Aha! Chu Fan lost his demeanor, screaming without even the courage to resist. He then climbed directly towards the exit of the immortal gate above him. He sensed that aura on Yi Chen. It was the aura of the late Mahayana stage. Are you kidding me? Late Mahayana stage? My own battle power is only at the early Mahayana stage. But just like that I'm still not as good as Yi Chuan when I was at the early stage of merging. And now Yi Chuan has still reached the late Mahayana stage. No way. Absolutely no way. I have to run. Chu Fan desperately hissed, without the slightest thought of resistance in his heart. All he had was fear of Yi Chen. He wanted to climb up to the exit of the immortal door, because in his eyes that was the only way he could escape. But Chu Fan suddenly saw that Yi Chen landed in front of him with a leap in white. How is it possible? How is it possible? Why are you unaffected? Why is your cultivation not suppressed? Chu Fan saw Yi Chen's movements as if he had seen a ghost. He simply couldn't understand how Yi Chen could not be subject to the laws of cultivation suppression on the immortal staircase. And what was even more horrifying was that there was inexplicably still a feeling in his heart that this was how it should be. It was as if it was only normal for Yi Chen to be able to defy the rules in all sorts of ways to break common sense perceptions. And all the common sense that applied to ordinary people was useless to Yi Chen. From the lower realms to the present-day immortal ladder. Why would I mess with such a monster? I'll believe you even if you say this guy is the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he stepped on Chu Fan's head, breaking his fingers as if he was counting something, while the immense force of his leg directly caused Chu Fan's head to hit the steps, spilling out a large amount of blood as the whole person let out a miserable scream. Senior brother Chu Fan, tell me about you. How many times have you been stomped on the head by me? It's really useless. Chu Fan listened to Yi Chen's ridicule. His fists clenched tightly and wanted to strike, but his own cultivation was suppressed by the immortal ladder, and now it was difficult to even mobilize his spiritual chi, and in the end, he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate by spitting out a sentence admitting defeat. Yi Chuan, I've lost. I'll agree to whatever you say. I only beg you to let me live. After Chu Fan finished saying this sentence, it was as if the strength of his entire body had been drained away, and his entire body collapsed on top of the steps, losing the idea of resistance. Yi Chuan, you let me go. I can introduce you to the upper realm immortal sect, and I promise I won't go against you again. I can even make a blood contract. Letting me go is the best thing for you. Ha? Are you trying to play both hard and soft? You've underestimated me too much. There are many ways to dissolve a blood contract. I myself know several. Will you still be unable to dissolve it when you return to the upper realm? Signing a blood contract doesn't have much credibility. Chu Fan listened to Yi Duan's words, did not give them the slightest meaning. He laughed. He did have signed a blood contract to drag Yi Duan to save his life and then return to the clan to find other solutions to the idea. But from Yi Duan's words he understood that he was afraid of this time is dead. What to say is useless. Yi Chen, what can you do if you are even stronger? You don't even know what the upper realm exists. No matter how strong your talent is, you are only limited to the lower realm. The upper realm is unique, but the lower realm is infinite. Your lower realm is so barren that it will surely perish without the shelter of the upper realm's immortal sect. And there are countless heavenly prides in the upper realm in which you can't even be counted as an ant. A mole like you still want to delude yourself to fly up to the upper realm to enjoy the fruit of the Tao of longevity. You'll only be a mining slave if you fly up there. And you still don't know, do you, that you will be the murderer who destroys the entire lower realm? Do you not think that the seal at the entrance of the Immortal Gate was originally there? No, that seal was set up for the purpose of protecting the entire lower realm. But now that you've broken the seal for your selfish desire to ascend, you'll cause all the lower realm cultivators to die without a burial place. The people and things you hold dear and valued will come to an end. And it's all because of you. Ooh-hoo. Chu Fan simply stopped enduring after realizing that he was certain to die. He vented all his anger in his rage against Yi Chen. He hoped to take revenge on Yi Chen for this, only that he couldn't continue on halfway through his speech. Because Yi Chen had a strand of immortal light attached to his leg at the moment. The strength of his leg increased violently. Chu Fan's head was stepped directly into the steps, only able to emit a whimpering sound. Chapter 62, Devouring the 9 Revolutions Reverse Life Pill. Peak Mahayana. That's why I said you're a waste. Chu Fan. If, as you say, the upper world of the pride of countless, to my talent in the upper world will be everywhere but just the lower world of the mole crickets, then I'd like to ask, you the upper world of the pride of the sky, why fell into this kind of appearance? Why do you see me for the first time? Even resistance to the courage is not going to turn around and leave. Is because you have a large number of adults do not want to get to know me? There is also the so-called as I want to ascend to the upper realm of one's own selfish desire to open the seal of the Immortal Gate. Then I but do not recognize, after all, is that you first forcibly used the means of the Immortal Gate's seal blasted open, resulting in the entire Immortal Gate can only accommodate the two of us to enter it collapsed. But I am with recycling the lower realm of chi luck of the righteousness of this place. As for the last thing you said that I will kill all the people related to me. As long as I am strong enough, then everything will not be a problem. And when I have finished my cultivation, I will kill all your relatives without leaving a single one. I will erase all the traces of you in this world. Don't need to thank me for sending your loved ones down to be reunited with you. At those words, Chu Fan let out an angry curse. You are shameless. It was clearly you who forced me to blast open the Immortal Gate. Let me tell you, you're all dead. The lower realm you live in is nothing more than an immortal ranch. You're our captive livestock. I will definitely kill. Yi Chen didn't give Chu Fan the chance to finish cursing. His entire body's aura converged in his hand, the power of the laws condensed in large quantities, and he stabbed his palm into Chu Fan's dantian, and forcefully and viciously pulled it out. A bizarre blood dan with 9 human faces was pulled out alive from the middle dantian with some broken meat, and it was the 9 revolutions reverse life dawn that Chu Fan had swallowed. And the moment the 9 revolutions reverse life dawn were pulled out, Chu Fan seemed to have aged hundreds of years. Give back, me. There was a flash of light at Yi Chen's brow, and the 7-star glazed lamp flew out from his brow to float in the air. Phew! A ball of divine soul fire flew out from it to attack Chu Fan. Chu Fan let out a miserable scream before his entire body turned into a ball of ashes. How dare you destroy my physical body? I will fight you to the death. Suddenly, the 9 turns reverse life dan grasped in Yi Chen's hand opened its mouth and spoke, and the voice it emitted was none other than the dead Chu Fan. Only to see the 9 human faces on the 9 turns reverse life dan open their mouths at the same time, and the wailing of countless wronged souls rang out from it straight to the soul. And the whole 9 turns against the life of the dan has an extremely horrible energy fluctuations in which to breed. The whole blood dan seems like a heart on the verge of the limit of the general beating violently. Obviously Chu Fan, this is to line of self-detonation of the move. He died cannot let Yi do on well. However, Yi Chen just sneered in disdain. Did you not think that I would dare to make a move against you without any preparation at all? I came here for this 9 turns reverse life pill of yours. As the words fell, Yi Chuan directly placed the 9 turns reverse life pill, which was still laced with some crushed meat in his hand, into his mouth, and the rich flavor of blood filled Yi Chuan's throat, but he didn't even furrow his brows. The creation immortal technique deep in the sea of consciousness flipped, a ray of immortal light wrapped it, and the 9 turns reverse life pill, which was originally on the verge of exploding, suddenly regained stability as if it had been muted. What the hell did you do? What are these things? How did you get such a supreme treasure? Chu Fan roared angrily and manipulated the 9 human faces to send out a roar that struck his soul in a vain attempt to break through the package of immortal light, but it was all in vain. He could only feel the 9 turns of reversed life dan being continually disintegrated and absorbed by the immortal technique of creation, and then his own soul that was lodged in the 9 turns of reversed life dan was gradually wiped out of his self-consciousness. Chu Fan's miserable scream gradually turned into a plea for mercy, then into a silence. At the same time, strands of chi flew out from the 9 turns reverse life pill, and the strands of chi were absorbed by the immortal creation technique and transformed into one golden character after another. while the immortal chi and the power of the laws contained therein were filtered out of the grievances within them by the immortal creation technique and imported into Yi Chen's body. The flesh and blood in Yi Chuan's body were all agitated. Countless pure law power transformed into the finest tonic into Yi Chuan's body to fill in the missing sense of law. Originally because of the breakthrough was too fast and led to some of the weak foundation in the repair. A sense of completeness vaguely rose. And the page with more than 10 golden characters on the immortal creation technique was also adding new characters at the moment. Countless silk threads symbolizing chi and immortal chi combining under the traction of the immortal creation technique to construct one after another obscure and difficult to understand characters. 28, 29, 30. With the formation of one golden character after another, the aura of the entire volume of the immortal creation technique changed abruptly, especially when the golden characters constructed the 30th character. The aura was consumed just in time, and an intention of metamorphosis arose from it. As if natural, 30 golden characters just to the creation of the immortal secret on a page of yellow paper filled. The size of the characters and the interval has a specific specification. From a distance, as if the page of yellow paper should have been so, but now only to restore its original appearance. And at the same time as the 30th golden character of the immortal creation technique took shape, the endless abyss that was covered by the immortal mist seemed to have awakened, and the surrounding immortal mist that had been calm for tens of thousands of years surged together, and an unimaginably ominous aura escaped from it. Right at this moment, the breath on Yi Chuan's body also underwent a metamorphosis. A sense of completeness dispersed out from his body in all directions, and the huge power of the laws tumbled and rolled in between one breath and one inhalation, and the immortal chi around him was already difficult to produce the slightest suppression on him. Yi Chen had already broken through from the late Mahayana stage to the peak of the Mahayana stage, and was only a hair's breadth away from the pseudo-immortal realm that he had reached at the peak of his previous life, and if he was placed in the lower realm, then he would be at the level of a true immortal in the world. As long as he stomped his foot, the entire lower realm would tremble twice. Yi Chuan detected the changes in the immortal creation technique deep within his sea of consciousness the moment he awoke, and the 30 golden characters on the immortal creation technique exuded a palpitating aura. In the next moment, the immortal skill of creation surged out a channel of immortal light to wrap Yi Chuan's divine soul to be dragged into it, and Yi Chuan had long been accustomed to this process, and with a single movement of his mind, he gave up resisting and allowed the immortal skill of creation to drag his divine soul into it. Chapter 63, New Ability of the Creation Immortal Technique. What are these words really saying? Yi Chuan looked at the golden characters in front of him, which were twice his height, and could not help but wonder in his heart. Previously, the creation immortal skill acted in much the same way after absorbing the chi, providing some of the information of the chi possessor's lifetime before granting Yi Chen a boost in his cultivation. It was just that this time, after the immortal creation technique had absorbed the chi was not as before. After the immortal light wrapped Yi Chuan's divine soul and dragged it into the immortal creation technique, the pages on the technique tumbled over, and it finally fixed itself on the side of the paper that was filled with 30 golden characters. The only thing that is the same is that the 30 golden characters escaped in unison, a strand of pure and incomparable immortal chi drilled into Yi Chen's body, so that his cultivation broke through to the peak of the Mahayana stage, and was only one step away from the pseudo-immortality of the previous life immortal chi forging the body of the mortal body. Only the information about the lifetime of the owner of the chi is not revealed, but instead, it is fixed in the surface of the paper that is now filled with the 30 golden characters. This thing doesn't want me to touch this thing, does it? Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Yi Chuan's mind, but this thought was denied by him the moment it first appeared. Before he was because of touching these bizarre characters, causing his divine sense to skyrocket for an instant to break through the surrounding pervasive immortal fog divine sense isolation. As a result, his divine soul was almost torn in half by the divine soul attack coming from under the abyss, and the fear brought by the line of life and death before was still subsiding, and at this moment, he could not help but feel a little frightened in his heart when looking at these 30 golden characters. Although Yi Chuan wanted to know exactly what this thing was going to do and what these golden characters were for, he could vaguely guess that the role of these golden characters could never be a cockamamie role such as expanding divine sense earlier. It was likely that the earlier divine sense expansion was just to enable him to use these golden characters normally or barely. It was just that he happened to be in a weird place like the immortal staircase, which caused him to almost die. But Yi Chuan wasn't crazy enough to take his life to try out one of his own conjectures, at least not trying in this hellhole. Just as Yi Chuan thought about the pros and cons and was about to leave, the 30 golden characters flashed at the same time, with immortal rhythms flowing on them and immortal light escaping, sucking Yi Chuan in front of him without giving him a chance to react. Damn it, I've at least fed you so much chi. Besides, since you chose to come back with the remnants of my soul in your previous life, it can't be for the purpose of getting me killed at this moment, can it? What good would that do you? Yi Chuan angrily cursed a creation immortal technique bizarre. and then closed his eyes to mobilize the power of the divine soul to resist the impending attack of the divine soul. But time passed by the minute. The expected divine soul attack did not come, but instead Chuan for no reason found that one of the cultivation problems that had plagued him for many years in his previous life suddenly thought of a solution to the problem. With doubts, Chuan opened his eyes, only to see that his hand had now touched the golden character, and the luster flowed on the character. But it did not make his divine sense strong to an unimaginable extent as it did in the beginning, thus causing an emergency in the endless abyss. Chuan only felt that many of the cultivation problems that had plagued him for many years in his previous life were solved, and the sea of consciousness suddenly had countless more balls of light that had been formed by the immortal light, in which each ball of light stored cultivation insights and insights that were inconceivable to him, and the tremendous insights of even just one random ball of light were enough to burst him. But under the wrapping of the immortal light, these huge cultivation senses were firmly blocked, which saved him from being directly confronted with so many cultivation senses and being propped up. And as long as a question surfaced in Chuan's mind, no matter how biased and cluttered or just esoteric it was, the ball of light would fly out with a matching cultivation sense to answer it for him. It's like having a library and it's well stocked with books. At least not in a way I could have imagined. Chuan murmured. If not for Chuan's limited insights, he really could not help but put forward countless difficult questions to test the storage capacity of this library. But unfortunately, any question he came up with only needed to surface in his mind. The next moment there will be answers delivered, which only shows that his questions for this huge storage are not even a problem. It only meant that his questions were not even questions to the huge storage. Since I'm not at a sufficient level to gauge your depths, let's ask you questions that are also beyond my perception. After trying a few times to confirm that it worked, Chuan let out a deep breath, and his own questions welled up in his heart. What exactly is under the endless abyss? 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments. I don't know how long had passed. Chuan didn't even dare to take a breath for fear that he would miss the answer to the question. Finally information surged in his mind. In ancient times there was an immortal whose name was creation. Only 2 sentences of information will come to an abrupt end. Chuan consciousness see countless lightball at this moment also at the same time to dissipate and resurge into the creation of the immortal secrets. He will cast his eyes to the creation of the immortal secrets, only to see that filled a whole page of golden characters at this moment are losing the luster into gray. It seems that a long time cannot regain the luster. It seems that the question involves too many things, and the power contained in these 30 characters isn't enough to fully answer the question. Well, it's not all for nothing. At least we know how this thing is used. Chuan's mind and soul from the creation of immortal secrets from the original tall creation of immortal secrets in his eyes at the moment returned to the normal size. Just a page of the Xinyang paper on the 30 golden characters at the moment have lost the power to turn gray. Chuan returned to reality. A pair of eyes of thunder and fire, which contains the power of the heavenly Tao purple thunder and the power of the earth's heart of fire superimposed on each other and blended, seemingly able to penetrate all the world's illusions. But even the immortal fog in front of them could not penetrate. Chuan had expected this, and in his heart, he raised his original judgment of the immortal technique of creation bit up another notch. Creation? Immortal? That white bone under the endless abyss is an immortal? Then what exactly is the relationship between this creation immortal and the creation immortal technique on me? The junction of the immortal realm and the lower realm unexpectedly has such a terrifying existence, and those immortal stairs that have collapsed are also exuding strangeness. Right now, these things are not something I can touch. I cannot stay here for much longer, and I fear that something will change if I'm late. Yi Chen no longer gazed at the bottom of the abyss after finishing his sentence. He turned around and walked towards the immortal door on the immortal ladder he was on, and in the space after the thick immortal fog isolation. The endless abyss has a section like the world's most exquisite white jade from the probe. A closer look will find that the exquisite white jade is actually a section of white bone, more accurately said knuckle bone, which is covered with large and small wounds. There are sharp tools caused by scratches, but also useful for blunt tools caused by cracks. But without exception, even the slightest scar on it exudes a terrifying power that seems to be enough to destroy a world. Not to mention the bizarre and ominous aura emanating from the white bones themselves. What's even more terrifying is that that section of the knuckle bone is not straight out. That section of the knuckle bone is bent out. And the direction of the knuckle bone bending is exactly the direction of the steps that Yi Duan was on just now. Chapter 64, Achieving False Immortality and Entering the Immortal World. Is the immortal world behind this door? Yi Chuan muttered. He was currently looking at the ancient and simple giant door in front of him that was big enough to be the size of several people. At the center of the giant door there was a brand that emitted a terrifying might, sealing the entire door firmly. Only that the seal had already been too long in the past and had become loose. It seems that Chu Fan's words before he died were a few points of truthful existence. The seal still really exists. And will someone from the immortal realm descend to the lower realms for a massacre after the seal is broken? What Chu Fan had said earlier was not without any hint of impact on him. Although he boasted that he was not the righteous path and had no need to shelter the entire living beings of the lower realm, he had his own forces in the lower realm as well, and he wasn't sure if anyone in the upper realm would really do so. However, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he thought about this. That prerequisite must also be able to get to the lower realm. The entrance to the immortal gate of the lower realm has already collapsed after I entered. If there really is a great cultivator from the upper realm who can remake the immortal gate with supreme greatness, then wouldn't it be a piece of cake to break the seal? Besides, since when have I become so forward-looking? Yi Chuan laughed out loud, and with a raised hand, he touched the immortal gate right in the center, and with the creation immortal skill flipping in his sea of consciousness, a terrifying suction force that overrode everything swept out in the surroundings with Yi Chuan's body as the center. Snap! As if the sound of glass shattering rang out, the seal at the center of the immortal gate shattered under such a terrifying suction force, and a large amount of pure immortal chi contained therein was absorbed by Yi Chen. Pure to the extreme immortal chi from Yi Chen's dantian toward the limbs and bones surging, along a meridian constantly quenching Yi Chen's physical body. Yi Chen that sees the lower realm of heaven and earth aura was born of spontaneous spiritual vein is the first to undergo metamorphosis. The original crystal clear spiritual vein at this moment seems to be remodeled by the general gold emitting a light golden light, immediately followed by the flesh and blood of Yi Chuan's body. Immortal chi penetrated into the flesh and blood along a meridian. Every inch of his body was greedily absorbing the pure immortal chi, as if every cell in his body was cheering for it, and then a palpitatingly horrifying immortal might was exuded from the inside out, and a faint golden light was revealed outside. The last is Yi Chen's internal organs. Immortal gas will be 5 viscera and 6 internal organs together quenched again. The original fragile organs now have immortal gas quenching and become hard, enough to accommodate more powerful force. As for the immortal soul, which is the most difficult for normal people to quench, Yi Chuan benefited from the help of the residual soul of his previous life and the previous immortal creation technique, and at this moment, he has already transformed into an immortal soul one step ahead of his physical body by shedding his mortal body. Phew! As Yi Chuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and opened his eyes, a faint immortal might appeared on his body. The immortal body and immortal soul had been successfully refined. Except for the lack of techniques to induce immortal chi, Yi Chuan was already an immortal at the moment, and to be more accurate, he had already accomplished a pseudo-immortal. At the same time, a divine sense contained within the seal also flew into Yi Chen's brow, and a memory that did not belong to him surfaced in his mind. That is an old man wearing a green robe. Its sleeve is embroidered with the word Kunlun. At this moment Yi Chuan and the old man looked at each other, the two people's line of sight as if across the river of time. A memory led Yi Chuan to the era belonging to the old man. I have no name. The road number Kunlun. Born in Kunlun realm is one of the lower world. But unfortunately the Kunlun realm is poor to the extreme ascension of few and far between, and thus unable to resist the intrusion of the upper world immortal. In order to survive in the world, the realm within the great powers and the upper world immortal door signed a covenant. Regularly hand over the output of the lower world's chi for the use of the upper world immortal door in exchange for the shelter of the upper world immortal door. Just the immortal sect declared too much luck. The lower world for a long time lack of luck will certainly be the decline of the aura of the avenue does not show. The realm of great powers know that this is just a plan to live. In the long run the Kunlun realm is just a pasture of the upper world of the immortal sect. In order to get rid of such a situation, the great decision to cultivate the realm of the pride of the ascension into the immortal, hoping that the pride of the ascension of the realm of the cultivation of the successful shelter of the realm. And I am fortunate that the former appreciation of the entire Kunlun world as the name, give me the name of Kunlun, and was given high hopes. I do not live up to expectations just after tens of thousands of years of cultivation will have been achieved. Stepped into the immortal door embarked on the road of immortality, but sigh after the ascension of the old man only to know their own small. The old man boasts of the pride of the heavens, in fact, the upper realm of the people of the masses of the members of the world. I know that I can't grow to a high enough level to shelter this realm in my lifetime, and the Kunlun realm is declining. So I had no choice but to use my entire body cultivation and longevity as a prohibition to seal the immortal gateway between the Kunlun realm and the immortal realm, and used my divine ability to hide the immortal gateway of the Kunlun realm, and also sent back a jade brief ordering descendants of the lower realm to form the Kunlun sacred realm to guard the lower realm on my behalf. Now since the seal has been broken, then the situation has been settled, whether it is the upper world to come, or the lower realm of pride to break the seal. I only hope that your excellency can let the Kunlun realm a way of life to shelter this realm for 10,000 years or even longer, and the rest will have no request. Such cultivation insights and the upper realm of the world will be used as a gift of thanks. As the old man's last words fell, the illusion collapsed, and a stream of light containing this old man's lifelong cultivation insights and insights from the upper realm drilled into Yi Chen's brow. In the next moment, Yi Chuan's mind was filled with many more information that did not belong to him. There were cultivation insights. There were also some strange people to see and hear, and the most was the information from the upper world. One of the messages was extremely crucial, even involving the operating laws of the entire upper world. Just as Yi Chuan thought, the upper world was unique but the lower world was infinite, and in the eyes of the upper world cultivators, the many lower worlds were nothing more than spare food, and many of the upper realm forces will set up a stronghold in the ascension exit. The purpose is to capture the ascension of the lower realm practitioners. The lower realm practitioners will be drained of the use of value will be brutally discarded, and the memory of the advice is to ascension of the moment to hide and seek refuge in a power called the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. Interesting, is the lower realm infinite? The immortal realm cultivators have even specially arranged for cultivators to capture those lower realm cultivators who have just ascended not long ago. So will the forces that Chu Fan is in also be waiting for my ascension in the upper realm? So what? Now that I become a false immortal, why would I fear others? Yi Chuan muttered. And at that moment, without any further hesitation, he stepped out and walked into the immortal gate. In the next moment, a sense of mystery struck Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan only felt that the sky was spinning, and in a moment's effort the scenery before him had changed. At the same time, a white-bearded old man in one of the forces of the immortal world opened his eyes at this moment, looked to a place in the distance, and waved his hand to summon a cultivator dressed as a child. After a little contemplation, you ask the clan to send out a few disciples to check out some of the lower realm ascension places. If you come across a lower realm ascension cultivator who can make these jade pendants emit a bright light, then bring him back, and if necessary, you can use special means. As he spoke, several green and ink-colored jade pendants floated in front of the child. The boy took it respectfully and then respectfully bowed again before turning away. Not long after, several air-breaking sounds rang out from outside, and several immortal cultivators carrying boundless might transformed into a long rainbow and flew towards the nearest direction of the lower realm ascension respectively. Chapter 65 Rules of the Immortal World. False Immortal 3rd Level. Yi Chuan stepped out, only to see that he had appeared in a cave. Behind him was a dilapidated gate, and the moment Yi Chuan stepped out from the gate, the entire gate also persisted to the limit, crumbling into a pile of rubble. Yi Chuan raised his head and looked around, only to see the walls of the entire cave littered with immortal doors of much the same kind. And the entire cave looked like a beehive at the moment. And after this fan of immortal door is an immortal road leading to the unknown small world. A rough look at about hundreds of doors. Yi Duan at this moment to understand that the upper world is unique. The lower world is infinite. If there are so many lower realm immortal sects in just one part of the upper realm, then how many lower realms are connected to the entire upper realm? Yi Chuan came back to his senses from his thoughts, and he noticed at this moment that there were already several immortal doors open among the hundreds of immortal doors within the cave. He frowned as he walked out of the cave, only to see that he was currently located on a floating island, surrounded by a dense immortal chi, a cloud containing immortal chi supporting the island. And after Yi Chen stepped out, dozens of lower realm cultivators who were a bit dazed like him attracted his attention. Together with Yi Duan, there were 21 Mahayana cultivators here, each of them dressed differently, and the breath that permeated their bodies was also slightly different, so it was evident that everyone had ascended from different lower realms. The very moment Yi Chen appeared to survey them, they also noticed Yi Chen, who stepped out of the cave. In their eyes Yi Duan stood like a green pine. His eyebrows contained sharpness, a pair of eyes in which thunder and fire were intertwined and blended together. His whole body's breath introverted, revealing a sense of completeness. And if there was any aura pervading around him, this person is very powerful. I can't see through it. This thought resounded in the minds of all the cultivators, and they couldn't help but be a little more wary of Yi Chen in their hearts. After all, we have just ascended to the immortal world, may not be in the future, is still an enemy. Now more than one of their own cannot see through. The cultivator is naturally to be more attentive. And just when the atmosphere was a bit tense, a male cultivator with peak Mahayana cultivation in the crowd moved first. He arrived in front of Yi Chen and extended his hand to introduce himself. I, Qingfeng Li, come from the Yellow Springs realm. I wonder how your honor is addressed. And from what realm? After Yi Chen sniffed and pondered a little, the corners of his lips moved slightly to spit out 5 words. Kunlun realm, Yi Duan. Just as Qingfeng Li was about to continue speaking, the cave also suddenly resounded with a breaking sound. A young man flew down to the entrance of the cave with an immortal sword on his foot. The young man's entire body emitted a faint immortal aura, holding a token engraved with the word Hao Xing, and scanned everyone in the cave with an unruly look on his face. 21 people. Not a bad number this time. There are still a few guys at the peak of the Mahayana who can be sent to the mine. The young man was like scrutinizing a batch of goods. and without avoiding Yi Chuan and the others he was already arranging where the crowd would go, and the words were as if he was arranging some kind of goods. At those words, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Not only Yi Chen did so, but the rest of the surrounding cultivators did even more so, and one of them, a burly man, even spewed out 2 mouthfuls of thick air from the tip of his nose. The young man condescendingly arranging them like goods was tantamount to naked provocation for immortal cultivators. And more crucially, Yi Chen and the others were the best in their respective lower realms before they ascended. Right at this moment, another air-breaking sound came from outside the cave. Another differently dressed immortal, a stunningly beautiful cultivator came. The female cultivator is like 10,000 years of immutable ice, generally reveals a sense of living people do not approach. Aren't you a bit too eager, fellow Taoist of the vast star sect? We, Guanghan Palace, have to take part of this shipment as well. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator of the vast star sect laughed ha-ha and said generously with a smile on his face, Gu, Guanghan Palace's friends, what are you talking about? But some goods from the lower realm. Our 2 families divided in half, that is, do not want to hurt the peace. The 2 of them spoke a sentence to each other, and if they ignored the content of their conversation, the 2 of them were quite a bit of gentle and refined immortals. Unfortunately, the 2 men's laughter at the moment was arranging the fate of the 21 living cultivators, and they were treating the 21 cultivators as goods to be traded with each other without the slightest regard for the opinions of the people involved. It was at this moment that the burly man with the rough snort from earlier was finally unable to hold back. 2 immortals, aren't you treating us too little like human beings? We're not some goods that can be traded casually. The burly man's voice was like a bell, and under his loud voice, it shook the entire cavern slightly. But such a sound only caused the young man to furrow his brows slightly and mutter a sentence under his breath. Was worried about having an extra person with no place to set up. As the words fell, the long sword under the young man's feet flew out, carrying infinite immortal chi as it attacked the strong man. The strong man was about to raise his hand to pinch the magic trick to perform means of defense, only to see the whole person suddenly stiff for a moment, and then the face changed greatly. Was about to flash to the side, has been too late. The flying sword has already stabbed the strong man's abdomen. The strong man's face changed greatly, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Damn it, why is my operation of the aura so uneventful? Obviously I am at the peak of the Mahayana cultivation level. The strong man cursed angrily, while the young man did not answer. The man directly flew down and blasted out with a palm. Behind the man instantly surfaced an immortal silhouette to add. Endless immortal light condensed at the center of the palm, carrying an infinite might to blast out. The strong man cannot avoid directly by this blow head-on bombing. A palm fell, half of the body directly exploded into a blood mist, not waiting for him to open his mouth to beg for mercy. The female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace high in the sky pinched her knuckles with one hand, and a huge cold sword stabbed down fiercely from high in the sky, raising a puff of smoke. When the smoke dispersed earlier, that the Mahayana stage of the strong man even failed to leave the body. Only by the female cultivator deliberately left 2 storage bags well preserved. The male cultivator of the Haoshan sect seemed to have seen nothing wrong with the ruthless tactics of the female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace, as he sent a storage bag flying to the female cultivator's hand, while also putting away a storage bag himself. He then turned his head to look at Yi Chen and the others, half explaining and half intimidating. I forgot to tell you, don't think that the Mahayana stage is very strong. You have just ascended not long ago, have not been able to shed the mortal body. A body of aura has not been completely transformed into immortal chi. In the immortal world, operation of the gong method is limited, not small. By then, not to mention is to perform their own proud of the art. Forcibly use of the aura to make their own foundation damage can be troublesome. If you guys don't want to be the same as that guy just now, then you better be honest. Don't think that you can be powerful in the lower realm and how strong you can be in the upper realm. Of course some of you have good talent, can adapt to the immortal realm, immortal aura not long after entering the immortal realm. And you can run your auras to use your arts and spells, but you are all going to be affected if you don't enter the immortal realm. Now hand over a strand of your soul and make a vow to serve us as slaves for 1,000 years before you can live, or else what happened to the previous person will be your fate. Upon hearing this, all of them looked unsightly. After a few moments, many people lamented and prepared to give up, choosing to hand over a strand of their life soul. It's just that it doesn't include leaf dust. I would like to ask what cultivation level the 2 of you belong to when distinguished by the strength of the immortal realm? Instantly, the male cultivator of the hoaxing sect was slightly stunned, obviously not reacting to why Yi Chen asked this question. And the icy female cultivator located high in the air answered Yi Chen's questions for him. Before the immortal realm is all the mortal realm. Above the mortal realm is the pseudo-immortal, true immortal, and Xian immortal. And you don't need to know about the ones above that. And both of us are in the pseudo-immortal realm 3. So don't even think about resisting. The reason why the female cultivator answered was not because she was kind-hearted, but because she wanted to make Yi Chen and the others give up their resistance on a psychological level. While she was not soft when it came to killing people, she was not so happy when the object of her killing was goods that she already considered her property. It didn't matter to her if Yi Chen and the others died after being sent to the mine, but they couldn't die now. Just before the female cultivator finished speaking, Yi Chen opened his mouth to interrupt her conversation. Only Yi Chen grinned and said with some disdain, "So the two of you are only at the third level of the false immortal realm? Then you too can go to hell." Chapter 66 An unheard of talent. Li Qingfeng, who was beside Yi Chen, changed his face drastically when he heard this and shouted as his heart broke down. "Brother, didn't you see that the Mahayana cultivator just now was killed in 2 hits? Do you still want to talk big and send him to his death now?" He was about to pull Yi Chen, but he was interrupted by an invisible force. And by the time Qingfeng Li wanted to pull Yi Chen again, it was too late. Just see before also like 9 heaven above the goddess of Guanghan Palace female repair at this moment has long been fierce face. No longer a trace of fairy style. Aside of the extermination of the previous strong man Haoxing sect male repair at this moment is also good to look at Yi Duan. Obviously expected Yi Duan will be Guanghan Palace female repair brutal extermination. What are you talking about? You lower realm mole cricket? You're saying the two of us can go to hell? You lowly mole cricket is dead. The female cultivator of the broad cold palace roared sternly and her figure disappeared like a ghost. Not waiting for Li Qingfeng and others to react, she will already be holding an immortal sword made of immortal ice to swiftly stab at each one. And her previous roar is also mixed with immortal soul attack straight to the soul of mortal realm practitioners to say the least, but also to lose their minds for a few moments. Die die die. Lowly lower realm ants like you just honestly supply me with immortal cultivation resources. Do you really think you can be so powerful? An upper realm cultivator like me is not something a lower realm ant like you can insult. The female cultivator of the broad cold palace laughed hideously, and the image of Yi Chen when he was pierced through the chest by the sword and the cold ice spread all over his body freezing him into a statue was already floating in his mind. Qingfeng Li was also remorseful at this time. He only hated that he had not been able to pull Yi Chen, causing him to lose his life for nothing. This guy is really reckless. Even if he is caught digging, it's still better than being killed. Don't you know anything about the inviolability of the Immortals' authority? Just when Qingfeng Li wanted to close his eyes not to see Yi Chen's tragic image, Yi Chen's indifferent voice came. Don't be a griffin, let alone a cultivator of the upper realms. What other skills do you have other than a better ability to reincarnate? You're sitting on so many superior resources in the immortal world at the moment yet you're only a mere false immortal 3. If you want to talk about waste, it's you who's more wasteful. Only Yi Chen, who should have been disoriented by the Guanghan Palace female cultivator's immortal soul attack, was currently staring straight at the fierce-faced Guanghan Palace female cultivator, and the sword stabbed out by the Guanghan Palace female cultivator was received by Yi Chen with one hand. No, to be precise, Yi Chen had received that sword from the female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace with only 2 fingers, and Yi Duan's face was light and breezy at the moment. On the contrary, the female cultivator of Guanghan Palace's face was flushed red, and her immortal chi surged wildly around her body but she still couldn't draw back her long sword. Give it back, you lowlife. The woman of Guanghan Palace amended to curse. Yi Chen's eyes condensed. His other free palm turned into a fist. A strand of immortal chi converged on his fist from his body. Thunder and fire flashed in his eyes, and an appalling power fluctuation swept out. Without waiting for the female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace to react, Yi Chen's heavy fist had already blasted down. That horrible heavy fist ruthlessly bombarded in the female cultivator that good-looking face. The female cultivator's face directly blood and flesh Samson white bones exposed. The power of the female cultivator is directly let the female cultivator flew out backwards, in the air to produce a huge sonic boom sound. You can already call upon immortal chi. You've actually achieved the false immortal realm. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted and looked at Yi Chen in shock, especially Li Qingfeng. He now had no manners of a peak Mahayana cultivator. His mouth was open to the extreme as if he could stuff down an egg, and his mouth was frantically saying this must be my fantasy when I ascended to the immortal realm. It must be like this. How could a cultivator in the lower realm be able to defeat an immortal in the upper realm so easily? Qingfeng Li's thoughts at the moment were exactly what the other lower realm ascended cultivators were thinking. The immortal who had previously obliterated a Mahayana cultivator with a light touch was just sent flying by Yi Chen at this moment? What about the promised invincibility of the immortals? What about the promised inviolability of the immortals' might? As a result, this so-called immortal was just sent flying out by Yi Chen? At this moment, there were a few more moments of fear in the gazes of the crowd as they looked at Yi Chen. The man of the Hoaxing sect, who was also a false immortal 3rd level on the side, was also looking at Yi Chen with a few moments of fear in his gaze at the moment. How the hell did this guy do it? False immortal 1. Didn't this guy just ascend? just ascended by virtue of that weak immortal chi in the immortal path can be promoted to the pseudo-immortal realm. Not to mention that this guy can still cross the ranks. Unheard of. No matter how much he guessed. He could not have imagined that the Kunlun realm that Yi Chen was in had reached a terrifying level of immortal chi accumulated in the immortal path over these countless years because of the seal that had been imposed, which allowed Yi Chen to break through to the first level of the pseudo-immortal realm. As for the battle, Yi Chuan but step by step from the bottom of the cultivation to the pseudo-immortal realm. Cultivation on the way to a variety of ultra-specification of the thunderbolt is also said to be a routine meal. His body's concentration of immortal chi and even the strength of the flesh is not the two pampered immortal realm cultivators can be compared. At this moment, the female cultivator of the Guanhan Palace appeared in the air again with a flash of her figure. Her face that had been smashed by Yi Chuan's blow had been restored at this moment, but her body's aura had obviously weakened a lot. Fellow Taoist, help me kill this lower realm mole cricket together. I can do without all of this cargo. I just need to kill this guy. Hearing this, without hesitation, the male cultivator of the Haoshan sect knew that Yi Chen was by no means an unusual person. So he was naturally eager to join hands with the female cultivator of the Guanhan Palace's request at this moment. The two of them no longer stayed their hands and attacked Yi Chen with their immortal laws in unison. Griffin of the lower realm, what can you do even if you're stronger? We are the ones who have practiced immortal laws. You are still no match for us. The female cultivator of the Guanhan Palace shouted loudly and pinched her knuckles with one hand, forming a huge vortex with her own body as the center of her immortal chi convergence. An appalling frost dragon roared out high in the sky. A ray of immortal light emitting an appalling aura attached itself to the dragon, which attacked Yi Chen with a roar. The male cultivator of the Haoxing sect also followed along, and behind him, a golden shadow that looked like a god of war was attached behind him, inducing the immortal chi in a circle of hundreds of miles to converge into a star to attack Yi Duan. Under the combined attack of the two it was as if the end of heaven and earth was coming, and vast greatness poured down. The entire floating island where the crowd stood was constantly trembling. Done. The cultivators of the lower realms screamed in their hearts that they were finished at this moment, and they all fell to their knees to look up at the miracle high in the sky. It was as if they recalled a scene from when they first saw a cultivator when they were still mortals in the face of such a terrifying move. Now they have become a Mahayana cultivator in this move is like a mortal general fragile, and in the two people in the center of the combined attack method of Yi Chuan at the moment is like a mole cricket general small. It's over. Even if this Yi Chuan is no matter how strong he is, it's a combined strike of two people. And it's an all-out strike that utilizes immortal techniques. Even if Yi Chuan is no matter how strong or talented he is, it's still useless. Xingfeng Li no longer had any hope for Yi Chen at this moment. He really couldn't imagine how Yi Chen would be able to resist the two immortals who were now fully exerting their immortal laws. It can't be that Yi Chuan just ascended and broke through to become a pseudo-immortal even if he did. And then he also learned immortal techniques, right? The moment this thought surfaced, Yi Chen's indifferent voice came out. The two of you didn't think that you were the only ones who knew immortal techniques while you didn't, did you? Chapter 67 Middle Grade Immortal Technique Kunlun Seal. As the words fell, in the shocked gazes of Xingfeng Li and the others, Yi Chuan pinched his hand with one hand, and behind him, endless immortal chi converged, and his body's aura changed abruptly. A sense of holiness rose from it, and everyone looking at Yi Chen could feel a sense of trembling originating from the depths of their souls. When Yi Chuan broke the seal of the immortal gate before, the benefits he got were not only the pure immortal chi remaining on the seal, but also the cultivation insights and memories belonging to the old man of Kunlun, and he also naturally got the immortal methods that the old man had practiced during his lifetime. What is immortal law? Mobilizing immortal chi for one's own use is immortal law. How immortal laws are divided into strengths and weaknesses. The visions that are invoked are different. While the immortal laws used by the two cultivators from the Haoxing sect and the Guanhan Palace were undoubtedly the weakest lower-grade immortal laws, the cultivation epiphanies Yi Chuan had received recorded a self-created immortal law by the old man from Kunlun, whose power had already reached a mid-grade immortal law or even approaching the upper-grade immortal laws. The Kunlun seal. The corners of Yi Chen's lips moved slightly, and with his palm facing upwards, endless immortal chi converged, and a party of immortal seals the size of a small mountain emerged. The bottom of the immortal seal is engraved with the word Kunlun, carved on both sides of the two lifelike golden dragons. As if the mountain-like sense of heaviness spread out from its own. Just look at the heart will emerge a sense of powerlessness. No, this thing can't be shaken, the crowd exclaimed in their hearts. Yi Chen shouted in a low voice, and the Kunlun seal floating in the air once again increased in size by several circles, and the Kunlun immortal seal, which was originally only tens of zhang in size, now swelled to 100 zhang in size. Then the next moment, the Kunlun immortal seal turned into a stream of light and attacked the two previous immortal cultivators. The Haoxing sect cultivator was closer to Yi Chuan because of his different techniques, and he was the one who bore the brunt of Yi Chuan's counterattack at the moment. He looked at the square Kunlun immortal seal that Yi Chen had invoked and muttered under his breath in disorientation. Are you kidding? If this guy is a lower realm cultivator, then what am I? The Haoxing Sect cultivator roared in despair as the countless stars that had previously converged blasted at Yi Chen's Kunlun immortal seal in unison. Countless stars carrying horrible immortal chi smashed to the Kunlun immortal seal, but in just a moment of contact with the Kunlun immortal seal will be crumbled into countless pieces. The previous horrifying momentum but even smashed the Kunlun immortal seal one side of the corner cannot do. Just see the Haoxing Sect cultivator's full convergence of the countless stars in front of the Yi Duan. This side of the immortal seal is like a tiny firefly. Contains enough to easily kill the Mahayana cultivator. Horror of the power of the immortal energy stars at the moment exhaust all the power seems to be only for Yi Duan condensed Kunlun seal to add a few bright light. Compared to that, my full force strike is at best just a garnish or two for it. A last heartfelt admiration welled up in the heart of the Haoxing Sect cultivator. But unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to finish the sentence, because the Kunlun immortal seal had already shattered all the stars. Rumble. Kunlun immortal seal heavy pressure down. Even before directly touching the Haoxing Sect cultivators, just Kunlun immortal seal downward release of the aftermath of the previously unrivaled Haoxing Sect cultivators will be pressed into a dust. The immortal soul of the Haoxing Sect cultivator flew out from it, and was about to disappear towards the far side, when a blood-colored lotus lamp flew out from Yi Chuan's brow, and a terrifying suction force came, and the cultivator's immortal soul was sucked in front of Yi Chuan without even having a chance to resist, and then swallowed in one mouthful. Yi Chuan's cultivation climbed again. Around the body he had already reached the peak of the first level of pseudo-immortals, was already only one step away from the second level of pseudo-immortals. The Kunlun immortal seal's movements then didn't stop as it once again flew towards that Guanghan Palace female cultivator. Monster! Stay back! The female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace had witnessed the scene of the Kunlun seal exterminating the cultivators of the Haoxing Sect, and especially when she saw the scene of Yi Duan swallowing a soul, her entire body was nearly scared out of its wits. When she saw the Kunlun seal attacking her, she immediately let out a piercing scream, and with a thought, she urged the huge ice dragon in the sky to fly in front of her in order to block the Kunlun seal, but the result was obvious. The Kunlun seal carried an unstoppable intent and ruthlessly attacked the cold ice dragon. Snap! The ice dragon began to chafe in layers just upon contact. The female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace looked at this scene with fear in her eyes, not waiting for her to react. The next moment the ice dragon roared unwillingly, and finally shattered into a sky full of ice crystals. In an instant, her throat was sweet, and the backlash of the broken immortal law surged into her body, and her delicate body flew out backwards with a tremble. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan pointed in the air. The Kunlun seal moved again to press this female cultivator to death as before. The female cultivator was so terrified that her eyes were wide with fear, and she couldn't care less about her lofty immortal demeanor, so she immediately fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness. Fellow Daoist, please spare me. Fellow Daoist, it was my words that were inappropriate earlier. I'm willing to apologize to you, still please leave me alive. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng Li and the others' gazes toward Yi Chen became complicated. Who would have thought that the last moment is still high up in the immortal world? Female immortals at this moment, but no longer proud in order to live, even began to Taoist friends. And the previous male immortal is even more bad luck, even begged for forgiveness, did not have the opportunity to be in the hands of the giant seal of the leaf dust, bombarded to death. Why are people so different from each other? Yi Chen, on the other hand, was indifferent, not even blinking an eyebrow at the pleas for mercy from the female cultivator of the broad cold palace. Now you're calling us friends, but earlier didn't you want to sell us into the mine? You also said that you wanted us to hand over a strand of our souls for you to drive for 1,000 years. Now how come you are in such a sorry state? It's too late. As the words fell, Yi Chuan's mind moved, and the Kunlun seal floating in the air instantly glowed brightly. At this moment, Guanghan Palace female cultivator in the field, the breath of death. After a number of heaven and man war also do not care about the face of what continue to open the mouth to beg for mercy. Don't, fellow Daoist. No, senior, if you are willing to spare my daughter is willing to form a Daoist couple with senior, and will also be able to introduce senior to a reasonable identity in the upper realms. As she said these words, the female cultivator clenched her silver teeth, and a slight blush colored her stunning face, as if for her, being willing to couple with Yi Chen was already the most humiliating act. After saying these words, the female cultivator closed her eyes with a look of endurance, but the only thing that responded to her was a muffled grunt from Yi Chen and the increasingly terrifying pressure. Damn it, I'm willing to form a Dao couple with this guy in order to live, but as a result, this guy is still unwilling to let me go? Shouldn't this kind of lower realm mole cricket kowtow and thank me for being able to form a Dao couple with me? Just as the female cultivator angrily cursed Yi Chen in her heart, The terrifying pressure had already arrived. As the female cultivator closed her eyes and waited to die, a muffled grunt came from her. Fellow Taoist still wishes to wait. The female cultivator opened her eyes. A childlike little Taoist priest stood in front of her. The little Taoist also had a piece of dark green jade pendant emitting bright light on his waist. The little Taoist held a peach blossom wooden sword just against the Kunlun seal. The fragile mahogany sword compared to the size of 100 feet of the Kunlun seal insignificant. As if a fine needle inserted into a large mountain is funny. But it is such a funny picture is maintained for a few moments. Qingfengli and the others didn't understand what was happening. But Yi Chuan frowned at the moment. The plain peachwood sword seemed to contain some kind of rule power. No matter how much he pushed the Kunlun seal he couldn't suppress it in the slightest. Yi Chuan and the little Taoist priest exchanged a glance. The dark green jade pendant on the waist of the little Taoist priest flashed brighter and brighter up. The Taoist priest's heart immediately had a guess. Chapter 68 Li Yang of the Tianyan Sect. After seeing the little Taoist in front of him make a move to block Yi Chen's Kunlun seal with only a peachwood sword, Qingfengli and the others colored in unison. They did not underestimate the other party because of the peculiar appearance of the little Taoist priest. Although the sudden appearance of the little Taoist priest's figure is like a child, the hand of the peachwood sword is like a toy. But previously the little Taoist priest only used the hand of the toy-like peachwood sword will block the Yiduan that the scene of the horror of the blow is still vivid in my mind. Although Qingfengli and the others couldn't see what realm the little Taoist in front of them was in with today's eyesight, they thought that they should also be in the immortal category. And their cultivation was far better than the pseudo-immortal third level. And Yi Chuan knew the immortal world a little bit more than them. Even though he hadn't been able to see the so-called true immortal with his own eyes, he could feel that the aura on that little Taoist priest was very different from that of a pseudo-immortal like him. If Yi Chuan had adapted to the immortal qi and mastered it, then the little Taoist in front of him had already become one with the immortal qi. And his mastery of the immortal qi had already reached a terrifying situation. A true immortal. This is a true immortal. Honestly speaking, Yi Chuan was only at the first level of the false immortal realm now, and he was struggling a bit against the true immortal realm. Such a strong enemy suddenly appeared and also easily blocked Yi Chuan's strike. Now, the lower realm cultivators couldn't help but worry about Yi Chuan once again. If Yi Chuan couldn't withstand it, then the fate of them, the lower realm cultivators, was self-evident. I don't want to go and become a mining slave. Did I ascend to the immortal realm with great difficulty just to become a mining slave for someone else? Just as Li Qingfeng and the others were thinking, the female cultivator of the Guanhan Palace reacted with a slight hesitation. The softness of her face reappeared, and she opened her mouth towards the young Taoist priest before him. Fellow Taoist, I am a disciple of the Eastern Heavenly Domain's Guanhan Palace. I was ordered to come to extradite the lower realm's lower realm. But I didn't expect to be sneak attacked by these despicable lower realm cultivators, and one of my fellow Taoists even died in the hands of these lower realm cultivators. So I'd like to ask for your help in apprehending these lower realm cultivators. After this is accomplished I will certainly inform the elders within the sect of your help, and I believe I can definitely give you a satisfactory reward. The female cultivator of the Guanhan Palace pushed her faults away in just a few words, and when she finished, she looked provocatively at Yi Chen and the others. Obviously, she was the one who was coming to capture the lower realm ascending people to use as mining slaves, but in her mouth, it turned out to be that she was kindly coming with others to extradite the lower realm cultivators, and she ended up being sneak attacked by Yi Chuan and the others instead. Without a second thought, he slapped a charge of killing an immortal of the upper realm without a reason on Yi Chen and the others. Qingfeng Li's heart was both shocked and angry at the moment, surprised that this female cultivator than under the world's most spirited spiteful woman are not more than a few. A few words will be reversed black and white. All without a little bit of immortal demeanor will be what he imagined. Angry that this female cultivator even pushed all the faults to their bodies. But instead, they will disguise themselves as victims. Obviously they are innocent. Just ascended yet to understand the rules of the immortal world will be appeared by the two monks are negotiating to sell them into the mine labor. They have the intention to resist but not the immortal's opponent. The result is that Yi Duan in order to self-protection out of the two monks to kill one, which in turn became their fault. Did the cultivators of the lower realms deserve to be enslaved just because their origins were inferior to others? Is it even wrong for them to resist? Qingfeng Li was about to open his mouth to angrily scold the shamelessness of that female cultivator of Guanhan Palace. But suddenly, that little Taoist priest snatched his voice, only to see the childlike little Taoist priest slightly arching his hand towards Yi Chen. The appearance was quite comical, as if a small child was learning from an adult's appearance and saying goodbye to someone. Fellow Taoist, I don't know what to call you. But are you from the Kunlun realm? I am Li Yang of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. I have met you, fellow Taoist. As the words fell, the expression on the face of the female cultivator of the Guanhan Palace, who had previously shown a provocative look at Yi Chen, stiffened. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but Li Yang, Who was blocking her? Moved first. Pust. The peachwood sword in Li Yang's hand pierced straight through her chest, and the powerful physical body that she was proud of as an upper realm false immortal could not even be stopped for a moment under the attack of Li Yang's peachwood sword. The pain of her body being penetrated swept through her entire body, and she let out a piercing scream. And without waiting for her to make a move, Yi Chuan dashed to her body as well. My name is Yi Duan. This person should be handed over to me to take action. Li Yang sniffed and consciously stepped aside, while Yi Chen was already blasting out a palm at this moment. The violet thunder and the earth fire at the center of her palm entwined and superimposed on each other. The two forces drilled into her body along the center of her palm, and the thunder and fire seemed to turn into maggots attached to her bones and stayed in her flesh and blood to the death. The two forces continued to eat away at her flesh and blood and even her bones, and she screamed miserably as she was about to beg for mercy. Fellow Daoist, I don't know why you want to help this person from the lower realms, but my family teacher, Immortal Cold Moon, also had a relationship with the heavenly mechanism superior of the heavenly diffusion sect next door, so I hope that you'll look at my family's teacher's sake and save me. As the words fell, Li Yang looked like he had heard some kind of joke. My master is Supreme Master Tianji, and it was my master who told me to come and seek out fellow Taoist Yi Duan, said. Li Yang also seems to offer treasure. Generally grabbed the waist of the jade pendant, only to see that piece of dark green jade pendant just close to Yi Duan will be violently flickering. Yi Duan brow also flew out of a stream of light into the jade pendant. It is to break the seal along with the old man of the Kunlun cultivation of enlightenment along with the flight of a breath. In the next moment, the light of the entire dark green jade pendant rose to its maximum, and an arcane aura emerged from it. Fellow Daoist, I apologize for my earlier offenses. When Li Yang saw the change in the jade pendant, the last trace of doubt in his heart about Yi Chen's identity dissipated, and he respectfully expressed his apologies for Yi Chen. In an instant, the faces of the rest of the people changed drastically. Among the cultivators of the lower realm, Qingfeng Li was an example. The surprise inside him at the moment had reached an unparalleled level. Originally, the moment Li Yang appeared, a heart had already sunk to the bottom. But he did not expect to find out that time had come to find out that Li Yang's master teacher even seemed to have some relationship with Yi Chuan. This is a big leg that must be hugged tightly. Besides, maybe he who is also a cultivator of the lower realm can help me even more. On the other hand, the female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace was already grimacing in pain at the moment, and the thunder fire that Yi Chen had struck into her body with his raised hand had directly churned the flesh and blood in her body to a pulp. At this moment, he even heard that Li Yang and Yi Chen were in the same gang. And the last life-saving straw in his heart shattered. Run! I'm going to run. After I return to the broad cold palace I will definitely inform my master about these two guys. I must. It was as if Yi Chuan had a direct insight into that female cultivator's thoughts as he directly blasted out a palm to hit the female cultivator's dantian. The female cultivator let out a miserable shriek. Knowing that she was afraid that she would not be able to escape this time, his body turned into a bloody mist and exploded, and his soul directly left his body and flew out to the far side. But how could Yi Chuan give her this opportunity? The moment her divine soul left her body, Yi Chuan's divine soul giant hand had already arrived and ruthlessly pinched her divine soul with one hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he then swallowed her divine soul into his stomach. The aura of his body changed abruptly. Rolling waves of chi surged from his body towards the surroundings, and a dash of immortal might transformed into a tiny stream of chi surrounding his body. A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled. And Yi Chuan's cultivation had already broken through from pseudo-immortal first level to pseudo-immortal second level. This scene was seen by Li Yang and his heart was staggered by it. I didn't look carefully just now. This guy is only a pseudo-immortal one? Before that side of the immortal seal is not like a district of pseudo-immortal one can blast out. At least should be pseudo-immortal 5 to do. And this guy swallowed the soul so skillful even if cultivation absorption is even more easy unlike words. The master want me to pick up this guy in the end is a what monster? Chapter 69, Trading Chi Luck. Going to the Tianyan Sect. Yi Chuan took a deep breath, and the immortal chi that escaped during the breakthrough was inhaled into his body, and the pressure within the space dissipated. Li Qingfeng and the other lower realm cultivators who had just been suppressed to the point of gasping for air by the pressure revealed by Yi Chen's breakthrough were only able to catch their breath at this moment, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground and greedily breathed in the surrounding air. And Li Yang was relieved after seeing this scene. What he didn't dare to say was that in fact, the aura revealed by Yi Chuan when he broke through just now made him also vaguely detect a sense of crisis. And now that the pressure around Yi Chuan dispersed, he also relaxed a lot with it. Fellow Daoist, I failed to explain the situation just now. I am Li Yang, the 7th Daoist child under the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's Heavenly Mechanism Superior, and I have been ordered by my master to come and guide you back to my Heavenly Diffusion Sect for a chat. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen gave Li Yang an interested look. He was slightly interested in the Tianyan sect behind Li Yang or that Tianji Shangren. Although he had a certain understanding of the entire immortal world after absorbing the memories and cultivation insights of the Kunlun Elder. But an unknown number of years had passed since the Kunlun Elder's death, and the forces of the immortal world must have undergone a sea change during these years. For example, the Haoxing sect and Guanghan Palace, in the words of the two previous immortal cultivators, are what the old man of Kunlun failed to know in his inherited memories. And these two sects are undoubtedly upstarts. And after so many years of time change, Yi Duan did not think that the old man of Kunlun had that supreme magical power to predict that today after 10,000 years was the day when Yi Duan, the native cultivator of Kunlun realm, tore open the seal and ascended to the upper realm. Not to mention the fact that he could also lay out a plan or two for Yi Chen, so that the immortal cultivators of the heavenly diffusion sect would come to seek Yi Chen at just the right time. Coupled with the dark green jade pendant in Li Yang's hand earlier, Yi Chen already had some guesses in his heart. It seems that this is not arranged by the old man of Kunlun. This should be arranged by that Tianji Shangren himself. Just do not know why the other party can enter the upper realm after I send people to look for my traces. But I think that there is no harm in going to the last trip. The memory of the old man of Kunlun and this heaven diffraction sect also has some affinities. Thinking so, Yi Chen nodded slightly, his mouth polite. Previously heard that the immortal world of the Tianyan sect is a large immortal door. Its seat of the Taoist children is each with magical powers. Now a C is precisely eye-opening, and I'm more to Tianji senior admiration for a long time. Now is worried that there is no opportunity to go to pay tribute to the senior. This time fortunate that would be to trouble you to lead the way for me. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's heart was delighted, looking extremely flattered by the politeness of Yi Chen's words. And of course, his heart was more than a little grateful. Before he saw Yi Duan killed and swallowed, the soul of the ruthless appearance of the heart is still a little worried about Yi Duan if he is not willing to go back with him. How to do? Cannot really like the Tianji said, as strong-arm tactics will be Yi Duan tied back it? At that time, in case Yi Duan blew some wind beside the ears of Lord Tianji, then the seventh child of his might have to be deferred a few places down the line. Fortunately, this person is still considered to be sensible. The master will be us and others are sent out to find this person. Visible identity of this person is not simple, and now I am the first step to find this person and bring it back. Perhaps this is a chance that belongs to me. Li Yang's mind was churning with thoughts and he was about to cast a spell to leave. Qingfeng Li suddenly opened his mouth, only to see him arch his hand towards Li Yang. Fellow Daoist. No, senior, can you take me along to the heavenly diffraction sect? I don't have a place to go in this immortal realm only to seek refuge. As the words fell, it was as if the lower realm cultivators suddenly reacted, as they had just failed to react to Yi Chen's terrifying talent. Now that they heard Qingfeng Li's words, they remembered. Right, although those two immortals were killed, they are still not safe themselves, in case another immortal cultivator comes in another day. Not to mention how powerful, as long as it's the pseudo-immortal realm it's enough. They can't fight back even if they put their lives on the line. By then won't they end up as immortal mining slaves? They have a certain understanding of their own talent. They want to adapt to the immortal world of the immortal Qi running aura less than a few weeks' time. As for the breakthrough to the pseudo-immortal realm, is not several years of hard training simply cannot succeed. A backer must be found. The mysterious Tianyan sect cultivator Li Yang, who had suddenly appeared, naturally became the prime candidate. Supreme Immortal, please also take us away together. Not seeking to be personally cultivated by your sect, but only seeking a place to stay. Upon hearing this, Li Yang frowned slightly, his dissatisfaction overflowing. If they are all ascended masters with Yi Chen's talent, then even if they don't want to, I'll bring them back, and then they will be introduced. But these guys, they don't have any talent. They don't even have any cultivator's backbone. So bringing them back will only be a waste of the sect's resources. Li Yang's heart was filled with disdain. Earlier, although he was not able to come, but the strength of his divine sense allowed him to know everything that happened here long before. That's why he didn't pay the slightest attention to the defamatory words of the female cultivator of the Guanghan Palace. At the same time, he also knew that these people in the lower realm chose to sacrifice their souls in order to live. If it wasn't for Yi Chuan's hand at the moment, they were afraid that they had already become one of the thousands of mining slaves. Li Yang despised the people in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Although he could understand temporarily submitting in order to survive, but such people naturally could not get his respect, and naturally he was not willing to take them back. Our sect has limited resources, so I'm afraid we won't be able to take you in. Li Yang said and kept looking at Yi Chen's face until he realized that Yi Chen did not have the slightest difference before he let out a sigh of relief and continued. That's why your deaths and lives are none of my business. Our heavenly diffusion sect doesn't take in idlers. As Qingfeng Li listened to Li Yang's words, a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart and he couldn't help but smile to himself. It turns out that we prided ourselves on being heavenly prides in the lower realms. only to become idlers after ascending. But the next moment, Qingfeng Li seemed to have thought of something. No, Yi Chuan is the point. Yi Chuan is the point. As long as Yi Chuan agrees, there's no way that Dao Child won't agree. Qingfeng Li had taken Li Yang's sneaky observation of Yi Duan in his eyes and already had a plan in mind. Fellow Daoist Yi Duan, please also take me away with you. I will have a generous gift to offer, and the lower realm I'm in will certainly respond to your requests. Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at Qingfeng Li. Is there any chi luck? I want your lower realm's chi luck. You may be the master? Can. Naturally I can. I have come to this ascension precisely for this matter. At those words, Yi Chen lightly lifted his palm as if a breeze was flying, and the next moment Qingfeng Li had appeared in the air. Fellow Daoist Li Yang, can you bring one more person? Since it's what fellow Daoist Yi Duan said, it's naturally possible. Then leave. Li Yang nodded his head in agreement after a brief moment, and with a change in the spell in his hands, the dense immortal chi converged into a huge cloud, which wrapped the three people up and then turned into a stream of light and flew off into the distance, leaving a dozen or so lower realm cultivators in place. At the moment, they were regretting in their hearts, regretting why they didn't jump ahead of Qingfeng Li and strike a deal with Yi Chen. Chapter 70 Immortal Fortune Supreme Treasure. The Great War that sweeps throughout the immortal world. Over the immortal world, there were three people sitting on a golden-colored cloud, and they were none other than Yi Chen, Li Yang and Li Qingfeng. At this moment, Qingfeng Li was sitting upright. He knew that the two people around him were not something he could offend, and he was careful in every move. Right at this moment, Yi Chen, who had been sitting on a cloud to adjust his breath, opened his mouth. Tell me, how did you give me the lower world's chi fortune you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng Li was a bit hesitant, and his eyes were filled with evasive intentions as he looked at Yi Chen. Fellow Daoist, what I said earlier is true. It's just that our Yellow Springs realm has encountered some trouble, and I'm afraid that this matter of chi luck is a bit of a problem. But of course I'm in no way trying to fool you. Wait, get to the point. If you dare to say a word that the previously promised word of chi is a lie to me, then without waiting for Yi Chuan to finish speaking, Qingfeng Li felt a piercing chill well up from the depths of his heart. He did not doubt Yi Duan in the slightest. He could foresee but where his answer could not satisfy Yi Duan, then the next moment he would be thrown down. Or even worse, teasing Yi Duan to be directly drawn out and swallowed by his divine soul was not impossible. Qingfeng Li didn't dare to play small with Yi Duan. He sighed softly before speaking. Fellow Daoist, it's not that I want to deceive you. I wonder if you know about the Immortal Fortune Supreme Treasure. Instantly, Yi Chuan's pupils shrank, and he who had inherited the memories of the old man from Kunlun naturally knew what the Immortal Fortune Supreme Treasure was. Immortal Fortune to Treasure is the immortal world is unique to the immortal world treasure. Or to be more accurate, that is the plunder of the immortal world chi made of artifacts, which contains the power of a very person can imagine. Even constructing the space of this unthinkable thing can be realized, and even the legend of the reversal of time can be done. Luck from ancient times to the present is elusive things. Countless people on the understanding of luck are not the same, which is recognized by a large number of people say. Luck is a world of the origin of the power of the figurative embodiment. Luck is like heaven's help. This terrible power is not limited to luck. Cultivation is also the same. In the breakthrough of lucky cultivators will get the help of the whole world to provide enlightenment for them. So the cultivators with great luck have a different from ordinary people's strength and talent. The terrifying potential contained in the power of chi was fascinating to countless people. Even the immortals located in the immortal realm, and countless cultivators had devoted their entire lives to the study of chi. But in the end, they were still unable to master it. Luck simply cannot be mastered by people. Only some of the destiny of the sun will be blessed by the heavens at certain moments to give a strand of luck. The rest of the people, even if they forcefully plundered the luck, is also difficult to harness. Until a madman came along, and that immortal madman started a war. Nowadays, the immortal world is divided into 4 major immortal domains, named after the east, west, south and north, and it is rumored that during the ancient times, there was still a side of the immortal world that existed in the middle of the immortal domain, the madman in the middle of the immortal domain, and countless believers followed the madman to crusade against the other 4 domains to loot the chi fortune. The flames of war swept across the entire immortal realm, and countless immortal cultivators who were burdened with chi were exterminated, and the chi they possessed was forcibly taken away and brought back to the middle immortal realm. A refining of the entire immortal realm began. That madman put all the collected immortal realm's chi into a huge furnace. No one knew what kind of method that madman actually used, but he succeeded in making the plundered chi into artifacts, and those artifacts containing the power of the immortal realm's origin were called Immortal Fortune Supreme Treasures. As one Immortal Fortune Supreme Treasure after another was produced, the entire immortal realm's origin was plundered away, and because of the damage to the origin, The immortal realm was thrown into chaos, for the sake of self-preservation, or to covet that terrifying supreme treasure of immortal fortune. Countless immortal cultivators sleeping in the Forbidden Land on one side of the party rose from their graveyards, and they spontaneously converged into a force powerful enough to destroy the immortal realm to attack into the middle immortal realm, and fight against that madman and his believers. On one side were the old monsters who had survived for countless ages in the immortal world, and on the other side were the madmen who had mastered countless immortal fortune supreme treasures to use the entire immortal world's origin to fight. No one knew what exactly happened in the Great War. Everyone only knew that after the Great War the middle immortal region seemed to have been wiped out, directly disappeared into the entire immortal realm without a trace, and the people who survived frantically snatched the legacy of the middle immortal region. The immortal fortune supreme treasure that survived the Great War was plundered by immortal cultivators, and a new Great War began in order to compete for the next immortal fortune supreme treasure that was made from the power of the immortal realm's origin. Eventually, I don't know how much time had passed, but the immortal realm was already alive and well, and the flames of war were finally extinguished. The ridiculous thing is that the reason the war stopped was not that the war hurt too many people, but that the power in the immortal fortune supreme treasure was exhausted. And when the chi that had been refined into the immortal fortune supreme treasure was exhausted, the immortal fortune supreme treasure would thus lose that world-destroying power, and after losing its purpose, the war would naturally cease to exist. However, although the war had stopped, the treasures of immortal fortune still existed, and all the people divided the treasures of immortal fortune and concluded an alliance to maintain the stability of the immortal world. It was just that despite the fact that the Great War had already ended, the power of the immortal fortune supreme treasure at its peak was coveted by no one, and the power of each immortal fortune supreme treasure was overspecified and powerful, and thus there were still clans studying these immortal fortune supreme treasures that were inherited from the ancient times. Or rather, everyone was studying these immortal fortune supreme treasures inherited from the ancient past, and no one was not eager to obtain the power contained within. However, the time required for the rebirth of the immortal realm's chi was too long, so the people turned their attention to the lower realm. Even though the world origin power contained in the lower realm's chi was too little to be able to exert the full power of the immortal fortune supreme treasure, it was still able to act as a catalyst for the immortal fortune supreme treasure's ability. Just want to plunder the lower realm of luck is not easy. At least that is located between the immortal world and the lower realm of the road to immortality will impede countless people. No one above the pseudo-immortal can enter the road to immortality. This is an immortal realm of the default law, and above the realm of mortals cannot enter the lower realm. This is also recognized. Although some immortal realm powerhouses were able to break the rules and seize the lower realm's chi, they often consumed a large amount of origin power, resulting in the losses outweighing the gains, coupled with the fact that some of the lower realm ascended masters would shelter the lower realm that they were in after they ascended to the upper realm, so it was considered to be a way of maintaining a relative stability. But stability is only relative. Not all the lower realms can be sheltered. Many immortal realm sects will regularly send mortal realm cultivators into the lower realms to plunder the chi, as if harvesting pasture, regularly plunder the chi bred in the lower realms back to the upper realms. In the long run a lot of the lower realms are destroyed because of the damage to the origin. The Kunlun realm that Yi Chen was in belonged to the exception, because the Kunlun realm was hidden by the old man of Kunlun who used his life to impose a seal. And for this reason the immortal sect that Chu Fan was in had no choice but to give Chu Fan a large number of means to allow Chu Fan to transmigrate to the next realm. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's meddling, then today's Kunlun realm's fortune would have been taken away by Chu Fan, and the immortal gate leading to the Kunlun realm would have opened again, and at that time, the Kunlun realm would have once again become the immortal realm's pasture until it was drained of its fortune and died out in the river of time. Just as Yi Chen fell into deep thought, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Li Yang, who was on the sidelines, spoke out in surprise first. HM, you lower realm cultivators actually know about the immortal luck supreme treasure? Qingfeng Li nodded and explained. Our Yellow Springs realm also had quite a few ascended immortals in the past, only to gradually decline later on, and the trouble we've encountered is related to the immortal fortune supreme treasure. Chapter 71 Li Qingfeng's Purpose, Tianyan Sect. Fellow Daoist, not long ago an immortal realm power lost the support of the power of Qi because of the immortal luck supreme treasure, thus staring at us wanting to take away my Qi. Our Yellow Springs realm now needs to be sheltered, and the price we can pay is 30% of the Qi of the entire Yellow Springs realm's 1,000 years of nurturing Qi. I only ask that fellow Daoist can let the Heavenly Diffusion Sect step in and shelter us for 1,000 years. Yi Chen fell into a deep thought after hearing this, while Li Yang gave Li Qingfeng a look of interest. This kid is some small smart. You have not yet said exactly what forces to encroach on your Yellow Springs realm, the reason for which is not explicitly said. Is it really just to seize your lower world's Qi to feed the immortal fortune to the treasure? 3 into the Qi, although more, but if the price is to be an immortal realm of a great power to make a grudge, That can be not worth it. As the words fell, Li Yan looked towards Yi Chen. Obviously the previous words were meant to be said to Yi Chen. At the same time, Li Yang was secretly transmitting his voice to Yi Chen. Fellow Daoist, although I don't know what you want the Chi luck for, I don't think this deal is appropriate. And to be precise, I don't think you should get involved in this matter. If just a certain power in the immortal world in order to plunder his lower world's fortune, then he need not come to find us. Directly regularly will be the lower world's fortune can also ensure a side of peace. But why he came to find us instead of letting us benefit? Then there must be something else. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and he agreed with Li Yang. If that immortal world power is only to plunder the Huangquan world's Qi, then the Huangquan world why not let people will be the lower world Qi with both hands? In the end the upper world cultivators to the lower world of Qi plundering is just an exchange of interests. As in the lower world when there will be a clan will occupy the mountain as the king of the enslaved mortals for their own mining mines. In the immortal world, so many lower realms are also equivalent to an ownerless mine. These mines also have the path to immortality and the shelter of the heavenly Tao of the lower realms. And generally the upper realms of the power are also inclined to take one side of the lower realms as a subsidiary power to regularly collect the Chi luck and cultivation resources. But this Yellow Springs world is to seek others to get shelter. Is the invasion of their world of the upper world forces or wolves? Other forces can be what good goods? It's just a little more humane. So there's only one reason why Li Qingfeng is forced to seek help. The conflict between them was not solely because of the need to plunder Qi. As for Yi Chuan, at this moment, he appeared to be an honored guest of the Heavenly Diffusion sect on the surface. But he understood in his own heart that this thread of relationship with the Heavenly Qi Shangren originated from the Old Man of Kunlun. But at the beginning, the Old Man of Kunlun were all forced to seal the path of immortality that led to Kunlun realm with their lives. And this was what allowed the Kunlun realm to take a breath of fresh air. If even the Old Man of Kunlun couldn't convince the Heavenly Diffusion sect to shelter the Kunlun realm, then it was even more unlikely that Yi Chuan would be able to convince the Heavenly Diffusion sect to shelter the Yellow Springs realm. And even if he could, this deal would be extremely worthless. He himself as even more has not grown to this point. The immortal realm level is divided into the mortal realm, pseudo-mortal, true immortal, xianxian immortal, heavenly immortal, and golden immortal. He is only just the pseudo-mortal realm, and Li Yang is only a true immortal cultivation. The two of them are obviously not enough to fight against a party of immortal realm's great power. With this in mind, Yi Chuan's heart was also set. Although he knew that the creation immortal technique in his sea of consciousness needed to devour Qi, which made him choose to collect Qi, but this didn't mean that he would do irrational things for the sake of Qi. This matter was not worth it, and Yi Duan had even less desire to act as a good guy. Li Yang might have seen that Yi Chen had a need for Qi, and once again transmitted his voice out of currying favor. There are so many lower realms connected to the immortal realm. My Heavenly Diffusion sect alone has 5 lower realms as affiliates. If you want to, then it's not impossible to go back and talk to your master about taking some of the Qi luck. Upon hearing this, the last stone in Yi Chen's heart fell to the ground as he looked at Qingfeng Li and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist, forgive me for my difficulty in coming to the aid of you, so I hope you'll find another way to help." After saying that, Yi Chuan raised his hand as immortal Qi converged, obviously looking for a place to put down Li Qingfeng. Since the deal with Li Qingfeng was unsuccessful, there was no need for him to send Li Qingfeng to the Tianyin sect. Wait, fellow Daoist, I admit that there is indeed something to hide in there, but I can't say what is at stake. But if you can introduce me to the seniors of the Heavenly Diffusion sect, I will offer 100 years of Qi luck in the lower realms when the deed is done. Qingfeng Li saw Yi Chen's intentions and immediately opened his mouth to add. However, Yi Chen still shook his head. Not enough. I want 200 years of Qi, and I can only be responsible for bringing you back to the Tianyin sect. As for the introduction thing, I wasn't able to help you. No matter if the matter is accomplished or not, you have to give me 200 years of Qi. If not, I will let you go now. You can go and seek for other immortal sect by yourself. Qingfeng Li clenched his teeth fiercely and finally let out a long sigh. Fellow Daoist, I am willing to do everything at your word. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Chuan. 3 people once again saw land after flying out of the floating immortal island. A floating island appeared in front of them that was hundreds of times more massive than it was at the beginning. The island was so large and wide that even if Yi Chuan unfolded his divine sense, he couldn't encompass it all. There are countless cities of all sizes in which there are immortals and mortal cultivators. And at this moment, Li Yang opened his mouth as if he could see the doubts of Yi Chen and the others and explained for Yi Chen. This is the main island of the eastern immortal domain. And most of these mortal realm cultivators living in the city are the offspring conceived by cultivators brought up from the lower realm by immortal cultivators from the upper realm. That is to say, the descendants of those mining slaves. And of course, there are also the descendants of some immortal cultivators. But these cultivators have adapted their bodies to the pressure of the immortal aura as a result of having lived in the immortal realm since they were young. Yi Chen's divine sense swept below and found that these cultivators, as Li Yang had said, although they were using aura in their bodies, the aura operation was not disturbed by the immortal chi. This was not a small deviation from what the old man of Kunlun remembered. After all, countless years had passed, and the old man of Kunlun's understanding of the entire immortal realm lagged too far behind. The cloud didn't continue to stay. Instead, its speed accelerated once again, turning into a stream of light flying towards the distance. Yi Chen's divine sense was liberalized. Instantly, a brilliant and huge clan stood between the mountains. The clan is located in a large location wrapped hundreds of thousands of miles in a circle. Randomly, a small side hall is already more huge than the small city with tens of thousands of people living in Chuan saw. The clan just under the mountains of the outer gate has been 10,000 miles large. In the inner door, there are 3 towering pavilions that seem to run through the clouds. Each pavilion emits an appalling might, and the immortal power emanating from it radiates tens of thousands of miles away. And just by sweeping through the divine sense, there will be a spontaneous influx of information into the mind. And it seems as if the Tianyan Sect's 3 big words have been carved into Yi Chuan's mind with the power of the divine soul. Just as Yi Duan was curious about where the attic with the might of piercing the clouds actually stood, and what kind of ground could carry such an appalling building, he fixed his eyes to see that the 3 attics were actually carried on the backs of 3 giant tortoises. Giant tortoise back shell black as ink. All the light in the world fell on the tortoise shell, cannot illuminate the slightest. Its limbs like a giant elephant feet. Each foot is like the ancient stone of the sky general, a sense of unshakable from the heart emerges. More appalling is the tail, is a horror of the giant snake. The giant snake coiled in the giant tortoise seems to be a natural blend of the sky into a single body. Tortoise and snake? Or maybe it's Xuanwu. Yi Chuan's mind came up with this name. This kind of immortal beasts that only existed in the legends were only carrying things. Then what kind of behemoth was this heaven diffraction sect? This is not a Xuanwu. This is just an immortal turtle with a trace of its bloodline. Wantonly prying is not a good habit. Just at this moment, a voice containing the power of the divine soul came out from an attic, and the voice pierced through Yi Chuan's divine sense across an unknown distance of space into Yi Chuan's mind. Yi Chen retracted his divine sense with a stifled grunt. Li Yang, who was on the side, was worried that something had happened to Yi Chen and hurriedly asked in a voice, "What's wrong with you, Taoist?" Yi Chen shook his head and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing. This trip to be a guest of your sect is really the right thing to do." Chapter 72, Heavenly Diffusion Sect Scripture Pavilion. Right at this moment, the cloud cluster that Li Yang and the others were traveling in was already approaching the Tianyan sect. Instantly, a jade pendant at Li Yang's waist began to flicker violently, and an invisible film was revealed. Yi Chuan's eyes were slightly condensed. He could naturally see that this was an extremely brilliant clan formation, only that he surprisingly failed to sense it when he probed with his divine sense just now. This heaven diffracting sect should also be a hegemonic level power in the entire eastern immortal region, or else it shouldn't have such a terrifying heritage. In the next moment, the cloud mass impacted straight on top of the film, and then directly integrated into it. The 3 people were floating in the air, and the immortal clouds underneath them had disappeared. Qingfeng Li opened his eyes and looked at the immortals flying by below. It was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. "Fellow Daoist, I wonder if I could." Without waiting for Qingfeng Li to say the second half of his sentence, it was as if Li Yang had guessed what he was thinking. Li Yang shook his head slightly. No. Although I am the 7th Dao child under my master's seat, but I don't have such a high status in this heaven diffraction sect. Our heaven diffraction sect consists of 3 pavilion masters and their Dao children and disciples. And although my master Tianji Shangren is the noble pavilion master, he doesn't ask about the things within the sect, so I can't do anything about introducing the high-level thing for you. At those words, the bright light in Li Qingfeng's eyes quickly dimmed, while Li Yang abruptly turned his words around. "But since you and fellow Taoist Yi Chuan have reached a deal, then I will bring you into the Heavenly Diffusion sect. Like this, I will now look for someone to lead you to the Miscellaneous Affairs office. If you are lucky enough to be able to worship under a certain pavilion master or provider, then you might be lucky enough to strike up a conversation with the pavilion master. And at that time, perhaps you will be able to achieve your goal." With that, Li Yang pulled out a white jade pendant from his pocket. Then an immortal chi gushed out from his palm and drilled into the jade pendant. When Li Qingfeng heard Li Yang's words, a trace of flame called hope suddenly surged out from the bottom of his eyes, although he also knew that there was little hope. But in the end, there was still the existence of hope, and that was enough for him. With this in mind, Li Qingfeng once again respectfully bowed his hand towards both Li Yang and Yi Chen, in which he solemnly paid his respects to Yi Chen. "Fellow Taoist Yi Chuan, I won't say any more superfluous words, although for you our friendship is nothing more than a so-called transaction. For me, and even for the entire Yellow Springs realm, You are a lifesaver who has given us hope. I admit that I did hide something about the Yellow Springs realm before. I have made amends again for my previous behavior. After 100 years I will definitely give the 200 years of the Yellow Springs realms Chi with both hands, and I, Qingfeng Li, owe you a favor. If there is something useful that you can do, you just open your mouth. As the words fell, a blood bead flew out from Qingfeng Li's brow, which split into two. One flew to Yi Chen's palm, and one flew back to Qingfeng Li's brow. Yi Chuan looked at the extra blood bead at his palm and already had a guess in his heart. Although he didn't understand what kind of technique it was, he could feel that the blood bead in his palm and the blood bead in Qingfeng Li's brow had a connection with the same root and origin, and he could sense Qingfeng Li's approximate location by probing his divine sense. And there was even a hint of karma in the underworld. This was a technique similar to a blood or soul contract, and its function was to make an oath of the Great Tao. And just at this time, Li Qingfeng explained, this is unique to our Yellow Springs realm of the art, so that you see the effect of the blood bead's molecular mother. And I hand it over to you as the mother bead. My brow is the child bead. Through the son and mother bead in the induction will be able to let you find me 100 years later to take away the chi. At the same time, once I violated the oath will be subjected to the backlash, which also prevents me from tearing up the agreement in the future. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. Even if Li Qingfeng did not hand over the blood pearl or make a soul contract, he would use certain methods to plant a brand on his body to prevent him from breaching the contract. And now Li Qingfeng himself took the initiative to hand over the blood pearl to save him some effort. Without waiting for the three people to continue chatting, an immortal cultivator flew out of the Tianyan Sect side hall in the distance, then turned into a stream of light and flew to the front of the three people. It was also holding a white jade pendant in its hand, and it was the person Li Yang had contacted just now. The immortal cultivator looked at Li Yang before respectfully arching his hand and inquiring in a low voice. Senior brother Li Yang, I don't know what is it that you want to order me? Li Yang pointed to the side of Li Qingfeng, although the appearance is but the appearance of a youthful toddler, but the words are indeed old and cross Bridge Road. This person is a lower realm ascended cultivator that I met during my travels this time, and I brought him back after observing that his talent is still good. You take him to the outer sect's handyman's office to settle down first, and then lead him to join our heavenly diffusion sect's outer sect afterwards. Li Yang's words were purposely pitched at a higher pitch on the talents still available, obviously reminding the other party not to look down on Li Qingfeng because he is a cultivator of the lower realm. But there is me behind him. That heavenly diffusion sect cultivator nodded his head repeatedly and led Qingfeng Li towards the distance, leaving Li Yang and Yi Chen behind. Li Yang looked at Yi Duan and spoke with some embarrassment. Fellow Daoist, how about I first take you to the heavenly diffusion sect to take a look around? Immediately afterward, he added, Master is in seclusion, and as you are the guest of honor named by Master, I naturally can't ignore you. So how about I take you around to look around and familiarize yourself? We can also familiarize ourselves. Everything is according to what you said. I wonder if there are any immortal laws within your clan that I can borrow? Yi Chen looked at Li Yang and did not refuse. He could see that Li Yang was trying to draw him in, obviously seeing Yi Chen's talent from what had happened before, coupled with the relationship that existed between him and Tianji Shangren. So he wanted to draw closer to him. Although he saw through Li Yang's intentions, he didn't directly expose them. Instead, he went along with Li Yang's wishes and made his own request. Yi Chuan, deep in the sea of consciousness of the creation of the immortal secret, now 30 characters has been restored to the luster of the previous. His conjecture of the 30 golden characters is to be able to answer all of his questions, including the cultivation of the problem, and now also worried about not having something to validate his conjecture. Agreed to the invitation of Li Yang. This is also counted as each take what you need. Yes, naturally there is. I'll take you inside the scripture pavilion. As an honored guest personally invited by your master, you can naturally borrow the immortal laws. Li Yan was overjoyed at his words and instantly agreed to Yi Chen's request. Then the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew towards a palace.